Parallel World, Hua Nation, Yang City, July 30, 2050. It was a scorching summer, especially in southern cities. Even though the sun had already set, the heat was still unbearable. In a valley 20 kilometers southeast of Yang City, Yifeng had been lost in thought for a whole hour, with only one idea in his mind. How did I become a tree? His gaze shifted downward, seeing his own corpse beneath the tree, and a vague suspicion arose in his heart. Anyway, becoming a tree is better than dying. Besides, in this era of widespread mutations among plants and animals, being a tree might not be such a bad thing after all, Yifeng murmured to himself. This was not mere self-consolation. 6 months ago, mutated creatures began to appear on Blue Star. At first, the mutated creatures were only sporadic individuals, and their size was not particularly large. But since the emergence of large-scale mutated locusts in Africa 3 months ago, the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse, and the number of mutated creatures has skyrocketed. The smaller the size of the creature, the higher the probability of mutation. Mosquitoes, flies, cockroaches, these creatures commonly seen in cities have mostly undergone mutations. Moreover, they have started actively attacking humans. Around the world, there are hundreds of millions of incidents involving mutated creatures injuring people every day. In cities, mutated rats have become the most dangerous creatures. Their size is larger than that of ordinary domestic cats, with agile bodies, strong biting force, and extremely aggressive behavior. On the internet, there are even videos of mutated rats and hunting dogs tearing each other apart to the point of mutual destruction. 2 months ago, plants also began to mutate. However, mutated plants, being immobile, have become the best subjects for research, and most of these mutated plants are found in the wild. For example, on Xiaofeng Mountain, 30 kilometers east of Yangcheng, there is a giant tree towering 300 meters high. Unsurprisingly, this giant tree has caught the attention of research institutions. The agricultural university where Yifeng studies collaborates with the research institution, with the school responsible for the sampling work. Under normal circumstances, the wilderness is so dangerous that only a fool would go. However, the reward offered by the other party is truly tempting. 100,000 yuan in cash, plus 1 million yuan in accident insurance, and accompaniment by a security company. For Yifeng, whose family is not wealthy and who needs to work part-time to support his studies, this temptation is simply irresistible. In the end, he gritted his teeth and signed up. On the way, they encountered mutated creatures. A mutated wild boar, as large as a small car, overturned their bus with just 2 hits. In the end, everyone scattered and fled. Fortunately, the mutated wild boar did not chase him. Unfortunately, he encountered a venomous snake and ended up being bitten. When he woke up, he found that he had turned into an iron birch tree. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special ability, Devour. The system prompt instantly pulled Yifeng's thoughts back. He eagerly opened the system panel. Host, Yifeng, World Tree. Tree height, 10 meters. Trunk width, 0.5 meters. Root length, 20 meters. Realm, first stage early phase. Evolution points, 0 out of 10 points. Special ability, Devour. Spiritual energy, 7 out of 100 points. Bioenergy, 9 out of 100 points. Upon waking up, he discovered that he had a system and a beginner's gift pack. He obtained a Heart of the World Tree, and upon merging with it, he could become the World Tree. Under such circumstances, Yifeng chose to merge without hesitation. Now, he has finally succeeded in merging. Is this what it feels like to become the World Tree? Yifeng felt this entirely new body. Although it still appeared to be an iron birch tree on the outside, it was fundamentally different. He could control every branch and leaf of the tree, moving them effortlessly. With a single thought, the entire tree began to sway left and right despite the absence of wind. The rustling of the leaves startled the birds in the valley. The tree trunk can tilt up to 60 degrees, and each leaf can rotate 360 degrees. The most important thing is, roots burst out of the ground one by one, striking the surface like whips with a loud crack. Unfortunately, they can only perform simple whipping or wrapping motions. Their flexibility is still lacking, and they can't use tools yet, Yifeng concluded. For a tree, this level of flexibility is already quite remarkable. But Yifeng still felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. He had once imagined that he could be like the ancient tree of war in Warcraft, directly stand up and walk back home. However, I still have the system. He once again turned his gaze to the system panel. During the time waiting for the fusion of the World Tree's heart, besides contemplating life, he was also studying the system. The system's functionality is simple. It allows him to grow and evolve rapidly. Of course, all of this requires spiritual energy and bioenergy. According to the information provided by the system, spiritual energy is a mysterious force that causes mutations in organisms and plants. Therefore, if one wishes to evolve quickly, spiritual energy is indispensable. As for bioenergy, it is literally a type of energy stored within living organisms, required for both growth and evolution. By utilizing the system's functionality, consuming 1 point of spiritual energy and 1 point of bioenergy can enable rapid growth in a specific part of the body. He currently has 7 points of spiritual spiritual energy and 9 points of bioenergy, which means he can trigger rapid growth in his body 7 times. I should consider which part to let grow. Yifeng stared at the system panel, pondering. He had been thinking about this question for a long time. The height of the tree trunk, the width of the tree trunk, and the length of the roots each represent 3 different directions. Tree trunk height. Increasing the height can result in more leaves, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy from the air. Additionally, the photosynthesis of the leaves can also generate a certain amount of bioenergy. Trunk width increases the storage capacity of spiritual energy and bioenergy. Root length accelerates the absorption speed of bioenergy. According to the initial plan, among the 3 options, the priority of tree height is clearly the highest. Increasing tree height not only accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy but also produces bioenergy, making it undoubtedly the most cost-effective choice. But ever since he evolved into the world tree and gained the special ability of Devour, the situation has been completely different. According to the information provided by the system, he can use this ability to devour the spiritual energy and bioenergy within other organisms. However, activating this ability requires physical contact with the target. It is not easy to make the leaves or trunk come into contact with other organisms. Therefore, tree roots are the best medium for using the Devour ability. As long as I use tree roots to bind other creatures, I can slowly absorb them through the Devour ability. This way, the speed of gaining spiritual energy and biomass will be much faster. Yifeng made a decision to first increase the length of the tree roots. Another important reason is to hide himself. If he grows too tall, under satellite surveillance, being targeted is inevitable. He definitely doesn't want to become a research subject. The tree roots are hidden underground, allowing him to develop quietly. Thinking of this, Yifeng decisively stared at the system panel and clicked the plus sign behind the tree root length. Ding! Would you like to spend 1 point of spiritual energy and bioenergy to increase the tree root length? Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Yifeng chose yes without hesitation. As he clicked the button, he instantly felt as if something was missing from his body. The tree roots began to itch and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After becoming the world tree, Yifeng could precisely control the main root and 100 side roots. At this moment, it was these 101 roots that were growing wildly. In just 1 minute, the main root length increased by 20 centimeters. It actually grew this much. Yifeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He immediately used all the remaining spiritual energy and bioenergy to enhance the root length. Moments later, he checked the system panel and found that the root length had increased by 1.4 meters, growing from the original 20 meters to 21.4 meters. Now I can absorb spiritual energy from the air on my own, gaining 1 point of spiritual energy per hour, while bioenergy will be slightly higher. In other words, even if I do nothing, I can gain 24 points of spiritual energy in 24 hours, which will increase the length of my tree roots by 4.8 meters. After calculating this number, Yifeng was deeply shaken. Compared to ordinary plants, his growth speed was simply terrifying. Moreover, his highly anticipated devouring ability has yet to be used. As a tree, Yifeng cannot move, so the targets he can devour are naturally limited. The first target he chose was an earthworm in the soil. Relying on his dense root network, finding earthworms in the soil was a breeze for him, and it didn't take long to lock onto one. It is worth mentioning that today's earthworms have undergone a certain degree of mutation, with their size even comparable to chopsticks. This surprised Yifeng a little, but he didn't mind. The main root quickly moved over and wrapped around it. The mutated earthworm tried to struggle, but one side root after another followed closely. Within seconds, the earthworm was completely subdued. Yifeng focused his thoughts and activated the devouring ability. He could feel the tree roots continuously extracting spiritual energy and bioenergy from the earthworm. In just over 10 seconds, the earthworm shriveled up and lost its vitality. 1 point of spiritual energy and bioenergy added. Yifeng checked the system panel, feeling delighted. If he relied on absorbing it himself, it would take at least an hour, but now, it only took a minute to obtain it. Having tasted success, he naturally wanted to keep striving. Over the next 10 minutes, Yifeng found a total of 5 earthworms, devoured them all, and gained 5 points of spiritual energy and biomass. Is that all? There are really too few creatures underground. He swept the underground once more with tree roots, confirmed there were no omissions, and sighed helplessly. His gaze shifted to the surface. Compared to underground, there are far more creatures to devour on the surface. Passing ants, centipedes, and crickets are all his targets. Now, his main root has reached a length of 21.4 meters, while the lateral roots are approximately 80% of the main root's length, about 17.1 meters. Under such circumstances, any insect within 17 meters of his trunk can be easily hunted. But for distances exceeding 17 meters, he could only rely on the main root, making the difficulty increase significantly. However, in the dense forest where he was located, there were quite a few creatures within a 17-meter range. The hunting moment had arrived. Centered around him, centipedes, crickets, and ants vanished one after another. Among these 3 creatures, the finger-thick mutated centipede also provides 1 point of spiritual energy and bioenergy, but it is quite rare. As for crickets, they only provide 0.7 points of spiritual energy, and the mutated crickets are extremely agile, capable of leaping 1 or 2 meters with ease, making them quite difficult to catch. In comparison, mutated ants are Leaffang's favorite target. Although the finger-sized mutated ants only provide 0.1 points of spiritual energy and bioenergy, their large numbers mean that one often passes through his territory while foraging. Overall, ants provide the most spiritual energy. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yifeng glanced at the system panel. The spiritual energy value had already increased to 20 points, while the bioenergy had reached 25 points. This rate of growth made him very satisfied. At least it was much faster than the slow increase of his own spiritual energy value. Clearly, his previous decision was the right one. It's time to add points. As the tree roots grew, it became more convenient for him to use his devouring ability. 3 minutes later, Yifeng completed the third point allocation. Counting the previous 7 allocations, he had now completed 10-point allocations. At this moment, the evolution point value in the system panel finally changed from 0 to 1. So that's how evolution points are obtained. 10 attribute points can earn 1 evolution point. Gathering 10 evolution points allows for 1 evolution, and the difficulty isn't too high. Yifeng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Compared to extending the tree roots, evolution is clearly more important. Only by continuously evolving can he become stronger. Perhaps, if he reaches a certain level of strength, he might be able to break free from his current constraints. Next, Yifeng continued hunting while allocating points. The length of his tree roots steadily increased at a rate of 20 centimeters per minute. After 25 minutes, he had completed 25-point allocations. That's right, 25 times. During these 25 minutes, with the hunting, he gained another 8 points of spiritual energy and biomass. At this moment, Yifeng opened the system panel to check. Host, Yifeng, World Tree, Tree Height, 10 meters, Trunk Width, 0.5 meters, Root Length, 27 meters, Realm, First Stage Early Phase, Evolution Points, 3 out of 10 points, Special Ability, Devour, Spiritual Energy, 0 out of 100 points, Biological Energy, 8/100 points. In just over an hour, the length of his tree roots increased by 7 meters, and he accumulated 3 evolution points. Great! If everything goes smoothly, I can complete my first evolution tonight. Yifeng felt a surge of joy in his heart and worked even harder. However, when the time reached 8 o'clock and Yifeng tallied the harvest of the second hour, he realized he was mistaken. In this hour, he had only gained 16 points of spiritual energy and bioenergy. The insects around have decreased. Yifeng frowned slightly. This is quite a bad piece of news. As time goes on, the surrounding insects will surely become fewer and fewer. Just as he was feeling troubled, a mutated giant frog suddenly entered his field of vision. At this moment, his field of vision was almost no different from when he was alive. If he shifted the angle to the treetop, he could see even farther. He saw the mutated frog leaping toward him. According to the frog's path of movement, although it is not heading directly toward his tree, it will still cross his territory range. Yifeng felt excited. This mutated frog was as large as a normal human's foot, and devouring it would be equivalent to consuming 200 or 300 mutated ants. Of course, capturing it wouldn't be easy, as this frog could leap a distance of 5 meters with a single jump. Although his main root had already grown to 27 meters, he would at most have only 2 or 3 chances to strike. He must be prepared to deploy troops and assign generals underground. The main root and 100 lateral roots quietly completed a trap, waiting for the mutant frog to enter his territory. Finally, the mutant frog entered the range. Yifeng was in no hurry to act, quietly waiting for the opponent to go deeper. When the mutant frog approached within a 5-meter range and was about to pass by, a tree root rose from the ground, heading straight to entangle the mutant frog. Leaffang's tree root was hidden just 1 centimeter beneath the ground, launching a short-range ambush. The mutant frog had no time to react, and its hind leg was immediately ensnared. However, the mutant frog was extremely agile. The moment its hind leg was caught, its sturdy hind leg forcefully kicked the ground, leaping straight into the air. The subsequent tree roots failed to catch up in time, and the root that had ensnared the opponent was unexpectedly torn apart. Yifeng felt pain for the first time, as if his finger joints were dislocated. At this moment, he was both shocked and furious, while directly sensing the threat posed by the mutant creature. Injured by a frog? I'm still too weak. I need to speed up my growth, he warned himself, but the tree root's movements were anything but slow. Although one tree root was torn off, it still played a significant role, greatly shortening the mutated frog's jumping distance to just 3 meters. Moreover, the opponent lost balance in mid-air and landed sideways. At this moment, Yifeng no longer needed to hide, as 3 tree roots near the landing point had already burst out of the soil, waving. Before the mutated frog even landed, the 3 tree roots wrapped around it. However, the mutated frog possessed immense strength. Despite this, it continued to struggle relentlessly, seizing an opportunity to leap up once more. In its desperate efforts, 2 more tree roots were torn apart. Yet, one root still clung to it, causing the mutated frog to fall after leaping only a meter. The remaining roots quickly moved into position, especially the thick main root, which arrived swiftly and coiled around it, finally subduing the creature. Next came the activation of the devouring ability, beginning the absorption process. This mutated frog gave him a full 25 points of spiritual energy and biomass. In this battle, although 3 tree roots were torn off, they all possess self-repairing abilities, and the torn sections were not very long. They can regrow completely in at most an hour. Paying this small price to gain 25 energy points is definitely a profitable deal. Not bad at all. If only a few more mutated frogs could show up, maybe I could evolve directly, Yifeng thought cheerfully. At this moment, he even thought of the mutated wild boar that had overturned their bus earlier. Such a massive mutated wild boar, if he could devour it, it might allow him to evolve a dozen times. Of course, devouring the mutated wild boar was just a thought for Yifeng. If he actually encountered it, he would probably be smashed into pieces by the mutated wild boar rather than devouring it. Even so, he still harbored dreams in his heart. Although he couldn't win now, after evolving a few times, he might have a chance. Next, it was time to allocate points. With 25 points of spiritual energy, it was enough to increase the length of his roots from 27 meters to 32 meters. Then came the monotonous continuation of hunting. Sure enough, as he expected, the number of insects was steadily decreasing, hour by hour. If the income from mutated frogs was excluded, in the 3rd hour, the spiritual energy he harvested had dropped to 14 points. In the 4th hour, it fell to 13 points, in the 5th hour, it was only 8 points, and by the 6th hour, it had dwindled to just 5 points. There was no way around it. As Yifeng continued to devour, the number of insects in the surrounding area was bound to sharply decline. Fortunately, even so, by midnight, Yifeng finally achieved his goal. He had completed 100 upgrades, and the root length had reached a full 40 meters. For every 10 upgrades, he could earn 1 evolution point, and the evolution points on the system panel had reached the maximum value of 10 points. Finally, it's time to evolve. Ding! Please choose the enhancement direction. Seeing the system prompt pop up, Yifeng was slightly surprised and immediately checked the details. It turned out that during evolution, in addition to the comprehensive improvement of the tree's body, specific abilities in a particular direction could also be enhanced. For example, in terms of root length, strength, flexibility, toughness, and repair speed could be improved. The enhancement directions for different parts are largely similar, but there are subtle differences. The height of the tree can increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption, while the width of the trunk can raise the maximum energy storage capacity, and so on. However, Yifeng is currently only considering enhancement from the perspective of root length. Initially, he thought about increasing strength, but after careful consideration, he ultimately decided to enhance the flexibility of the roots. At this stage, what he lacks the most is flexibility. If his tree roots were flexible enough, the mutant frog he tried to capture earlier wouldn't have had any chance to escape. Before the frog could react, a dozen tree roots would swarm over and firmly restrain it. After Yifeng made his choice, the evolution officially began. A strange energy enveloped his entire body. With the help of this peculiar energy, his body underwent dramatic changes. The tree trunk grew taller rapidly, the trunk became increasingly sturdy, and the roots continued to extend. He felt both his body and mind had been elevated. The evolution process wasn't very long. It took only 5 minutes, but he had already undergone earth-shattering changes. Yifeng immediately opened the system panel to check. Host, Yifeng, World Tree, Tree height 15 meters, Trunk width 0.75 meters, Root length 50 meters, Realm, First Stage, Mid-Phase, Evolution points, 0 out of 10 points, Special ability, Devour, Spiritual energy, 0/150 points, Bioenergy, 20/150 points. His realm advanced from the early stage of the first tier to the mid-stage, with significant increases in all 3 attributes. The tree's height increased by 5 meters, the trunk's width expanded by 0.25 meters, and the roots extended by 10 meters. It actually increased so much, the height suddenly soared to 15 meters. If this evolution continues, I might stand out like a crane among chickens in this valley. Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. In this valley, the tallest tree is only a little over 50 meters, and few other trees exceed 20 meters. He suddenly shot up a significant height, already becoming somewhat conspicuous. If he evolves again and breaks through to the late stage of the first tier, the height of his tree body will catch up with the first echelon. As long as my height doesn't exceed the 300-meter-tall giant tree on Xiaofeng Mountain, the Research Institute probably won't target me, right? Yifeng felt a bit nervous. He definitely didn't want to become a research subject, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Forget about all that for now. Improving my strength is the most important thing. I can't let fear hold me back. With the breakthrough in his abilities, he not only grew taller but also experienced improvements in various aspects. His strength, resilience, and recovery speed all increased to varying degrees. If another mutated frog appeared, it would no longer be able to easily tear off his roots. However, the overall enhancement effect is clearly not as good as the the abilities he specifically strengthened. A tree root emerged from the soil. Previously, he could only control the root to whip or perform simple bindings, but more complex actions were beyond his capability. Now, it is noticeably more flexible, even capable of writing on the ground with the root. Although the handwriting is somewhat crooked, this is undoubtedly a significant improvement. At the same time, the attack speed and movement speed of the tree roots were also twice as fast as before. Previously, my success rate in hunting crickets was only around 70%, but now it has increased to 100%. After familiarizing himself for a while, Yifeng made this judgment. Next comes further improvement. It took him only 6 hours to complete the first evolution, which was naturally worth celebrating. But the problem has not been resolved, and the insects passing through his territory are still decreasing. If this continues, it will probably take a whole day to gather enough evolution points for the second evolution, and the breakthrough speed afterward will likely become even slower. This is despite my territory constantly expanding. Yifeng sighed inwardly. Of course, there is no shortage of solutions. He quickly swept through the worms in the soil and the insects on the ground, this time directly targeting the sky. A tree attempting to hunt airborne targets would have been nothing but wishful thinking in the past. But now his main root has reached a length of 50 meters, and his lateral roots extend up to 40 meters. With the improved flexibility of his roots, he can now weave them into a large net. If a bird flies at a low altitude below 40 meters, he has at least a 60% chance of catching it with a tree net. In addition, there are also some cicadas on the nearby trees, especially on a banyan tree to the right, where there is also a bird's nest. All of these can become his food. Yifeng scanned the area, but at this time, there were no birds around. Therefore, his first target was the cicada still chirping on the neighboring ginkgo tree. A tree root broke through the soil and quickly climbed up along the trunk of the ginkgo tree. But halfway up, the tree root suddenly stopped. Yifeng was stunned to discover that when the tree root touched the trunk of the ginkgo tree, his devouring ability could actually be used. That's right. Since my devouring ability can absorb the spiritual energy and bioenergy within any living organism, it naturally includes trees. At this moment, Yifeng seemed to have discovered a new treasure, his tone brimming with excitement. Immediately, he activated his devouring ability and began absorbing spiritual energy and bioenergy from the ginkgo tree. It really works! As Yifeng devoured, the leaves of the ginkgo tree began to turn yellow, and the parts entangled by his roots withered. Seeing this scene, Yifeng's excitement instantly vanished, because he thought of a rather serious problem. Although he could devour other trees to grow quickly, doing so would leave the surroundings barren within a few days. Evolving a few more times, as the tree rapidly grows taller, it will become increasingly conspicuous. A satellite scanning this valley casually would definitely notice something unusual. This won't do. If the tree withers away, not only will I be discovered, but other mutated creatures might also avoid coming near, indirectly reducing my spiritual energy value. At this moment, Yifeng felt a bit troubled. He sensed that if the ginkgo tree before him were absorbed, it could provide at least 30 points of spiritual energy value. It would be too much of a waste to give it up. While pondering how to solve the problem, Yifeng suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy within the ginkgo tree had increased slightly. Although faint, he still managed to catch it. He immediately realized that these trees were also continuously absorbing spiritual energy from the air. In other words, the spiritual energy within these trees is a renewable resource. At this moment, Yifeng was so excited that even his roots trembled slightly. He could completely wait for the trees to absorb the spiritual energy on their own, and then harvest it periodically. As long as he doesn't devour too much spiritual energy at once, it won't have a significant impact on the growth of the trees. Yes, this is the best path for development. In the future, I could even let the entire forest nurture my growth. Next, Yifeng carefully studied the trees around him. Generally speaking, plants that reach a height of 20 meters can absorb approximately 0.1 points of spiritual energy per hour. This means the rate at which these trees absorb spiritual energy is only 1/10 of his. Of course, this is not hard to understand, as he is the world tree, and other trees cannot compare to him. Immediately afterward, he tested other trees and found that as long as the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed at one time did not exceed the amount the tree absorbed in an hour, it would not affect them. Great, then I can harvest once every hour from now on. Yifeng turned his gaze to the surrounding trees. Now, the length of his main root had already reached 50 meters. 50 meters may not sound very long, but if you draw a circle with a radius of 50 meters, the area covered would be 7,850 square meters. Yifeng's main root can now control an area of this size. Within this vast region, approximately 150 trees are grown. growing. However, the heights of these trees vary, ranging from 7 or 8 meters to over 20 meters, and the amount of spiritual energy absorbed per hour certainly differs as well. Especially for those trees that are less than 10 meters tall, the spiritual energy absorbed in an hour is not even 0.05 points. Of course, even a mosquito is still meat, and the total sum of all the trees is bound to be substantial. Yifeng directly deployed hundreds of tree roots, quickly harvesting a wave of spiritual energy, and soon gained 10 points of spiritual energy value. Apart from the trees, those shrubs, and some sturdy wild grasses also became his targets. These plants combined added another 3 points of spiritual energy to him. Finally, his height had already reached 15 meters, and he could absorb 1.5 points of spiritual energy per hour. In other words, even if he did nothing, he could still gain 14.5 points of spiritual energy in an hour, which amounts to 348 points in a day. When he calculated this number, Yifeng was so excited that his leaves rustled loudly. Calm down, I need to stay calm. After all, I am the world tree, considered the ruler of the world. How can I be so smug over such a small gain? However, I really couldn't hold back. Ha ha ha. After a burst of excitement, Yifeng began observing every tree around him, all of them friendly. These trees were his subjects, and as the Lord, he should naturally take on the responsibility. For instance, on the banyan tree to the right, a few caterpillars were gnawing on the leaves. He quickly extended his roots and devoured them. In this way, he swept through the trees one by one, hunting down caterpillars, cicadas, and other insects. Next, he began devouring weeds. Although these weeds could also provide spiritual energy, the problem was that the amount was far too little, estimated to be only 0.001 points per hour. Harvesting them every hour would just be a waste of time for him. Instead, it was better to devour them directly, which could provide a considerable amount of spiritual energy all at once. Of course, Yifeng did not clear all the weeds, only devouring the parts that he found displeasing. After spending about half an hour, he tidied up the area of his territory. This looks much better now. Yifeng glanced at his territory. There were no insects causing trouble, nor weeds growing wildly. Instead, there was a neat lawn. Of course, the most important thing is that after half an hour of tidying up, 35 points of spiritual energy were gained. The only slightly unsightly thing is the ginkgo tree with yellowing leaves beside me. Sigh, little buddy, for the next while, I won't be drawing your spiritual energy. Grow well and work hard later, I've got your back. Such a pity, I can't return the spiritual energy to you. Yifeng muttered to himself, then suddenly paused. Wait, maybe I can really give it a try. He pulled out a tree root and once again wrapped it around the ginkgo tree. This time, he reversed the use of his devouring ability and immediately discovered that the spiritual energy within his body was flowing in reverse, being injected into the ginkgo tree. It actually works. Yifeng was somewhat surprised. What amazed him even more was that as spiritual energy was infused, the originally yellowing leaves of the ginkgo tree turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the previously withered parts of the tree trunk regained vitality within just a few minutes. Spiritual energy has such miraculous effects. However, Yifeng also noticed that the consumption for extraction and restoration is different. Previously, he had extracted 3 points of spiritual energy from this ginkgo tree, but injected a full 6 points of spiritual energy into it to restore the tree to its original state. Although it's a bit of a loss, it's still acceptable. After all, the difficulty of destruction and restoration is inherently different. Consuming twice the spiritual energy, he felt it was still acceptable. However, even after the ginkgo tree was restored, Yifeng did not stop but continued to channel spiritual energy into it. He wanted to verify another hypothesis in his mind. As he kept channeling spiritual energy into the ginkgo tree, just as he had anticipated, the ginkgo tree began to grow rapidly. But unlike him, perhaps because these plants lacked consciousness, their growth was comprehensive, with the height of the treetop, the width of the trunk, and the length of the roots all increasing simultaneously. Yifeng roughly estimated that the growth speed of the opponent's root length was only 1/30th of his, which meant it grew 0.66 centimeters per minute. At the same time, he discovered that the amount of spiritual energy the opponent could store was also very limited. When he injected 5 points of spiritual energy into the opponent, he found he could no longer continue. By this calculation, the upper limit of ordinary trees after mutation is actually quite limited. Of course, not all are like this. For example, the one on Xiaofang Mountain is very special. Yifeng summarized while simultaneously extracting the spiritual energy he had injected into the other party's body. Experiment is experiment. The spiritual energy cannot be given to the other party. Helping repair the tree body was merely to ensure better work for himself. Yifeng glanced at the system panel showing the remaining 44 points of spiritual energy and prepared for a new round of allocation. At that moment, his gaze swept over the corpse beneath the tree, and a sudden thought emerged in his mind. Since spiritual energy is so miraculous, if I inject it into my original body, could it bring me back to life? Although he felt that being a tree wasn't bad, it still couldn't compare to being a human. With this thought in mind, he could no longer hold back. He immediately extended a tree root to touch his body, then reversed the devouring ability, continuously injecting spiritual energy into the body. Soon after, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the corpse, which had been dead for a long time and had become very stiff, gradually softened, and the corpse spots on the body began to disappear. Finally, the wound where the venomous snake had bitten began to heal, and the venom in his body seemed to have been neutralized. Until the very end, he saw that his face had even turned rosy, as if he could open his eyes at any moment. But this scene ultimately did not occur. His heartbeat did not resume, nor did his breathing. It was only when he could no longer inject spiritual energy that Yifeng stopped, a wave of disappointment surging in his heart. Actually, his feelings were quite complicated. If his body really opened its eyes, would he still be himself at that time? However, he quickly abandoned this thought, firmly determined to find a way to revive. Even if it's not possible now, with continuous evolution, one day he will be able to achieve it. As for his original body, he also discovered that as long as he filled it with spiritual energy, it could remain in this state without decaying, and the price he needed to pay was merely 10 points of spiritual energy per day. 10 points of spiritual energy per day to retain a hope of resurrection. This was worth the cost for him. After some experimentation, Yifeng finally began allocating points. To help the ginkgo tree, he spent 6 points of spiritual energy. To repair his own body, he consumed another 20 points of spiritual energy. Finally, to maintain his physical condition, he infused 10 points of spiritual energy. After all the fuss, the original 50 points of spiritual energy had dwindled to just 14 points. However, discovering that spiritual energy had so many wonderful uses, he didn't feel distressed. The main reason was that he could collect earnings every hour, which made him feel more confident. 14 points of spiritual energy were quickly allocated, and the tree root length increased by another 2.8 meters. It is worth mentioning that Yifeng discovered that as he broke through to the mid-stage of the first tier, the speed of tree root growth during allocation also significantly accelerated. Previously, completing one allocation required 1 minute, but now it has been shortened to 50 seconds. This means he won't have to spend a lot of time on allocation in the future, which is undoubtedly good news. As the territory expands, the spiritual energy value will surely increase. If the rate of allocation remains unchanged, it is possible that in the future the collection speed of spiritual energy value will surpass the consumption speed. Of course, this is just a beautiful vision. For now, he still needs to develop steadily and pragmatically. The length of the tree roots has increased by 2.8 meters, and the territory range naturally expanded accordingly. So he first carried out a wave of harvesting, clearing weeds and devouring insects that strayed into his territory. After finishing all this, he finally began to rest. Of course, as a tree, he actually didn't need to sleep. However, Leaf Maple wanted to retain some human habits. After all, he no longer cared about the occasional passing ant or two. Instead of waiting foolishly, it's better to take a nap and harvest a wave of spiritual energy every hour. That night passed in such a peaceful atmosphere. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Yifeng checked the system panel and found that the root length had already reached 70 meters. Meanwhile, the evolution points had also reached their maximum value, allowing for another evolution. This time, Yifeng chose to enhance the power attribute of the tree roots. 5 minutes later, the evolution was complete, successfully breaking through to reach the late stage of level 1. Now, the height of his tree body had reached 20 meters, making it one of the taller ones in this valley. The width of the tree body was also 1 meter, and most importantly, the length of the tree roots had grown to 80 meters. In his current territory, the spiritual energy harvested per hour has already reached 18 points. Coupled with his current tree height, he can also absorb 2 points of spiritual energy per hour. Doing nothing, he can harvest 20 points of spiritual energy per hour. More importantly, he extended a tree root and struck the ground forcefully, leaving a clear mark on the surface. Then he controlled the tree root to move to a nearby bush, selected a small dwarf sand cypress, and pulled it upward with force, slowly extracting it from the soil. My current pulling strength with the tree root should reach 30 pounds, Yifeng said with considerable satisfaction. It's worth noting that this refers to the strength of a single tree root. With hundreds of roots working together, he could even move objects weighing over 3,000 pounds. With my current strength, I can even hunt some animals that aren't particularly large. Yifeng then thought of that wild boar the size of a small car. I can't get overconfident. That mutated wild boar is at least 2nd tier, maybe even 3rd tier. I can't court death, Yifeng warned himself silently. He had to be cautious now, because while others could escape if they couldn't win, he had no way to run. Of course, the other plans can be implemented, such as weaving a net with tree roots to catch birds. With his current strength, as long as they are bound, almost no bird can escape. Now his main root has reached 80 meters, and the side roots are about 64 meters long, which means the range he can cover is quite extensive. After all, 64 meters is already equivalent to the height of a 21-story building. At this moment, the sky was gradually brightening, and Yifeng saw birds in the distance starting to come out to hunt for food. However, the first thing he encountered was not any kind of bird, but a bat. Then, a swarm of bats flew over. At this moment, Yifeng had long abandoned his plan to catch birds. After all, he wasn't wasn't picky, as long as it was a mutated creature, it would do. Watching a large group of bats flying low, Yifeng quickly used tree roots to form a giant net 5 meters wide. He then hid the giant net among the dense leaves at the top of the tree. When the group of bats swept over the treetop, the giant net promptly enveloped them. However, bats are inherently agile, and after mutating, not only did their size become enormous, but their speed also far surpassed what it was before. At the moment they sensed danger, they seemed to transform into streaks of shadows, and hundreds of bats scattered in an instant. The flying speed of these bats was far beyond what Yifeng's tree roots could match. However, his sneak attack this time involved hiding the tree net above the treetops, which was quite close to these bats. Coupled with the 5-meter-wide giant net, it was indeed large enough that not all of the hundreds of bats could escape. In the end, 2 of them were caught in the net. The wingspan of these 2 mutant bats reached half a meter when fully extended, and each flap generated immense force. They had also evolved sharp fangs and claws, leaving deep gashes on the tree roots they attacked. The scene before him made Yifeng secretly alarmed. If he hadn't advanced to the late stage of the first tier, becoming stronger, these 2 bats might have torn apart his tree net with just their struggles. But now, since they couldn't break free immediately, as the tree net suddenly tightened, they no longer had any chance. This massive tree net was directly woven by him using 50 tree roots, and the combined force of all the roots could unleash a strength of 1,500 pounds. Crack, crack. As the tree net tightened, the sound of bones breaking immediately came from the 2 mutated bats. What followed was devouring. The 2 mutated bats together provided Yifeng with a total of 50 points of spiritual energy. Hunting really brings in the most income. Looking at the spiritual energy value on the system panel, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. As long as he captures 2 more bats, he will have enough spiritual energy for another evolution. However, after mutation, these animals not only became physically stronger but also seemed to have grown smarter. The bats scattered and dared not approach, instead circling around Yifeng and emitting squeaking sounds. This directly resulted in no other bats or even bird-like creatures coming near him. Damn, they're even trying to disgust me now, Yifeng cursed inwardly, but he had no better solution and could only continue to bide his time and develop. Fortunately, hunting was just an additional growth point. Harvesting plant spiritual energy was his main focus. He began silently allocating points. 50 points of spiritual energy could extend his roots by another 10 meters and accumulate 5 more evolution points. In just over 2 hours, he would be able to evolve again. Yifeng adjusted his plan in his mind. At that moment, the sudden ringing of a bell startled his tree body. His gaze shifted downward, looking at the corpse that seemed to have fallen into slumber. After a brief silence, a tree root extended and took out a phone from the pocket. The caller ID clearly displayed the word mother. Staring at the screen, Yifeng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. According to the previously accepted mission plan, if everything went smoothly, he would be able to return that evening. And now it's already the morning of the second day. It's estimated that the school suspects they have sacrificed themselves and has informed their families. Yifeng silently stared at his phone until the call ended. He couldn't speak now. Even answering the call would be pointless. Even if he could speak, he hadn't figured out what kind of excuse he should make up. After that, his parents made several more consecutive calls, and the school also called once. But Yifeng could only watch silently. Give me some more time, I will be able to return sooner or later, Yifeng said firmly in his heart. As for his parents' situation, he wasn't too worried at the moment. Before carrying out the mission, the research institute had already transferred the funds, and he had transferred 100,000 yuan to his parents' account. Apart from that, according to the agreement they signed with the insurance company, as long as they are missing for 3 days, the 1 million accidental insurance compensation will be transferred to their parents' account. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Yifeng waited until the phone stopped ringing. He then used the tree root to control the phone, entered the password to unlock it, and immediately went online to check the news. Sure enough, on Yangchang News, he sought information related to their team. Unexpectedly, one survivor managed to escape back. Truly lucky. Yifeng glanced at the picture and found that it was one of the security guards. In the photo, he is wrapped in multiple bandages, and the description mentions that he broke a rib while being chased by a wild boar. After successfully escaping, he encountered other mutated creatures and fled all the way. He was somewhat lucky to come across a large convoy transporting supplies on the road, which allowed him to return alive. Otherwise, he would likely have faced a dead end. The wilderness is getting more and more dangerous, Yifeng said with a grave expression. Not to mention, just the mutant bat that was recently hunted would be extremely dangerous for humans to encounter in the wild. If faced with a group of them, even armed, it would be difficult to ensure one's safety. Of course, as for this report, he only glanced at it briefly before exiting and proceeded to check other information. There was one matter he needed to confirm in his heart, which was whether the school or research institutions would send out search teams to look for their bodies. If they really came searching, it would undoubtedly be a troublesome matter for him. However, perhaps the news brought back by the rescued survivor was too horrifying, making other teams unwilling to take on the task of searching for bodies under such high-risk conditions, so no similar information information was seen. Not coming to search is the best outcome. This also gives me a reason to make up an excuse when I go back later, Yifeng muttered to himself while opening the world news section. This was something he used to do every day. Compared to the domestic situation, some places have seen mutated animals evolve much faster, especially in the Amazon jungle. The mutated creatures there often represent the existence of the first echelon. He had just opened the world news section, glanced at the trending news, and almost dropped his phone. Hashtag the first city destroyed by mutated animals. Hashtag. Yifeng quickly clicked on the information to check and found that the destroyed city was a small city in Asian country. Of course, even though that city is small, it still has a population of over 200,000. The global sensation caused by such news is imaginable. A video was also attached below this information. Yifeng clicked to view it, and the video began with intense gunfire. From the video, it appears to be a local militia engaged in fierce combat with mutated creatures. Among the mutated creatures, the most striking are the mutated buffaloes, each the size of a small truck. As everyone knows, in the country of Asan, cows are considered extremely sacred animals. People there do not eat beef, and even wild buffalo overpopulation can occur. Due to the large population base, mutated wild buffaloes are particularly numerous in Asan. In the video, more than a dozen mutated buffaloes launch a charge. They resemble a dozen tanks, and wherever they pass, houses collapse one after another. Facing the firepower of automatic rifles, they relentlessly pursued the humans engaging them in combat. Bullets hit their bodies, seemingly tearing their flesh, but the projectiles only penetrated 4 to 5 centimeters at most before being stopped by their solid muscles, unable to inflict fatal damage. Finally, a rocket-propelled grenade managed to kill one mutated buffalo, but eliminating a single buffalo had no decisive impact on the battle. For civilian armed groups, the greatest threat was not these mutated buffaloes, but the agile mutated rats. They moved through a hail of bullets, swiftly approaching the armed members with their incredibly agile bodies, followed by a flurry of biting. Even though the armed members quickly use military knives to deal with the rats, by the time they do, several chunks of flesh have already been torn from their bodies. However, killing a few mutant rats is completely futile. Just in the areas captured by the cameras, there are hundreds of mutant rats. If the total number across the entire city were tallied, it would likely be a figure that sends chills down one's spine. Although mutant buffalo and mutant rats are the main forces in this war, they are not the ones causing the greatest harm to civilians. The greatest harm comes from the ubiquitous mutant mosquitoes. The latter part of the video is footage recorded by a high-definition camera at the bank entrance. People are desperately fleeing, while behind them swarms of mutant mosquitoes cover the sky in pursuit. They resemble dark clouds, even obscuring the sky. These mutated mosquitoes are as large as ordinary cockroaches. Hundreds of mutated mosquitoes swarm together, capable of overwhelming a normal adult in an instant. In just a dozen seconds, they fly away, leaving behind only a shriveled corpse. Even more horrifying was the large swarm of mutated flies and cockroaches that followed closely behind, quickly devouring the corpses on the ground. Even Yifeng couldn't help but feel uncomfortable watching this scene, and the comments below the video had already exploded. This made me shiver in fear. I immediately checked the mosquito nets at home. To the commenter above, if mosquitoes keep mutating like this, mosquito nets won't be effective anymore, let alone cockroaches and rats. I've decided to volunteer tomorrow and join the city's mosquito eradication team. Has no one noticed that the mutated rat in the video is particularly large? Excluding the tail, its body length is 30 centimeters. Does this mean that mutated rats in our country will also grow this big in the future? Terrifying. Watching the heated discussions online, Yifeng grew increasingly solemn. This incident can be considered a bellwether. Although the degree of mutation in animals varies across the world, it's only a matter of time. The situation in Asian country will likely be unavoidable for other nations, including Hua country. I am still not strong enough. I need to become powerful enough to protect my family in times of crisis, and even the entire region, Yifeng thought to himself. He briefly browsed the news again and, seeing that his phone battery was down to only 51%, he immediately chose to turn it off. This phone was his only means of obtaining information about the outside world, so he naturally couldn't afford to waste even a bit of its battery. Afterward, Yifeng returned to his harvesting work. The morning insect activity increased, and the speed at which his spiritual energy accumulated also improved significantly. At the same time, the mutated mosquitoes in the air caught his attention. Although the mutated mosquitoes here were not as terrifying as those in the videos, they were already quite large. Each mutated mosquito was at least the size of a fingertip. Given the current situation, it might not take even a month for them to evolve to the size of an ordinary cockroach. Thus, within his capabilities, he planned to carry out a wave of cleanup against the mutant mosquitoes. But as he truly took action, he realized it was far from easy. These mosquitoes, after mutating, had significantly improved both their reaction speed and flight velocity. Trying to swat them was even harder than swatting a fly. His tree roots weren't that agile, so the only way to hunt these mutant mosquitoes was through the tree network. Even so, at most, only 2 or 3 mutant mosquitoes could be captured at a time, and the spiritual energy they provided was only 0.1 points. It was time-consuming and labor-intensive, with little gain, so Yifeng ultimately decided to give up. For now, capturing other insects to enhance himself was the most important. After adjusting his strategy, in just an hour and a half, the length of his tree roots reached 100 meters. At the same time, evolution points have accumulated to 10, allowing for another evolution. The speed of breakthroughs is really getting faster and faster. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. Ding! Please choose the enhancement direction. Looking at the system prompt that popped up again, Yifeng frowned and pondered. This time, he chose to enhance the toughness of the tree roots. When hunting the mutated bats earlier, his tree roots couldn't withstand their sharp fangs and claws at all. If he had delayed even a few seconds, the tree roots might have been severed. The toughness of the tree roots is equivalent to strengthening their defense, which is also very necessary. Otherwise, when hunting large beasts in the future, if his tree roots snap with a single pull, that would not be fun. After choosing the enhancement direction, Yifeng entered an evolution state. In just 5 minutes, he underwent a tremendous transformation once again. Host, Yifeng, World Tree, Tree height, 25 meters. Trunk width, 1.25 meters. Root length, 110 meters. Realm, first tier peak. Evolution points, 0 out of 10 points. Special ability, Devour. Aura value, 0/200 points. Biological energy, 30/200 points. Glancing at the system panel, Yifeng felt quite satisfied. There had been significant improvements in all aspects, especially in the tree roots, where strength, flexibility, and toughness had been enhanced. He felt that in this valley, he could be considered invincible. Of course, there were also things he was dissatisfied with. With his latest breakthrough, his tree height had reached 25 meters, making him extremely conspicuous in this valley. Now, there were fewer than 20 trees taller than him. Perhaps after a few more evolutions, I'll truly stand out, Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. But now, he couldn't stop and could only pray that he wouldn't be discovered too soon. As the tree roots grew longer and the territory expanded further, Yifeng's hourly spiritual energy harvest had already reached a terrifying level of 35 points. So, when noon arrived, he could evolve again. Moreover, he was already at the peak of the first tier. Next comes the breakthrough to a major realm. As the breakthrough was imminent, Yifeng specifically opened the system panel to take a look. In just over 2 hours, the length of his tree roots had increased by another 100 times, reaching 130 meters. With the territory range expanding once again, he can now harvest 40 points of spiritual energy per hour even without doing anything. To be honest, Yifeng hadn't expected everything to go so smoothly. Moreover, he is now facing the biggest turning point in tree life. He took a deep breath and clicked the evolution button. Ding! Please select the enhancement direction. Seeing the system prompt pop up, Yifeng did not hesitate much and directly chose repair speed this time. There are 4 enhancement directions for tree roots: strength, flexibility, toughness, and repair speed. Since the first 3 have already been enhanced, he didn't want to leave any flaws, so this round of enhancement covered all of them. As the choices were made, evolution quickly began. This time, the intensity of evolution surpassed any previous instance, and the duration extended from the original 5 minutes to 10 minutes. When the evolution was complete, he immediately opened the system panel to check. Host, Yifeng, World Tree, Tree height, 35 meters. Trunk width, 1.75 meters. Root length, 150 meters. Realm, second stage, early phase. Evolution points, 0 to 40 points. Special abilities, Devour, Capture. Spiritual energy, 0/350 points. Biological energy, 115/350 points. First are the 3 attributes of the body. The height of the tree has unexpectedly increased directly from the original 25 meters to 35 meters. This change greatly surprised Yifeng. Looking across the entire valley, his current height could already rank in the top 5. Moreover, at this rate of growth, just 2 more evolutions in the first place would undoubtedly be his. This really is making me stand out from the crowd. Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. Of course, stopping his evolution was impossible, so he could only take it one step at a time moving forward. As for the width of the tree trunk, there's not much to say about it. Enhancing it only increases the storage capacity for spiritual energy and bioenergy. There's no need to elaborate on spiritual energy, as it's basically used immediately for adding points. However, the increase in bioenergy storage seems to have some utility. Although his bioenergy is constantly being consumed, the total amount is increasing because his devouring ability can simultaneously absorb 2 types of energy. Adding the length of the tree roots, primarily used to absorb bioenergy, this also resulted in his bioenergy increasing more and more. Since it is unclear whether bioenergy has other functions, he can only store it for now. Finally, there is the length of the tree roots, which is the part that has changed the most. As for the length, it goes without saying that the 150-meter distance has expanded his territory by another circle. Compared to the extension of the tree roots, he cared more about the quality of these roots. A breakthrough in a major realm signifies an all-around all-around enhanced version of strengthening. Compared to before, the tree roots underwent a transformative change. Swish! A tree root as thick as a forearm burst out of the ground, resembling a swift and fierce whip, striking directly at the nearby ginkgo tree. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the bark of the ginkgo tree fell off, leaving a dent about 5 centimeters deep on its trunk. Meanwhile, the tree root remained completely unharmed, with even the surface of its root system intact. Obviously, the material between the two is no longer on the same level. Yifeng estimated that the force of his strike was at least 100 pounds. He only needed to pull out 10 tree roots, twist them into a rope, and with one strike, he could generate a force of over 1,000 pounds, directly snapping the ginkgo tree in half. With my current strength, dealing with mutated bats again, a single tree root would be enough to easily subdue them. In other words, my current combat power is at least equivalent to 200 mutated bats, Yifeng pondered. Without a standard reference, he could only use mutated bats as a measure. The reason he said he could defeat 200 mutated bats instead of 100 was because, after breaking through to the second tier, he unexpectedly grew another main root and 100 side roots. It is no exaggeration to say that this breakthrough in his realm has greatly enhanced his combat power. Of course, aside from the points mentioned above, the system panel also displayed a new ability that caught his attention. His gaze fell on the special abilities section. In addition to the devouring ability, a new captive ability had unexpectedly appeared. He clicked with his mind, and the information about the ability immediately appeared in his mind. After using the ability, there is a certain probability of capturing other creatures. The success rate depends on the difference in strength between the two parties. At the current stage, up to 20 creatures can be captured. The relationship is automatically severed upon death. Although the introduction was somewhat simplistic, it already made Yifeng's eyes light up. After capturing other creatures, can they be directly controlled? Yifeng pondered while searching for a target. The first thing he noticed, of course, was the various insects within the territory. However, these little critters wouldn't be of much use even if captured, so Yifeng quickly shifted his gaze to the banyan tree on the left. On the tree, there was a bird's nest with 2 sparrows and a few bird eggs inside. Originally, this was the food he had designated, but after discovering that he could absorb spiritual energy from other trees, he temporarily set them aside. After all, he quite liked sparrows, these small birds. He had previously thought about keeping a pair by his side to alleviate loneliness. Now they could be put to good use. If he captured this pair of sparrows, his control over the sky would be enhanced. Acting on his thoughts, over a dozen tree roots broke through the soil. Some quietly extended upward along the banyan tree's trunk, while others used nearby trees for cover, hiding the roots at the treetops. Yifeng was quite steady. Even when dealing with 2 small sparrows, he set up an inescapable trap. In fact, these 2 mutated sparrows had long been very wary of Yifeng, as the growth speed of the world tree was simply too fast. However, there were still bird eggs in the nest, and they were unwilling to leave directly. At this moment, the 2 sparrows saw the approaching tree roots and immediately flew up. If it had been before Yifeng's breakthrough, they might have been able to escape. But now, the speed of the tree roots movement was not much slower than theirs. Coupled with the inescapable trap set by Yifeng, the moment the 2 sparrows took flight, several tree roots shot out from the tops of nearby trees, directly weaving a large net in the sky, enveloping them. There was no surprise, the 2 sparrows were firmly entangled by the tree roots. When the tree roots trapped the 2 sparrows, Yifeng realized he could use his captivity ability. Don't resist. Become my captives, and I guarantee you'll live better than before. As Yifeng spoke, he activated his ability. These 2 little sparrows had no power to resist in front of Yifeng. As the capture ability was activated, the 2 sparrows quickly fell into a dazed state. Of course, this process didn't take long. Just 1 minute later, a smile appeared on Yifeng's face. Got it. He immediately opened the system panel, and at this moment, an auxiliary panel appeared below the main panel, displaying basic information about the 2 mutated sparrows. Name, mutated sparrow. Realm, Tier 1 mid-stage. Loyalty, 80%. Only at the mid-stage of the first tier. No wonder it's so weak, Yifeng couldn't help but say. Of course, Yifeng also understood that strength wasn't solely determined by the tier, it also depended on the type of animal. If this weren't a sparrow but a falcon, it would probably possess considerable combat power even at the mid-stage of the first tier. After making a remark, his attention was quickly drawn to the loyalty attribute. As he clicked with his thoughts, he quickly saw the system's noted information. He understood that the initial loyalty level of captured creatures varied depending on their intelligence. Loyalty can increase or decrease, and if it falls below 60%, there is a chance they might break free from captivity. However, if it reaches 100%, loyalty would be equivalent to that of a death soldier, and they would carry out orders, even to commit suicide, without hesitation. At the same time, reaching 100% loyalty can also unlock a hidden ability, possession, allowing one's consciousness to possess the captured target and achieve complete control. After reading the system introduction, Yifeng instantly understood the importance of loyalty. The initial loyalty is already at 80%, which isn't low, but how can it be increased? Li Feng pondered while extending tree roots, winding them toward the two sparrows. Since they had already been captured, the two sparrows no longer feared Li Feng. They even displayed a sense of affection, actively approaching the tree roots. After wrapping them up, Li Feng weighed them and found that the two sparrows, after mutating, were no longer small. They were several times larger than normal sparrows, almost the size of pigeons. Of course, at this moment, they still appeared tiny in front of him. He first used a tree root to tease the two little sparrows, wanting to see if walking the birds could increase their loyalty. Unfortunately, this method was clearly ineffective, or perhaps the bird walking time wasn't long enough. Either way, after teasing them for 10 minutes, the loyalty level on the system panel remained unchanged. Looks like I'll have to bleed a little, Yi Feng muttered to himself. He harvested a wave of spiritual energy from his territory, then used the tree root to entangle the two sparrows and activated the devouring ability. Of course, it's reverse activation. He injected spiritual energy into the two sparrows, and as the energy entered, the sparrows immediately chirped excitedly. At the same time, Yi Feng could see through the system panel that their loyalty was rapidly increasing, rising from 80% to 85% in just a few minutes. He injected 5 points of spiritual energy into each sparrow, and only stopped when he felt they could no longer contain anymore. Follow me, and there will be plenty of spiritual energy. Yi Feng conveyed his intentions through the captive contract. Immediately, the two sparrows became even more excited, and their loyalty unexpectedly increased by another 1%. This couldn't help but make Yi Feng smile. Of course, he wasn't raising these two sparrows for nothing. After infusing them with a wave of spiritual energy, he immediately issued a new command: go outside and, whether through luring, seducing, provoking, or other means, bring other birds over. He could capture up to 20 creatures, but had only captured 2 so far, so of course he wanted to fill up the quota. Moreover, since he could reverse input spiritual energy into these animals, he could easily help them evolve quickly. He believed he could soon form a highly powerful special forces unit of animals. Now that he cannot move, capturing other animals to work for him has become particularly important. After receiving the order, the two sparrows quickly sprang into action. To be honest, these two mutated sparrows are absolutely at the bottom of the food chain compared to other mutated creatures. Normally, they wouldn't dare provoke other birds, but at this moment, they seem to have become emboldened. They circled in the air, found a mutated crow, and flew straight toward it, pecking at it with their beaks. Facing a black crow several times larger than them, the outcome of such provocation was predictable. They were immediately taught a lesson in return. The back of one sparrow was slashed with a bloody wound. Yet these two sparrows seemed oblivious, becoming even fiercer as the fight went on. Damn, how can they be so clueless? Yi Feng gazed at the scene from afar and immediately issued the retreat order. Although the black crow had the upper hand, one of its wings was pecked and injured. Seeing the two sparrows fleeing, it relentlessly chased after them. Although the process was not very smooth, the result turned out great. They successfully lured the black crow over. Next, things would be much easier. Yi Feng had already set up an inescapable trap. His main route has now reached a length of 150 meters, and the side routes are 120 meters long. Moreover, with his breakthrough to the second tier, the movement speed of the tree roots is now almost as fast as that of ordinary birds. Once these mutated birds get close, they can't escape. When the black crow approached, the tree roots hidden at the treetop shot out swiftly, binding the black crow tightly in the blink of an eye. Next comes the capture. What surprised Yi Feng was that the time it took to capture the black crow was significantly longer than the two sparrows, reaching about 2 minutes. While using the capture ability, he also felt a will of resistance. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was obvious. No matter how much the black crow resisted, it was ultimately captured. In the next moment, Yi Feng saw the updated content on the side panel, and his brows furrowed slightly. Name: Mutant Black Crow. Realm: First Stage, Mid-Phase. Loyalty: 75%. How is this initial loyalty calculated? It's actually 5% short, Yi Feng said as he infused spiritual energy into the black crow. The black crow was able to absorb more spiritual energy, stopping only after absorbing a full 7 points of energy. However, to Yi Feng's disappointment, despite absorbing 7 points of spiritual energy, its loyalty only increased by 4%. If it weren't for the urgent need for subordinates right now, he almost wanted to devour this black crow on the spot. Next, he used spiritual energy to help the 3 underlings heal, and after 10 minutes, sent them out again. After spending 10 minutes, this time they lured back 2 bats. Yi Feng directly devoured one and captured the other. Soon it was discovered that this bat, like the black crow, had an initial loyalty of only 75%, and even after infusing them with spiritual energy, their loyalty only increased by 4%. One instance might be a coincidence, but if both exhibit the same behavior, it suggests there must be some underlying pattern. Whether it's the black crow or the bat, I felt a faint resistance in their will when capturing them. Does this mean that the stronger their abilities, the stronger their resistance will, and the lower their loyalty after being successfully captured? But why does infusing them with spiritual energy result in different increases in loyalty? Yi Feng frowned in thought. At that moment, the two two sparrows that had been treated chirped and flew over. Through his capture ability, he could sense that the two little sparrows were becoming increasingly attached to him, and they seemed very at ease after approaching him. Sensing the emotions emanating from the two little creatures, Yifeng seemed to have an epiphany. Could it be that the weaker the creature, the easier it is to increase its loyalty after receiving my help? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, survival conditions for weak creatures in the wild are extremely harsh, and they could easily become food for others if they're not careful. Providing them shelter and helping them improve their strength naturally leads to a significant increase in loyalty. On the other hand, powerful creatures are predators in nature and can live well even without anyone's assistance. Under such circumstances, a smaller increase in loyalty after receiving help seems reasonable. Yifeng quickly stopped dwelling on this issue. He felt that as long as the loyalty of the creatures he captured was not below 60%, it would be fine. All he needed was for them not to betray him. However, this thought did not last long. Just an hour later, he discovered something that gave him a headache. The reason lay in the limited range of his vision. Although his height has now reached 35 meters, and after breaking through to the second tier, his vision is much better than that of an average person. Even so, he can only see up to 3 kilometers away at most. Anything farther becomes unclear. In other words, as long as the animals he captured move beyond this distance, he can no longer command them in real time. At this moment, he finally understood why the system granted an additional possession ability when loyalty reached 100%. Only after possessing them can he command these animals without being limited by distance. It seems that building intimacy is something that can't be interrupted after all. Yifeng made some adjustments to the upcoming plan. Time quietly slipped away, and soon an entire afternoon had passed. When the afterglow of the sunset bathed the valley, casting a layer of red haze, 6 animals lined up neatly before him. 2 sparrows, a black crow, a bat, along with a king cobra and a rat. A mutated king cobra and a mutated rat. This was the result of his afternoon's efforts. Among this group of animals, the one with the strongest cultivation level was surprisingly the mutated rat, which had reached the peak of level 1. Of course, if a fight really breaks out, the mutated king cobra, over 5 meters long and as thick as a thigh, would undoubtedly be the strongest. At the same time, its level ranks second, reaching the late stage of the first tier. Yifeng was not satisfied with the afternoon's gains. Apart from the king cobra, the other mutated creatures were simply no match. But this was something unavoidable. The place he was in was merely a valley near the city, not a nature reserve or a large forest, so there were naturally fewer animals. As for mutated animals, they were even rarer. In the afternoon, Yifeng also conducted an experiment, capturing those non-mutated animals and attempting to inject spiritual energy into their bodies to see if it could directly induce mutation. But the results were not promising. Those non-mutated animals seemed unable to absorb spiritual energy, and the energy he injected was exhaled along with their breathing. For this situation, Yifeng can actually understand. If they could truly absorb spiritual energy, they would have mutated long ago. An entire afternoon has passed, and I still haven't seen the animal I want to capture. It seems I'll have to wait until the loyalty of these 2 sparrows reaches 100%, then possess them to search farther away, Yifeng said with a light sigh. Actually, the animals on the ground are fine. This is his home turf. In this valley, there is currently nothing that can threaten him. But it's different in the sky. He needs to capture a sufficiently powerful bird to take charge. So his target is the hawk. He has seen hawks near Yangcheng, but their numbers are extremely scarce. Therefore, he can't rush and can only take his time. When these 6 mutated animals lined up, Yifeng extended 6 tree roots to infuse spiritual energy into their bodies. It is worth mentioning that the speed at which these mutated creatures absorb spiritual energy varies, seemingly related to their combat power. For instance, the 2 little sparrows can only absorb 2 points of spiritual energy per hour. The mouse absorbs 3 points of spiritual energy per hour. The black crow and the bat can absorb 4 points of spiritual energy per hour. As for the fastest at absorbing spiritual energy, it is, of course, the king cobra, which can absorb 10 points of spiritual energy per hour. The king cobra alone absorbed a full 30 points of spiritual energy from Yifeng in just a few hours. Of course, Yifeng didn't feel it was a loss, because during this time, they managed to catch 2 mice, 1 snake, and 1 mountain chicken. Yifeng absorbed more than 70 points of spiritual energy from these mutated creatures, undoubtedly making a huge profit. It was precisely because of this that he spared no effort in training these subordinates. However, what slightly annoyed him was that the loyalty of these animals became increasingly difficult to improve over time. In one afternoon, the loyalty of the 2 most devoted sparrows only increased by 5%, reaching just 95%. Moreover, this time, Yifeng infused 2 more points of spiritual energy into their bodies. He glanced at the loyalty level and found it had only increased by 0.5%. Take it slow, no need to rush. It's only been a full day since I became the world tree, and I still have plenty of time left. Yifeng exhaled and once again sent these animals out to hunt for him. Meanwhile, he opened the system panel and took a look. Evolution points, 39/40 points. Unknowingly, evolution points had already accumulated to 39. With just one more evolution point, he could break through again. I thought my evolution speed would slow down after reaching level 2, but I didn't expect it to remain this fast, Yifeng said with a smile. Compared to level 1, the difficulty of evolving at level 2 had increased fourfold. To accumulate 40 evolution points, 400 aura points are needed. Originally, Yifeng thought it would take at least half a day to evolve once, but with the expansion of his territory and the addition of a group of subordinates, the speed of aura accumulation turned out to be astonishingly fast. This was even after he allocated a significant amount of aura to nurture his subordinates, otherwise, he would have evolved long ago. Of course, the current speed is not slow at all. He looked around at the trees, as 202 tree roots simultaneously moved, swiftly harvesting aura from one tree after another. After more than 10 minutes, his system panel showed an additional 48 points of spiritual energy. Great, after completing this round of point allocation, I can evolve again, Yifeng said cheerfully. With sufficient spiritual energy, the next step was to allocate points. It is worth mentioning that Yifeng's point allocation speed is now extremely fast. At first, it took him a full minute to complete one point allocation, but as he continued to evolve, the speed of point allocation kept decreasing. Now that he has broken through to the second tier, it only takes him 20 seconds to complete one point allocation. In other words, he only needs 20 seconds to absorb 1 unit of spiritual energy. Thinking about the animals he had captured and their speed of absorbing spiritual energy, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. If there were no systematic point allocation feature, even with an abundance of spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to improve so quickly. As Yifeng allocated points, in just 20 seconds, the length of all the tree roots increased by 10 centimeters. After breaking through to the second tier, each time he allocated points, the tree root length decreased from the original 20 centimeters to 10 centimeters. Of course, this is also quite understandable. Previously, he only had 101 tree roots, but after breaking through to the second tier, the number of tree roots doubled. Spending the same amount of spiritual energy to add points, the growth length of the tree roots is halved, which is naturally to be expected. Moreover, second-tier tree roots are much stronger than first-tier ones in every aspect, so even with the same number of roots, the spiritual energy consumed should be greater. The tree roots were growing wildly. In 3.5 minutes, Yifeng completed 10-point additions, extending the tree roots by another meter. Upon reaching the second tier, he needs 40 evolution points to break through, so just by adding points, the root length can increase by 40 meters. At this point, his root length has already increased from the original 150 meters to 190 meters. At the same time, the requirements for evolution have been met. Ding! Please choose the enhancement direction. Looking at the system prompt that popped up again, Yifeng chose to enhance strength without hesitation. He had thought it through. One major realm consists of 4 minor realms, which perfectly aligns with strengthening all 4 directions of the tree roots, so he decided to strengthen them in rotation. After Yifeng selected the evolution direction, he began rapid growth once again. 10 minutes later, the evolution was complete, and he glanced at the system panel. Host, Yifeng, World Tree, Tree height 45 meters, Trunk width 2.25 meters, Root length 210 meters, Realm, second stage mid-phase, Evolution points 0/40 points, Special abilities, Devour, Capture, Spiritual energy value 0/350 points, Bioenergy 150 out of 350 points. Looking at the updated system panel, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. The root length had finally exceeded 200 meters. Compared to a day ago, it had increased tenfold. Moreover, the strength of each root had skyrocketed, rising from the original 100 pounds to 200 pounds. The combined force of 202 tree roots can instantly reach a terrifying level of 20 tons. I should have the power to protect myself now, Yifeng said with satisfaction as he swung the tree roots. However, he glanced at the height of the tree trunk, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. His height had already reached 45 meters, undoubtedly ranking second in this valley. Moreover, the next evolution is bound to become the first. If it keeps evolving like this, it will be impossible to hide even if I want to, Yifeng said with some frustration. In fact, there are also a dozen or so mutated trees in this valley that grow very quickly, but they only grow up to 1 meter a day at most, which is far inferior compared to him. Sigh. Yifeng let out a soft sigh and then began to allocate points. There was no choice. If he was too weak, he feared not only being studied by humans but also being killed by other mutated animals. Thus, he could only rely on allocating points to survive. Feeling the rapid extension of the tree roots, Yifeng's previously gloomy mood began to brighten again. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Yifeng checked the system panel and found that the evolution points had increased by another 10. This was achieved even though he hadn't deliberately added points, instead using more spiritual energy to nurture his subordinates. After such a significant sacrifice, he finally reaped the rewards. The king cobra, a major consumer of spiritual energy, had absorbed nearly 50 points of Yifeng's spiritual energy and was finally starting to break through. Yifeng carefully observed the opponent's breakthrough process, which took a full half-hour to complete the evolution. After the evolution, the king cobra's body length increased by another meter. Combined with the size gained from previously absorbing spiritual energy, its total length had now reached 6.5 meters. The current king cobra was undoubtedly a top-tier dangerous species. This was just a minor breakthrough, and after the breakthrough, the king cobra's level had reached the peak of the first tier. Yifeng eagerly anticipated the changes it would bring after advancing to the second tier. He estimated that by then, the opponent's length would exceed 10 meters. At that time, he could order the king cobra to seek revenge on the mutated wild boar. Meanwhile, he also turned his gaze to his other subordinates, a hint of anticipation appearing on his face. Although the other animals couldn't compare to the king cobra, as long as their levels improved, their combat power would surely be considerable. Especially that mutated rat, it was the strongest mutated animal under his command, already at the peak of the first tier when captured. And now, after having absorbed 15 points of spiritual energy, it is estimated to be close to a breakthrough. After filling each subordinate's body with spiritual energy, Yifeng sent them out again to hunt. This time, Yifeng received a big surprise. The king cobra actually dragged back a mutated water buffalo. As everyone knows, the larger the creature, the lower the probability of mutation, but likewise, their strength becomes much greater after mutation. A mutated wild boar, once fully grown, can easily overturn a bus in just a few hits. Given that the initial conditions of a water buffalo are better than those of a wild boar, its growth potential is self-evident. Under the same level, it is definitely stronger than a wild boar. Yifeng glanced at the mutated water buffalo. Its current size was at least a circle larger than an ordinary water buffalo, clearly having just mutated not long ago. But even so, it actually managed to injure the king cobra. This scene made Yifeng even more excited. When the king cobra dragged the water buffalo into his territory, he immediately deployed 50 tree roots to effortlessly lift the buffalo, which weighed at least a ton. The mutated water buffalo, which had been struggling desperately, seemed to be frightened at this moment and dared not move at all. Next, the capture process went relatively smoothly. The opponent's resistance was weak, and after the successful capture, its loyalty surprisingly reached 75%. This was definitely considered very high, even to the point of surprising Yifeng. You should know, the king cobra's initial loyalty was only 65% after being captured by him. Could it be that because water buffaloes are herbivorous animals, their temperament is inherently gentle, making them particularly easy to tame? Yifeng speculated. Next, it's time to inject spiritual energy into the other party's body. This mutated water buffalo could actually absorb 20 points of spiritual energy at once, instantly becoming the one among all subordinates who absorbed the most spiritual energy. Although the consumption was a bit high, Yifeng didn't care at all. The more spiritual energy absorbed, the greater the potential of the other party in the future. Next, Yifeng methodically harvested spiritual energy and then allocated points. The breakthrough of the king cobra seemed to be a signal, as within the next few hours, the other mutated animals also began to break through one after another. Within an hour after the king cobra's breakthrough, sparrows, bats, and black crows also made their breakthroughs one after another. They have all reached the late stage of the first level, their bodies have grown larger, and their strength has significantly increased. However, the mouse with the highest realm did not break through to the second level as Yifeng had hoped. It seems to have reached a critical point, stuck there, and even the amount of spiritual energy it absorbs per hour has decreased from 3 points per hour to only 0.3 points. Such a small amount of spiritual energy absorption is simply not enough to help it continue to improve its strength. Could this be the legendary bottleneck? Yifeng felt a bit troubled. He had never experienced this situation himself, because as long as he had evolution points, he could break through. It should be possible to break through sooner or later, it's just a matter of how long it will take. Yifeng recalled the rats from Asen country. It was clear that this was not the limit for mutated rats. But fortunately, it's just the bottleneck of the major realm that's stuck. The minor realm can still be broken through. Yifeng muttered again. If these mutated creatures couldn't quickly break through even the minor realm, then he would truly have a headache. Next, Yifeng ignored these mutated creatures and instead became engrossed in allocating points. By the time dawn arrived, he had accumulated another 40 evolution points and could break through again. Ding! Please select the enhancement direction. Looking at the system panel, Yifeng did not hesitate much and chose flexibility. 10 minutes later, the breakthrough was successfully completed. Host, Yifeng, World Tree, tree height 55 meters, trunk width 2.75 meters, root length 270 meters, realm, early stage of the second tier, evolution points 0/40 points, special abilities, devour, capture, aura value 0/550 points, bioenergy 200/550 points. Looking at the updated system panel, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. The root length had finally exceeded 200 meters. Compared to a day ago, it had increased tenfold. Moreover, the strength of each root had skyrocketed, rising from the original 100 pounds to 200 pounds. With all 202 roots combined, the instantaneous explosive force could directly reach a terrifying level of 20 tons. I should have the power to protect myself now. Yifeng swung the tree root and said with satisfaction. However, he glanced at the height of the tree trunk, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. His height had already reached 55 meters, undoubtedly ranking second in this valley. Moreover, with the next evolution, he would inevitably become the first. If it keeps evolving like this, it will be impossible to hide even if I want to. Yifeng felt a bit troubled. In fact, there were also more than a dozen mutant trees in this valley that grew very quickly, but they could only grow up to 1 meter a day at most, which was far inferior compared to him. Sigh. Yifeng let out a light sigh and then started allocating points. No choice, if he is too weak. He fears not only being studied by humans but also being killed by other mutated animals, so he can only rely on adding points to survive. Feeling the rapid growth of the tree roots, Yifeng's previously gloomy mood began to brighten again. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Yifeng checked the system panel and found that 10 more evolution points had been added. This was even when he hadn't deliberately allocated points, instead using more spiritual energy to nurture his subordinates. After such a significant sacrifice, he finally reaped the rewards. The king cobra, a major consumer of spiritual energy, absorbed nearly 50 points of spiritual energy from Yifeng and finally began its breakthrough. Yifeng carefully observed the opponent's breakthrough process, which took a full half hour to complete its evolution. The evolved king cobra has grown another meter in length, and with the increase in size from previously absorbing spiritual energy, its total length has now reached 6.5 meters. The current king cobra is undoubtedly a top-tier dangerous species, and this is just a breakthrough in a minor realm. The king cobra's realm has also reached the peak of level 1. Yifeng is looking forward to seeing how much it will change after breaking through to level 2. He estimates that by then, its length will exceed 10 meters, at which point he can order the king cobra to seek revenge on that mutated wild boar. At the same time, he also turned his gaze to his other subordinates, a hint of expectation appearing on his face. Although other animals cannot compare to the king cobra, as long as their level improves, their combat power will certainly be considerable, especially that mutated rat, the mutated animal with the highest level among his subordinates, which was already at the peak of the first tier when captured. Now, after having absorbed 15 points of spiritual energy, it is estimated that it is not far from a breakthrough. After Yifeng infused each subordinate's body with spiritual energy, he sent them out again to hunt. This time, Yifeng received a big surprise. The king cobra actually dragged back a mutated water buffalo. It is well known that the larger the creature's size, the lower the probability of mutation. However, once they do mutate, their strength becomes significantly greater. A mutated wild boar, once grown, can easily overturn a bus in just a few hits. As for a buffalo with better initial conditions than a wild boar, its growth potential is self-evident. Under the same level, it is definitely stronger than a wild boar. Yifeng glanced at the mutated buffalo. Its current size was at least a circle larger than an ordinary buffalo, clearly having just mutated not long ago. But even so, it actually managed to injure the king cobra. This scene made Yifeng even more excited. When the king cobra dragged the buffalo into its territory, it immediately deployed 50 tree roots to effortlessly lift the buffalo, which weighed at least a ton. The mutated buffalo, which had been struggling desperately, seemed to be frightened at this moment and dared not move at all. The subsequent capture process went relatively smoothly, as the opponent's resistance was not strong. After successfully capturing, the loyalty level turned out to be 75%. This is definitely considered very high, even to the point of surprising Yifeng. It's worth noting that the king cobra, after being captured by him, only had an initial loyalty level of 65%. Could it be because buffaloes are herbivorous animals with inherently gentle temperaments, making them particularly easy to tame? Yifeng speculated. Next, it's time to inject spiritual energy into the other party's body. This mutated water buffalo can actually absorb 20 points of spiritual energy at once, instantly becoming the one among all subordinates that absorbs the most spiritual energy. Although the consumption is a bit high, Yifeng doesn't care at all. The more spiritual energy absorbed, the greater the potential the other party will have in the future. Afterward, Yifeng methodically harvested spiritual energy and then allocated points. The breakthrough of the king cobra seemed like a signal, as within the next few hours, the other mutated animals also began to break through one after another. Yifeng looked at the gradually rising sun and immediately issued a hunting order to these mutated animals. After sustaining them for an entire night, the losses naturally had to be compensated during the day. Soon, the mutated creatures under the tree dashed out in a flash, leaving only the king cobra lying on the ground. The king cobra was the only creature that surprised Yifeng. Unlike the mutated rats, the king cobra did not stagnate after reaching a bottleneck but directly began its breakthrough. However, the king cobra's breakthrough was somewhat different from Yifeng's. Its progress was very slow. It had been in a breakthrough breakthrough state for over an hour and still hadn't finished. If it weren't for the slow yet steady rise in the aura emanating from the cobra, Yifeng might have thought something had gone wrong. This might be the normal way to break through, Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. After all, he had the system's assistance and couldn't use himself as a reference. Whether it was a major breakthrough or a minor one, for him, it was as simple as eating or drinking water. As for other mutant creatures, minor breakthroughs were manageable, but major breakthroughs were not only slow, they likely carried the risk of failure. What he could do was simply wait quietly. Yifeng glanced at the system panel. The evolution points had already accumulated to 37, not far from a breakthrough. Having just harvested a wave of spiritual energy, he now had nothing to do. He controlled a tree root to take a phone out of the pocket of the clothes under the tree. He should also check the news to see if anything major had happened. As soon as the phone was turned on, a dozen missed call notifications popped up. His parents, unwilling to give up, had made several more calls. In addition, his classmates and friends had also called. Looking at the names marked one by one, Yifeng sighed lightly, dismissed the notifications, and then opened the news app. First came the international news. The situation in Asen country was still fermenting. The massacre of a city by mutated creatures is nowhere near as sensational as celebrity gossip. It's estimated that it won't die down for at least a few weeks. However, he only skimmed through it briefly before quickly switching back to the domestic interface. Among the pinned messages, he indeed found the information he was looking for. Such a major event in Asen country caused a stir not only online. He believed that various countries would definitely take action to prevent a recurrence. Sure enough, within just one day, the authorities had made the latest arrangements. The first step was a nationwide large-scale campaign to eliminate urban pests. Although similar actions had been carried out before, the scale was far less extensive than this time. To achieve the desired goals, the state even assigned supervisory teams to each city. Yifeng watched and couldn't help but nod secretly. As long as the number of snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the city decreases, even if they mutate, the damage caused will be much smaller. In this way, his family can also be safer. Of course, this is just one of the arrangements. What Yifeng is more concerned about is another piece of news. In the coming week, troops stationed in various regions will be partially deployed to cities, working together with local police and fire departments to directly establish urban defense units. The purpose of establishing the city defense department is to eliminate mutant creatures and ensure urban safety. Below this news, there was naturally a chorus of approval. Yifeng glanced at it twice. The benefits were indeed quite good, which directly led to a large number of enthusiastic applicants. Although the future is hard to predict, with this series of measures in the short term, there shouldn't be any problems, Yifeng muttered. He spoke while scrolling through the information. Most of the news was of no use to him or had nothing to do with him. Yifeng just glanced at it briefly, but as he kept scrolling down, he quickly noticed a piece of news. A parrot raised by a pet shop suddenly mutated yesterday. The owner, not paying attention, was pecked while feeding it. This news is quite popular because many households keep pets like cats and dogs. Initially, the mutated insect incidents didn't attract much attention, and people didn't consider the issue of their pets at home. But as time went on, more and more large animals began to mutate, making the handling of these domestic animals a significant problem. Meanwhile, in the comments section, many people even started arguing. Some believe that domesticated animals should be dealt with in advance to avoid potential risks. Others think that once they mutate, as long as they are properly trained, their ability to protect homes will be stronger, making it entirely feasible to keep them. According to research by relevant departments, after animals mutate, their previous memories and emotions remain intact, so they can still be tamed, with many successful cases reported. Of course, cases of failed taming leading to attacks on their owners are naturally not uncommon. But Yifeng had no intention of meddling in these matters. How to decide was up to those above. What he was focused on now was the mutated parrot. It is well known that parrots have a special ability, which is mimicking human speech. Yifeng understood that as his strength continued to grow, he would inevitably interact with other people or organizations sooner or later. In this situation, capturing a talking parrot would be extremely important. At this moment, Yifeng almost wanted to immediately order his mutated animals to snatch the parrot back, but he quickly restrained himself, as sending mutated animals into the city during the day would be suicidal. Now I have to wait until nightfall to take action. Moreover, he couldn't take action now. He glanced at the side panel, his gaze falling on the two little sparrows. Although their loyalty had already reached 99.5%, it hadn't yet hit 100%, making possession impossible. Almost there. As long as I get hold of this mutated parrot and ensure safety, I'll have the chance to interact with other humans, maybe even my parents, Yifeng said with an excited heart. For this mutated parrot, Yifeng was determined to obtain it. But he also understood very well that the course of many events would not change according to his will. Since this mutated parrot had been made public, it would definitely attract the attention of the Mutation Management Bureau. According to the established procedures, they would take different measures based on the danger level of these mutated animals. Fortunately, Fortunately, this parrot has just mutated and is already trapped in the birdcage, so it won't pose a threat to humans for the time being. Therefore, its danger level should be assessed as the lowest level, level 1. According to protocol, as long as it is removed within 3 days, it should be fine. Unless the Mutation Management Bureau is currently very idle, they would prioritize handling higher danger level mutated animals. Under these circumstances, Yifeng still has at least 1 day. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the Mutation Bureau is indeed very idle. If this mutated parrot is taken away before he acts, he can only activate the backup plan. Bring back the rest of the parrots from this shop, or even parrots from other pet stores, and slowly wait for them to mutate. After finalizing the next plan in his mind, Yifeng continued to browse the news. After browsing through today's major news and preparing to turn off his phone, a pop-up suddenly appeared. Hashtag updated list of dangerous mutant animals around Yangcheng. 5 new mutant creatures added. Hashtag. Looking at the content of the pop-up, Yifeng was slightly stunned. He certainly knew about this list, which was introduced 3 months ago. Initially, this list was updated once a week. Over time, the number of mutated animals increased, and the update frequency became twice a week. But based on the timeline, the leaderboard should be updated tomorrow. Yifeng didn't hesitate and almost instinctively clicked on the leaderboard. At the top of the leaderboard, there was a line of announcement. Due to the accelerated mutation speed of mutant creatures, this list will now be updated daily. This mutant animal danger list will include the top 100 most dangerous mutant animals around Yangcheng. The Mutation Management Bureau has organized specialized hunting squads responsible for eliminating these high-risk mutant animals. Therefore, with each update of the list, new mutant animals will be added, while many others will be removed. Yifeng glanced at the list, and the mutated crocodile was still ranked first. According to the information provided, this crocodile escaped from a private breeding farm somewhere. Since it resides in the river and is extremely difficult to hunt, it has held the top spot for 3 months. Yifeng's gaze moved downward, scanning along the way, and quickly landed on the 30th place, the giant tree on Little Phoenix Mountain. According to the information, this giant tree was originally an old locust tree before its mutation, and after the mutation, it is completely unrecognizable. Detection shows that over the past 2 days, its height has surged by another 30 meters, reaching 360 meters. This is almost equivalent to the height of a 120-story building, which can be described as quite terrifying. In terms of size, it is definitely the largest among all mutated creatures. However, its ranking is not high because there have been no cases of mutated plants harming people so far. Moreover, the entity is just an immobile tree, posing no threat to the city's residents, which is why its ranking is low. His gaze quickly scanned the bottom of the list and suddenly froze. Rank 98, mutated iron birch tree. He quickly clicked to view the detailed information. Mutated iron birch tree, located in Sunset Valley, has grown 45 meters taller in just 2 days. Assessment, low attack power, high growth potential. At the bottom of the introduction, there were also 2 satellite comparison images. The first image showed the iron birch tree looking unremarkable, but in the second image, it stood out prominently. This scene sent a chill through Yifeng's heart. The thing he least wanted to see still happened. To think I got targeted so quickly. If I had known, I would have slowed down my evolution, Yifeng said with some regret. He silently browsed through the comments. As one of the 5 newly ranked mutant creatures, not many people were paying attention to him. After all, compared to mutant plants, mutant animals pose a greater threat to them. Of course, the fact that not many people are paying attention doesn't mean there are none. Looks like a giant tree will soon appear around Yang City again. Yeah, and Sunset Valley isn't far from us. You might even be able to see it from home with a telescope. Strangely, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Why are the people upstairs so happy? Aren't you afraid that tree might become a spirit? So what if it becomes a spirit? It can't move. 1 missile is enough to send it to the afterlife. Looking at the comments in the discussion area, Yifeng felt both alarmed and secretly relieved. Although he was on the danger list, not many people were wary of him. From his ranking of 98, a part of the official attitude can be inferred. The authorities are not very concerned about mutant plants, at least not until those more dangerous mutant animals are dealt with. Of course, referring to the old locust tree on Xiaofeng Mountain, it's likely that the fate of being studied is unavoidable. However, if handled properly, perhaps the fate of being studied can be avoided. Li Feng said this as he turned his gaze toward the king cobra evolving under the tree. If people from the research institute send a team over, he could mimic their approach and directly have these mutated animals drive the others away. He turned off his phone and looked up at the sky, unsure whether he was being watched. But he felt that he would need to be more restrained in the future. He opened the system panel and took a glance. Evolution points, 39/40. Unknowingly, the evolution points had already accumulated to 39. With just 1 more evolution point, he would be able to break through. I thought my evolution speed would slow down after advancing to the 2nd tier, but I didn't expect it to remain this fast, Yifeng said with a smile. Compared to the 1st tier, the difficulty of evolving at the 2nd tier has increased 4-fold. To accumulate accumulate 40 evolution points. 400 aura points are required. Originally, Yifeng thought it would take at least half a day to evolve once, but with the expansion of his territory and the addition of a group of subordinates, the speed of aura accumulation turned out to be astonishing. This was even after he allocated a significant amount of aura to train his subordinates, otherwise, he would have evolved long ago. Of course, it's not slow at all now. He looked at the surrounding trees, and 202 tree roots moved simultaneously, swiftly harvesting spiritual energy from each tree. After more than 10 minutes, his system panel showed an additional 48 points of spiritual energy. Great, after completing this round of upgrades, I can evolve again, Yifeng said cheerfully. Next, Yifeng took meticulous care of the king cobra. Every 10 minutes, he would use the tree roots to check whether it lacked spiritual energy, and if there was any deficiency, he would immediately replenish it. This situation lasted for 2 hours, and by the third hour of the king cobra's breakthrough, its coiled body finally began to show signs of movement. Cracking sounds echoed from its body, resembling the intense friction of bones. At the same time, its body swelled visibly like a balloon, growing larger and longer. After more than 10 minutes, the king cobra finally completed its breakthrough. At this point, its body length had reached 10 meters, and the width of its body was almost equivalent to a human waist. After the breakthrough, it appeared extremely excited, hissing and flicking its tongue, nodding its head slightly toward Yifeng, with a rare trace of gratitude flickering in its cold pupils. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng immediately opened the side panel to check and discovered that the king cobra's loyalty had directly increased by 5%, reaching 90%. He speculated in his heart, could it be because I continuously infused spiritual energy during its breakthrough? However, Yifeng's attention quickly shifted to the king cobra's strength. He sent a sparring command to the king cobra, and 5 tree roots instantly emerged from the ground, rushing toward it to entangle. The newly advanced king cobra faced them fearlessly, charging forward. Leaf Fang's tree roots lashed at the king cobra, seemingly to no effect. The king cobra seized the opportunity to coil back in reverse. Almost instantly, Leaf Fang felt a tremendous squeezing force coming from the roots that had been entangled. However, ordinary tree roots have excellent pressure resistance, let alone roots that have been reinforced. After coiling around its prey, the king cobra immediately opened its mouth wide, its fangs gleaming coldly as it bit down directly. The most terrifying aspect of the king cobra is its venom, a mix of neurotoxins and cytotoxins, which would have dire consequences if bitten. However, plants are naturally unaffected by this. As the venom was injected, Leaf Fang was shocked to discover that the section of his root was rapidly withering. Is this a corrosive effect? He wondered in surprise, not expecting the king cobra's venom to have evolved as well. Although the withering of the roots was swift, it gradually slowed down and eventually stopped after spreading 5 or 6 meters, as if some mysterious force was rejuvenating the withered roots. Indeed, the effect of spiritual energy is truly miraculous. It can even neutralize venom, though the consumption is quite high, Leaf Fang remarked with emotion. He estimated that clearing this venom required at least 10 points of spiritual energy. If it were other mutated animals, the consumption would likely be 5 or 6 times higher. Other mutant creatures will be poisoned to death as long as the spiritual energy in their bodies is insufficient, Yifeng concluded. The king cobra, seeing that its venom seemed ineffective, was somewhat surprised but quickly adapted, changing its tactics and starting to lash out with its tail. Yifeng, of course, would not back down. He immediately twisted 5 tree roots together, unleashing a force of 5 tons. Bang! A dull collision sound rang out as Yifeng's tree roots were sent flying. The king cobra's tail only paused momentarily in mid-air, with not even its scales damaged. So strong, Yifeng was shocked. He estimated the force of the cobra's strike just now to be at least 1 ton, approximately 2,000 pounds. And this king cobra had only just broken through to the 2nd tier. If it continued to advance, even reaching the 3rd tier, wouldn't a single tail strike unleash a force of over 10 tons? At this moment, Yifeng did not feel any joy but rather a sense of worry. Even though humans possess many powerful thermal weapons, if every mutant creature could unleash a force of over 10 tons, could humanity truly win? Just as Yifeng was feeling deeply worried, the king cobra seemed to be getting more and more excited in the fight, charging straight at him. Seeing this, Yifeng no longer held back, pulling out 50 tree roots, bundling them together, and unleashing a force of 5 tons, instantly whipping the king cobra over 50 meters away. When it landed, its body curled up and a large patch of scales on its abdomen fell off, revealing a bloody, mangled wound. Oops, I went too hard, Yifeng thought regretfully, not wanting the loyalty he had painstakingly built up to decrease again. However, when he glanced at the side panel, 3 question marks suddenly appeared in his mind, and the loyalty unexpectedly surged by 3%. What's going on? Yifeng wondered, then immediately sensed the signal of submission transmitted by the king cobra through the captive contract. So that's it. Boosting loyalty doesn't necessarily require building goodwill. Beating them into submission works too, he silently mused, realizing that for animals with violent temperaments, this method might be effective. At that moment, he set a rule in his heart. Whenever these mutated animals break through to a major realm, they must be given a thorough beating. The king cobra, which had just been expressing submission, suddenly shivered, disappeared, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Soon, the king cobra was healed and sent out to hunt. Compared to hunting, Yifeng was more eager for it to bring back stronger mutated animals. However, most of the creatures undergoing mutation nowadays were small organisms, and he hadn't found what he was looking for. Moreover, he was reluctant to repeatedly contract the same type of creature. After all, only the diversity of mutated animals could ensure that the future mutated animal special forces would be able to handle various challenges with ease. As for those mutated animals at the top of the food chain, that was a different matter altogether. Time flew by quickly, and it was soon noon. Yifeng received both good news and bad news. The bad news was that the sparrows, black crows, and bats seemed to have all hit a bottleneck, with their speed of absorbing spiritual energy reduced by tenfold, making it impossible for them to break through. This left Yifeng feeling heavy-hearted, and he could only pin his hopes on the mutated water buffalo. The mutated water buffalo had now advanced to the late stage of Tier 1, and at this rate, it was expected to reach the peak of Tier 1 by evening. If everything went smoothly, it could break through to Tier 2 by dawn. By then, when capturing the mutated parrot, there would be an additional Tier 2 mutated animal to assist, allowing him to handle any unexpected situations with ease. However, the rapid breakthrough of the mutated water buffalo was anticipated and didn't count as good news. The good news was that the king cobra had once again proven its worth by capturing a mutated animal that met Yifeng's requirements. It was a mutated dog, more specifically, a mutated Chinese rural dog, commonly known as a to-go. From its old wounds and scruffy appearance, Yifeng deduced that it was likely a stray dog before, which explained why it appeared nearby and was caught by the king cobra. Yifeng had a dog at home and was quite fond of them. After the king cobra dragged it into its territory, it grew 2 tree roots and gently stroked the dog's head. At first, the big yellow dog seemed a bit frightened, but with the stroking and a little infusion of spiritual energy, it instantly became docile, squinting its eyes, perking up its ears, and looking completely content. "Wow, it's pretty obedient," Yifeng exclaimed, then began the process of capturing it. To his surprise, the process went exceptionally smoothly, with almost no resistance. After the contract was completed, the initial loyalty level was as high as 81%, even higher than that of the 2 mutated sparrows. High loyalty was undoubtedly a good thing for Yifeng. He quickly infused spiritual energy into the big yellow dog, wanting to see its talent. Not long after, Yifeng had infused a total of 9 points of spiritual energy, plus the 1 point infused during the capture, reaching a total of 10 points. Not bad, comparable to the king cobra. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Based on the current situation, the big yellow dog should also be able to absorb spiritual energy at a rate of 10 points per hour, eventually reaching the breakthrough point of 50 points. Although it couldn't compare to the mutated water buffalo, in the mutated animal special forces he was assembling, it was definitely a Tier 1 existence. Apart from the big yellow dog, another piece of good news was that the loyalty of the 2 little sparrows had finally reached 100%. This meant he could now try out the possession ability. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the system panel and activated the possession skill. In that instant, he felt his consciousness being pulled away, and when he came to his senses, his perspective had changed. Yifeng turned his head to look around and found that the surrounding objects appeared enormous, and every animal in the area had turned into a giant. Of course, he understood that it wasn't the other animals that had grown larger, but rather that he had become smaller. So this is what possession feels like? Truly fascinating. Yifeng excitedly flapped his wings and began to fly. As he flapped his wings, he felt no resistance at all. The ability to fly seemed innate. He ascended, broadening his view, and started issuing commands to the other animals. These mutated animals immediately followed his orders, quickly forming into neat formations. Just as he had anticipated, even in the possession state, he could still issue commands to these animals through his main body, achieving remote control. Moreover, this possession state could be switched at will. Not only could he switch back to his main body from the sparrow, but he could also alternate between the 2 little sparrows. Not bad at all. In that case, I can further optimize tonight's plan, completely splitting into 2 teams to infiltrate, making it easier to handle various issues. Yifeng felt very satisfied. Next, he conducted other tests, such as controlling a small sparrow to fly far away, worrying whether the possession ability had a distance limit. However, his concerns did not materialize. The sparrow he controlled, under the protection of a black crow and bats, flew nearly 20 kilometers away, reaching the skies above Young City. Even at such a distant range, the possession state remained stable and did not disconnect. However, Yifeng also discovered that this possession ability was not without consumption. It consumed 1 point of spiritual energy from his body almost every minute. While he could understand that any ability would have a cost, the devouring ability, for instance, undoubtedly involved some loss during the process, and that loss was the consumption. As for the capture ability, although it did not consume spiritual energy, every time he captured an animal, he would feel a wave of fatigue, likely consuming his mental energy. He would rather expend spiritual energy, as the consumption of 1 point per minute was not much and was far slower than his rate of absorbing spiritual energy. If necessary, he could even maintain possession for 24 hours straight. The sparrow's round trip took Yifeng a full half-hour to complete his testing. Next was waiting for nightfall. This afternoon seemed particularly long. Finally, the sun began to set, but Yifeng was not happy. Instead, he felt quite troubled. Although he now had a mutated big yellow dog to take care of, and the king cobra's breakthrough to the second tier increased its hourly spiritual energy absorption from 10 points to 20 points, the sparrow, mouse, bat, and black crow were all stuck at bottlenecks and hardly absorbed any spiritual energy. Currently, all the mutated creatures combined only consumed 46 points of spiritual energy per hour. As a result, the spiritual energy stored in his trunk was already full, and the bio-energy had been maxed out since noon. I have no choice but to break through. If I don't absorb spiritual energy later, it would just go to waste. Yifeng sighed lightly. He couldn't afford to stop progressing just because of minor concerns. Besides, breaking through one or two small realms shouldn't be a problem, right? Without further hesitation, Yifeng began his breakthrough. This time, he chose to focus on enhancing durability. With the system's assistance, the breakthrough proceeded smoothly and was completed within 10 minutes. Height is now 65 meters. It's becoming more and more conspicuous. Yifeng looked at the system panel and couldn't help but marvel. The good news was that the trunk's width had increased to 3.25 meters, and the maximum storage capacity for spiritual energy and bioenergy had risen to 650 points. Not bad, I can store a bit more spiritual energy now. What made him happiest was the length of the tree roots. Previously, adding points had increased it by 40 meters, and this breakthrough added another 20 meters, bringing the total length of the tree roots to 330 meters. Now, with a large amount of spiritual energy at hand, he could add points 400 times in one go, extending the tree roots to 370 meters. As the length of the tree roots increased, the amount of spiritual energy harvested per hour also rose significantly. He roughly estimated that he could now earn 150 points of spiritual energy per hour, undoubtedly something worth celebrating. Aside from this, the mutant water buffalo and the big yellow dog also began to break through under the ample supply of spiritual energy. The mutant water buffalo advanced to the peak of the first tier, just one step away from the second tier, and at the current pace, it should reach the second tier by dawn. As for the big yellow dog, it steadily advanced to the mid-stage of the first tier. However, what surprised Yifeng was that after the breakthrough, the big yellow dog's size had only increased slightly, unlike other mutant creatures whose sizes had grown dramatically. Previously, the big yellow dog had a lean build, but now it resembled a well-fed and robust police dog. This increase in size was not particularly noticeable among the mutant creatures and seemed far from matching the talent it displayed. Just as Yifeng was feeling puzzled, he vaguely sensed through the contract that some changes were occurring in the big yellow dog. Oh, interesting. Let's have a fight. He immediately issued a sparring command. Although the big yellow dog seemed somewhat puzzled by Yifeng's command, when it saw tree roots as thick as an arm suddenly shoot out from the ground and coil toward it, it instinctively began to dodge. Oh, such speed, Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. Compared to before, the big yellow dog's speed had at least doubled. Among his subordinates, apart from those flying in the sky, none could match the big yellow dog's speed. Moreover, the big yellow dog was not only fast in a straight line but also highly agile, moving and dodging with such fluidity that it seemed effortless. Has it chosen a different mutation path? Yifeng pondered silently. Yifeng understood that the mutations in these animals, with their increased size, were just one direction of evolution. Just like when he allocated points, there were 3 choices, and during breakthroughs, the tree roots had 4 enhancement directions. Other animals were likely similar. However, the vast majority of animals lacked intelligence and would simply follow their instincts, choosing the path that made them stronger. In the animal kingdom, larger size naturally equates to greater strength. The mutated big yellow dog before him might have a different idea. Its enhancement direction might not be focused on gigantism but rather on speed. Thinking of this, Yifeng immediately drew out a second and third tree root, aiming to coil around the big yellow dog, wanting to see where its limits lay. At first, the big yellow dog was able to handle it with ease, but as more tree roots appeared, the difficulty of dodging increased exponentially. When Yifeng pulled out the 5th tree root, the dog finally became anxious. It stopped merely dodging and began to counterattack. As the big yellow dog dodged another strike from the tree root, it lunged forward, opening its mouth wide, and its sharp fangs aimed to tear into the root. Yifeng had already reached the second tier, and the tree roots, after being reinforced twice for toughness, were as hard as ordinary iron rods. Logically, a first-tier mutated animal shouldn't be able to harm him. However, the big yellow dog's sharp fangs instantly pierced into the tree root. Accompanied by continuous biting sounds, the root was actually bitten off. Yifeng didn't care about losing a small section of the root. Instead, he was even more amazed by the dog's bite force. To be able to break through second-tier defenses at the first-tier impressive, Yifeng couldn't help but praise. I wonder how its defensive capabilities are. As he spoke, the 5 tree roots had already wrapped tightly around the big yellow dog. Yifeng didn't exert full force immediately but first tightened one root, then added pressure with a second. As 2 tree roots exerted force simultaneously. When the pressure reached 400 pounds, Yifeng heard a faint cracking sound, the sound of bones being crushed, accompanied by the pitiful whimpering of the big yellow dog. Compared to mutated animals of the same size, its defense is slightly weaker, but with this speed and attack power, it's already quite good and worth cultivating. After completing the test, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction and infused spiritual energy to heal the big yellow dog. Next, he began allocating points to himself, silently waiting for time to pass. When the time reached 9 p.m., the king cobra started advancing to the mid-stage of the second tier. Yifeng calculated silently, the opponent required a full 200 points of spiritual energy to break through a minor realm in the second tier. As expected, the consumption is much greater than in the first tier, but fortunately, I can afford to sustain it. Yifeng observed the king cobra, whose body length increased from 10 meters to 12 meters and became noticeably thicker. He felt that such an investment was quite worthwhile. Time continued to pass, and soon it was midnight. At this moment, the big yellow dog also broke through again, reaching the late stage of the first tier. Its speed increased once more, now surpassing that of birds flying in the sky. However, what puzzled Yifeng was that the mutant water buffalo, which he had high hopes for, showed no signs of activity. That shouldn't be the case. Based on the timing, it should be starting its breakthrough. Yifeng frowned and continued to wait. Yet, after waiting for another hour, there was still no progress. What's going on? Is the spiritual energy in its body insufficient? Yifeng immediately extended a tree root and wrapped it around the mutant water buffalo. But when he injected spiritual energy into the mutant water buffalo, he found that it reached its limit after only 1.5 points. This, stuck at a bottleneck? At this moment, Yifeng was filled with questions. He glanced at the sparrow, mouse, bat, and black crow, muttering to himself, so, they get stuck at the breakthrough bottleneck not because of their small size, but because it's a normal phenomenon? At this moment, his gaze shifted to the king cobra coiled under the tree. And the king cobra, which can directly break through, could be considered exceptionally gifted? Numerous thoughts swirled in his mind, but he eventually shook his head and stopped dwelling on them. It was already 1 a.m., and he couldn't wait any longer. He had to act quickly. Soon, Yifeng issued the order to set off. The previously silent forest began to echo with rumbling sounds, primarily caused by the running of the mutated water buffalo. Although it hadn't broken through to the second tier, its current size had already surpassed that of an average adult elephant. The king cobra, unsuitable for long-distance travel, coiled itself directly on the back of the mutated water buffalo. With the combined weight of these two massive creatures, their running caused the ground to tremble, leaving the other animals feeling as if the earth were shaking. The other mutated animals made little noise. The big yellow dog ran with agility and ease, while the mutated rat was carried on its back. The remaining animals were capable of flight and made no sound at all. At this moment, Yifeng had already attached himself to a sparrow, directing operations remotely. As for the other creatures, they were manageable, but the mutated water buffalo was simply too large. Even at night, he didn't dare let it swagger openly along the highway. Instead, he had it move as much as possible through dense forests to avoid detection by satellites overhead. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, the speed at which these mutated animals traveled was astonishing, covering over 20 kilometers in just half an hour. As they were about to reach the outskirts of Yang City, under Yifeng's command, they instantly split up. The mutant water buffalo stayed outside, waiting to provide support. The king cobra, the rat, and one of the sparrows formed a group, found a sewer, and burrowed in, advancing underground. The other sparrow teamed up with the bat and the black crow to form an aerial squad, primarily responsible for providing a bird's-eye view and guiding the direction. Yifeng could sense the relative distances between these animals, guiding the three creatures in the sewer on their path forward. Otherwise, once the king cobra entered the sewer, it would be completely lost. In addition, there was a large yellow dog on the ground, following the aerial squad and responsible for providing backup. At this moment, whether it was the three birds flying in the sky or the large yellow dog running on the ground, none of them would attract any attention in the dead of night. In contrast, the team advancing in the sewer felt a lively commotion. With every step forward, they encountered swarms of mutant rats. Besides the rats, there were also plenty of mutant flies and mosquitoes. In the sewer, the second-tier king cobra was undoubtedly the absolute ruler. All other mutant creatures fled and kept their distance as soon as they saw it. However, this scene still made Yifeng frown, as the number of mutant rats was far greater than he had anticipated. Wait! The mutated sparrow flying ahead suddenly stopped and turned to look to the right. There was a drainage outlet there, where wastewater from other houses was discharged into the sewer system. Since the appearance of mutated rats, reinforced wire mesh had been installed at these drainage outlets to prevent them from entering homes through the sewage pipes. However, Yifeng noticed that the wire mesh in front of him clearly showed signs of being gnawed, with one wire even bitten through. The destructive power of these mutated rats is actually this strong? Yifeng frowned deeply, feeling a growing concern for his own home. But for now, he had no time to worry about these things. After just a quick glance, he continued leading the team forward. Yet, as he ventured deeper, his mood grew grew increasingly heavy. Upon entering the urban area, the number of mutated rats increased and their size was noticeably larger. At the same time, the phenomenon of gnawed wire mesh became more frequent, with one spot even showing a gap large enough for rats to pass through. Logically, the wire mesh in the sewer system was only the first line of defense. Each drainage pipe would also have a wire mesh installed as a second layer of protection. But this already indicated a significant danger. If a household were targeted by mutated rats, and they managed to gnaw through the second layer of wire mesh and enter the house while the residents were sleeping, the consequences would be unimaginable. There should be a 4 pests eradication campaign launched in the next couple of days, but with such a large area in Yangchang, it will inevitably be done in stages. For instance, the old neighborhood where mom and dad live will likely be handled later, probably requiring another week of waiting, Yifeng thought to himself. But in a week, with the mutation speed of these rats. Thinking of this, Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Since I'm here, I'll go home and take a look later. After making up his mind, Yifeng quickened his pace. Before coming, he had done his homework. Although the news did not report the name of the pet shop, the footage did not deliberately conceal it, capturing other stores on the nearby streets. Before setting out, Yifeng had pinpointed the location of the pet shop through comparison, but what he saw on the map and the reality always differed. Now, without the ability to use mobile navigation, searching for it became quite challenging. Fortunately, after 20 minutes of effort, he finally found the location of the pet shop. However, simply locating the place was not enough. Directing the king cobra to traverse the sewer was the real challenge. After spending nearly half an hour, through mutual positioning among his subordinates, the sparrow Yifeng was inhabiting finally led the king cobra and the mutated rats to the sewer near the pet shop. Yifeng identified the location and found the sewage pipe leading to the pet shop. This sewage pipe was naturally protected by a sturdy wire mesh, but Yifeng had brought the king cobra precisely to handle such situations. With a slight flick of its tail, the king cobra exerted a force of over 1,000 pounds, causing the wire mesh to quickly deform, while the rivets securing it fell off one by one. Next came the task for the mutant rat. Under Yifeng's command, the mutant rat swiftly climbed in, following the sewage pipe to the bathroom drain, where it began gnawing furiously at the wire mesh. The mutant rat Yifeng had trained had already reached the peak of level 1, surpassing ordinary mutant rats in both size and biting power. After about 10 minutes, the obstructing wire mesh was finally chewed open. The mutant rat entered first, followed closely by the sparrow under Yifeng's control, which flew in right after. Up to this point, everything had gone smoothly, but Yifeng began to feel a bit nervous. I hope it's still here and hasn't been taken away. He prayed silently while quickly flying around the pet shop, searching for the mutant parrot. It should be over here. Yifeng turned a corner and arrived at a row of iron cages on the right. These cages were filled exclusively with parrots. His eyes scanned quickly, and soon his gaze fixed on one particular parrot. The mutant parrot was easy to identify, as its size alone made it stand out. Finally found you. Yifeng let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Although he had prepared for the worst and even had backup plans ready, who would willingly resort to them if unnecessary? After all, mutation was entirely a matter of luck nowadays. If luck was truly against him, even packing up all the parrots and waiting for a month might not result in a single mutation. Now that the target was found, the next steps would be much easier. Yifeng directed the mutated rat to gnaw through the lock on the birdcage and then awkwardly use its claws to open the iron cage. The moment the cage was opened, the mutated parrot inside darted out with a swish. Mutated animals generally exhibited higher intelligence, and the first instinct of this mutated parrot upon witnessing the scene was to attempt an escape. Yifeng made no effort to stop it, knowing full well it couldn't escape from the room. He instructed the mutated rat to move to the window, open it first, and then bite through the security bars on the window. Soon, the mutated bat and mutated black crow, who had been waiting outside for a long time, flew in. What followed was their friendly negotiation with the mutated parrot. Whether it was the bat or the black crow, both had reached the peak of the first tier in strength, far surpassing the newly mutated parrot. After 5 minutes of friendly negotiation, they carried the battered and bruised parrot out through the broken window. Finally, it's completed smoothly. Watching the parrot fly out of the pet shop, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. As for whether it would try to escape, he wasn't worried at all. Their combat abilities were on completely different levels. If it disobeyed, he could simply injure it severely and have the big yellow dog carry it back. With the miraculous presence of spiritual energy, the mutated parrot could be healed as long as it had a breath left. However, this parrot was relatively obedient. After being disciplined once, it obediently followed behind him in flight. Next came the retreat. The mutated rats and sparrows returned to the sewers through the drainage pipes, then circled around near his home to check the situation there. Yifeng directed the king cobra to head toward his home, still divided into 2 teams. The team in the sky was responsible for scouting the path and also served as coordinates, making it easier for him to direct the team in the sewers. However, because he had to escort the parrot in the air, their travel speed was slightly slower than before. Of course, as the parrot repeatedly attempted to escape and was disciplined again and again, it gradually became more obedient. obedient, following the team in flight. After spending over 20 minutes, Yifeng finally arrived near his home. His family lived in an old neighborhood with somewhat dilapidated houses due to poor conditions. If that were the only issue, it would still be manageable, but his mother had poor health. She had undergone spinal surgery when she was young and had been unable to do heavy labor ever since, leaving the entire family reliant on his father alone. Originally, he only needed to endure for another year. Once Yifeng graduated, their living conditions would improve. But unexpectedly, the sudden global biological mutation disrupted everything. The sparrow Yifeng had possessed flew into this old street, and as he looked at the buildings on both sides, a surge of emotion made him want to cry. Although he had only been away for a few days, the experiences during this time felt as if he had died and come back to life. Suppressing his emotions, he landed on a nearby utility pole close to his home. While controlling the king cobra to hurry along, he observed the situation at home. After the animal mutations, whether it was day or night, almost no one would casually open their windows, and mosquito screens were definitely installed on them. Under such circumstances, even if the curtains weren't drawn, one could only vaguely see the interior through the windows. It was already 2 a.m., and the entire street was silent. Logically, his family should have been asleep, but suddenly, he noticed a small head appear in front of a window. Xiaoro, Yifeng called out in his heart. That was his younger sister, 6 years old and just starting elementary school. Due to the significant age gap, Yifeng doted on his sister immensely. Whether it was delicious food or fun toys, he would try his best to satisfy her, so their sibling relationship had always been very close. At this moment, Xiaoro came to the window, looked up at the sky, and seemed to be muttering to herself. Brother, Mom said you've turned into a star in the sky. When will you come back? Xiaoro misses you so much. Hearing his sister's words, Yifeng's eyes grew moist. However, his sister's next words left him both amused and exasperated. You promised me chocolate before, but you still haven't bought it for me. How did it turn into stars instead? Such a glutton, Yifeng muttered inwardly with a hint of annoyance, but at this moment, he truly felt an impulse to sneak into a convenience store at night and bring back 2 pieces of chocolate for his sister. Brother, today I saw Mom crying again, and when Dad came back from work he didn't say a word. Xiaoro was really scared. What's going on? Xiaoro continued to murmur, and oh, when I went grocery shopping with Mom today, she suddenly started zoning out while walking. Listening to Xiaoro's voice, Yifeng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. His gaze shifted to the mutated parrot perched on the utility pole, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Implementing this idea would take time, but for now, the most important thing was to check whether his parents were safe. Through his previous explorations, Yifeng had gained some understanding of the sewer system's layout. This time, directing the king cobra to move forward wasn't difficult, and within just 10 minutes, he arrived at a nearby neighborhood. Yifeng transferred his possession state to a sparrow in the sewer, continuously observing the surrounding situation. The more he observed, the tighter his brows furrowed. Perhaps due to the old neighborhood, the number of mutant rats here was nearly double that of other places. Under such circumstances, the condition of the wire mesh installed at the sewage pipes was predictable. Almost every mesh had bite marks, and more than half were damaged to the extent that mutant rats could pass through. Soon, he arrived at the sewage pipe beneath his home to inspect the wire mesh. Although there were no obvious large gaps, 3 wires had already been bitten through. In a few days, this spot would also be not opened by mutant rats. If this continues, problems are bound to arise, and it's unclear whether it can hold out until the large-scale 4 pests eradication campaign ends. Yifeng muttered, his brows tightly furrowed. He recalled the process of previous 4 pests eradication campaigns, which typically started from the city center and then radiated outward to the urban areas. During this process, many mutant rats, cockroaches, and mosquitoes were eliminated, but some, sensing danger, began fleeing toward the urban districts. As these rats and cockroaches sought refuge, the old neighborhoods naturally became disaster zones. During previous eradication campaigns, rats in this area were particularly dense, and later, these mutant rats grew so bold that they strutted down the streets in broad daylight. In just 2 days, 12 people on this street were bitten by rats. This time, the mutant rats were even stronger, and the troubles ahead would likely be even greater. Yifeng didn't want his family to become the next unlucky victims of rat bites. Given the current level of mutation in the rats, it might no longer be a simple matter of bites. Watching the mutant rats scurrying through the sewer, Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the cleanup later is likely to encounter problems, I might as well detonate it in advance. As long as he caused enough commotion here to attract the attention of the Mutation Bureau, everything would become much easier. With this thought, he controlled the sparrow to land on the back of the king cobra and issued a new command. The king cobra, which had been leisurely moving as if strolling through a garden suddenly revealed a murderous intent in its cold, eerie eyes. In the next instant, its massive body displayed a terrifying speed that was completely disproportionate to its size, darting forward in a flash. A chilling aura filled the entire sewer. Squeak! Squeak! The mutated rats in the sewer seemed to have encountered the most horrifying creature, letting out sharp cries and scattering in all directions. While most of the rats fled along the sewer, quite a few bypassed the damaged wire mesh and burrowed into the drainage pipes of various households. It was easy to imagine that if the wire mesh in these families' kitchens or bathrooms wasn't sturdy enough, they would likely face disaster. This scene made Yi Feng's expression even colder, but he showed no intention of stopping. At home, Xiao Rou, who had been gazing at the stars, suddenly heard a loud bang not far away. A manhole cover was struck by something and flew high into the air with a resounding crash. Before she could react, a series of booming sounds echoed in her ears. One by one, the manhole covers on the street were sent flying, and massive mutated rats dashed out in a desperate frenzy. A sharp scream pierced the night sky, but it was merely a prelude. What followed was a cacophony of screams, roars, and shouts. The manhole cover was propelled over 10 meters into the air before crashing onto the road with a deafening sound, as if the entire street was undergoing demolition. Under such circumstances, even the deepest sleeper would find it hard to remain undisturbed. Upon waking, seeing swarms of mutated rats pouring out of the sewers, panic was inevitable. After all, these mutated rats were now as large as ordinary house cats, and a single bite could tear off a sizable chunk of flesh. At the same time, as the mutated rats frantically bit in terror, many households found them emerging from the sewage pipes in their bathrooms or kitchens. To prevent such an issue at home, Yi Feng had long instructed his own cultivated mutated rats to block the entrance of his household's sewage pipes, ensuring that other mutated rats couldn't approach. The mutated rats he had cultivated had reached the peak of Tier 1 strength, clearly far more robust than these mid to late Tier 1 mutated rats, making the task relatively easy. Although chaos reigned outside, as long as his family stayed indoors, they would be safe. At this moment, Yi Feng once again possessed the sparrow on the balcony and noticed Xiao Rou standing by the window. To his surprise, despite facing such a terrifying scene, she merely widened her big, dark eyes to watch. Though slightly frightened, she did not cry or make a fuss. Xiao Rou, don't be afraid. At this moment, Yi Feng's mother, Wang Shuwen, rushed in hurriedly, picked up Yi Rou, and spoke with a hint of panic in her voice. Mom, I'm not afraid, and you shouldn't be either. Xiao Rou comforted her in return. Let's go, we'll stay in the living room for now. I've already prepared the mouse-catching equipment. Staying together will make it easier to handle any unexpected situations, said Yi Xiangfeng, the father, in a calm voice. Dear, why don't we just buy a set of mutant creature monitoring equipment? We couldn't afford it before, but now, for the sake of safety, we shouldn't skimp on this expense, Wang Shuwen said worriedly. The mutant creature monitoring equipment was a newly launched system 3 months ago, capable of monitoring whether there were mutant rats, mutant cockroaches, or mutant mosquitoes in the house 24/7, and providing precise location tracking. With such equipment, at least they could sleep more peacefully, knowing they'd be alerted immediately if something intruded. Of course, the price of such equipment was not cheap. The standard version cost at least 300,000 Huaxia currency. If the house exceeded 100 square meters, additional sensors would need to be installed, making it even more expensive. This was far beyond what an average family could afford. Previously, Yi Feng's family's financial situation made it impossible to consider such a purchase, but now, alright, I understand. I'll call tomorrow to place the order, but we don't have enough money right now. We'll have to wait for Xiaofeng's compensation to come through. Towards the end, Yi Xiangfeng's voice gradually lowered, and Yi Feng faintly heard his mother's sobbing. He let out a soft sigh, controlling the little sparrow to fly away from here. Of course, the matter here was far from over. A riot caused by mutated rats on just one street might attract the attention of higher-ups, but the level of concern would likely be limited. Thus, boom, 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 the manhole covers on the neighboring streets flew up one after another. In the next few minutes, the manhole covers on nearby streets were flipped one by one. The mutated rats that had been hiding in the sewers were all driven out. This commotion only ended when the faint sound of police sirens echoed from afar. With Yi Feng's command, the king cobra slowly retreated. However, this neighborhood was destined for a sleepless night. Rats, as animals, are extremely sensitive to scent information. Although the king cobra had left, its violent aura still lingered in the sewers, making the rats too afraid to return for the time being. They could only scurry around the streets, causing a commotion that was easy to imagine. Yi Feng controlled the sparrow he was possessing, took one last look, and quickly flew away from the scene. After they left, 2 police cars arrived swiftly, and upon seeing the situation on the street, they were startled. They immediately reported the situation and called for reinforcements. In the past, handling such incidents would have been extremely troublesome, but now there is the city guard department. Incidents like this are directly reported, and the higher-ups promptly dispatched the city guard teams to take over. Soon, 2 fully armed 100-member squads arrived at the scene, spending half an hour to barely suppress the chaos. But this was only the beginning. The absence absence of rats on the streets did not mean they were gone, as those mutated rats were hiding in dark corners, with some even having fled the district. To truly resolve the aftermath, it would likely take at least an entire night. Are you certain the source of the incident is right here? A middle-aged man in a black leather jacket asked a police officer beside him. He was Xiao Hua, the director of the Mutation Management Bureau, summoned overnight to handle an emergency situation. Naturally, his heart was full of resentment. But upon arriving at the scene and witnessing the situation, all his complaints vanished into thin air, leaving only caution and vigilance. Yes, sir. I've already confirmed it. The manhole cover was lifted on a large scale, and the mutated rats began pouring out. This incident first occurred on this street, the officer quickly replied. Alright, go and ask the residents here if they noticed anything unusual or heard any strange sounds before the incident happened, Xiao Hua said as he connected his specialized device to the street's surveillance cameras. After inputting his credentials and passing the authorization check, the device quickly connected, and the screen displayed footage from the previous night. Xiao Hua glanced at the time and dragged the progress bar back to over half an hour earlier. I hope we can find something useful, he muttered to himself. As the thunderous roar echoed from the video, his eyes instantly widened in shock. The young police officer, who had been about to leave upon hearing the command, froze in his tracks upon hearing the sound, turned his head, and looked at the screen. The next moment, his eyes widened in the same astonishment. In the video, a heavy iron manhole cover, weighing dozens of pounds, shot up like a rocket with a deafening bang. It soared past the houses lining the street, reaching a height equivalent to a 10-story building, before losing momentum and crashing down onto the solid concrete road, leaving a large crater. Could this be someone setting off explosives in the sewer? The young officer murmured softly, the only explanation he could think of. After silently watching the video, Xiao Hua walked over to a manhole cover, squatted down, and examined it. He found no traces of an explosion caused by explosives, but instead noticed a distinct dent on the manhole cover. It wasn't explosives, it was directly pushed up by some kind of mutated creature. Upon reaching this conclusion, Xiao Hua felt his throat dry up slightly. The young officer opened his mouth, then finally said with difficulty, how is this possible? That would require at least a ton of impact force to achieve. That would have to be a mutated creature ranked in the top 50 of the danger list. They're so massive, how could they possibly enter our city unnoticed? Xiao Hua's expression was more serious than ever. I don't know either, so inform the brothers and the city guard to investigate the sewers. Make sure they bring heavy firepower. Yes, sir. The young officer hurriedly left. Not long after, two elite teams from the city guard rushed over. Deputy Director Xiao Hua, is the information you provided accurate? Asked a middle-aged man at the forefront in a deep voice. His name is Li Yongming, one of the two captains who came to provide support. Here's the video, Captain Li, take a look. Xiao Hua didn't say much, directly handing over the device in his hand and playing the video. In just a moment, Li Yongming's expression became unprecedentedly grave. This is at least a level 3 dangerous mutant creature, and the fact that it can silently reach the urban area proves that it possesses terrifying stealth capabilities. Li Yongming took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, speaking heavily. We might be in big trouble. Such a terrifying mutant creature, if hidden in the city, could become a ticking time bomb. If not eliminated in time, no one would know when it might explode. By then, it might not be as fortunate as just causing chaos on a few streets. I'll personally lead the team to investigate. Finally, Li Yongming made his decision. Captain Li, this is too dangerous. Is it appropriate for you to go down personally? Xiao Hua asked in shock. Who can go down without danger? As the captain, I should lead by example. Li Yongming waved his hand, then turned to a nearby team member. Xiao Lu, send a message to headquarters. Request 2 armed helicopters equipped with bunker buster missiles. Yes, Captain. The city guard team member responded promptly. Soon, Li Yongming led 2 elite squads down into the sewer through an open manhole cover. It's too quiet. As soon as Li Yongming entered the sewer, he sensed something was amiss. Previously, he had entered the city's sewers before. This place was supposed to be the territory of mutated creatures like rats, cockroaches, flies, and mosquitoes. Typically, upon entering, such creatures would be everywhere, and the likelihood of encountering battles was extremely high. However, now, although the sewer environment remains the same, sewage flowing everywhere and a pervasive stench, there are no creatures in sight. Everyone, stay alert and maintain a defensive formation as we move forward. Li Yongming activated the portable lighting device on him, held up his gun, and stepped forward, with the rest of the team quickly following. Yet, the further they walked, the more surprised they became, as they hadn't encountered a single mutated creature along the way. Captain, is it because of residual sense? One member asked softly. Yes, all animals have territorial awareness, and this hasn't changed after mutation. In fact, it has become even more terrifying, Li Yongming explained as he continued moving forward. Not long after, he stopped walking and touched the wall beside him. A noticeable scratch mark appeared on the cement panel here. When ordinary creatures leave scratches, most of them are rough, but why is this so smooth? He gently stroked the cement panel, as if it had been polished and refinished. Unfortunately, no one could solve this mystery for for him, so he could only proceed cautiously. Soon, they arrived at the first location they needed to investigate. Since the authorities were aware of the threat posed by the mutant rats, how could they possibly be unprepared? During several rounds of pest control, they had installed surveillance equipment in some hidden areas of the sewer system. "Captain, the wire mesh has been bitten through, and the surveillance equipment inside has been damaged." A technician quickly squatted down to inspect and reported dejectedly. "Is the memory card damaged?" Li Yongming asked. "It's not damaged, but the problem is that this surveillance equipment has been out of operation for a long time. The most recent recordings are from a month ago," the team member replied helplessly. "It's fine, let's head to the next location. There's a disguised recorder there, it should be intact," Li Yongming said, glancing at the map on his phone. It was a map of the sewer system, with all the equipment installation points marked. The team continued forward without encountering any danger. In fact, it was quite calm as they arrived at the location of the hidden recorder. This hidden recorder looked no different from an ordinary cement panel, directly embedded in the wall. The only distinction was 3 inconspicuous pinhole cameras. Even the color of the pinhole cameras was camouflaged, making them almost impossible to notice without close inspection. Sure enough, the recorder was undamaged. A smile appeared on Li Yongming's face as he immediately instructed the team's technician to open the device and connect it. However, as he approached for a closer look, his smile froze instantly. The positions of the 3 pinhole cameras were all, without exception, covered in an unknown black adhesive substance, completely blocking the cameras. Holding on to a last shred of hope, he asked the technician to connect the recorder and retrieve the surveillance footage on his phone. As expected, the screen was pitch black. "Let's move to the next spot," he said, taking a deep breath to suppress the irritation in his heart, his voice steady. Next, they went to 5 different locations where surveillance equipment had been installed, but without exception, all of them had been destroyed. It wasn't until they reached the neighboring street that they found a device that hadn't been damaged and whose camera wasn't obstructed. "Quick, extract the video," Li Yongming said excitedly to the member operating the equipment. Under Li Yongming's anxious gaze, the video was successfully extracted this time, containing footage from 2 months ago up to the present. "Great! Drag the timeline to around 2:10 a.m. and play it," Li Yongming instructed. The member quickly operated the device, and soon a blurry image appeared. Since the footage was taken in the sewer, the lighting was almost non-existent. Even though the equipment had enhancement features, the captured scene was barely discernible. As the video played, a loud rumbling sound came from the phone, instantly putting everyone on edge. They all knew it was the monster appearing, flipping the manhole cover into the air. Soon, a colossal creature appeared in the video, its body almost occupying half of the sewer space as it sped through at an incredible pace. Everyone's expressions grew even more serious. The size of the creature was larger than they had anticipated. "Captain, what is that?" a team member asked softly. Li Yongming did not answer directly but instead said, "Bring up the infrared camera footage and play it simultaneously." Due to the extremely dim environment in the sewer, all cameras were equipped with infrared imaging functionality. After the team member operated the equipment, everyone was astonished to find that under the infrared camera, the creature was almost invisible. "It's a cold-blooded animal," Li Yongming exhaled deeply and said. "In that case, the most likely explanation is that the creature is a mutated snake. Send the video back for the expert team to reconstruct and analyze. We'll keep moving forward. We must figure out where it came from and where it has gone now." He understood that such a creature could not be allowed to wreak havoc in the city. At this moment, Yifeng was naturally unaware that such a big commotion would follow. His group of mutated animal subordinates had already escorted the mutated parrot back to Sunset Valley. The capture process went exceptionally smoothly, as the loyalty of this mutated parrot was as high as 80%. This made Yifeng wonder whether all animals domesticated by humans would have particularly high loyalty after being captured. In any case, high loyalty is undoubtedly a good thing, and the next step is nurturing. He didn't know what kind of talent this 9th captured animal possessed, but with an ample supply of spiritual energy, it could reach the peak of the 1st tier within a day. If the parrot had good talent, it might even break through to the 2nd tier on its own. By then, its loyalty should be sufficiently cultivated, allowing for direct possession. Thinking about these matters, Yifeng was in an excellent mood. However, when he glanced at the system panel, a wave of distress surged in his heart again. Unknowingly, the upper limit of spiritual energy he could store had been reached once more. This was due to him having reached the peak of the 2nd tier, with a stored spiritual energy capacity of up to 650 points. Breakthrough! If I don't, it would be equivalent to wasting spiritual energy. What a waste that would be, he thought to himself. Besides, in the past 2 days combined, my height increased by 45 meters. Today, it's only grown by 10 meters. Breaking through one more time shouldn't be a problem, right? Gritting his teeth, Yifeng ultimately decided to break through. What followed proceeded step by step. After choosing to enhance the repair speed of the tree roots, his entire tree began to grow explosively. This time, the evolution process felt particularly long to him, extending from the usual 10 minutes to a full half hour. Of course, Such a long duration also meant the extent of the evolution was unprecedented. Just the height of the tree trunk alone, according to his calculations, had skyrocketed by 30 meters. This made Yifeng's heart race, and he immediately opened the system panel to confirm. Host, Yifeng, world tree height, 95 meters, trunk width 4.5 meters, root length 430 meters, realm, early stage of tier 3, evolution points, 0/120 points, special abilities, devour, capture, evolution fruit, aura value, 550/900 points, bioenergy, 550 out of 900 points. Yifeng noticed that his current height had reached an astonishing 95 meters, and he couldn't help but feel a slight bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Previously, it had taken 2 days to grow 45 meters taller, but now, in just 1 day, he had shot up by 40 meters. Undoubtedly, in the eyes of the relevant authorities, his potential had increased once again. Moreover, his figure had become extremely conspicuous. The second tallest mutated phoenix tree was only half his height, and as for the rest, they couldn't even compare. My ranking is almost certainly going to rise again, Yifeng thought with considerable frustration. However, since he had already evolved, there was no way to revert back now. He could only look for things that would make him happy. Breaking through to tier 3 brought an all-around enhancement to his strength. The width of his trunk had also increased significantly, especially the current amount of spiritual energy he could store, which had astonishingly risen to 900 points. This was undoubtedly good news for him. Of course, the most significant change was in his roots. After breaking through to tier 3, the length of his roots had directly increased by 60 meters, surpassing the 400-meter mark in total length. However, length was just one aspect. The most important part was that with the breakthrough to a higher realm, he had gained one additional main root and 100 more lateral roots. In other words, the number of his tree roots has now reached as high as 303. Moreover, every major breakthrough in cultivation is equivalent to an all-around enhancement, and the increase in his combat power is far from insignificant. For example, the strength of each tree root has surged from the original 200 pounds directly to 500 pounds. The degree of enhancement is unprecedented. The combined force of 303 tree roots can now unleash a power of 75.75 tons, which is simply terrifying. This is just the change in terms of strength. The flexibility, toughness, and repair speed of the tree roots have also been greatly enhanced. It can be said that his overall power has increased by at least threefold compared to when he was at the second stage. It's not just the tree roots, the trunk, branches, and leaves have all undergone significant enhancements as well. If he wanted, he could even pierce a hole in an ordinary person using just a single leaf. Having fully experienced the changes in himself, Yifeng was quite satisfied. Putting other things aside, ordinary firearms could no longer harm him. His only concern was the heavy weapons among humans. As for mutated creatures, there was no need to worry. He was undoubtedly invincible in the vicinity. If he encountered that mutated wild boar again, he estimated that he would only need to deploy 50 tree roots to turn it into minced meat. After sensing the changes in himself, Yifeng's gaze shifted to the section on special abilities. With the improvement in his strength, Yifeng discovered that his special abilities were also continuously enhancing. For instance, his devouring ability. At the first stage, it took him at least 10 seconds to devour 1 unit of spiritual energy. Now, at the second stage, it only took 1 second. Upon testing it now, he found that devouring 1 unit of spiritual energy required no more than 0.1 seconds. This meant he could devour 10 units of spiritual energy per second. Such a rapid devouring speed could even be applied in combat. He estimated that for a large first-stage mutated creature like a mutated water buffalo, it would take him no more than 30 seconds to completely devour and disassemble it. Although facing second-stage or third-stage creatures would certainly take longer, in battle, he wouldn't need to completely devour every enemy. With each attack, as long as the tree roots made contact with the opponent, he could devour some spiritual energy and biological energy, achieving remarkable results. Thinking of this, he specifically sought out the king cobra for a sparring session. This time, he summoned 5 tree roots, and with his enhanced strength, he was able to force the king cobra into repeated retreats. More importantly, every time his attack made contact with the opponent, he activated his devouring ability. After just a dozen strikes, the king cobra's aura weakened significantly, its body even thinning noticeably, leaving the king cobra howling in misery. Now, with every attack I make, it essentially comes with true damage and a decent healing effect. Yifeng glanced at the results of the battle and nodded in satisfaction. Through this fight, he gained a clear understanding of his combat power. At present, he was roughly equivalent to 60 king cobras. In addition to the devouring ability, his capture ability had also been enhanced. Previously, he could only capture up to 20 mutated animals, but now that number had directly increased to 30. Looks like I need to find more powerful mutated creatures to fill the slots, otherwise, leaving them empty is just a waste, Yifeng muttered to himself. At the same time, his gaze involuntarily shifted to the last special ability that had appeared, evolution fruit. Just seeing the name made his heart skip a beat. As he clicked on it with his mind, the system panel displayed the information about the evolution fruit. After reading, he immediately became excited. It can actually condense evolution points into tangible fruits to help other mutant animals break through. How amazing! This solves all the problems. Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to experiment. As he activated the special ability of the evolution fruit, a crystal clear fruit quickly grew on the branch at a speed visible to the naked eye. He gained more insights and could now condense evolution fruits of 2 levels, corresponding to Tier 1 and Tier 2. A Tier 1 evolution fruit required him to expend 100 points of spiritual energy and 100 points of bioenergy, ultimately condensing 10 evolution points into it. A Tier 2 evolution fruit, on the other hand, required 400 points of spiritual energy and 100 points of bioenergy, ultimately condensing 40 evolution points. It seems the consumption is calculated entirely based on my template, Yi Feng mused. In just 1 minute he had condensed a Tier 1 evolution fruit. After thinking for a moment, he directly tossed it to the mutant water buffalo. The mutant water buffalo, which had been standing idly by, initially showed no reaction when it saw the crystal clear fruit flying toward it. But as the evolution fruit approached and its fragrance wafted out, its mouth instantly began to drool, its eyes turned red, and an overwhelming sense of hunger surged from deep within. Not only it, but the other mutated creatures nearby also felt an incredibly strong desire to devour. Fortunately, Yi Feng reacted immediately and issued a command for all the mutated creatures to stay in place. Otherwise, these creatures might have started fighting in the next moment. The mutated water buffalo, upon realizing, opened its mouth without hesitation and swallowed the fruit. In the next moment, it let out a roar toward the sky, and the aura around it began to rise rapidly. However, while it had been standing, it crouched down and fell into slumber as it entered the breakthrough state. Previously, Yi Feng had witnessed the breakthrough of the king cobra, which also fell into slumber in a similar manner. It seems these mutated creatures are even more dangerous during breakthroughs than I imagined. Yi Feng couldn't help but mutter. Not only is there a chance of failure during breakthroughs, but simply falling into slumber during the process is already fatal. If attacked at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. While they might wake up quickly if attacked, doing so could lead to a failed breakthrough. If they can't wake up, it would be even worse, as what awaits them would not be rebirth but death. Fortunately, I don't have such troubles, Yi Feng thought with relief. He could remain clear-headed during breakthroughs and even engage in combat. Next, Yi Feng began to condense evolution fruits one by one. During his previous breakthrough, the spiritual energy stored in his body had already reached its maximum capacity of 650 points. This was enough for him to condense 6 level 1 evolution fruits in one go, just enough to provide for 6 mutated animals stuck at bottlenecks, 1 fruit per beast. Soon, 2 sparrows, a mouse, a bat, a black crow, and a buffalo all entered breakthrough states. Watching his subordinates undergoing breakthroughs, Yi Feng felt quite satisfied. Once they completed their breakthroughs, the mutated animal special forces he planned to establish would finally take shape. After all, at this stage, second-tier mutated creatures were still relatively rare, and those that appeared were generally the kind that could make it onto the danger list. This mainly referred to large creatures. As for small ones like sparrows, their chances were slim. But no matter what, after the breakthrough, a second-tier fighting against a first-tier should be no problem. After infusing spiritual energy into the hands of his subordinates, Yi Feng began his routine point allocation. Ding! Would you like to deduct 2 points of spiritual energy and bioenergy to perform a point allocation? Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Yi Feng couldn't help but think, just as expected. He knew that as his strength increased, the consumption for each point allocation would definitely grow. Without hesitation, Yi Feng chose to confirm. Then, a familiar sensation came. Over 300 tree roots were enveloped by a comfortable warm current, growing rapidly. In just 10 seconds, all of them had grown by 10 centimeters. 1 point allocation requires 2 points of spiritual energy. 1 evolution point requires 10 point allocations, consuming 20 points of spiritual energy. After calculating in his mind, he was somewhat surprised. As expected, after breaking through a major realm, the difficulty of improvement would rise sharply. It requires 2,400 points of spiritual energy to break through, which is indeed a bit exaggerated. For ordinary mutated creatures, breaking through a minor realm after reaching Tier 3 would likely take quite a bit of time. But for Yi Feng, this is still relatively acceptable. Upon breaking through to Tier 3, the tree root length reached 430 meters, and the amount of spiritual energy he could harvest per hour saw a significant increase. According to Yi Feng's calculations, he can now harvest approximately 215 points of spiritual energy per hour. If he uses all the collected spiritual energy for upgrades, he could break through a minor realm in less than 12 hours. Moreover, this is just the spiritual energy he collects from plants. If he includes the mutated creatures hunted by his subordinates, the time required could be shortened even further. If he really wanted to, breaking through 2 minor realms in a single day wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Yi Feng doesn't plan to push himself to the brink like that. Instead, he intends to focus on cultivating his subordinates first. For now, breaking through 1 minor realm per day should be sufficient. Time passed quietly, and about 3 hours later, all the animals that had just consumed the mutated fruit successfully completed their breakthroughs. After the breakthrough, these mutated animals underwent significant changes. They've all grown so much. It's like inflating a balloon. Yifeng couldn't help but marvel. The two little sparrows, after reaching the second tier, now had a size comparable to ordinary eagles, with their beaks and claws becoming sharper and gleaming with a cold light. As for the black crow and bat, their size changed even more dramatically. When their wings were folded and they stood on the ground, their height reached half a meter, and their body length exceeded 1 meter. When they spread their wings, their wingspan could reach up to 5 meters. The changes in the mutated water buffalo were even more pronounced. After reaching the second tier, its size was comparable to that of an ordinary van. This reminded Yifeng of the mutated wild boar he had encountered earlier, which was likely also at the second tier. Finally, Yifeng's gaze fell on the mutated rat in the corner. A rat from Asin country, it really reached the second tier. Looking at the mutated rat before him, he felt a bit dazed, as if he were seeing the scenes from a previous video where the armed forces of Asin country were being defeated step by step. Now he could confirm that quite a few of the mutated rats in Asin country had already reached the second tier. Compared to the first tier mutated rats, the second tier ones did not exhibit an exaggerated increase in size, being only about the size of a small dog, such as a teddy. This lack of significant change in size indicated that they had allocated points to other aspects. From previous videos, it was evident that the mutated rats in Asin country were extremely agile, capable of maneuvering through a hail of bullets. Clearly, they had allocated some of their points to agility. Such non-standard point allocation often resulted in exceptional abilities in certain areas. Come, I want to see how your combat power has improved after breaking through. Yifeng issued a unified sparring command to these mutated creatures. Then, he drew out 6 tree roots and lashed them towards 6 mutated animals respectively. This was both to gauge their combat power after breaking through and to boost their loyalty. After all, when the king cobra was struck earlier, its loyalty had directly increased by 3%. The 6 mutated creatures that received the command reacted immediately as Yifeng swung the tree roots. Except for the mutated water buffalo, the rest mostly chose to dodge. However, the gap in strength between the two sides was evident. Even though they chose to dodge at the first moment, it was futile. Yifeng reached the third tier, and the flexibility of the tree roots was further enhanced, making their speed significantly faster. As soon as the two sparrows took flight, they were struck by the tree roots. With a muffled bang, they were directly whipped back to the ground. Feathers scattered at the point of impact, and blood seeped out. Each tree root could exert a force of 500 pounds, which was no joke. With just one strike, they were severely injured. The tree roots then bound them, and in an instant, the two mutated sparrows were defeated. As for the mutated black crow and mutated bat, their overall strength was far superior to the two mutated sparrows. They barely managed to dodge the strikes of the tree roots, but it was a close call. Any slight contact would result in injury. Facing Yifeng's storm-like attacks, their defeat was only a matter of time. The mutated rat performed relatively well. After breaking through to the second tier, it became quite agile, managing to dodge while occasionally finding opportunities to counterattack, using its claws or teeth to tear at the tree roots. Unfortunately, its attack power was too weak to even break the bark. It wasn't until Yifeng unleashed a second tree root that the rat was forced into a desperate situation. In less than a minute, whether it was the mutated rat or the struggling mutated bat and black crow in the air, all were defeated. Their combat power is pretty weak. They can't even win against slightly stronger first-tier creatures, Yifeng remarked with a hint of disappointment. Soon, only the mutated water buffalo remained in the field. As large as a van, its thick skin and tough flesh made it impervious to the force of a 500-pound tree root striking it, as if it were merely being scratched. Unfortunately, it could only defend passively. Its body was too cumbersome to counterattack, leaving it no choice but to endure the blows. Of course, for Yifeng, a stalemate was out of the question. If one tree root couldn't move it, then 2 or 3 would do. To Yifeng's surprise, it wasn't until he combined 8 tree roots, unleashing a force of 2 tons, that the mutated water buffalo staggered and began to retreat. Even with a massive force of 2 tons, the mutated water buffalo was only pushed back repeatedly, its skin showing streaks of blood. However, calling it severely injured would still be an exaggeration. Finally, Yifeng increased the number of tree roots to 12, unleashing a full 3 tons of force, which was enough to seriously injure the mutated water buffalo. Its defense is truly impressive, Yifeng couldn't help but praise. After this series of tests, the combat strength evaluation was also concluded. The sparrow was the weakest, and the mutated bat and mutated black crow weren't much better, as they could basically be dealt with using a single tree root. The mutated rat was slightly more troublesome, but only slightly 2 tree roots were enough to handle it. As for the mutated water buffalo, although its defense is strong and its explosive power is not weak, its combat effectiveness is hard to define due to its clumsiness. While these mutated animals are not impressive individually, if they form a team and complement each other's abilities, they should be able to unleash considerable combat power. He could finally seek revenge revenge on that mutated wild boar. After a battle ended, Yifeng first opened the side panel to check and found that the loyalty of these mutated creatures had not increased. Did I guess wrong? Does loyalty only increase after aggressive mutated creatures are taught a lesson? Yifeng couldn't help but glance at the king cobra nearby. The king cobra seemed to sense something, its head suddenly rising as it vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Yifeng withdrew his attention and glanced at the sky. It was already 6 a.m. and dawn was approaching. He first infused spiritual energy into the creatures that had just sparred to heal their injuries, so they could go out to perform tasks once daylight fully arrived. The first task is to find the mutated wild boar and see if revenge is possible. Revenge is only one aspect. The mutated wild boar ranks 35th on the danger list. Therefore, it serves as a good reference point. Hunting it will provide a clearer assessment of the combat capabilities of his group of subordinates. Moreover, this kind of oversized mutated creature must contain a significant amount of spiritual energy within its body. Killing it would save him several hours of work. As for the second task, it is to find the mutated falcon. Yifeng has been fixated on this matter. He has no fear of enemies on the ground. Even without considering his own combat power, he has the king cobra, the mutated water buffalo, and a promising mutated yellow dog. In the future, no matter what creatures they encounter, they can put up a fight. But the situation in the air is different. Although most of his flying mutated creatures are merely there to make up the numbers, they can't even defeat a tree root. If they encounter a powerful predatory bird, they would all be helpless. Therefore, finding a flying mutated creature capable of holding the fort becomes particularly important. In the blink of an eye, the time reached 7 o'clock and daylight had fully broken. After an hour of recuperation, the continuous flow of spiritual energy healed the injuries left by the battles of the mutated creatures. With Yifeng's command, all the mutated animals scattered and began searching for prey. Depending on their strength, the range of their search varied. Weak mutated animals wouldn't be allowed to run far by Yifeng. Especially the hard-to-catch mutated parrot, it must stay within his line of sight. As for the king cobra and the mutated buffalo, Yifeng let them roam outside freely. The other flying creatures also transformed into scouts, conducting a comprehensive search. Not bad. After breaking through to the second tier, their intelligence has improved a bit. They can already understand some relatively complex commands, Yifeng said with satisfaction. Yifeng wasn't idle either. He had something very important to do, opening his phone to check the follow-up developments of last night's events. Just as he imagined, the local news in Yangchang indeed reported the mutated rats riot in the old city. Below the news, the comments section was already in an uproar among netizens. Jupai, why did they suddenly riot? Could there be a rat plague? Did Jinlong, the rat infestation isn't the scariest part. I'm worried that those mutant cockroaches and mutant mosquitoes might stage a riot too. If that happens, we really won't dare to go outside. Sui Fengpiao, don't worry, the city guard has already sealed off those few blocks and is focusing on cleaning them up. Last night's riot was just a sudden incident. Gui Ku, here's a surveillance video I found. The mutant rats on our side are clearly smaller in size compared to those in India. It seems like it's not yet time for a riot. Attached at the end was a short video. Yifeng glanced at it briefly. Although the rat riot incident caused a certain level of panic, it seemed to still be under control. The main reason was that the city guard had started patrolling the streets, which undoubtedly brought a great sense of security to the city's residents. After this incident, the number of people signing up for the Eliminate the Four Pests campaign increased significantly. This is a major project, and relying solely on personnel from various departments is clearly not enough. It also requires the support of a large number of volunteers. Previously, recruiting volunteers was not easy. After all, this kind of task involves certain risks and is mostly carried out in sewers, an environment no one is willing to stay in. However, last night's unexpected incident directly caused a surge in the number of applicants. But when Yifeng reviewed the news again, he was surprised to find that although the event was described in great detail, there was no mention of its cause. Are they worried about causing public panic? Yifeng speculated. This also means that the authorities are very likely aware of the King Cobra situation. Yifeng immediately exited and then opened the danger list. Just as he expected, the King Cobra had appeared. Moreover, it had directly landed in the 10th position on the danger list. 10th place, mutant giant snake. Evaluation, body length 12 to 15 meters, extremely high attack power, impact force of at least 1 ton, swift and agile, equipped with hard scales. It is yet to be determined whether it possesses venom. If encountered, evacuate immediately. It cannot be eliminated without heavy firepower. It actually jumped straight into the top 10 rankings. Luckily, I don't have to leave Yang City, said Wasuowi indifferently. You think staying in Yang City means you're safe? It's a snake. It's not unusual for snakes to appear in the city, Buan responded. Are you kidding? Such a long snake, do you really think the city guard would be blind enough to let it in? Indifference questioned again. Not necessarily. It's said that mutated animals are far more intelligent than their kind. Why would it appear so brazenly? It might already be hiding in your home sewer right now, Ruth ruthless but unsteady concluded. What followed was a heated argument between the two, which Yifeng didn't watch. He simply gave a silent thumbs up to ruthless but unsteady. However, this incident reminded Yifeng that the king cobra had already caught the attention of the authorities. In the future, when deploying it, he would need to be more discreet. He couldn't even let people know it frequently appeared in Sunset Valley, otherwise, it might attract the Mutant Management Bureau. Fortunately, although the king cobra was very long, its height while slithering on the ground was only about 30 centimeters. At such a height, it could be concealed not only by trees but even by ordinary weeds. With the mutation of plants, not only had trees grown taller, but most wild grasses in the wilderness had already reached half a person's height. Yifeng thought about these things while scrolling through the danger rankings, wanting to check if his ranking had improved. It really has improved. When he saw the 80th spot on the danger rankings, labeled as the mutated iron birch tree, he couldn't help but sigh. Although he had anticipated the ranking improvement, he hadn't expected it to jump from 98th to 80th in one go. Every ranking increase meant the authorities were paying more attention to him, which was definitely not good news. When he clicked on the name to expand the details, the reason for the ranking improvement was clearly stated. Note, within one day, height soared by 40 meters. Based on analysis, its potential has surpassed the mutated old locust tree, hence the ranking improvement. After reading the information, he glanced at the comments below and found that the number of people following him had indeed increased significantly. Foodie Chingha, I followed this mutated iron birch tree yesterday thinking it had great potential. Sure enough, its ranking soared today. Ilan Zongshango, stop bragging, buddy upstairs. I was here all day yesterday and never saw you comment. Men are really tired, such a pity. The ones on the list are either locust trees or iron birch trees. Why can't there be a fruit tree? Lychee, longan, mango, ginseng fruit, jackfruit, pomelo, banana. Why haven't these fruit trees mutated? I really want to taste their mutated fruits. Defei, hey. Doesn't anyone care about the potential danger of this mutated iron birch tree? What if it really becomes sentient? Read Huayuachin to the commenter above. If you want to know the answer, just check yesterday's comments. But I do have some new information to share. I have a friend who works at a research institute. Although Xiaofeng Mountain is too far away, it's said that they've already set their research focus on this iron birch tree. Seeing this, Yifeng's gaze suddenly sharpened. Although he understood that information on the internet couldn't be fully trusted, from an objective perspective, the likelihood of him being targeted was indeed high. This won't do. I need to continue strengthening my abilities. Once that mutated wild boar is found, I won't kill it. Capturing it first will work too. The speed of searching for other large mutated animals also needs to be accelerated. I must fill up the 30 slots as soon as possible, Yifeng muttered under his breath. While revising his plan, he continued scrolling through the comments, but there was no more useful information to be found. Next, he logged into the official website of the Yangchang Research Institute for a quick look. There was no announcement about dispatching another sampling team. However, 4 days had already passed. In the past few days, they might have been dealing with compensation-related matters, but once those are resolved, there will definitely be follow-up actions. Otherwise, the research would be put on hold, leading to even greater losses. I hope they don't come after me. Otherwise, the ones in trouble will only be them. Yangchang Research Institute. Su Liang's face looked somewhat grim as he returned to his research group. Professor Su, how did it go? Has the funding been approved? As soon as he entered, a researcher eagerly inquired. Su Liang first nodded, then shook his head. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, he explained, the research funding has been approved, but the amount is vastly different from what I applied for. Director Liu was very dissatisfied with our last operation, and it caused significant repercussions. As a result, the funding for our Phase 3 research has been slashed to only 5 million. Hearing Su Liang's words, the expressions of the members in the office changed. Researcher Yi Weihua said indignantly, isn't this ridiculous? It was one thing in the past, but now we already have preliminary results, and yet they still treat it with such disregard. A member beside him sighed lightly. You already know the attitude from above. Right now, all the key projects are focused on mutant animals, while mutant plants are merely considered an insignificant branch. Moreover, the life essence we're researching is just a theoretical result. We can't present anything concrete, so the level of attention is naturally limited. Upon hearing this, Yi Weihua, though understanding the reasoning, still said with frustration, they want the horse to run but won't feed it. If we had sufficient research funding from the start, we would have achieved results by now. And it's not just about funding. The administrative support is far from adequate. The Mutation Management Bureau helps other research teams hunt mutant animals every day. But what about us? Apart from helping us retrieve a tree branch at the very beginning, we've had to figure out everything else on our own. His words left everyone in the room silent. At this moment, Su Liang, the professor leading the group, knew he couldn't let the silence continue. He cleared his throat and said, what we need to do now is not complain, but think about how to solve the problem. Our theoretical research is complete, and we have a preparation plan. Next, it's all about trial and error until we successfully extract the life essence. essence. What we're lacking now is research materials. If we could just get another 200 pounds, no, 100 pounds of mutated old locust tree branches, we should be able to extract 1 vial of life essence. Once we have the product, funding for further research won't be an issue. Currently, our situation is that the theoretical research has been completed, the preparation equipment is ready, and the cost of consumables is not much. If we save a bit, 2 million will suffice. So, with this 5 million budget, we can even allocate 3 million to acquire 100 pounds of old locust tree branches. If anyone has good ideas, don't hold back, feel free to share them, and we can discuss them together. After listening to Su Liang's words, the expressions of the people present seemed to relax a bit. Indeed, setting aside other issues, spending 3 million yuan to obtain 100 pounds of branches shouldn't be difficult. If it were peacetime, not to mention 100 pounds, even 100 tons wouldn't be a problem. As for now, can we use these 3 million Hua coins to ask the Mutation Management Bureau to take action once? A researcher suggested. Maybe we could have before, but everyone knows about the rat disaster that happened yesterday. The Mutation Management Bureau is too busy to deal with us now, and the 4 pests elimination campaign will also be urgently launched. So, let's not count on them during this period. Su Liang immediately shook his head. How about we issue the task again, releasing it to all relevant enterprises and units? Surely there are people short on money who would be willing to take on this task, someone else proposed. Su Liang shook his head. Hard to say. Right now, the news about the sampling team being almost completely wiped out is still trending. Out of a 15-person team, only one survived by sheer luck, truly a life or death situation. Anyone with a bit of rationality knows this money won't be easy to earn. What's more, we need to find professionals. If we randomly bring in some people, the probability of mission failure is very high. In the end, not only will we harm them, but our money will also go down the drain. This 3 million huabi is our last fund. We can't afford to lose it. The person who had just made the suggestion was immediately silenced. Although 3 million is tempting, the mission is a near-death endeavor, and there's no compensation if one dies. No sane person would take it. The atmosphere in the room fell silent once again. At this moment, Yi Weihua spoke again. How about we change our approach? I wonder if you've seen today's danger rankings. The mutated iron birch tree in Sunset Valley has already reached a height of 95 meters and should have considerable research value. Sunset Valley is much closer, only 20 kilometers away, and we even have a direct road leading there. If we choose the mutated iron birch tree, the difficulty would at least be halved. Should we consider changing our target? Xiaofeng Mountain is a full 50 kilometers away from them, and the latter half of the journey is all mountain roads, which are particularly difficult to traverse. In comparison, heading to Sunset Valley saying the difficulty is halved is actually an understatement. His words immediately caused the researchers present to fall into deep thought. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to Su Liang, as he was the one with the most authority to speak. After pondering for a while, Su Liang slowly said, according to our research theory, all plants that have mutated to a certain extent can extract life essence. Logically, this iron birch tree should also be capable of it, but its height is ultimately not comparable to the mutated old locust tree. We'll need more materials, probably at least 300 pounds. This instantly lifted the spirits of everyone present. As long as we reach the destination, whether it's collecting 100 pounds or 300 pounds, the difficulty remains the same. Seeing that everyone was a bit excited, Su Liang reminded, although choosing the mutated iron birch tree in Sunset Valley can reduce the level of danger significantly, but no matter how much it's reduced, the risk is still considerable. It will probably still be difficult to find someone willing to take on such a task. Yi Weihua said again, I have a suggestion. I know the owner of a security company, and he might be willing to take on this task. A security company? Su Liang's eyes lit up instantly. Compared to ordinary people, the chances of success for people from a security company would undoubtedly be much higher. Ahem. It's not a regular security company. Seeing the puzzled looks from everyone, Yi Weihua quickly explained, what I mean is, legally, it's a security company, but what they do isn't exactly security company work. Can you be more specific about what's going on? Su Liang frowned. To put it simply, their main business is lending money, and that subordinate boss has a large group of thugs, Yi Weihua said. Everyone present immediately understood what he meant. Is it reliable to go to them for something like this? Su Liang's frown deepened. They are among the few who dare to take on such high-risk tasks. Moreover, not long ago, after a round of crackdowns, they no longer dare to engage in such gray area businesses. Now that boss is probably worrying about where to get money. 3 million is enough to tempt them, and we can sign a contract with them, pay half as a deposit first, and after success, settle the remaining balance. They will definitely put in their best effort, Yi Weihua said. Will they agree to just half the payment up front? Su Liang asked. Not sure, but we can give it a try. Besides, when dealing with such a group, we don't need to convince every member. As long as their boss agrees, that's enough, Yi Weihua said. The researchers in the room exchanged glances, feeling that this proposal seemed feasible. Alright, you go contact that boss and have him come over for a talk. luck. In the end, Su Liang made the decision. Yifeng naturally had no idea that the thing he was worried about had already come true. However, at the moment he chose to break through, he was already mentally prepared. So at this time, although he felt heavy-hearted, he was not panicked. He simply went about his tasks methodically, harvesting spiritual energy, adding points, injecting spiritual energy into these mutated animals, and finally, occasionally possessing the two little sparrows to check on their search progress. But there's no telling where that mutated wild boar went. After searching for 3 hours, there was still no trace of it. We've searched nearly a 10-kilometer radius around here. Could it have already left the area? Yifeng frowned slightly. Of course, it can't be ruled out that it was missed due to carelessness during the search. Although the mutated wild boar is extremely large, with the mutation of plants, towering trees over 10 meters high are everywhere. Simply searching from above makes it highly likely to miss something. But if a carpet-style search is chosen, it would still be impossible with just these few animals under his command. Judging by the time, it's about time to call them back, Yifeng muttered as he issued a return command. To help his subordinates improve their strength more quickly, Yifeng would inject spiritual energy into them once every hour. It is worth mentioning that after they broke through to the second tier, the amount of spiritual energy each animal consumed increased significantly. Now, these 9 animals together consume 84 points of his spiritual energy per hour. However, Yifeng doesn't mind this level of consumption. He plans to raise his level by just a small increment each day, and the remaining spiritual energy is more than enough for him. Based on the experience gained from the king cobra, as long as these mutated animals have sufficient spiritual energy, even at the second tier, they can basically break through once every 10 hours. In this way, within at most 2 days, he can directly cultivate this batch of second-tier mutated animals to the third tier. At the same time, Yifeng ranked the amount of spiritual energy they could absorb with each minor breakthrough at the second tier. 1. Mutated king cobra, 200 points of spiritual energy. 2. Mutated water buffalo, 200 points of spiritual energy. 3. Mutated black crow, 80 points of spiritual energy. 4. Mutant bat, 80 spirit points. 5. Mutant rat, 60 spirit points. 6. Mutant sparrow, 40 spirit points. As for the remaining big yellow dog and parrot, they are currently only at the first tier and are not included in the calculation for now. How much spiritual energy these animals absorb to break through often indicates how great their potential is. It is worth mentioning that at the first tier, the mutated water buffalo requires 10 more points of spiritual energy to break through compared to the king cobra. However, by the second tier, the amount of spiritual energy they can absorb per hour has become the same. This inevitably led Yifeng to a new hypothesis: mutated creatures that break through on their own may have greater potential. As he was thinking about these things, his subordinates also returned one after another. Although they didn't find the mutated wild boar, they hunted some mutated creatures they encountered along the way and brought them back for Yifeng to devour. At this moment, with the return of these animals, one mutated creature after another was placed in front of Yifeng. 6 mutated rats, 3 mutated pheasants, 2 mutated toads, 2 mutated tree frogs, and 1 mutated weasel. In addition, the aerial team also brought back 3 mutated bats and 2 mutated pigeons for Yifeng. And some of these mutated creatures are dead, while others are alive. Whether dead or alive, Yifeng can directly devour and absorb them. But once they're dead, they can't be captured. However, he glanced at the mutated animals in front of him and had no intention of capturing them at all, choosing to devour them all. Why is the king cobra so slow to return this time? Yifeng was a bit puzzled, but before long, the king cobra also appeared in his line of sight. Its tail was coiled around a mutated creature, and when Yifeng got a clear look at the creature, a look of interest immediately appeared on his face. It was a mutated hedgehog. Although hedgehogs are small-sized creatures, due to their spiky nature, their combat power might not be weak if their rank increases. This is why it was one of the animals on Yifeng's capture list. You really are my lucky charm. Yifeng looked at the king cobra and sighed with emotion. Whether it was the mutant water buffalo or the big yellow dog, it was all brought back by it. Soon, Yifeng successfully captured the mutant hedgehog. By this time, the number of mutant animals Yifeng had captured finally reached 10. As Yifeng injected spiritual energy into the mutated hedgehog, he discovered that its talent was average, with its body only able to store 4 points of spiritual energy. It was on the same level as the previous bat and black crow. Although its talent wasn't impressive, Yifeng felt it was still somewhat useful. Even though it was only at the mid-stage of the first tier, the spines on its body were already as hard as steel needles. Currently, only the king cobra and the mutated water buffalo dared to provoke it, relying on their strong defenses. The other mutated animals didn't dare to touch it. Of course, this mutated hedgehog, due to its lack of speed, could only manage defensive counterattacks. Hopefully, there will be some surprises for me later. After teasing the mutated hedgehog with a tree root, Yifeng began infusing spiritual energy into the other mutated creatures. Soon, the group of mutated mutated creatures finished resting, and Yifeng let the king cobra and the others move freely. And he possessed a sparrow, while commanding the black crows and bats to follow, flying straight toward Dongwu Mountain in the southwest. If the mutant wild boar had left the vicinity, continuing the search would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. So he decided to temporarily set this matter aside and focus on finding the falcon first. This morning, he didn't idle around. Using his phone, he searched online for places near Yangcheng where eagle nests could be found. In the end, he actually pinpointed two locations. The first was Dongwu Mountain, and the second turned out to be Xiaofeng Mountain. So he plans to first take a trip to these two places. Dongwu Mountain is not far from Sunset Valley, only 10 kilometers in a straight line. Under Yifeng's command, the entire aerial formation was advancing rapidly. He had dispatched only second-level mutant creatures. While their combat abilities might not be strong, their flying speed was not slow either. So in less than 10 minutes, they entered the vicinity of Dongwu Mountain. The northern side of Dongwu Mountain is a cliff, a place where ordinary hawks usually like to build their nests, so theoretically, it shouldn't be difficult to locate them. However, Yifeng circled the cliff twice without finding anything. To ensure nothing was missed, he even searched the other directions of Dongwu Mountain. Only after half an hour did he sigh lightly and leave. Hopefully, there will be some findings on Xiaofeng Mountain, otherwise, I really wouldn't know where to look. Yifeng prayed silently in his heart. 15 minutes later, the aerial squadron under his command had already approached the vicinity of Little Phoenix Mountain. But no matter who approached Little Phoenix Mountain, the first thing they would notice was not the mountain itself, but the massive old locust tree growing on its hillside. The height of this mutated old locust tree had reached 360 meters, while Little Phoenix Mountain was merely a low hill with an altitude of only about 400 meters. In other words, the height of this mutated old locust tree was almost equivalent to that of the mountain itself. Against such a backdrop, it would undoubtedly give off a majestic impression. Yifeng controlled the mutated sparrow he was possessing, steadily approaching. The southern side of Xiaofeng Mountain also had a cliff, but Yifeng did not fly in that direction. Instead, he headed straight for the mutated old locust tree. Because these past few days, he had been pondering a question. Do other plants really not develop intelligence after mutating? The old locust tree in front of him, according to Yifeng's estimation, had already reached the third tier. It could be said to be the most highly mutated tree near Yangcheng, apart from himself. From the state of the old locust tree, one could roughly infer the condition of other mutated trees. Soon, the sparrow controlled by Yifeng kept flying closer and finally landed smoothly on one of the branches of the mutated old locust tree. The old locust tree remained quiet, showing no movement other than swaying gently in the wind. Of course, this was also within Yifeng's expectations. He began using his bird claws to continuously scratch the tree bark. After persistent effort, he finally managed to tear the bark. However, the old locust tree in front of him still showed no reaction. Could it be that mutated plants really don't develop intelligence? As Yifeng pondered, he flew up. He was merely testing on a whim. However, he had just taken off when his movements suddenly came to a halt. He always had a nagging feeling, as if he had overlooked something. With doubt in his mind, he flew a circle around the old locust tree and finally noticed something peculiar. Logically speaking, such a large old locust tree should be an ideal spot for birds to rest or even build nests. But on this mutated old locust tree, there wasn't a single bird, let alone a bird's nest. He regained control of the little sparrow, flying it back to its original position. Yet he still didn't find anything unusual. He could only have the sparrow stay here on standby, then transfer his possession state to another sparrow to head to the cliff on the southern side of Little Phoenix Mountain for investigation. But to his disappointment, after circling around here, he still did not find any trace of the falcon. Yifeng felt somewhat unwilling in his heart and continued leading the team to search other areas of Xiaofeng Mountain, hoping to find some clues. But contrary to his wishes, no trace of the falcon was found. However, he did notice something special about Xiaofeng Mountain. The spiritual energy here seems to be particularly abundant, at least compared to other places. This is also because the host is a sparrow, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is exceptionally slow. If the true body could come, it would probably notice it immediately. The spiritual energy here is probably 50% denser than in other places. Why is there such a difference? Yifeng was somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but think of the Amazon rainforest, where the mutation rate of animals is exceptionally fast. Could it be because the spiritual energy there is also particularly dense? Just as he was thinking about these things, his main body received a sense of terror transmitted by another sparrow through the contract. Almost instantly, he switched his possession state over. In the next moment, he was startled to find himself, without knowing when, completely surrounded by the vertical fork group. The overlapping leaves on the branches had entirely sealed off all possible escape routes. Moreover, the tree prison surrounding him was continuously tightening. He was greatly alarmed, and at this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. The old locust tree has really become a spirit. Of course, the amazement lasted only a moment. He knew better that he should first let the sparrow escape. He quickly chose a spot with fewer leaves and began began swinging his claws. But it had no effect. He had to exert almost all his strength just to tear through 2 leaves. He had anticipated this in his heart, as he was also at the 3rd tier and well aware of the power of 3rd-tier plants. These leaves appeared ordinary, but in reality, their toughness was no less than that of iron sheets. So he merely tried it once, and immediately called for reinforcements. The mutated black crows, mutated bats, and mutated sparrows outside, upon receiving the order, swiftly flew in the direction where Yifeng was located. Yifeng switched to a possession state, allowing him to see more clearly from the outside how this tree prison was formed. The branches in the other directions were all bending at this moment, converging toward the place where the mutated sparrow was, ultimately forming this cage. He could easily do this himself, but watching the old locust tree accomplish it gave him an inexplicable chill in his heart. As these trees continue to mutate, when the majority of them can hunt like the old locust tree, the wilderness might become a forbidden zone for humans. Of course, while these thoughts ran through his mind, his hands did not slow down in the slightest. He commanded the black crows and bats to swoop down, then together they used their claws to scratch at the leaves. Mutated sparrows were one thing, but mutated black crows and bats, once they reached the 2nd tier, could have a wingspan of up to 5 meters, with claws half a meter long, complete with sharp barbs. With a single swipe of their claws, they could tear down over a dozen leaves, and their clawing speed was extremely fast. Under the combined efforts of the mutated black crows and bats, the leaves fell like snowflakes. At this moment, the old locust tree seemed to realize that its prey was trying to escape. The speed at which the tree prison tightened increased, and branches from other areas bent and stretched over, attempting to trap the black crows and bats as well. But compared to Yifeng, its speed was really too slow, taking about a minute to move just 1 meter. To encircle the mutant bats and mutant black crows, it would take at least 4 to 5 minutes. After assessing the situation, Yifeng felt reassured, but his actions showed no hesitation. The sparrow he had possessed continued to scratch with its sharp claws. Although the attacks were somewhat weak, they could still accumulate over time. Under the combined assault of the 4 mutant creatures, it took only a minute to rescue the trapped mutant sparrow. Although he managed to escape easily, Yifeng, who soared into the sky, felt somewhat heavy-hearted. The fact that the old locust tree could develop intelligence was something he hadn't expected. Although this intelligence was likely still very weak, only capable of instinctive hunting. But it must be noted that this old locust tree was currently only at the 3rd tier. As it continued to grow, it might break through to the 4th tier, 5th tier, or even higher levels in the future. Who could possibly know to what extent its intelligence might develop? Of course, worrying about the future is just one aspect. What truly made Yifeng feel heavy-hearted was the fact that the old locust tree possessed intelligence and even hunted other creatures. What would happen if humans found out about this? The currently accepted belief is that mutant plants pose no threat, partly because they cannot move and partly because they lack offensive capabilities. The point about lacking offensive capabilities can now be ruled out. In that kind of situation just now, the mutated sparrow couldn't escape. If it were a human being trapped, they probably wouldn't be able to escape either. So what would happen when humans discover this kind of threat? Most normal people would probably nip the danger in the bud. By then, it wouldn't just be the old locust tree that suffers. This mutated iron birch tree, which has been deemed to have greater potential, definitely wouldn't escape either. No, I need to protect the old locust tree as well, to prevent other humans from approaching and discovering its anomaly, Yifeng murmured. Only this way could he temporarily suppress the matter. But it was only temporary. He suspected that other places also had mutated plants with offensive capabilities. For now, he could only delay as much as possible, giving himself and his group of subordinates room to grow. Sigh, what a mess this all is. Yifeng flew back somewhat dejectedly. Not only did this trip yield no results, but he also received bad news, so it was no wonder his mood was sour. He led his subordinates back in flight, but before they had gone far, they heard the chaotic cawing of mutated black crows. Yifeng looked over with some confusion, and in the next moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. In the distance, a hawk was gliding low across the sky, clutching a wild rabbit in its talons. It was clear that it had just finished a hunt. Truly, what you seek is found when least expected, Yifeng shouted in his heart and flew straight ahead, leading the way. In the distance, the hawk that had just caught its prey panicked at the sight of the 4 ferocious birds approaching aggressively. None of them were smaller than it, and 2 of them, with wingspans reaching 5 meters, posed an especially strong threat. Yes, this was an unmutated hawk. There are only a handful of powerful bird species, and they are already rare to begin with, while mutated ones are even rarer. Although it hadn't mutated, Yifeng was not disappointed. In fact, he had already considered this possibility, so he had long decided that if he encountered one, he would simply capture it and take it back. After making it a captive, he would patiently wait for it to mutate. When faced with a powerful predatory bird like the hawk, even if it hadn't mutated, Yifeng did not hesitate to allocate a contract slot for it. The next part was very simple. Faced with an ordinary hawk that hadn't mutated, not to mention black crows and bats, even 2 mutated sparrows could easily suppress it. Although the strength of 2 small sparrows is quite weak, that's only in comparison to creatures of the same tier. When dealing with non-mutated creatures, they can easily crush them. However, non-mutated creatures cannot absorb spiritual energy to heal themselves, so Yifeng was particularly cautious during the capture. He directly ordered everyone to act together, aiming to capture it without causing any harm to the target. A minute later, the hawk wailed incessantly, shedding a large patch of feathers, and eventually, its wings were firmly grasped by the mutated bat, which began flying back rapidly. 20 minutes later, the team returned to Sunset Valley. Meanwhile, Yifeng successfully captured the hawk. It is worth mentioning that although the hawk had not yet mutated, during the capture, Yifeng could clearly feel its struggle was much more intense than that of mutated creatures like the porcupine, almost able to catch up the king cobra that was previously in its first stage. And after being captured, the opponent's loyalty was only about 70%. Seeing this scene, Yifeng raised an eyebrow and could only sigh, truly worthy of being a fierce bird. From then on, he had his 11th captured animal. A double blessing is that the big yellow dog is about to break through to the second tier. Of course, if it were just about breaking through to the second tier, there wouldn't be much to be surprised about. But the big yellow dog can break through directly without needing an evolution fruit, which is a different matter. This means that the big yellow dog, like the king cobra, is one of those exceptionally gifted beings. After breaking through on their own, their combat power is often stronger than others at the same level. Aside from the big yellow dog, judging by the time, the king cobra is also about to break through to the late stage of the second tier, getting closer and closer to the third tier. Yifeng first injected a wave of spiritual energy into the big yellow dog, which was in the process of breaking through. At the same time, he looked at the mutated parrot and the mutated hedgehog. Now only they were left, still at the first tier. Of course, Yifeng was more concerned about their talent and whether they could break through on their own. You have to work hard. Although your initial conditions aren't great, as long as you can break through on your own, you might be able to defy fate later, and it would also save me an evolution fruit. Yifeng gently touched them with his tree roots, conveying his thoughts. However, as he spoke, he was somewhat stunned, because he thought of something, since the evolution fruit can directly help these creatures evolve and break through to a higher realm. Then, if normal creatures consume the evolution fruit, could it also transform their essence of life, turning them into mutated animals? If that's possible. Thinking of this, Yifeng seemed to hear the sound of his own heartbeat. He forcibly suppressed the excitement mixed with nervousness. Then he immediately activated his ability and began to condense the evolution fruit. Before long, a crystal-clear evolution fruit, resembling a gemstone, grew out from the branch. Yifeng used the tree roots to pluck it off and presented it in front of the falcon. As the fragrance of the evolution fruit wafted out, there was no need for Yifeng to give any instructions. The falcon began devouring it in large mouthfuls. Very soon, the entire evolution fruit was swallowed into its stomach. Yifeng watched nervously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In just 10 seconds, the falcon closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep, while the aura around it gradually grew stronger. This phenomenon is extremely similar to when other mutated animals break through their boundaries. Did it succeed? Yifeng was somewhat uncertain. At this moment, he could only continue to wait. Fortunately, the time the falcon spent in slumber was not like other creatures breaking through, where they would sleep for 2 or 3 hours. Just 10 minutes later, the other party opened its eyes. Did it really succeed? Yifeng looked at the hawk in front of him. Its size seemed to have grown slightly, though it wasn't too obvious since it had just entered the mutation state. Yifeng was even a bit worried that he might have been mistaken, but whether it was a mutated creature or not could be determined with a simple test. He immediately extended a tree root and injected spiritual energy into the other party's body. The spiritual energy did not dissipate. Without a doubt, the other party had truly become a mutated creature, and their talent was quite impressive, being able to absorb 10 points of spiritual energy at once. Truly worthy of being a falcon, much stronger than bats or black crows. Yifeng's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, his thoughts had already drifted far away. After this successful experiment, the status of the evolution fruit in his heart had risen to an unparalleled level. Now he wants to capture these mutated creatures without needing to check whether they have mutated. This way, he has more animals to choose from. For example, mutated water buffaloes are hard to find, but ordinary water buffaloes, if he lets the king cobra roam around for a while, can easily bring back at least 10 or so in a day. He can even directly capture a bunch of other snakes like cobras or 5-step snakes for cultivation. Better wait a bit, don't rush, because the animals that can be found in the wild are actually just like that. He had a bolder idea. Around Yangcheng, where are the fiercest and most powerful animals? Of course, it's Yangcheng Zoo. Whether it's the ferocious tiger, the land giant elephant, or the aquatic bully crocodile, you can find them all there. Previously, he hadn't set his sights on Yangcheng Zoo because any large mutated animals that appeared would immediately be taken away by the Mutation Management Bureau personnel. He simply had no chance to make a move. But now it's different. Before these animals mutated, they were loosely guarded, and it wasn't necessarily impossible to get them out. Phew, I need to calm down first. I can't act rashly in this kind of situation, and it must be done discreetly. I need to plan plan carefully. Yi Feng let out a long breath, temporarily setting aside this issue and shifting his attention to the big yellow dog. The evolutionary path chosen by the big yellow dog was different from the other animals. Now he could even break through the bottleneck on his own and advance to the second tier. He was very much looking forward to seeing what changes would occur after the other party's successful breakthrough. While Yi Feng was in high spirits, the atmosphere in the conference hall of the Mutant Management Bureau headquarters was unprecedentedly heavy. At this moment, a joint meeting was being held here. Although the scale was not large, the topic was particularly serious. Director Xiaohua, Captain Zhang Ji, this is the detailed investigation report on the mutated King Cobra incident. Please take a look. Li Yongming, the captain of the city guard, personally handed over 2 copies of the report. I'm not very familiar with the details of the incident. Could you briefly explain? Zhang Ji said, rubbing his forehead. As the captain, he was Li Yongming's direct superior. At the same time, being one of the 10 captains, his status and authority were by no means insignificant. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't concern himself with the matter of a single mutated creature. What's more, the Four Pests campaign is about to begin, and he has a ton of preparatory work to handle, leaving him already overwhelmed. But Xiaohua directly initiated a joint meeting in the name of the director, so he had no choice but to attend. It can be said that Zhang Ji is currently suppressing his anger, and if the other party cannot provide a reasonable explanation, he doesn't mind having an outburst. Yesterday, in the old district of the eastern city, from Donglin Street to Mingqi Street, there was a significant rat infestation across 3 streets. According to our final investigation, we found that the mastermind is a mutated king cobra, leading a mutated rat and a mutated sparrow to jointly cause this incident. This is the first case of mutated animals cooperating that we've discovered. The intelligence of mutated animals might be higher than we initially estimated, Li Yongming stated concisely. Hearing this, the slightly impatient expression on Zhang Ji's face instantly disappeared. It was replaced by a look of deep seriousness. Mutated animals can cooperate, are you sure? Yes. Li Yongming took the tablet from the side, turned it on, and handed it over. Here is a high-definition video restored by experts. You can take a look first. In fact, the idea of mutant animals cooperating is already an optimistic assumption. What worries me more is that they might not be cooperating, but rather that a king has emerged among the mutant animals, capable of commanding the other mutated creatures. As Li Yongming spoke, he opened the video. The video he presented now was completely different from the dark and blurry one from last night. After technical restoration, it could be considered standard definition, at least clear enough to make out some details. It is clearly visible that in front of this mutated king cobra, a mutated sparrow is flying, and beside it, a plump mutated rat is following along. This is a video of them traveling on their way. Since their speed is not very fast, it is easy to discern that the king cobra is not hunting the mutated sparrow but rather seems to be following it. I heard that ranking on Monday is better the earlier you update, so I updated directly at midnight. The exotic beast genre is already niche, and with the protagonist being a tree, it becomes a niche within a niche. Therefore, every click and every vote from you is crucial for this book. I hope everyone can cast their votes for me. Bowing in gratitude. If the first half of the video was still debatable, then the second half of the video almost solidified everything as undeniable. The latter part of the video was clearly filmed by another camera, and the video scope happened to cover a sewer junction. The mutated sparrow leading the way in front obviously lingered at the junction for a while, seemingly trying to find the right path. At this moment, both the king cobra and the mutated rat stopped and quietly waited on the side. It wasn't until the mutated sparrow in front confirmed the route that they followed along. The video was very short, just over a minute, but as it finished playing, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. Even though Xiaohua and Li Yongming were not seeing this video for the first time, watching it again still sent chills down their spines, because the meaning behind this video was truly a bit terrifying. After a long pause, Zhang Ji spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. Your speculation should be correct. Among these mutated animals, there really has appeared a king capable of commanding the other mutated animals. After all, cooperation requires a foundation. What qualifications do two prey have to collaborate with a king cobra? I'll take all this information with me later. I need to report this matter immediately. If these mutated creatures really unite, then the situation for us humans will be dangerous. Zhang Ji finished speaking and was about to stand up, ready to take the documents and leave. But Xiaohua spoke again. Commander Zhang, calm down, this matter doesn't seem so simple. A trace of astonishment appeared on Zhang Ji's face. What does it mean by not so simple? This is already considered a groundbreaking discovery. Could there be something even more serious? At this moment, he found his mouth unbearably dry. He sat back down, his gaze fixed on the two of them, waiting for them to speak. Here's the situation. After our overnight investigation, we've mapped out the route the mutated king cobra took after entering the city. Xiaohua pulled out a paper map from the documents and handed it to Zhang Ji. The mutated king cobra doesn't seem to have entered the city just to wander around. It might have a specific purpose. In other words, the intelligence intelligence of these mutated animals is likely much higher than we initially estimated. Zhang Ji really wanted to say, impossible, but recalling the previous video, the words that reached his lips were swallowed back down. He took the paper map, which was a distribution map of the sewers, with a route marked in red. It was obvious that this was the path taken by the mutated king cobra, and among these, one spot was circled in red and specially marked. What does this signify? Zhang Ji poked at the red circle and asked. Our personnel used specialized instruments to track and investigate all the way, discovering that the mutated king cobra stayed at this spot for a while before returning. Of course, this wouldn't normally mean much, but the problem is, there's a pet shop nearby, and it has a parrot that is just mutated. That is a mutated parrot classified as level 1 danger. According to the original procedure, our colleague was supposed to visit this morning to take the mutated parrot away, but upon arrival, it was found to be missing. The iron cage holding the parrot seemed to have been bitten open by some kind of creature. In addition, the security bars on the window were also bitten through. This immediately caught our colleague's attention. After a thorough investigation, it was discovered that the protective net on the bathroom drain had also been bitten open. Speaking of this, Xiaohua pulled out a photo and pointed at the mutated mouse next to the king cobra with his hand. If we connect all the information we have, we can come to one conclusion. This mutated king cobra has the ability to sense the birth of other mutated creatures through some special ability. And then, on the same night, it launched a rescue operation, having the mutated sparrow lead the way and the mutated mouse carry out the rescue. Finally, Xiaohua pointed at the mutated king cobra and said word by word, it is gathering subordinates. This is impossible, Zhang Ji blurted out. The two people in the scene remained silent, and the atmosphere once again fell into a deathly stillness. In the end, it was Zhang Ji who broke the silence, asking with a hint of expectation, can that mutated king cobra be tracked? If it could be tracked, the problem could be solved once and for all. No way. Xiaohua shook his head and said, we can only find out where it left the city, but now that plants have mutated, they've started growing wildly, leaving no traces at all. Those wild grasses are incredibly resilient. Even if you flatten them, they can recover in less than half an hour. So when tracking in the wild, if it takes more than half an hour, it's basically equivalent to losing the target. Although Zhang Ji had already guessed this would be the outcome, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, so what do you plan to do? Although even now, he found it a bit hard to believe such a thing was real, the matter had already occurred, and the most important thing now was how to resolve it. Xiaohua knew that the other party had already accepted his explanation, so he directly said, the reason I specifically called you over this time is to hope we can mobilize the city guard to conduct a thorough search of the dense forest in the northwest region. We must eliminate the mutant king cobra and its forces before they have a chance to grow. Zhang Ji frowned slightly and finally said, alright, but this kind of carpet search requires too much manpower and resources. Right now, our top priority is to eliminate the dangers within the city, so the 4 pests eradication operation must come first. After returning, I will propose launching a campaign to clear out dangerous creatures around the city once the 4 pests eradication is completed. By then, I will provide you with enough personnel to find this mutated king cobra. Hearing this response, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh inwardly, but he also understood the difficulties faced by the city's defense department. The rat swarm triggered yesterday, although it caused no fatalities, resulted in as many as 45 injuries, 3 of which were severe. Although the order within the city is still relatively stable, public opinion online has already reached a boiling point. The current 4 pests elimination campaign is undoubtedly a top priority. As for the mutated king cobra, it is a future threat, but not one that needs to be addressed immediately. Alright, but I hope you can implement this matter within a week. You should understand the principle that delays can lead to changes, Xiaohua finally said. Hearing Xiaohua's request, Zhang Ji nodded, don't worry, our department will only take this matter more seriously than you do. After all, if there's real danger, we're the ones on the front line. Also, I want to ask, how many people know about this matter? 2 elite city guard teams, 1 investigation team, plus the members of the expert group, a total of 45 people. I've already had them all sign confidentiality agreements, Xiaohua replied. Alright, I'll take all the materials with me. Our department will come up with a plan for this matter today, Zhang Ji said as he organized the documents on the desk. Li Yongming, standing nearby, immediately stepped forward to help. After organizing the documents, Zhang Ji patted him on the shoulder and said, stay here later and keep following up on this matter. If there are any new developments, notify me immediately. Because of this matter, there is still one final doubt. If all their speculations are true, the mutated king cobra is indeed so intelligent, then its actions in the old town, driving away the rats and triggering a rat swarm, must have some specific purpose. Therefore, this matter needs further investigation. Yes, sir. Li Yongming immediately gave a military salute. Xiaohua watched Zhang Ji leave, but instead of feeling relieved, his heart grew even heavier. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then slowly said, although from a rational perspective, I also agree with the approach of the city guard department. But ever since the Mutation Management Bureau was established, I've I've been dealing with mutated animals every day, and I've personally killed quite a few. Yet, no mutated animal has ever made me feel this kind of fear from the depths of my heart. I always have this feeling that if we don't take immediate action today, there won't be another chance in the future. Li Yongming opened his mouth but didn't know what to say for a moment. Xiao Hua pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray and said, "Alright, we've been busy all night, and now it's almost noon. Let's go have a meal together and then get some rest early. There's a lot to do next." Of course, Yi Feng had no idea that the Mutation Management Bureau was investigating so thoroughly. If he knew, he could only marvel at how close the other party's guess was to the truth, just one step away. However, he had long anticipated in his heart that such exposure might happen with his subordinates. He didn't care at all about how the Mutation Management Bureau speculated or remained vigilant. In fact, the more vigilant they were about the King Cobra, the more advantageous it was for him in a certain sense, because this could divert most of the Mutation Management Bureau's attention, naturally reducing the focus on him. Of course, all of this has one prerequisite: it must not be discovered that these mutated animals are connected to him. At this moment, he was both protecting the big yellow dog to ensure its safe breakthrough and directing the rest of his subordinates to go out and search for the animals he wanted. Ever since the idea of breaking into Yangcheng Zoo and capturing a large number of powerful animals came to him, he had grown increasingly impatient and began making preparations. Just now, he had reviewed the map of Yangcheng Zoo and its surrounding environment and realized that carrying out this plan might not be feasible with just the group of animals under his command. Increasing the number of subordinates is imperative. Yangcheng Zoo is located in the suburbs, and less than 3 kilometers west of the zoo lies the Dongling mountain range. As long as he can bring the animals into the mountain range, it would count as half the success. Of course, doing so is not easy, and as soon as he takes action, even if he captures just one animal, it will arouse official suspicion. So, he only has one chance to make a move. In this situation, either do nothing or go all out and make a big score. He instructed the King Cobra to catch 4 more water buffaloes, so there would be 5 mutated water buffaloes by then. Once they are all trained to the 3rd tier, it will almost be time to act. At that time, 5 3rd-tier mutant water buffaloes can directly tear down the western wall. Then send other mutant animals to destroy the iron cages and railings, and they can directly lead a large number of animals to escape. As for the remaining animals, he won't capture them for the time being. After all, the number of contract slots is limited. If the plan is successfully implemented and a large number of animals are rescued, Yi Feng feels that his contract slots will definitely not be enough. The animals sent out this time were very effective. In just 2 short hours, they captured 4 strong and robust water buffalo. After contracting with them one by one, Yi Feng then condensed 4 evolution fruits and fed them. At this point, the number of mutant creatures Yi Feng had captured reached exactly 15, occupying half of the contract slots. Moreover, the combined spiritual energy consumption of these 15 mutant creatures per hour had become somewhat alarming, reaching a total of 158 points. If the big yellow dog successfully breaks through, this number might reach 168 points. This consumption rate is a bit too much. If I capture 30 mutant animals, wouldn't the spiritual energy harvested be insufficient for them? At this moment, Yi Feng felt a bit frustrated. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, he could harvest 215 points of spiritual energy per hour. He originally thought it would be more than enough, but reality slapped him in the face so quickly. Fortunately, after more than half a day of adding points, the route length had already been increased to 500 meters, and the territory range had expanded significantly. Now the spiritual energy harvested per hour has reached 250 points, and it continues to increase with further upgrades. When I break through to the mid-stage of Tier 3, the spiritual energy I can harvest per hour should exceed 300 points, and that will be enough. Moreover, these mutated animals are not entirely dependent on him for sustenance. They also go out to capture other mutated animals and bring them back. However, the mutated animals they capture are mostly Tier 1. Based on their size, the spiritual energy they provide ranges from a few points to several dozen points. As the strength of this group of animals under his command continued to grow, they absorbed more and more spiritual energy, which was undoubtedly unsustainable, but at least it could greatly alleviate his pressure. Yi Feng slowly exhaled a breath and stopped thinking about the issue, because at this moment, the aura around the big yellow dog began to converge. It was clear that it was about to successfully break through. At this time, almost all the mutated animals around were looking at the big yellow dog, as they could sense a deadly threat emanating from it. How come even I feel a slight sense of threat? Yi Feng looked at the big yellow dog with some surprise. Logically speaking, this should be absolutely impossible. Even the King Cobra, which had now reached the mid-stage of the 2nd tier, hadn't given him this kind of feeling. Although the big yellow dog had broken through to the 2nd tier at this moment, its size was only about the same as an average cheetah. Compared to other 2nd tier animals, it could only be described as miniature. But instead of feeling disappointed, Yi Feng became even more intrigued. "Come, let me see what enhancements you have," Yi Feng muttered while stroking the dog's head with a tree root. After advancing to the 2nd tier, the big yellow dog seemed to have gained higher intelligence, as if it could understand Yi Feng's words, and immediately began to perform. Swoosh! Its slender figure shot out like an arrow, leaving the bowstring in an instant. At this moment, the speed of the big yellow dog running at full force definitely far surpassed that of a cheetah. According to Yi Feng's estimation, that speed might reach 200 kilometers per hour. It's worth noting that Sunset Valley is a dense forest with rugged and complex paths, filled with numerous obstacles, where there are essentially no roads. However, the big yellow dog seemed completely unaffected, nimbly changing direction and leaping, darting through the complex terrain like a streak of yellow lightning. This scene left Yi Feng secretly clicking his tongue in amazement. With such speed and such an agile figure, he felt that no animal in the dense forest could catch up with the big yellow dog. However, Yi Feng was still a bit puzzled. If it was merely fast, the big yellow dog shouldn't have given him a sense of danger. At this moment, as if the big yellow dog had a telepathic connection, it suddenly halted in front of a massive rock and then opened its large mouth. Yi Feng could clearly see that the other party's teeth were completely different from those of normal animals, actually shimmering with a metallic luster. Crunch! The big yellow dog didn't even use much force. With one bite, a large chunk of the hard rock was bitten off, and its dog mouth didn't stop at all, with continuous crunching sounds coming from the boulder. A moment later, when more than half of the over 1 meter tall rock had been gnawed away, the big yellow dog finally stopped, baring its teeth as if it hadn't had enough. When the big yellow dog returned, the other mutated animals averted their gazes in fear. Even the king cobra seemed to adopt a more subdued attitude. Alright, let's spar and see. Yi Feng felt a bit thrilled and, after issuing a command, directly drew out 5 tree roots to launch an attack. After breaking through to the third tier, the attack speed of Yi Feng's tree roots had become quite fast, especially when 5 tree roots attacked simultaneously. None of the mutated animals under his command could evade them. However, the big yellow dog managed to do it. It effortlessly dodged and weaved through the attacks of the 5 tree roots and even seized opportunities to counterattack. Crack! As that big mouth bit down, a tree root was actually bitten off directly. It should be noted that the hardness of Yi Feng's tree roots now can absolutely rival that of high-quality iron. Moreover, after reaching the third tier, the width of the tree roots had increased from the thickness of an arm to the thickness of a thigh. In other words, each of his tree roots can now be regarded as an iron rod as thick as a thigh. Ordinary mutant animals, let alone second-tier ones, would find it difficult to break even at the third tier, but the big yellow dog bit it off in one go. Yi Feng was not angry. Instead, he was even more delighted, and his offensive did not stop. Now the length of his tree roots, with the added points, had already reached 500 meters. The section bitten off by the big yellow dog was only a few meters long, which had no real impact. The speed at which he swung the tree roots grew faster and faster, and at the same time, he drew out another tree root to join the battlefield, encircling the big yellow dog. As time went on, the number of tree roots attacking the big yellow dog kept increasing. When the number of tree roots reached 10, the big yellow dog could no longer dodge easily. When the number of tree roots increased to 15, it occasionally had to endure a strike. When the tree roots increased to 20, the big yellow dog was finally defeated, its body covered in wounds and multiple fractures. Of course, the 20 tree roots Yi Feng used to attack the big yellow dog were not intact either. More or less, each had broken off a section. He calculated that if all the broken tree roots were added together, they would total 1,000 meters in length. Of course, it sounds alarming, but averaged across the 20 tree roots, each root only broke about 50 meters, which is just 1/10 of its length. With his current root repair speed, even without using spiritual energy, it can fully heal within half an hour. If he uses spiritual energy, it can be done in just 2 or 3 minutes. So, if you really think about it, this kind of injury is about the same as a superficial skin cut for an ordinary person. Of course, this is only true for him. If it were any other mutated animal in the field, even the most defensively strong mutated water buffalo, it would probably be severely injured or barely survive. Not bad at all. After finishing a fight, Yi Feng praised while treating the injuries of the big yellow dog. He also noticed that any creature capable of breaking through on its own not only possessed great strength but also seemed to have certain special abilities. Whether it was the king cobra's hybrid venom or the big yellow dog's terrifying bite force, creatures of the same level found it hard to withstand them. Ha! Loyalty has actually reached 100%. When Yi Feng's gaze shifted to the side panel and he saw the big yellow dog's current loyalty level, a trace of joy appeared on his face. There is no doubt that this is the third subordinate with 100% loyalty, apart from the 2 mutated sparrows. As for the other mutated animals, aside from those captured later, the first batch, including the king cobra, still falls slightly short. With Yi Feng continuously providing them with spiritual energy, coupled with the additional loyalty bonus brought by breaking through their realms, the loyalty of these mutated creatures has already become very high, generally ranging between 97% and 99%. However, the closer loyalty gets to the maximum, the harder it is to increase, especially after reaching 99%, or it often only increases by 0.1% at a time. However, now that there are 3 mutant creatures available for possession, a apart from the mutant parrot, Yifeng is no longer in a hurry to increase the loyalty of the other mutant creatures. An hour after the big yellow dog's breakthrough, the king cobra also began its breakthrough. It advanced from the mid-stage of Tier 2 to the late stage of Tier 2. Watching his subordinates break through one by one, Yifeng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He also began silently allocating points to prepare for tonight's breakthrough. An afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. By 6 p.m., the group of mutated creatures returned to the tree, bringing back a large amount of prey. Of course, among this prey, only a small portion were mutated creatures, while the vast majority were ordinary animals. The mutated animals were naturally for Yifeng, while the ordinary animals served as their dinner. After all, mutation is not cultivation. Food is definitely necessary. Moreover, as they break through to the second tier and their size increases, their appetite is also growing rapidly, just like their size. Herbivorous animals are easier to deal with, as there is plenty of wild grass around for them to eat freely. But for carnivorous animals, it's a bit less friendly. For instance, with a body size like that of a king cobra, consuming an entire wild boar in one meal to maintain sufficient energy is completely normal. Of course, Yifeng didn't actually make the other party eat wild boars, because such creatures are too scarce and would be eaten up in just a few days, leaving them hungry again afterward. So Yifeng gave the other party 5 mutated bats. The energy contained within a first-tier mutated creature is roughly 10 times that of an ordinary animal. After giving the king cobra 5 bats, it could eat a bit more of ordinary animals to barely fill its stomach. Side panel. From now on, there will be 2 chapters every day, updated together at 6 a.m., so everyone can read them first thing in the morning. I hope everyone can follow the updates daily and not stockpile the book. Thank you. This won't do. The appetite at the second tier is already this big. When I reach the third tier, the energy required to maintain a strong physique will only increase. By then, eating 50 mutated bats a day wouldn't be surprising, Yifeng thought with a bit of a headache. As for the even higher fourth tier, he didn't even dare to imagine it. Perhaps this is also nature's way of limiting the emergence of high-tier creatures. If the ecosystem can't sustain it, it simply won't come into existence. But in this case, it would bring a lot of trouble to Yifeng. However, for the time being, he couldn't think of a better solution and could only set the issue aside. If it really didn't work out, he would try to feed them mutated animals later. After they finished dinner, the mutated water buffalo, mutated bat, mutated black crow, mutated rat, and 2 mutated sparrows, these first batch of captured mutated creatures, all began entering a breakthrough state. They were about to break through to the mid-stage of the second tier. An hour later, the 6 mutated animals all successfully broke through, and their bodies had almost all expanded in size once again. It is worth mentioning that the mutated water buffalo became the 4th subordinate with a loyalty level reaching 100%. You've all broken through, now it's my turn, Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. He opened the system panel and took a glance. The evolution points had already reached 100/120. 20 evolution points left to break through. Converted, that's 400 points of spiritual energy. At his current rate of harvesting spiritual energy, it won't take much time. However, Yifeng kept waiting and waiting. When the time reached 1 a.m., he finally began to break through. In fact, the evolution points had been maxed out 3 hours ago. But the night was so beautiful tonight that he hadn't dared to evolve until this moment, when the clouds covered the sky above him, and he finally began his breakthrough. There was no other way. He was already on the key observation list and was genuinely worried that the satellite overhead might be monitoring him at all times. His breakthrough speed was a bit too fast compared to ordinary creatures. In just half an hour, he could soar 30 meters. If this were observed and recorded, he would probably climb quite a few ranks on the danger list by tomorrow. So he tries to avoid these troubles as much as possible, not only choosing to break through at night but also only proceeding when there are clouds covering the sky. Moreover, after realizing he was under close surveillance, Yifeng took precautions to avoid being detected by satellites in the sky. He had already stopped extracting the spiritual energy from the dozen or so trees around him. Not only that, but he also delivered 1 point of spiritual energy to them every hour, aiming to help them grow faster. These trees may not need to be very tall, but they must be dense enough to help him completely conceal the mutated creatures beneath them. To be on the safe side, for large mutated creatures like the mutated water buffalo, which are easily noticeable, he even required them to stay at least 500 meters away from him. As for replenishing spiritual energy, extending the main route over once an hour would suffice. He did all this to ensure that the relevant authorities would not discover his ability to tame mutated animals. Yifeng opened the system panel and took one last look at the data. After allocating some points, the length of his tree roots had increased from 430 meters, just after his breakthrough, to 550 meters. Simply by allocating points, he had gained an additional 120 meters. This also made Yifeng realize that as his cultivation level grew higher, the extent of improvement with each minor rank would become increasingly exaggerated. Now, advancing by 1 minor rank is equivalent to the improvement of 3 minor ranks when he was at the 2nd rank. Ding! Please choose the enhancement direction. Without much much hesitation, Yifeng directly chose to enhance strength first. In the next moment, his figure began to grow rapidly, with his tree height increasing by almost 1 meter per minute. And during this process, branches and leaves continuously sprouted, and the canopy's coverage area became increasingly larger. Of course, the biggest change was actually in the roots underground. There were 303 roots, each as thick as a thigh, with lengths reaching up to 650 meters. If all these roots were gathered together, they would undoubtedly be even more massive than the tree trunk itself. And now, as these 300 roots rapidly grew, they also compressed the soil, even causing a faint tremor on the ground. Although the impact is not extensive, it is still shocking enough. Finally, after half an hour, the breakthrough ended, and Yifeng immediately checked the panel. Host, Yifeng, World Tree, tree height, 125 meters, trunk width, 6 meters, root length, 610 meters, realm, mid-stage of the third tier, evolution points, 0 to 120 points, special abilities, devour, capture, evolution fruit, spiritual energy, 200/1200 points, bioenergy, 950/1200 points, already 125 meters tall. At my current breakthrough speed, it probably won't take more than a week or two to surpass the old locust tree on Xiaofeng Mountain. Although he had anticipated this before the breakthrough, Yifeng still let out a sigh as he looked at the system panel. By that time, it is estimated that the research team's attention will be entirely focused on him. Yifeng glanced at the height and then continued to shift his gaze downward. As the width of the tree trunk increased, the amount of spiritual energy and bioenergy he could store also kept growing. Situations like the previous one, where he was forced to break through, would likely be hard to occur again. After all, aside from the significant increase in his own storage capacity, the number of subordinates he needed to sustain was also growing. Although the spiritual energy won't go to waste, the bioenergy is being wasted. Yifeng was somewhat troubled. He could only use the bioenergy himself, so the surplus would keep increasing in the future until it was wasted. He had also tried to reverse the devouring ability to see if he could transfer the bioenergy back to his subordinates, but the attempt failed. Yifeng suppressed these thoughts and focused his gaze on the length of the tree roots. This attribute has never let him down. Breaking through a length of 600 meters is nothing short of astonishing. He estimated that, with his current territory range, he could harvest at least 300 points of spiritual energy per hour. Even after deducting the 168 points of spiritual energy spent per hour on nurturing his subordinates, he would still have 132 points left, greatly alleviating the issue of insufficient spiritual energy. After all, he could save 132 points of spiritual energy in an hour, which means in 24 hours a day, he could accumulate 3,168 points of spiritual energy, fully meeting his requirement of breaking through once a day. In addition to this, what surprised him even more was the power of these tree roots. As his strength reached the third tier, the magnitude of this power enhancement was unprecedented, directly increasing the strength of each tree root from 500 pounds to 1,000 pounds. Now, with the combined strength of all 303 tree roots, he could unleash a massive force of 151.5 tons. With a massive force of over 150 tons, one strike could smash the rest of the third-tier mutant creatures into pulp. At this moment, Yifeng truly felt invincible. Of course, this exhilarating feeling didn't last long for Yifeng, as he could only be invincible within the boundaries of his own territory. If the opponent didn't step inside, there was nothing he could do. Naturally, he wasn't discouraged either. As he wasn't alone, he had a group of powerful subordinates. He had already begun to look forward to it, imagining how powerful his group of mutated animals would be once they all advanced to the third tier. Thinking about these things, his gaze involuntarily fell on the king cobra. Based on the timing, it was about to break through to the peak of the second tier. By then, it would be just one step away from the third tier. Sure enough, half an hour after Yifeng's breakthrough, the king cobra also began its breakthrough. In addition to the king cobra, the mutant falcon and mutant hedgehog that were just captured today also started their breakthroughs at this time. Of course, they were breaking through to the late stage of the first tier. In fact, calculating the time, in another 2 or 3 hours, even the last 4 captured mutant buffaloes would likely break through to the late stage of the first tier. With Yifeng's continuous infusion of spiritual energy, breakthroughs became so unreasonable, compressing what would normally take 1 or 2 months into a single day. At this moment, Yifeng turned his gaze toward the mutated parrot perched on the tree branch. This was his key cultivation target. After capturing it last night, he had been injecting spiritual energy into it almost every hour on the dot. Now, it had already reached the peak of the first tier. In fact, in just 2 or 3 more hours, it could break through to the second tier. Moreover, this mutated parrot had an exceptionally high initial loyalty level, and the efficiency of increasing its loyalty was also faster than that of other mutated animals. The other party's loyalty has now reached 98%. If nothing unexpected happens, after helping the other party break through to the second tier, it should reach 100%. By then, he will be able to possess the parrot and talk to others. And the first person he wants to talk to will definitely be his his family. Of course, considering the current issues with himself that can't be explained, chatting with his parents is definitely not appropriate. However, his 6-year-old younger sister might be manageable. He believed he could bluff his way through. Today is a no-go. Tomorrow night then. It was already 2 a.m., and he didn't believe his little sister stayed up that late every day. But tonight, he still had to make a trip to Yangcheng, because the remaining battery on the phone is already running low. Although he turns off the phone every morning after reading the news to save as much power as possible, over the past few days, the battery has sharply dropped from 51% to 12%. If he doesn't find a way to charge it in at most 2 days, he won't be able to stay informed about the outside world. Of course, compared to last night, Yifeng was much more casual about entering the city today. This time, there was no need to mobilize everyone. He only sent out 2 sparrows and a mutated rat to get the job done. This was because the loyalty of the mutated rat had not yet reached 100%, making it impossible to possess. Otherwise, Yifeng estimated that sending just 2 mutated animals would suffice. The 3 mutated animals quickly set off. After reaching the second tier, the mutated sparrows, aside from being used for scouting and being possessed by Yifeng, actually had some other uses as well. They are about the size of an eagle, barely qualifying as a decent mount. Although the animals available for riding are all quite small, as long as they serve their purpose now, that's enough. Soon, 3 mutated animals took off from Sunset Valley. After breaking through to the second tier, the 2 sparrows had significantly increased their speed, and within just 15 minutes, they entered the vicinity of Yangcheng. Just like last night, they landed in the suburbs and then planned to choose a sewer to enter. Out of caution, Yifeng did not choose the one from last night but deliberately took a detour, planning to enter from the other side of the sewer. However, even with such caution, something unexpected still happened. There were guards stationed at this location. With no other choice, he had to head to the next location. Yet, after visiting 3 sewer entrances, he found that without exception, all were guarded by sentries. This is completely leaving me no way to live, Yifeng muttered helplessly. Of course, he also understood that this was definitely the Mutation Management Bureau's special arrangement, fearing that the mutated King Cobra might come again. Fortunately, the King Cobra hadn't come today, and not even any larger mutated creatures had shown up. It would be very easy for him to enter the city. Modern cities don't have walls, so where couldn't he go in? Under the cover of night, the mutated rat advanced swiftly. As long as it didn't swagger under the streetlights, it was hard to be noticed. The mutated rat easily entered the city, then casually lifted a manhole cover and slipped inside along with the mutated sparrow. Last night, the mutated King Cobra had to accompany them because the strength of first-tier animals was limited. Moreover, with so many mutated creatures in the sewers, without the protection of a powerful mutated creature, problems could easily arise. But today is different. Both the mutated rat and the mutated sparrow have reached the second tier. When the aura on their bodies was released without restraint, these mutated creatures in the sewer all retreated. Although they are both Tier 2, the deterrent power of the mutated sparrow and the mutated rat is far inferior to that of the King Cobra. Even though these mutated creatures retreated, they only moved a short distance away. If the King Cobra were here, they would probably have fled in panic long ago. However, Yifeng also discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The mutated rat under his command did not have much deterrent effect on mutated cockroaches or mutated flies, but when it came to other mutated rats, its deterrent power was exceptionally strong. Some rats even directly prostrated themselves on the ground, as if showing submission. This scene left Yifeng slightly stunned. At this moment, an audacious idea emerged in his mind. Could I use the mutated rat to subdue all the other rats in the city under my command? Of course, this thought merely flashed through his mind before he dismissed it. On one hand, even if he managed to tame these rats, he could only control them indirectly, and the level of control in such a situation is easy to imagine. On the other hand, even if he worked hard to achieve it, what would he do with so many mutated rats under his control? Moreover, raising so many mutated rats would pose an unsolvable problem for him, just in terms of their daily food alone. Therefore, he decided to change his approach. After the 4 pests campaign is over, leave the mutant rat here. How far it can go and whether it can become the Rat King will depend entirely on itself. Just treat it as a casual move. It might come in handy later, Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about issues like food, nor would he have to worry about accidentally causing a big commotion and drawing the attention of the relevant authorities. The only concern would be that the mutant rat left behind might be eliminated by the Mutation Management Bureau. However, losing one mutated rat is something he can always cultivate again, and compared to the potential future returns, this investment is insignificant. While thinking about these things, Yifeng quickly advanced through the sewer. With yesterday's experience, he was now adept at it. One sparrow searched for the target in the sky, while another guided the mutated rat through the sewer. In just 15 minutes, Yifeng found his target a mobile phone specialty store. Next, it's time to go in and find the power bank. When Yifeng thought he could quickly and smoothly complete the task, he awkwardly discovered that after the mouse's body size increased, it could no longer fit through the sewage pipe. Fortunately, this wasn't a big problem, as entering through the sewer was merely to avoid being noticed. Since we can't go this way, let's just cross directly on the ground. Under Yifeng's command, the mutated rat came to the nearest manhole cover, forcefully pushed it open, and climbed up. Fortunately, the mutated rat had already advanced to the second tier. If it were still at the first tier, this manhole cover, weighing dozens of pounds, would have been impossible to open. It is worth mentioning that during this process, Yifeng controlled the mutated sparrow above to destroy all the nearby surveillance cameras. The next step was simple: directly let the mutated rat bite through the protective fence, then chew through the window, and quickly slip inside. Since breaking the window made some noise, Yifeng didn't dare to linger for too long. He immediately had the mutated rat bring out 3 power banks and 3 chargers, then quickly left the area. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. Since he didn't know how much charge was left in the power banks, Yifeng didn't have them return but instead flew around the outskirts of the city. Finally, in the Old Town area, he found a rental house that was unoccupied. The next steps were the same as before, letting the mouse gnaw through the protective net. However, when it came to handling the window, Yifeng was especially cautious this time to avoid making any noise. He directly controlled the sparrow to go inside, using its sharp claws to slowly scrape and pull at the edge of the glass sealant. Once the glass became loose, he had the mouse gnaw at the window latch, successfully opening the window and flying inside. Next, it's time to charge the power bank. It is now 3 a.m. For safety reasons, they will probably leave around 6 a.m., which gives them about 3 hours. At least 70–80% of the power can be charged during this time. Everything went smoothly afterward. At 6 a.m., they began their return journey, and in less than 15 minutes, they were back at Sunset Valley. It is worth mentioning that before leaving, Yifeng carefully closed the window and then instructed the mutated rats to restore the protective net as much as possible to avoid being discovered. This way, they could come back here to charge again next time. 3 power banks, use them sparingly, and they should last for a month. When Yifeng received the 3 power banks, a faint smile appeared on his face. At 7 a.m., a new day began. After sending off the mutated animals to forage for food on their own, Yifeng turned on his phone. This time, he immediately opened the danger rankings to check. To his relief, his ranking hadn't changed at all and remained at 80th place. However, the information had been updated to reflect his status, with his height now reaching 125 meters. In the comments section below, those following him naturally had new remarks to share. Overlooking all mountains, not bad, not bad. I keep following this every day, hoping that one day, when I wake up and open my window, I can see you. Defay. I don't even want to comment on the person above, but this growth rate is truly terrifying. I just checked the latest data on the old locust tree, and it's only 380 meters tall. It might take another day or two to reach 400 meters. At this growth rate of the iron birch tree, it could surpass it in just a month. Kingly demeanor. I'm only curious about one thing now: just how tall can these mutated trees grow? And how gigantic can those mutated creatures get? By then, will Earth even have room for them? That second of change, why wouldn't it? Didn't dinosaurs live just fine back in the day? Yifeng glanced through the comments and saw many familiar IDs, as well as some new ones. However, none of the comments contained the information he needed, so he closed it after a quick look. But when he carefully reviewed the danger rankings from top to bottom, he was somewhat surprised to find that the mutated king cobra's ranking had risen to 5th place. Yifeng? He hadn't sent the mutated king cobra out to do anything yesterday. He quickly clicked in to check and found that the information had been updated. In the information section, there was an additional note: smart, cunning, seems capable of commanding weak mutated animals to work for him. Looking at this note, Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he closed his eyes and began to recall what had happened the night before last. After becoming the world tree, he discovered that his memory had improved by an immeasurable amount compared to before. Although he couldn't claim to have photographic memory, recalling events from the past few days was no longer an issue. As he carefully recalled, he quickly saw some disguised surveillance cameras through the perspective of the mutated sparrows. Careless of me. Yifeng felt a bit guilty, but there was nothing he could do about it. The night before last was the first time he had sent these mutated animals out on a mission. Previously, he had no experience, and it was also difficult for him to remain vigilant. If something happened to a mutated animal, at worst, they could just cultivate another one. With this understanding, it was actually very hard to stay alert. The authorities have actually discovered that there is cooperation between mutated animals. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the distance, where he could vaguely see the mutated king cobra, its figure slithering forward. It seems that from now on, I need to make sure it doesn't come within 500 meters of me. No, 600 meters. Otherwise, if the Mutant Management Bureau suspects me and sends a missile my way, I'm done for. Yifeng let out a long sigh. However, when his gaze swept under the tree, pausing on the 3 neatly arranged power banks, his aura faltered. Since there are surveillance surveillance cameras in the sewers, and they've seen the king cobra leading the mutated sparrows and mutated rats in action, they've probably already made the list. If they check the footage today and follow the trail, wouldn't they discover that I sent them to steal the power banks? No, they should be suspecting the king cobra, not me. But that's not the point. The point is, what kind of associations will they make upon learning that the king cobra went to steal a power bank? At this moment, Yifeng no longer wanted the king cobra to stay in Sunset Valley. In the future, I must be cautious. It seems that tonight's plan to send the mutant parrot to find my sister will also have to be temporarily shelved, at least until the storm of this matter subsides. Yifeng couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Yes, at 3 a.m., the mutant parrot had reached a bottleneck, but unfortunately, it was unable to break through on its own. In the end, Yifeng gave the other party an evolution fruit, successfully advancing to the second tier. After the breakthrough, the other party's loyalty also reached 100%, allowing him to successfully possess it. Although speaking through the parrot was very different from usual, with words coming out haltingly, these were not issues that couldn't be resolved with practice. Originally, he had planned to spend the entire day practicing speaking, but now, practice still needs to continue, but the motivation instantly dropped by more than half. Yifeng composed himself, exited the danger rankings, and started browsing the local news. As he had imagined, today's local news in Yang City was almost entirely dominated by discussions about the Four Pests extermination campaign. Yifeng first opened the official website, where he could see the list of locations for the first batch of Four Pests elimination. As he expected, after the commotion caused by the king cobra, the streets where his home was located unsurprisingly made it into the first batch of the list. Seeing this, Yifeng smiled, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. At the same time, he continued to look through the disclosed information. The main force of this Four Pests campaign is undoubtedly the members of the City Guard. It is worth mentioning that after several days of enthusiastic registration, all 15,000 reserve members of the City Guard have also been recruited. Next comes a month-long training period. Of course, operations like this Four Pests campaign, which carry relatively low risk, are also part of their training program. Apart from leaving 5,000 members to ensure safety across the city, the remaining 25,000 will be directly involved in this campaign. In addition to them, as many as 25,000 volunteers were also selected to join. This means that the number of people involved in the pest eradication campaign will reach as many as 50,000. Their goal is to eliminate 90% of the mutant rats, mutant cockroaches, mutant flies, and mutant mosquitoes in the city within a week. Once this goal is achieved, there is no doubt that the potential threats within the city will be reduced to a safe level. Yifeng exited the official website and glanced at information from other media, which turned out to be quite varied. Some self-media platforms even started live streaming directly to gain traffic. Yifeng immediately became interested. He searched for a bit and quickly found a self-media streamer, with the filming location being Donglin Street, where his home was located. It seemed to be just the beginning of the operation at that moment. From the video, one could see armored vehicles driving in one after another from a distance. Coming down from above were fully armed members of the City Guard. Each of them was dressed in a dark green combat uniform, wearing military boots, leather gloves, and helmets on their heads. They even had something like gas masks, making them armed to the teeth. What they held in their hands were not firearms. Apart from a military dagger for self-defense, each of them carried a bulging item on their backs, which, according to Yifeng's guess, likely contained insecticide or something similar. Of course, to deal with unexpected situations, such as ferocious creatures suddenly emerging from the sewers, there were also city guards equipped with firearms stationed nearby. Soon, over 1,000 people gathered on this street. At this moment, every manhole cover on the street had already been opened. Then, one team after another of city guards jumped down through the manhole covers. Before long, thick white smoke began to billow out from beneath the manhole covers. It should be some kind of insecticide spray. As the white smoke continuously billowed out, mutated rats, mutated cockroaches, mutated flies, and mutated mosquitoes kept rushing out from the opened wellheads. You could see that some of these mutated creatures, upon rushing out, were already moving sluggishly, stopping in place after just a few steps, clearly already dead. As for those that hadn't died yet, it was merely a slight delay in their time of death, because each wellhead was surrounded by a wire mesh, and fully armed city guards stood outside the wire mesh. When they saw these mutated mosquitoes emerge, they opened something in their hands shaped like a showerhead, and insecticide sprayed out like raindrops, covering the mutated creatures ahead. At this point, except for the strongest mutated rats that could still hold on, the cockroaches, flies, and mosquitoes were almost completely wiped out in one wave. As for those mutated rats, although they endured the dual assault of insecticide mist and spray, their fate was the same, because if they wanted to leave, they had to face the wire mesh surrounding the well cover. Under normal circumstances, barbed wire would definitely not stop these mutated rats, but barbed wire charged with high voltage is a different story. As these rats touched the barbed wire, crackling sounds erupted instantly, and arcs of electricity could even be seen leaping from their bodies. One by one, these mutated mutated rats collapsed. Even those that reacted quickly or sensed the danger and dared not rush toward the barbed wire were of no use, because the members of the city guard standing outside the barbed wire fence were still continuously spraying insecticide. As time went on and the toxins accumulated, these mutant rats wouldn't last much longer. Of course, some turned around and fled back into the manhole covers, but what awaited them there was the insecticide fog. Staying inside for too long would also lead to a dead end. With the full efforts of the relevant departments, if they couldn't escape in advance, their fate was sealed. Of course, it doesn't mean they are doomed to die. Some of the mutated creatures, when encountering insecticide spray, immediately escape to other areas through the sewers. As long as they can avoid the blockade of the city guard, they can survive. But those capable of doing this are probably less than 1 in 10. Through the screen, Yifeng silently watched all of this. In just 15 minutes, the sewers on Donglin Street, where his home was located, were almost devoid of any mutated creatures. At this time, the main force of the city guard department began moving to the next location, leaving only a few to maintain order. Immediately after, the volunteers entered the scene. Soon, piles upon piles of mutated creature corpses were transported out of the sewers. In less than 10 minutes, they filled an entire truck. It was only at this point that Yifeng exited the livestream. There shouldn't be any danger on his parents' side, especially since he had previously heard that his mother and the others were planning to purchase mutated creature monitoring equipment, which would basically ensure their safety. He exited the local news app, took a look at the national news, and found that almost the entire country was launching the 4 pests elimination campaign today. It is entirely imaginable that once this campaign is over, tragedies like those in Asian country will basically not occur. Even if there were outbreaks of mutated creature riots, it would be difficult for them to gain scale. With the presence of city defense teams, it is believed that the situation could be stabilized quickly. However, as Yifeng continued watching, he was somewhat surprised to find that, even amidst this nationwide campaign, the top 10 trending topics were not entirely about the 4 pests elimination campaign. The popularity of several news stories is rapidly climbing. Hashtag FireGirl Annie appears in the U.S. Hashtag The Real Spider-Man has appeared. Hashtag Yifeng clicked on the first link and saw a 12 or 13-year-old blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. At this moment, she raised a ball of red flame in her hand and then threw it forward. In the next instant, the flame rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a giant bear over 3 meters tall, its entire body engulfed in flames. The video was very short, only a few dozen seconds, but the information it conveyed was astonishing. Golden Pigskin, this video production team is impressive. I watched it 10 times and still couldn't spot any issues. Fisherman's Evening Song, is League of Legends making a movie? The actress playing Annie? Wandering the world, the news about superhumans I've been waiting for has appeared again. Everyone, watch and cherish it. I bet this video won't be around for long. Yifeng briefly skimmed through the comments and fell into silence. Indeed, news about superhumans is not being heard for the first time. It started circulating roughly 3 months ago, which was around the time plants began to mutate. But every time it appears, it is very short-lived, almost disappearing before it gains any traction. However, all kinds of rumors are flying around. Some even swear online that their neighbor is a superhuman, claiming to have personally seen the person grow wings and fly. Then they were taken away by people from the relevant authorities. For this kind of news, Yifeng neither completely believed it nor completely disbelieved it. There are definitely fake things on the internet. But he also believed that the emergence of so-called superhumans among humans was not surprising. After all, so many animals had mutated, and even plants had mutated. So, for certain individuals among humans to mutate and possess so-called superpowers was not strange at all. As for why humans developed superpowers instead of growing larger in size, according to his guess, it should be related to humans being intelligent beings, capable of controlling their own point allocation method. Just like a big yellow dog, the main enhancements are speed and bite force. As for body size, compared to other animals, the change is really minimal. If animals can achieve this, then it's understandable that humans, being more extreme, show no change in body size at all but instead allocate points to other aspects. He glanced at the trending topics list and found that out of the top 50, as many as 15 were related to superpowered individuals. This inevitably made him suspect that this was intentional on the part of the authorities. Are they preparing to bring the matter of superhumans into the open and start building momentum in advance? Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. Of course, such matters had little to do with him. After all, superhumans were so rare nowadays that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were extremely scarce. There might not even be a few in an entire city, or perhaps none at all. Even if the official organization mobilizes forces to counterattack, they would target the top-ranked dangerous individuals. For now, he doesn't need to worry about anything. While thinking about these matters, Yifeng was scrolling through his phone. Now that he didn't have to worry too much about his phone's battery, he spent more time on it. But unfortunately, he couldn't keep playing indefinitely. It wasn't a matter of battery or data, but rather that he had to harvest spiritual energy once every hour. Moreover, as the territory grows larger, the time it takes him to harvest spiritual energy each hour is also getting longer. Now, it takes at least 10 minutes to harvest spiritual energy once. Although he gains one main root and 100 side roots with each major level up, in reality, he can only control up to 30 at the same time. And that's just a rough form of control. If it's during combat, it's easier to manage. He can twist 10 roots into a single group. This way, by controlling 30 groups of roots, he can command all the roots to fight together. Moreover, during battles, all he needed to do was smash with force, which didn't require much mental effort. Even if the number of roots he controlled doubled, he could still barely manage. However, using the devouring ability to extract spiritual energy without causing damage to the trees was a meticulous task. Sigh, I still need to practice more, trying to control more roots at the same time. Otherwise, as the territory expands in the future, won't I become an emotionless harvesting machine? While complaining inwardly, Yifeng controlled the roots, sweeping over one tree or shrub after another. While he was busy harvesting spiritual energy, something closely related to him was happening in Yang City. These are 5 gun permits I've secured for your security company. With these, you can go to the city guard department to collect 5 hunting rifles and 150 bullets. I've done everything I should. I hope you can successfully bring back the branches I need. That way, there will be opportunities for cooperation next time. Su Liang said seriously, looking at the middle-aged burly man in front of him, whose face was full of scars and arms adorned with tattoos. Professor Su, don't worry. With a hunting rifle in hand, forget about 300 gene of branches, even 3,000 gene, I'll get it for you. Chen Dalong patted his chest loudly. Su Liang smiled and chimed in with a couple of words. This was just something to listen to. He had personally experienced how difficult the negotiations were yesterday. The other party came in like a lion, demanding 10 million huaxia currency right off the bat. When they realized that much money wasn't available, they started asking for all kinds of benefits. After nearly 3 hours of negotiations, an agreement was finally reached. So, in addition to the 1.5 million advance payment, he also had to get them 5 gun permits, along with matching firearms and ammunition. Of course, as long as the other party can bring back 300 pounds of materials, everything will be worth it. It might not even need to be 300 pounds, maybe 200 pounds would suffice. After all, while checking the danger rankings this morning, I discovered that the iron birch tree had grown another 30 meters taller. This is definitely an unexpected surprise. Soon, Chen Dalong left with the gun permit in hand. Boss, how did it go? As soon as he left the research institute, a group of underlings waiting outside quickly surrounded him, eagerly asking with anticipation written all over their faces. Haha, got it. These people really have connections. The things we couldn't get no matter what, they managed to get me 5 with just a word. Chen Dalong took out 5 gun permits, waved them in his hand, and laughed smugly. Boss, you're amazing, a group of underlings echoed excitedly. Each of them was busy flattering him, and their goal was simple gun permits. Who these permits would be allocated to was entirely up to Chen Dalong's decision. Don't rush, this is a big fat sheep. If we handle this well, there will be plenty of benefits to reap later. Chen Dalong said with a smile, then named 4 of his trusted subordinates, Zhao Rong, Qin Feng, Li Huaxing, Zhang Chenggang. These are your gun permits. Later, come with me to the city guard department to input the information, and that will complete the process. After handing the gun permits to the 4, Chen Dalong reassured the rest of his men. As for the others, don't worry, the policies are becoming more and more lenient, and gun permits will definitely be available. Who knows, maybe in the future, our company can apply for them directly. He wasn't lying. As animals around the world began to mutate, the level of danger increased year by year. Not just police officers, but even other government personnel could apply for firearms as long as they underwent training. In the past 3 months, policies have been further relaxed, and many security companies have also obtained firearm licenses. However, the Mad Dragon Security Company established by Chen Dalong has applied several times without passing the review. This time, he finally seized the opportunity. As long as this is done well, it might just be a chance to turn things around. Chen Dalong, along with his subordinates, went straight to the city guard department and submitted an application. The information has been verified and registered for all of you. A soldier sitting at the registration desk glanced at the 5 people in front of him. When his eyes fell on the tattoos on their bodies, his brows furrowed slightly, showing obvious displeasure. Nevertheless, he followed the procedure and continued, you need to understand that every gun has its unique rifling and serial number. Some things are not impossible to trace, so you must take responsibility for every shot you fire. My suggestion is that you buy a recorder. Submitting video footage during subsequent reviews will be the most convenient. If there's no video to bring back, the corpse of the mutant creature will do. But if you have neither, writing the subsequent battle report will be quite difficult for you. If you can't clearly explain where the bullets went, not only will your gun permits be revoked, but you'll also face penalties. When saying the last sentence, the soldier's tone noticeably intensified, carrying a hint of warning. Understood, understood, we know all this. Don't worry, we're law-abiding citizens, and this time we're contributing to the country, Chen Daolong said with a series of laughs. Alright, here's the proof. With this, you can go to the logistics department to collect 5 hunting rifles and 150 rounds of ammunition, the soldier in charge of registration said, handing over the documents without further comment. Chen Daolong, accompanied by 4 of his underlings, left the registration office and headed toward the logistics department. Boss, this is really frustrating. Even firing a single shot requires a report. I feel like he's deliberately making things difficult for us, Li Huoxing muttered in a low voice. It's not about making things difficult, it's just that his attitude is a bit off. That's just how their internal rules are. Chen Daolong shook his head, unconcerned. At this moment, Zhang Chengang, walking on the other side, also lowered his voice and said, Hey, if firing their bullets requires a report, then we just won't use their bullets. I know an underground trading spot where all kinds of ammunition are available for sale. Chen Daolong glanced at him and said, Don't think about all those messy things. This time we're carrying out a normal mission, not going to shoot in the dark. Just come openly and honestly. I'll go buy each of you a miniature camera to wear later, and it will be on the whole time. The process of receiving firearms went very smoothly. Everyone got a hunting rifle and was issued 150 rounds of ammunition, 50 of which were armor-piercing rounds. It was obvious that the armor-piercing rounds were prepared to deal with large mutated animals. And these shotguns were actually modified from rifles, but they are not fully automatic, only semi-automatic. For beginners, semi-automatic might be a bit friendlier. After all, with 150 rounds of ammunition distributed among 5 people, each person gets 30 rounds, just enough to fill one magazine. If it were a fully automatic rifle, in a tense situation, pulling the trigger hard could empty the magazine in one burst, leaving them dumbfounded afterward. It is worth mentioning that when they received the rifles, they were given an opportunity for training, with each person allowed to practice with 5 rounds at the shooting range. Of course, rather than calling it training, it's more about getting them accustomed to recoil so they won't lose control when firing. As for whether Chen Daolong and the others know how to shoot, they naturally do. Thanks to global animal mutations, certain industries have developed rapidly. Take shooting ranges, for example, which have sprung up like mushrooms after the rain, quickly being established in cities across the country. Chen Daolong also organized his subordinates for training a few times. After a few sessions, they could definitely fire a gun, but as for accuracy, well, hitting a target within 3 meters wasn't much of a problem. As for anything farther, it depended on their feel and luck at the time. But according to Chen Daolong, no matter how poor your shooting skills are, pressing the gun barrel against the opponent's head and pulling the trigger is still better than charging in with a cold weapon. After obtaining the firearms, Chen Daolong first instructed the others to return to the company to fetch equipment, while he took 4 trusted subordinates to the electronics mall. He then selected a high-definition camera device worth 5,000 yuan, portable enough to carry around, and bought 5 of them at once. Boss, why are you getting something so expensive? Spending 500 or 600 on a regular one would be enough to get the job done. Li Huoxing couldn't help but say, Hey, you just don't get it. Get a high-definition one, so we can clearly capture the ferocious side of those mutated creatures. With these videos in hand, we can totally exaggerate the difficulty and then jack up the price. Even if they can't pay, getting us a few more gun permits would still be worth it, Chen Daolong said with a smile. Boss, you're amazing. The others couldn't help but brighten up upon hearing this and immediately started showering him with flattery. Half an hour later, Chen Daolong returned to the company and looked at the 20 most skilled subordinates in front of him. At this moment, they were truly fully armed, holding mostly knives, spears, swords, and halberds, all of which were custom-made and sharpened. It was only now that they dared to bring these things out openly. Half a year ago, no one would have dared to do so. In addition to weapons, everyone was wearing bulletproof vests, camouflage pants, military helmets, as well as arm guards, knee pads, and military boots practically armed to the teeth. Compared to cold weapons, these protective gear items could be purchased directly online. I won't go into grand principles. The money has already been handed out in advance. After completing this mission, I'll treat everyone to a feast. Target, Sunset Valley. Move out, Chen Daolong shouted loudly. At this moment, Yifeng was quite relaxed. After harvesting a wave of spiritual energy, he started scrolling on his phone again. And this leisurely time lasted until 9 o'clock, when a sparrow on alert outside transmitted a message through the contract, pulling Yifeng back from the joy of binge-watching dramas. Yifeng had long been wary of the research institute, so he consistently arranged for a subordinate to lie in wait along the road leading to Sunset Valley. As soon as any vehicles or personnel were spotted, they would notify him. Of course, previously, almost every time Yifeng received a warning, what he saw were transport convoys. But even so, he never let his guard down. So this time, after receiving the sparrow's reminder, he instantly used his possession ability to switch his consciousness over. This time, when he saw the bus slowly driving along the highway, his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. This wasn't a cargo transport convoy, and for some reason, this type of bus gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Yes, a few days ago, they had also taken a similar vehicle, intending to go to Xiaofeng Mountain to collect samples. Hopefully Hopefully, I'm wrong. Otherwise, it's just bad luck for you. Yi Feng couldn't help but mutter. If they were sent by the research institute, whether they were coming to him or heading to Xiaofeng Mountain, he had to find a way to stop them. After all, the matter of the old locust tree becoming a spirit must not be exposed. Under Yi Feng's watchful gaze, the vehicle stopped in front of Sunset Valley, and then 20 fully armed men slowly got out. Especially when Yi Feng saw the firearm in the other party's hand, his gaze became even sharper. Heh, it seems you came prepared. What a coincidence, so did I. A new month has begun, and everyone's monthly investment opportunities have been refreshed. Bosses, how about making an investment? I was supposed to make the wish yesterday, but I forgot. Crying. Upon seeing who had arrived, Yi Feng immediately began summoning his subordinates back through the contract. However, he was also contemplating which subordinates to send to handle the current situation. Dealing with just 20 humans doesn't require a full deployment. Sending out the King Cobra alone would be enough to take care of them. However, if it's not absolutely necessary, Yi Feng doesn't want to kill directly. Leaving them with a deep impression so they wouldn't dare to come again would suffice. So after some thought, he ultimately decided to send out the mutant bats and the mutant water buffalo. The reason for sending out the mutant water buffalo was that this group of people was armed with hunting rifles. A mid-stage second-order mutant water buffalo, its hide is tougher than ordinary steel and possesses a flexibility that steel lacks. It is the only one among his subordinates capable of withstanding firearms head-on. As for the mutant bat, although its combat power is unremarkable, it has a unique ability that other mutant creatures lack, summoning underlings. This was also something Yi Feng thought of through the mutant rat. Since the mutated rat can make its kind fear and submit, there's no reason the mutated bat can't do the same. Therefore, Yi Feng had the mutated bat give it a try and discovered that a second-tier mutated bat could indeed influence its kind to a certain extent. Now, calling it the Bat King is no exaggeration, as it has already gathered over 100 first-tier mutated bats as subordinates. Of course, this is its limit. If the number increases further, it will be difficult to control. Because these mutated creatures are not very intelligent, controlling them requires using the aura of their kind to suppress them. For this reason, the number that can be controlled is limited. Of course, as the Bat King's strength continues to grow, the number it can control will surely increase as well. When Yi Feng was gathering his subordinates, Chen Daolong and a group of 20 people had already gotten off the vehicle and were gazing at Sunset Valley. This mutated iron birch tree is really huge. Looking at the exceptionally conspicuous giant tree in the valley, Chen Daolong couldn't help but exclaim. Although I had already reviewed the information before coming and knew that the height of the mutated iron birch tree was 125 meters, the feeling of seeing it with my own eyes was completely different from just reading the numbers on paper. 125 meters is already equivalent to the height of a 40-story building, and most high-rise buildings are straight and vertical. From a distance, you simply perceive them as tall. But trees are different. Generally speaking, the taller a tree is, the more massive its canopy becomes. At this moment, the canopy of the mutated iron birch tree also spans over 100 meters in width. From a distance, it looked as if a green hill had appeared above the valley. Boss, such a big tree, if you say to cut it all down, how many tons would that be? If we haul more back, wouldn't we strike it rich? Li Huoxing couldn't help but say. Some things are more valuable the rarer they are. If you really haul a few tons of wood back, it would actually lose its value. Exactly. Slow and steady wins the race, just take it little by little, Chen Daolong said. Boss, your lesson is well taken. Boss, you really have a keen eye. A group of subordinates started flattering him again, but they were interrupted by Chen Daolong as soon as they began. Alright, that's enough. Save it. If you really want to praise me, wait until this operation is successful. You can flatter me all you want when we get back. Now, proceed according to the plan. As Chen Daolong spoke, everyone quickly closed their mouths, then picked up their weapons and began advancing into the valley. Although this group had not undergone professional training, they had been in plenty of fights before, so their coordination at this moment was not unfamiliar. 10 members holding short weapons and riot shields spread out in a semicircular formation at the front. Following closely behind them were members wielding long spears and broadswords, which required both hands to handle. If the members in the front are attacked, those in the back can provide immediate support. Chen Daolong and 4 other members armed with hunting rifles were positioned in the middle, ready to provide fire support to any location at any time. Xin Feng, come stand here in the middle. You're the best shot, so this prime shooting position should go to you, Chen Daolong instructed. Boss, but this is your. Xin Feng's words were cut off before he could finish. Alright, stop with the empty talk. No matter how nice your words sound, it's not as good as putting in more effort when we encounter danger later. We're all equipped with recording devices, and when we get back, I'll reward those who kill the most enemies based on merit, Chen Daolong said. These words weren't just directed at Xin Feng but also at the others. His meaning was very clear. At this point, the others also put away their petty thoughts and began advancing cautiously, staying alert to their surroundings. There's a mutated giant spider over there. Anyo, go stab it to death first. Damn, such a huge centipede. Who's got got the insecticide. Hurry up and bring it over so I can spray it. Holy crap, that thing ahead isn't a dirt mound, it's an ant nest. Retreat, retreat, let's take a detour. The further they advanced, the more they felt a sense of unease. Ordinary insects had become dangerous after mutating. If they weren't well equipped and experienced in fighting, with quick reflexes and good skills, someone would probably have gotten hurt. But even so, their progress was quite slow. After 10 minutes, they had advanced less than 300 meters. Stop, what's that sound? Chen Dalong, who had been vigilantly watching the surroundings, suddenly said. As he spoke, the team instantly came to a halt, and everyone tilted their ears to listen. Indeed, there was a sound coming from afar, rapidly approaching in their direction. At this moment, a member looked up and happened to see the sky through the gaps in the leaves, his pupils suddenly contracting. Bats, so many bats, he shouted in panic. Alerted by his warning, everyone instinctively looked up and saw a large swarm of bats diving straight toward them, bypassing the dense branches. Although there were only over 100 bats here, the mutated bats had a wingspan of at least over a meter. Even with just over 100 of them, their simultaneous dive created a sense of a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Stay close together, raise the riot shields, and the rest prepare to counterattack. Stay calm, don't lose your composure. Chen Dalong was the first to react and quickly shouted. At his reminder, the others quickly came to their senses. They swiftly gathered, and the members holding riot shields quickly raised them high. Meanwhile, the others gripped their weapons tightly, ready to counterattack at any moment. Bang, bang, bang. The bats rapidly swooping down, some directly crashing into the riot shields, while others quickly changed their flight direction to launch attacks from the sides. After all, there were only 10 riot shields, which couldn't possibly cover all directions. But the people from the security company were no lambs to the slaughter. Kill! With a loud shout from Chen Dalong, everyone launched an attack on the mutant bats just a few feet away. Chen Dalong and the others were the first to pull the trigger, and bullets shot out rapidly. At such close range, even though these bats were flying at high speed, it was almost impossible for them to completely dodge the bullets. However, after firing just a few shots, Chen Dalong frustratingly realized that while he could hit these mutated bats, most of the time he was only hitting their wings. The bullets pierced through their wings, causing injuries but failing to kill them. Instead, the other members wielding cold weapons, especially those holding broadswords, would strike with a single slash, and as long as they hit, it was almost always fatal or crippling. Seeing this, Chen Dalong could only draw his military knife and switch to attacking with cold weapons, as bullets were limited and had to be conserved. Li Huixing and the others immediately followed suit. The mutated bat swarm continued to suffer casualties, but the subordinates Chen Dalong brought along could not remain unscathed either. Although they were fully armed, with bulletproof vests and helmets, the problem was that this equipment couldn't protect their entire bodies. Take the arms and thighs, for example. While there were arm guards and knee pads, it was ultimately impossible to protect every part. Once these mutated bats got close, they could easily tear through their camouflage uniforms with a single swipe. If they attacked the arms or thighs, they could instantly cut through flesh, leaving a long gash. However, in the end, the security company still held the advantage. After 3 minutes of fierce combat, more than 30 mutant bats had been killed, reducing their numbers by about 1/3. On the security company's side, 10 people were injured, 7 of them lightly and 3 more seriously. However, none had lost their ability to fight. After applying hemostatic bandages, they were still capable of continuing the battle. Just as everyone thought victory was within their grasp, a member suddenly exclaimed, "Look out, right front, a huge bat." Hearing this, everyone instinctively turned to look in that direction. Then they were horrified to see a massive bat with a wingspan of at least 5 meters swiftly flying toward them. This bat was not only enormous but also extremely agile, effortlessly weaving through the trees as it rapidly closed in. Fire! Even the experienced Chen Dalong felt a tinge of fear in his heart and quickly shouted, "Bang, bang, 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 bang." Suddenly, the dense sound of gunfire erupted, and the 5 people holding firearms all simultaneously changed their targets. However, the speed of the mutant bat's flight was too fast. With their marksmanship, the vast majority of bullets missed, and even those that hit only managed to strike its wings, causing little impact. The mutant bat was only discovered when it got within 50 meters, and in almost an instant, it had halved that distance. The mutant bat king was about to dive into the crowd. The best marksman in the team, Qin Fong, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stopped firing blindly. Instead, he raised his gun, held his breath, and focused intently on aiming. Finally, when the massive mutated bat flew within a distance of 5 meters, at the very moment it changed direction and paused briefly, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and at the same time, a burst of blood exploded from the bat's abdomen. The mutated bat let out a piercing scream of pain. Hit! Everyone's faces lit up with joy, but in the next moment, their expressions froze. Although the mutated bat king was hit and appeared to be seriously injured, it was far from losing its combat ability. Moreover, this shot seemed to have provoked its ferocity. After a brief pause, it charged forward in an even more vicious manner. Before anyone could react, the mutant Bat King extended its sharp claws, reaching for Qin Fong, who dared to shoot at it. Ah! Qin Fong let out a painful scream. The shotgun he had been holding was already snatched away, and more importantly, the camouflage uniform on his right arm was torn into strips, revealing the blood-soaked arm underneath. Kill! Chen Dalong was the first to react. While roaring angrily, he raised his gun and fired. The others quickly snapped out of it amidst his shouting and also frantically pulled their triggers. However, that brief moment of hesitation, or rather the instant they were frightened, had already cost them the best opportunity to kill the mutant Bat King. After landing a successful strike, the mutant Bat King didn't pause for a moment and swiftly flew into the sky with the hunting rifle in its grasp. Looking at the mutant Bat King circling in the sky, the expressions on the group's faces were quite grim. However, what gave them a slight sense of relief was that the mutant Bat King showed no intention of continuing its attack. Moreover, the mutant bats surrounding them on all sides also began to retreat at this moment, gathering around the mutant Bat King. Are they retreating? Someone asked in a low voice. Probably. After all, that mutated Bat King was hit by a bullet. Although it didn't die, it's likely seriously injured. Someone chimed in. Stop chatting, damn it. Hurry up and bring the hemostatic gel and the bandages, Chen Dalong reprimanded in a low voice. Seeing the boss lose his temper, everyone snapped back to their senses. Someone quickly handed over the hemostatic gel they were carrying, and Chen Dalong immediately took it and swiftly applied it to Qin Fong's wound. They're all dead. Where's the hemostatic bandage? Hurry up and bring it over for dressing. Chen Dalong, seeing that he had already finished applying the ointment, couldn't help but curse when no one handed him the hemostatic bandage. However, after he finished cursing, there was still no response from the people around him. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He quickly raised his head, and in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. A mutated water buffalo the size of a truck was slowly walking toward them. Every step the other party took caused the ground to tremble slightly, and the terrifying sense of oppression was simply suffocating. Gun, shoot. At this moment, Chen Dalong even felt his voice trembling a bit. Li Huoxing, Zhang Chenggang, and Zhao Rong, who still had guns in their hands, hurriedly raised their barrels and desperately pulled the triggers. Such a massive mutated water buffalo, no matter how poor their aim was, it was hard to miss. But what no one expected was that ordinary bullets, when fired at the opponent, only barely pierced the hide, with hardly any blood visible, and the bullet heads were even squeezed out by the opponent's muscles. Even armor-piercing rounds, specifically designed to deal with large mutated creatures, could only create a thumb-sized hole, but it was clear they failed to inflict fatal damage. Instead, it provoked the ferocity of the mutated water buffalo. Lowering its head to expose its hardened horns, it began its charge. At that moment, the mutated water buffalo seemed like a massive bulldozer running at full throttle. Wherever it passed, trees collapsed, carrying the momentum of a landslide, rushing toward the crowd. Seeing this scene, everyone finally broke down. Even mutated creatures that could withstand bullets had appeared. How were they supposed to fight? No one knew who it was, but someone shouted, "Run!" The formation instantly fell apart, and everyone fled in panic. When faced with an unbeatable monster, fleeing in panic is normal. However, Chen Dalong, who was in the midst of escaping, still kept his composure. Seeing the mutated water buffalo chasing closely behind, he shouted loudly, "Split up and run. Head into areas with more trees, or none of us will get away." Li Huoxing, Zhang Chenggang, Zhao Rong, as long as we get 30 meters away from the mutant buffalo, start shooting to attract its attention and buy time for the other brothers to escape. As he spoke, he pulled the trigger proactively, using his actions to prove that his words were not empty. With the gunshot, the mutant buffalo, feeling the pain, instantly changed direction and charged toward him. Li Huoxing and the others, back when they followed Chen Dalong to seize territory, had faced life-and-death situations more than once or twice. They were the kind of people who could risk their lives at critical moments. At this moment, seeing the boss take the lead in fire, they didn't hesitate either. Those at a greater distance immediately opened fire, drawing the mutated buffalo back toward them. If they had encountered a normal mutated buffalo, they might have been completely outmaneuvered. But unfortunately, this particular mutated buffalo had an owner. When Yifeng saw the mutated buffalo being led by the nose, he directly possessed it and personally pursued the target. Then Chen Dalong and the others discovered that no matter how much they fired, they could no longer attract the mutated buffalo's attention. Once it locked onto a specific person, it relentlessly pursued them until it collided. Ah! A scream of agony echoed through the jungle. Li Huoxing was the first person to be struck by the mutated water buffalo. He felt as if he had been hit by a large truck. His arm instantly made a cracking sound, likely broken, and he was sent flying 5 or 6 meters before crashing to the ground. Just one hit left him severely injured. This was only because Yifeng had held back at the critical moment. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been severely injured but directly killed. Knocking it away, Yifeng immediately fixed his gaze on Chen Dalong and the others. After merging, when the mutated water buffalo endured gunfire, he would also feel pain, especially when hit by armor-piercing bullets. It felt like being viciously stabbed into the flesh with a needle, truly an excruciating excruciating pain. It is worth mentioning that Chen Daolong and the others directly mixed armor-piercing bullets with regular bullets in the magazine. Each person was allocated 10 armor-piercing rounds out of 50, and with a magazine holding 30 bullets, exactly 1/3 could be loaded. So, basically, for every 3 shots fired, 1 armor-piercing round would be released. In the face of pain, Yifeng naturally wanted to end the fight as soon as possible. In the next half-minute, Chen Daolong, Zhang Chenggang, and Zhao Rong were all successively knocked away by him. Then, Yifeng leisurely went on to pursue the others. Until everyone was driven out of Sunset Valley, he finally returned. At this moment, among these 20 people, not a single one was unscathed. Boom, boom, boom. Watching the mutated water buffalo leave with heavy steps, the 5 who escaped from Sunset Valley finally let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death. "Why did it stop chasing us?" someone asked softly, panting. "If you can't say anything useful, just shut up. No one will think you're mute. If it really comes back, you'll be the first one I won't let off." His companion beside him immediately snapped viciously. The person who had just spoken realized they had said something wrong and instantly fell silent. Meanwhile, another companion speculated, "Isn't it said that animals have territorial instincts? Maybe we left its territory, so it stopped chasing us." This guess was instantly acknowledged by the others. "This is the most reasonable explanation. Then I'm afraid we can't come here anymore. What about the mission? Who cares? This kind of thing isn't something I can think about, and if we have to come to Sunset Valley again next time, I definitely won't come. Whoever wants to come can come. Whether there will be a next time is uncertain. When I was escaping, I saw the boss get knocked away, probably already dead." Watch your mouth. If it weren't for the boss and the others shooting and deliberately drawing that monster's attention, would you have been able to escape? While the 5 of them were chattering away, they saw a companion limping out, dragging an injured left leg. Then 2 more people came, supporting each other as they walked toward them. "Wow, someone actually escaped!" someone exclaimed in surprise and hurried over to assist. Then, more and more wounded individuals began escaping from Sunset Valley, including Chen Daolong, of course. He clutched his chest, using the butt of his gun to support himself, walking step by step, followed by 7 injured subordinates. He had been hit directly in the chest by a mutated water buffalo. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest, otherwise, he would likely have died on the spot. But even so, 2 ribs in his chest were broken. Then Chen Daolong discovered that after the mutant water buffalo knocked someone away, it seemingly wouldn't follow up with another attack. After the mutant water buffalo left, he quickly returned and indeed found that the other brothers were also still alive. They supported each other and came out together. "Boss, it's such a relief that you're okay." "Boss, let me help you. Where are you hurt?" As Chen Daolong left the Sunset Valley area, a group of subordinates immediately surrounded him. "Alright, stop the noise. Huosheng, do a head count." Chen Daolong interrupted them with a wave of his hand. Soon, Li Huosheng finished the count and said in a slightly somber tone, "And Niu and Aguang, the 2 of them didn't make it out." The rest of the people all understood that these 2 were likely doomed. After a brief silence, Chen Daolong gritted his teeth and said, "Whoever still has the strength, come with me and go back in one more time." However, as soon as Chen Daolong finished speaking, the subordinates who had just gathered around with enthusiasm almost all lowered their heads, staying silent and not daring to meet his gaze. "Boss, I'll go with you. It's just a dislocated shoulder for me, nothing serious." The heavy silence didn't last long before Zhang Chenggang broke it. "He is the strongest among Chen Daolong's 4 trusted subordinates. Although he was also hit by the mutated water buffalo just now, his injuries were the lightest." "Alright, let's go in." Chen Daolong nodded. Then he instructed Li Huosheng and Zhao Rong to redistribute the remaining bullets. After the 2 loaded the bullets, there entered the dense forest. It carried a sense of the wind howling and the waters of Yi River turning cold. Of course, Chen Daolong dared to do this partly because he witnessed the mutated water buffalo returning to the depths of the dense forest. On the other hand, he noticed that after the mutated water buffalo unleashed its power, those originally troublesome mutated insects in the forest seemed to have all hidden away. Just now, as he made his way out, he didn't encounter any danger. At this moment, going back to save people might seem dangerous, but in reality, it is the safest window of opportunity. Of course, all of this is based on one premise, that the mutated buffalo does not reappear. This is a gamble. Therefore, he decided to stay inside for no more than 10 minutes. If he couldn't find anyone, he would come out. Next, he felt that his luck was exceptionally good. Shortly after entering, he found 2 severely injured people lying on the ground, unable to move. And all the way, they dragged the 2 out of Sunset Valley without encountering any danger. When the crowd waiting outside saw that Chen Daolong and Zhang Chenggang had actually managed to safely bring out 2 injured members, they couldn't help but show genuine smiles, despite their disbelief. Although this operation failed, everyone became even more convinced of their leader, Chen Daolong. When faced with challenges, he truly dares to step up and take responsibility. This alone is enough to earn their admiration. Although they are all gangsters, it doesn't mean they lack loyalty. Especially after watching Hong Kong movies, who wouldn't admire Chan Ho Nam? Alright, stop standing around and get in the car. We're heading heading back. A few brothers are seriously injured and need to be taken to the hospital immediately, Chen Daolong said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone helped each other and quickly got on the bus, then swiftly returned. Although they had narrowly escaped death, the atmosphere on the bus seemed somewhat silent. There was no way around it. The failed mission also meant they wouldn't get the money afterward. What they feared even more was that Chen Daolong might be unwilling to give up and try again. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, and finally, Li Huoxing spoke up and asked, "Boss, the mission failed. What do we do next? Damn it, this mission was too dangerous. When we get back, I'm going to extort a good sum from the Research Institute, medical expenses, lost wages, all of it. If they don't pay us, it won't end well." As for the mission, Chen Daolong really wanted to say they wouldn't do it, but he was reluctant to give up the money. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Raise the price. If they don't double it, they can forget about us continuing to collect materials. Boss, that mutated buffalo is too terrifying. Guns can't deal with it. How are we supposed to fight it?" A subordinate couldn't help but ask, trembling, "Are you stupid? Just don't go after that mutated buffalo." Chen Daolong glanced at him and said, "Boss, do you mean we should shift our target to that old locust tree on Xiaofeng Mountain?" At this moment, Chen Huoxing asked, "Not necessarily. We'll assess the situation when the time comes and decide accordingly. This time we were careless and unprepared. Next time, we'll buy a few drones and come back. Let the drones fly around first to locate the mutated water buffalo. By then, we'll assess the situation and decide whether we can bypass the mutated water buffalo. If not, we'll head over to Xiaofeng Mountain," Chen Daolong said. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up instantly, but there were still quite a few who remained apprehensive. At this moment, Xin Fang reminded, "Boss, we also need to think about how to deal with the mutated bats." At this moment, his right arm had already been bandaged, but recalling that mutated Bat King still left him with a lingering sense of fear. He had been just a hair's breadth away from losing the use of that arm. The mutated Bat King isn't impossible to deal with. The main issue is that we don't have enough firearms. Fortunately, this time we recorded a video. When we get back, we'll show it to those researchers sitting in their offices. It'll probably scare the hell out of them. If they don't approve at least 10 more gun permits for us, they can forget about us continuing the mission, Chen Daolong said. Listening to Chen Daolong's well-reasoned analysis, the previously somewhat nervous and uneasy members couldn't help but calm down, nodding in agreement. Indeed, while the wilderness is dangerous, it is not beyond their ability to handle. Of course, the premise is not to encounter boss-level threats like the mutant water buffalo, which are impervious to bullets. And Chen Daolong's proposal to purchase drones for reconnaissance before taking action undoubtedly addresses this issue. This moment once again boosted the low morale. They even started a new round of praising Chen Daolong, hoping that the newly approved firearms could be allocated to them. At this moment, Yifeng watched the vehicles drive away before ordering all the mutated creatures to return. In fact, driving those people out posed no difficulty at all for Yifeng. On the contrary, it was afterward, during their severe injuries, that ensuring their safe evacuation took even more time. After all, he couldn't allow other mutant insects or similar creatures to approach and cause secondary harm. In the end, he sent out the king cobra and the big yellow dog, hiding them in the shadows to release their aura as a deterrent, and only then was the task completed. Now that the battle was over, he first checked the injuries on the mutant bat. The opponent's abdomen was hit by a bullet. The projectile penetrated inside and injured one of the organs. However, the vitality of mutated creatures is truly incomparable to that of normal animals. At this point, less than 20 minutes had passed since the battle ended, and the internal bleeding was already close to stopping. According to Yifeng's estimation, even if he did nothing, as long as the opponent avoided intense combat, they could recover in a few days. Of course, leaving the bullet inside the mutated bat was ultimately a hidden danger, so Yifeng still decided to help remove it. His method of extracting the bullet was also simple and crude. He directly extended a tree root, and under his control, countless hair-thin rootlets grew from the tip of the root. These rootlets directly burrowed into the bat's wound, wrapped around the bullet, and pulled it out. Then he injected spiritual energy, and it would heal in just a few hours. However, it can be seen from here that the vast majority of second-order mutant creatures can be killed with bullets. Take mutant bats, for example. They might barely withstand one shot, but after a few more, they would probably be killed on the spot. And this is with regular bullets. If armor-piercing rounds were used, the damage would undoubtedly be even greater. If their internal organs were not just pierced but completely destroyed, then whether the mutant bat could survive would become a serious question. After examining the mutated bat, Yifeng began to inspect the mutated buffalo. Looking at the injuries on its body, Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at the incredible defensive power of the mutated buffalo. He counted and found that it had been hit by as many as 56 bullets, 18 of which were armor-piercing rounds, while the rest were regular bullets. Through these wounds, Yifeng carefully observed the body structure of the mutated mutated buffalo. The opponent's hide is as thick as 0.5 centimeters. As for beneath the skin, there is a fat layer as thick as 3 centimeters. Then comes a muscle layer approximately 30 centimeters thick. When a bullet hits the hide, the fat layer underneath quickly transfers the bullet's kinetic energy throughout the body, equivalent to an additional layer of cushioning for defense. Thus, ordinary bullets, after penetrating the tough cowhide, almost completely lose their kinetic energy and get stuck in the fat layer. Armor-piercing bullets, even after penetrating the cowhide and fat layer, still face a nearly 30 centimeter thick muscle layer as a defense. The vast majority of armor-piercing bullets get stuck in the muscle layer, with only 2 managing to penetrate through weaker spots in the muscle layer and reach the internal organs inside. But even armor-piercing rounds, after penetrating these 3 layers of defense, would have their kinetic energy almost completely depleted. These 2 bullets ultimately left a moderate-sized wound in the lungs and small intestine of the mutated buffalo, and at this point, these 2 wounds had already healed. So, this means that large second-tier mutated creatures can basically ignore ordinary firearms. Only heavy machine guns and other heavy weapons can harm them, Yifeng concluded while helping the other party remove the bullet. Through this battle, Yifeng estimated that his group of subordinates could roughly match the combat power of 40 to 50 fully armed city guard members. Of course, this refers to situations of direct confrontation. If taken to the wild for guerrilla warfare, even if the opponent's numbers were multiplied by 10, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The strength is still a bit weak, but once I break through to tier 3 and my physical fitness improves by another level, I shouldn't have to fear ordinary firearms anymore, Yifeng muttered. After quickly treating their injuries, Yifeng sent these animals off to continue hunting. In fact, for these mutated animals, this matter was just an insignificant little episode. In their eyes, humans are just slightly larger prey. If it weren't for Yifeng's intervention, they would have long become a meal on their plates. Soon, Yifeng picked up his phone again and continued scrolling. Ever since he no longer had to worry about battery life, his internet addiction had returned. But it didn't take long before he quickly put aside everything he was doing, because the mutant hedgehog and the mutant hawk are about to break through to the second tier. Of course, if it were just a simple breakthrough, it wouldn't stop Yifeng from playing on his phone, but the mutant hawk actually broke through on its own. That makes the situation completely different. As everyone knows, mutant animals that break through on their own seem to be particularly strong, which is enough to make Yifeng take it seriously. As for the mutated hedgehog, it relied on Yifeng's evolution fruit to break through. Although there were no surprises, Yifeng was not disappointed, as this was to be expected. Moreover, when the mutated hedgehog was breaking through the first few minor realms, Yifeng noticed that its body size did not change much. Instead, the spikes on its body became increasingly sharp. Clearly, it chose a different direction for its attribute allocation. So even though it couldn't break through on its own, Yifeng still held certain expectations for its future performance. At the same time, Yifeng also turned his gaze toward the 4 first-tier mutated water buffaloes in the distance. They had also reached the peak of the first tier, and judging by the time, they were likely to break through by the afternoon. By then, everyone would be at the second tier. While Yifeng was watching his 2 subordinates break through, Chen Daolong and his group had already returned to Yangcheng. They drove a bus straight to Yangcheng First Hospital. When 20 fierce and heavily injured individuals got off the vehicle, they truly startled the doctors and nurses here. Even the nearby city patrol guards were alarmed and came over to investigate. A new round of anti-crime and anti-violence campaigns had just ended not long ago, so incidents like fights and brawls were being strictly investigated during this period. However, this time Chen Daolong was genuinely unafraid of the investigation. He directly mentioned the task he had taken from the Yangcheng Research Institute and even showed them the combat footage. After completing the process, Chen Daolong thought it was over, but to his surprise, things were not as simple as he had imagined. The captain's expression instantly turned serious after watching the video. He then copied the video and reported it immediately. In just 10 minutes, a captain and someone from the Mutation Management Bureau arrived together to inquire about the details. Of course, their treatment was also improved, and all the injured were transferred to a field hospital. This is the newest hospital established in Yangcheng, staffed with the best surgical experts. Whether in terms of hardware or software, the conditions are top-notch. This series of changes left Chen Daolong feeling a bit overwhelmed. After he finished explaining all the details, the 2 investigators finally left. As they were leaving, the captain smiled and said, "Comrade Chen Daolong, thank you for providing the information on the mutated creatures. I will apply for a second-class merit award for you. Additionally, the firearms and ammunition consumed during your mission this time can be replenished for free. Moreover, based on your achievements, you should be able to submit an application to increase your bullet quota." Watching the other party leave, Chen Daolong touched his bald head and couldn't help but say, "Damn, I never thought bringing back a video would earn us such good treatment." Li Huixing, who was standing nearby, quickly said, "Boss, you're the wise one for purchasing the recording equipment in advance. Who would have thought that a video of a mutant creature could earn us a second-class merit?" Next time, we should go film some more. Stop right there. Shut your crow's mouth. I have no desire to face those terrifying mutant creatures again, Chen Dalong quickly interrupted. Next, after Dr. Chen Dalong and the other doctors checked the medication and finished dressing the wound, they did not stay at the hospital but headed straight to the Yangcheng Research Institute. What followed was another round of negotiations with Su Liang. However, this time, with the video in hand, he spoke with real confidence. He directly stated that apart from his Quanglong security company, no one else would dare to take on such a dangerous task, even subtly threatening the other party that if they didn't increase the payment, he would release the video. After watching the video several times, Su Liang also compromised, but he stated that there were currently no funds available. In the end, the two parties signed an additional agreement to compensate the security company with 10 million huaxia currency once the life essence was successfully developed. Of course, apart from this, gun permits were also indispensable. After another round of back and forth, Su Liang finally agreed to secure 5 gun permits for Chen Dalong's security company, which was the maximum his position allowed. The entire day, Chen Dalong kept making preparations, strengthening the team's capabilities. But what he didn't know was that no matter how hard he tried, the speed at which his strength improved could never match that of the mutated animals in Sunset Valley. As the time approached noon, the mutated porcupine and the mutated hawk finally succeeded in breaking through. The mutated porcupine, which advanced to the second tier, was only 1 meter tall. Such a size could truly only be described as miniature among second-tier mutated animals, not even comparable to a large yellow dog. But after breaking through to the second tier, the opponent's spikes were 50 centimeters long and as thick as a finger. The most important thing was the hardness. Each spike seemed to be made of steel, with a toughness that even surpassed Yifeng's tree roots. A spiked iron ball like this was basically untouchable. Of course, under Yifeng's instigation, the big yellow dog eagerly tried to take a bite. The final result was that it bit off more than a dozen sharp spikes, while its own mouth was left full of blood. It used its actions to perfectly illustrate what mutual harm truly means. Well done, keep leveling up like this. I'm looking forward to your future changes, don't let me down. Yifeng extended a tree root, patted the hedgehog, and praised it. After that, he shifted all his attention to the mutated hawk. If the mutated hedgehog is a small surprise, then the mutated hawk is a big surprise. Regarding the storyline about Chen Dalong, everyone, please be patient. This is a very important supporting character, so naturally, more attention will be given to him. I won't say more, or it would be a spoiler. The mutated falcon that advanced to Tier 2, even when folding its wings and standing on the ground, was second only to the king cobra in size. As for spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, that was even more terrifying. The wingspan directly reached 15 meters. The mutated black crow, mutated bat, and mutated parrot combined are not as large as it. As for the mutated sparrow, there's no need to mention it, it's just a tiny thing. This is undoubtedly the overlord of the skies. Of course, Yifeng also understood that some things can't be judged solely by data, so he let the mutated hawk challenge the other mutated birds one-on-one. In this 1v5 battle, although the mutant bats had the advantage in numbers, they didn't dare to be the least bit complacent and launched an attack right from the start. Faced with this situation, the mutant hawk showed no fear and directly charged head-on. With an extremely ferocious approach, it crashed into the formation, and with a flap of its wings, sent the 2 weakest sparrows flying. Then, with its sharp talons swinging, the mutant bats and mutant black crows were completely unable to resist. With just 2 moves, a large wound was slashed across their bodies. Seeing their 4 companions instantly defeated, the remaining mutated parrot, without waiting for the mutated hawk to make a move, voluntarily dove headfirst downward. Witnessing this scene, the mutated hawk let out an excited and piercing screech. With just one sound, the other mutated birds residing in Sunset Valley fell silent in fear. The kingly demeanor is fully revealed. Beautiful. Yifeng couldn't help but wave the tree root. He had finally nurtured a ruler of the skies, making up for his weakest link. By the afternoon, the rest of the animals seemed to erupt collectively, beginning to break through one after another. Mutant water buffalo, black crows, bats, rats, and 2 sparrows. These first captured creatures began successively advancing to the late stage of Tier 2. Of course, as for them, Yifeng only gave them a brief glance. What Yifeng was most concerned about was the mutant king cobra, because judging by the time, it was almost ready to break through to Tier 3. He wasn't sure whether the king cobra could break through on its own this time. In fact, he was already prepared, spending 400 points of spiritual energy to condense a second-tier evolution fruit. Under Yifeng's somewhat anxious and nervous gaze, the other party fell into a state of slumber. But it was different from a normal breakthrough, as the aura on the body did not strengthen. Faced with this situation, Yifeng was a bit puzzled. He checked the spiritual energy in the other party's body, which was quite abundant and did not require his input, so he could only wait quietly, and this wait lasted for 3 hours. At this moment, even the last 4 captured mutant water buffaloes were preparing to break through to the second tier. The king cobra lying on the ground finally showed some movement. The aura around it began to rapidly intensify, and its body started a new round of explosive growth. growth. It is worth mentioning that upon reaching the second-tier peak, the king cobra's body length had already reached 20 meters, with a body width of half a meter. Its size was already exaggerated, but it was still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yifeng was quite looking forward to seeing just how strong it would become once it truly completed its breakthrough. However, when mutant animals break through major realms, the process tends to take an exceptionally long time. It took 2 hours to break through to the second tier, and now breaking through to the third tier takes even longer. Yifeng waited for a full 4 hours. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the mutated king cobra finally completed its breakthrough. After successfully breaking through, the mutated king cobra's body length had reached a full 50 meters, and its body width was also a full meter. Even if the mutated king cobra coiled its body, it would be as tall as a 3-story building. No matter from which angle you look at it, it can definitely be called a giant. Of course, its massive size is one thing, but Yifeng is more concerned about the progress of its strength. He conducted a simple test and found that after its breakthrough, the king cobra could unleash a force of 10 tons with a swing of its tail. Not bad, just about what I estimated, Yifeng praised. 10 tons of striking force, at least for now, is undoubtedly at a monster level. After testing the attack power, the next step is, of course, the defense power. As for the defense test, Yifeng was even more straightforward and direct. He extended a tree root, picked up the hunting rifle placed beside the tree, and aimed it at the king cobra just within arm's reach. This shotgun, of course, is the one taken from Qin Feng's hands by the mutant Bat King. Now, he could also indulge in the thrill of shooting. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out, and the bullet, traveling at twice the speed of sound, shot out of the barrel, hitting the nearby mutant king cobra. Sparks flew instantly. Yes, when the bullet hit the mutated king cobra, it was as if it had struck a metal object, instantly sparking upon impact. When Yifeng looked closely, he found that the ordinary bullet had only managed to crack one of the scales on the mutated king cobra's body and hadn't even penetrated it. It couldn't even break the skin. This defense is much stronger than that of the mutated water buffalo. Yifeng clicked his tongue in amazement. This is the significant transformation brought about by a major breakthrough in cultivation. Of course, this wasn't the end. Yifeng immediately conducted another test, this time using armor-piercing bullets. This time, it finally broke through the defense. However, after penetrating the snake scales and snakeskin, the bullet's kinetic energy was almost completely depleted, getting stuck after penetrating less than 2 centimeters. With such an injury, Yifeng didn't even need to help. The mutated king cobra could directly squeeze the bullet out using its muscles. It seems that after these mutated creatures reach tier 3, most of them are no longer afraid of ordinary firearms. Only heavy weapons like machine guns or rocket launchers can pose a sufficient threat. After reaching this conclusion, Yifeng was quite excited. Originally, according to his estimation, after all his animals reached the third tier, the probability of successfully capturing the remaining animals from Yangcheng Zoo was only about 60%. But now, after seeing the strength of the mutated king cobra, he felt the success rate should exceed 90%. Next, Yifeng conducted a comprehensive evaluation of the mutated king cobra. He ultimately discovered that the strength of the mutated king cobra was even greater than he had imagined. First is the opponent's speed, which can surprisingly reach 100 kilometers per hour at full burst. Although this burst of potential cannot last long, at most only a dozen minutes, it is enough to evade enemy pursuit in dense jungle warfare. In addition, the recovery speed is also astonishing. A wound caused by an armor-piercing bullet completely healed in just 15 minutes without any treatment. Finally, Yifeng discovered that the mutated king cobra's strongest attack method is not its tail, capable of unleashing 10 tons of force, but its terrifying venom. Yifeng watched as the king cobra bit into a large boulder, and then, in just half a minute, more than half of the boulder was corroded. This scene truly gave Yifeng a big fright. It must be noted that this was merely the corrosive property of the venom itself. What is truly terrifying about the venom is the neurotoxins and blood toxins it contains. It is entirely imaginable that during a fight, as long as one is bitten by a king cobra and the venom is injected into the body, they would likely be either dead or severely injured. After examining its combat capabilities, Yifeng began injecting spiritual energy into the king cobra's body. To his surprise, he discovered that he had to inject a full 100 points of spiritual energy before the other party could no longer absorb it. It is evident that after breaking through to the third tier, the amount of spiritual energy stored in the opponent's body has significantly increased compared to the second tier. As for how much spiritual energy the opponent can absorb per hour, this still requires further observation. In addition, how much spiritual energy the king cobra now needs to absorb to break through a minor realm is also a matter of concern for Yifeng. However, these are not conclusions that can be drawn in a short time. They require subsequent observation and recording. However, after completing a series of tests and planning to let the king cobra leave, Yifeng was somewhat startled to discover that there were 2 protrusions on its head. The protrusions were only about 5 centimeters, which, compared to the massive size of the king cobra, were so inconspicuous that Yifeng didn't notice them at first. These 2 protrusions protrusions were located precisely on the left and right sides of the head, perfectly symmetrical, which inevitably sparked many thoughts in Yifeng's mind. If these two protrusions grow a bit longer, they really look like horns. When he said this, the way Yifeng looked at the king cobra became a little strange. If the other party continues to evolve like this, will it eventually evolve into a flood dragon? Don't think too much about it for now, or you'll just be worrying unnecessarily. We'll know after it evolves again, Yifeng said, looking quite expectant. After the mutated king cobra broke through to the third tier, its loyalty finally reached 100%. This not only meant that he could directly possess it, but also that its loyalty had been locked and would never decrease again. Yifeng could then boldly nurture the other party without worrying about situations like betrayal. As night fell, the hustle and bustle of Yangcheng gradually subsided. After a day of vigorous four-pests eradication action, both the city guard team and the volunteers went home to rest. But the heated discussions online were far from over. At this moment, Yifeng was browsing a certain forum. He discovered that some curious netizens had compiled statistics of the rats, cockroaches, mosquitoes, and flies cleared from various streets today and even created a table. All the corpses combined filled a total of 125 trucks. This undoubtedly proves the success and smooth execution of today's operation, having eliminated so many of the four pests. However, such news has also left many people feeling terrified. No one expected that there would be so many mutated creatures in the city they live in. It's important to note that the area cleaned today accounts for at most only 1/6 of the entire Yang city. So, just how many mutated creatures are hidden underground is simply unimaginable. At this moment, many people were discussing under this post. Ice cream coffee, there are just too many of these mutant creatures. Chunsheng, yeah, clearing just 1/6 of the area filled up 125 trucks. If we clean the entire city, these four pests would at least fill 750 trucks. That's not the scariest part. The scariest part is that a four pests eradication campaign was conducted just 2 months ago. How terrifying is this reproduction rate? Time flies. Upstairs, I just went to check some old records and let me tell you an even scarier piece of news. During the last four pests campaign, it took 20 trucks to load all these corpses. In other words, not only have they made a comeback, but their numbers have increased nearly 40 times in just 2 months. Little guy, oh my, don't make stuff up. This is too terrifying. If this continues for another 2 months, won't we be unable to survive? Time flies. Who's making stuff up? Go see for yourself. Link. Comrade Joku, stay calm. Once I become an ability user, I'll solve all your problems in one go. Chihaishi, there's so much news about ability users today. Are they real or not? Hurry up and make an official announcement. It's driving me crazy. Most importantly, tell me how to become an ability user. Highlight that part. Yifeng glanced at the comments and silently closed the webpage. He had already personally witnessed how many mutated creatures there were in the city. If left unchecked, the massacre in Asen country will inevitably repeat itself. But even if humans eliminate the four pests in the city, it still cannot be considered safe. Since his rebirth a few days ago, he has been observing the situation with mutated animals. Those mutated animals, especially the ones living in groups, will collectively evolve at a certain point, drastically increasing their overall threat. Just like the ant colony in Sunset Valley, over the past few days, Yifeng has successively discovered several ant colonies exhibiting signs of collective evolution. Ants that were originally the size of a fingernail have directly grown to the size of a ping-pong ball. Such a large ant would undoubtedly pose a deadly threat to ordinary humans. He had a vague feeling that perhaps at some point in time, all creatures stuck at a bottleneck would collectively break through. At that time, the danger to humanity might not come from within the cities, but from the wilderness. Forget it, breaking through is the most important thing right now. Yifeng decided not to dwell on such matters any longer. As long as his strength was sufficient, even if a city-destroying danger like that in Asen country appeared, he would still have the ability to protect his family. Although it was only 7 p.m., just after nightfall, with clouds overhead, Yifeng decided not to wait any longer and resolved to break through first. However, he was still 15 evolution points short and needed 300 more spiritual energy points. But that didn't matter. The time to harvest spiritual energy was just around the corner, and he would be able to add points then. After working for more than half an hour, Yifeng finally completed the spiritual energy harvest and point allocation, and immediately prepared to break through. This time, after choosing to enhance the flexibility of the tree roots, he began the breakthrough. Half an hour later, the breakthrough was successfully completed, and Yifeng eagerly opened the system panel. Host, Yifeng, World Tree, Tree height, 155 meters, Trunk width, 7.5 meters, Root length, 790 meters, Realm, late stage of Tier 3, Evolution points, 0/120 points, Special abilities, Devour, Capture, Evolution Fruit, Spiritual energy, 30/1500 points, Bioenergy, 1200/1500 points. Feels pretty good. I've grown stronger again. Especially the attack speed of the tree roots, it's about twice as fast as before. If I spar with the big yellow dog now, I guess 10 tree roots would be enough to take it down easily. Yifeng felt his body after the breakthrough and nodded in satisfaction. The increased flexibility of the tree roots can significantly enhance Yifeng's combat power, especially when dealing with small but exceptionally agile creatures. The effect can be greatly improved, such as the mutated flies that had previously given him a headache. Flies were already very agile before mutation, and after mutation, they became even more terrifying. Yifeng previously had to rely on the tree net to deal with the mutant flies, but now it's different. With a single thought, within a radius of 700 meters around him, tree roots burst out of the ground, seemingly leaving afterimages as they lashed directly at the mutant flies in the air. Swish, swish, swish. As the tree roots swung, the mutant flies, each the size of a cockroach, were instantly smashed into blood mist mid-air. Not bad, finally got rid of these annoying things. Yifeng was quite satisfied as he retracted the tree roots. As for the rest of the data, he just glanced at it without paying much attention. After all, every time he breaks through a minor realm, the improvement is always the same. The height of the tree increased by 30 meters, but Yifeng no longer cared much about this now. Before he surpasses the old locust tree, the level of attention he receives shouldn't increase too much. The trunk's width increased by 1.5 meters, simultaneously raising the storage capacity by 300 points. The only thing that Yifeng was relatively concerned about was the length of the tree roots. When he broke through to the third tier, the length of his tree roots had already reached 610 meters, and after a day of adding points, the length increased to 730 meters. Now, with a breakthrough, it directly reached 790 meters, approaching the level of 800 meters. This immediately caused his territory range to expand significantly, and the spiritual energy he could acquire per hour also rose accordingly. Yifeng roughly estimated that he could now harvest as much as 400 points of spiritual energy per hour. After calculating this figure, Yifeng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. No choice, now all his subordinates have advanced to the second tier, and their appetite is simply enormous. Not to mention, just those 5 mutant water buffaloes alone consume 100 points of his spiritual energy every hour. Adding the other mutant animals, Yifeng has to spend a total of 226 points of spiritual energy per hour. It is worth mentioning that after the king cobra advanced to the third tier, the increase in spiritual energy it absorbs per hour is not particularly significant. It increased from just 20 points per hour to 40 points of spiritual energy. However, how much spiritual energy the other party needs to break through a minor realm after reaching the third tier is still unknown for now. It will only be clear after the king cobra breaks through. But no matter what, the spiritual energy Yifeng is harvesting per hour now is completely sufficient. After deducting the consumption of this group of mutated animals per hour, he still had 174 points of spiritual energy left, which amounted to 4,176 points of spiritual energy in a day. If he broke through a minor realm every day, he would still have plenty left. After completing the breakthrough, there was nothing much left for Yifeng to do, and in the blink of an eye, the night passed. Early the next morning, he opened the danger rankings to take a look. To his surprise, he found that his ranking had not risen but had actually dropped by 2 places. This was because the mutated water buffalo had appeared in the 30th position, while the mutated bat had taken the 75th spot. Who would have thought that something with the combat power of a mutated bat could make it onto the list? Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. But from this, it can also be seen that the credibility of this danger list is really not that great. He estimated that if he sent out this group of subordinates, apart from those 2 mutated sparrows, they could probably all make it onto the list. He glanced at it briefly and didn't pay much attention. After all, what do a mutated water buffalo and a mutated bat have to do with him? Yifeng. Of course, the appearance of 2 creatures from the danger list in Sunset Valley might attract the Mutant Management Bureau to come and hunt them down, but he had already sent 2 sparrows to keep watch outside. If people from the Supernatural Abilities Management Bureau really come, he can just have them leave in advance, or send them to circle around the outskirts of Yangchang, appearing more in other places, so the Mutant Management Bureau people won't come here. In any case, Yifeng wasn't too worried about these matters. As long as he could clear himself of any connection, he could handle it calmly. At this moment, his attention was more focused on the news about the superhumans. There are even more news reports about superhumans today. It really seems like some relevant department is fueling the hype behind the scenes. But why would they do that? Yifeng frowned in deep thought. He looked at the comments from netizens, and in just one day, no one doubted the authenticity of superhumans anymore. The vast majority of people were envious of those who could become superhumans. This is obviously an intentional attempt to guide public opinion. Yifeng glanced through the comments and confirmed his suspicion. As for the reason, he estimated it wouldn't take more than a few days to figure it out. Brothers, we are well prepared today and will definitely complete the mission. Enough talk. If this mission succeeds, each of you will get an additional reward of 100,000. Shen Dalong said passionately, standing in front of the bus. In front of him, a group of fully equipped members couldn't help but cheer. For them, this was definitely an unexpected surprise. Of course, half of the many people now standing in front of Chen Daolong have already been replaced, while the severely injured are still lying in the hospital. In fact, with his injuries, he should also be staying in the hospital for a few days, but for the 10 million huaxia currency promised by Su Liang, he gritted his teeth and came. After stirring up everyone's emotions, the group quickly boarded the bus and headed once again towards Sunset Valley. Li Huoxing, Zhao Rong, Zhang Chenggang explained the precautions to the new brothers later. The experience we summarized yesterday must be put to use today to minimize casualties as much as possible. Chen Daolong called over his 3 trusted aides and instructed them. As for Qin Fang, although he wanted to force himself to come, his injuries were too severe after being attacked by the mutant Bat King. He couldn't even lift a gun now, so there was no point in him coming. He was directly told to rest in the hospital. "Don't worry, boss, I know what to do," Li Huoxing responded, then went to have a talk with the other brothers. Chen Daolong sat in the front seat, rubbing his temples. For some reason, he had a persistent sense of foreboding, as if something bad was about to happen. "It must be because I didn't sleep well last night." Chen Daolong rubbed his face, forcibly dispelling the trace of unease in his heart. The vehicle sped along quickly, and fortunately, they didn't encounter any mutant creatures along the way. It could be said they arrived near Sunset Valley without any real danger. "The drone is ready. Go scout around first and find the location of that mutated buffalo," Chen Daolong ordered as he got out of the car. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who was in Sunset Valley, naturally became aware of this group of uninvited guests. "Did I go so easy on them yesterday? At the very least, I must have broken one of their bones. How dare they come back?" Yi Feng fell into self-doubt. In the end, he made a decision. This time, if they dare to come in again, I'll break one leg for each of them. As for getting rid of these people, Yi Feng wasn't that extreme. After all, just a few days ago, he was merely an ordinary student. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that he himself was not under threat. However, when the sparrow Yi Feng was possessing saw the other party actually take a drone off the bus, his gaze instantly turned cold. Everyone can guess the upcoming plot. The climax is just around the corner. Yi Feng paid no attention to these people and entered Sunset Valley. If he were to turn Sunset Valley into a forbidden zone and prevent people from entering, it would actually seem very unusual. But this does not mean that Yi Feng allows others to investigate this place. The Sunset Valley covers a considerable area, and having 1 or 2 mutated creatures from the danger list is not surprising at all. However, when the number increases, even reaching a dozen or more, the people from the Mutant Creature Management Bureau will definitely notice that something is wrong here. Swoosh! The mutated bats, which had received Yi Feng's orders and arrived at the outskirts of the valley ahead of time, soared into the sky at this moment. At the same time, a quadcopter drone had already taken off from the roof of the bus. At this moment, everyone gathered around the team member operating the drone, staring at the real-time images being transmitted back to the screen. "The trees in the valley are too dense. Fly lower, or we won't be able to see anything," Chen Daolong said, frowning slightly as he looked at the screen. The member operating the drone listened and immediately complied. But just at that moment, a dark shadow flashed by, and then the screen instantly went black, showing a lost signal. "What happened? Pressed the wrong button? Is it a signal issue?" Everyone was talking all at once. When Chen Daolong saw that shadow, his heart tightened. After the screen lost its image, he immediately looked up into the distance, a wry smile appearing on his face. "Don't waste your energy. It's that mutated Bat King. It's still here in the valley and has even taken the drone as its enemy. With it around, we're out of options," Chen Daolong said helplessly. The rest of the people, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look up one after another. Sure enough, they spotted a giant bat in the distance, flying leisurely, and in its claws, it was holding a damaged drone. Seeing this scene, everyone was momentarily speechless, as this was something they had never anticipated. They had been focused all along on how to avoid the mutant water buffalo, almost neglecting the mutant Bat King. But now, the other side had given them a good lesson. "Boss, what do we do now?" Li Huoxing asked with a bit of frustration. "What can we do? The sky is their territory. Even if we send out the other 2 drones, we'd just be giving them targets," Chen Daolong replied irritably. "Then are we still going in?" Zhang Chenggang, standing nearby, asked a very practical question. At this point, Chen Daolong hesitated. Without the drone to guide the way, going in would purely be a gamble. If they didn't encounter that mutated water buffalo, everything would be fine. But if they did, it would be a life or death situation. Chen Daolong took a deep breath and said, "We're not going in. Let's head straight to Xiaofeng Mountain. I refuse to believe our luck is so bad that we'd run into such a ferocious beast again." The others listened and had nothing to say, so they packed up their gear and returned to the vehicle. Soon, the vehicle started up again and headed in the direction of Xiaofeng Mountain. However, the atmosphere in the car seemed somewhat silent. Originally, they all thought they had found a solution, but unexpectedly, a problem arose as soon as they tried it. Chen Daolong saw this scene and wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he closed it again. Not every moment is suitable for offering words of encouragement, especially after experiencing a series of setbacks. Through the sparrow he was possessing, Yi Feng was a bit surprised to see the other party actually leave. but he quickly understood that the other party was heading to Xiaofeng Mountain. Sigh, why bother? He let out a light sigh. After discovering that the old locust tree had gained sentience, Yifeng could only help the other party hide. He thought for a moment and quickly issued a command. Subsequently, the mutated falcon, mutated black crow, mutated parrot, and 2 mutated sparrows formed an aerial formation, directly flew towards the direction of Little Phoenix Mountain. As for the mutated bat, to prevent the other party from associating anything, it was temporarily left here by him. Soon, a large flock of mutated birds took off from Sunset Valley. Yes, a large flock, because apart from Yifeng's subordinates, there was also a large group of mutated sparrows. Ever since he had the mutated bats recruit a group of underlings, Yifeng felt that this method was quite effective. So for other animals, if conditions allowed, he planned to give it a try as well. It's just that the number of mutated hawks was too small, and he still hadn't found a second one, so this was not being considered for the time being. Mutant parrots are also very rare. As for mutant black crows, although 10 of the same kind have been found, they are still far from forming a group. Only the most common mutant sparrows are the easiest to assemble into a mutant team. Moreover, he has 2 mutant sparrows under his command, and the number of mutant creatures they dominate is twice that of mutant bats, reaching as many as 200. With such a large group of cannon fodder, the mutated sparrows can be sent to attack first, followed by the mutated crows and mutated parrots. If that still doesn't work, the trump card of the mutated hawk can be deployed. But the subsequent turn of events was something Yifeng did not anticipate. The other party's car had driven less than 3 kilometers when they unexpectedly encountered a mutated wild boar. That's right, it's the mutated wild boar that attacked Yifeng back then, causing his death. Previously, he had spent a lot of effort searching for it but found nothing. He thought it had left this area, but unexpectedly, it has returned now. And coincidentally, it attacked another convoy heading to Xiaofeng Mountain to collect materials. If he hadn't personally observed the old locust tree, he would have suspected whether the other party, like him, could also control other animals. What happened next was just like what they had encountered before the bus was directly overturned. The people on the bus immediately launched a counterattack. Last time, the security personnel escorting them only carried tranquilizer guns, but this group of people in front of them had brought real guns, making the situation completely different. Moreover, Yifeng also noticed that the number of firearms on the other side had actually increased to 10. The firepower unleashed in an instant was quite considerable, especially since it included armor-piercing rounds. The defense of the mutated wild boar was clearly inferior to that of the mutated water buffalo. Even being hit by ordinary rifle bullets could tear its skin and flesh. As for the armor-piercing rounds, there was no need to mention they could directly damage internal organs, but it was precisely because of such fierce firepower that the mutated wild boar went berserk. In its rampage, it directly rammed one person to death and trampled another to death. Seeing the mutated wild boar stomp down and split a companion in half, this group of employees, made up of thugs, instantly lost all morale and began to scatter and flee. "Boss, I'll cover you, run!" Li Huoxing roared as he rushed to Chen Dalong's side. Seeing this scene, Chen Dalong felt a bit moved, but he immediately scolded, "Get lost! Gathering together at this time will only attract the attention of the mutant wild boar. Quick, scatter and run. If one can escape, that's one saved." Li Huoxing was slightly stunned, but after nodding, he quickly ran off. Seeing that the other party didn't insist, Chen Dalong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, his face turned green. Because of the mutant wild boar, after it killed another person, it actually set its sights on him. Damn it! Seeing the charging mutant wild boar, Chen Dalong turned and fled. Of course, he was well aware that with his speed, it would be very difficult to escape the pursuit of the mutated wild boar, so he didn't foolishly run along the highway but instead dashed straight into the nearby forest. Wherever the trees were densest, that's where he headed. The size of this mutated wild boar was already comparable to that of an average van. Such a massive creature would find it extremely inconvenient to move through a dense forest. Not to mention the wild grass and shrubs. If some trees were relatively close together, it wouldn't be able to pass through directly but would have to break the trees apart. In this way, its speed would be slowed down imperceptibly. So the mutated wild boar chased for a while, but when it realized it couldn't catch up with Chen Dalong, it naturally shifted its target upon seeing other people. Watching the mutated wild boar gradually leave, Chen Dalong plopped down on the ground, gasping for air. He had been just a hair's breadth away from meeting his end here. Moreover, this mutated wild boar is far more ferocious than the mutated buffalo encountered yesterday. It won't stop until it has rammed someone to death. Even pretending to be dead on the ground is useless. Someone just tried that, but the mutated wild boar actually desecrated the corpse, stomping down and leaving the person a bloody mess. Damn it, if I had known it was this dangerous, I wouldn't have come, Chen Dalong cursed again. Although everyone was injured yesterday, no one died. This gave Chen Dalong the false impression that mutated creatures were not too dangerous. And just a moment ago, he watched helplessly as 4 of his subordinates died right in front of him. What's more, it was foreseeable that the number of deaths would likely increase, and he wasn't even sure sure if he could make it back alive, which made his heart tremble. Thinking of this, Chen Dalong quickly stood up. He didn't know when that mutated wild boar would return, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. However, he had just taken a few steps when he saw an ant trail ahead with a group of ants transporting food. Logically speaking, this was a very normal scene. Not to mention in the wild, even in cities, it could be seen. But when these ants were as big as ping-pong balls, it was anything but normal. What made Chen Dalong's scalp tingle even more was that this group of mutated ants could detect his presence from over 10 meters away and immediately dispatched over 100 mutated ants to charge toward him. Obviously, he was treated as food. Even more sadly, he probably couldn't beat this group of mutant ants and would be torn apart and eaten. There was nothing more to say. Chen Dalong turned around and ran. Then, during the next few minutes of his escape, he saw a mutated centipede as colorful as a rainbow and as long as a pair of chopsticks, a mutated mantis standing up to half a meter tall, and a mutated bee the size of a fist. These creatures made Chen Dalong's scalp tingle with fear, and even put him in life-threatening danger, especially the mutated mantis, whose sharp forelimbs slashed directly through his camouflage pants, leaving a shocking wound on his thigh. If he hadn't fired a shot to scare it away, he doubted whether he could even defeat that mutated mantis. Damn it! What's going on? Why are there so many mutated insects here? Chen Dalong cursed under his breath while bandaging his wound. The number of mutated insects here was at least double that of Sunset Valley, which had completely thrown off his judgment of the dangers in the wild. By this point, Chen Dalong already understood that if he continued like this, it would be very difficult to make it back to Yang City. This won't work. I must find others. No, even if I find people, the 10+ kilometers back will likely result in heavy casualties. We must get the bus upright. Driving back is the safest option. Chen Dalong gritted his teeth, turned around, and prepared to head back to the bus. But he knew very well that executing this plan would not be easy at all. After all, he alone had no way to get the overturned bus upright again. By then, he would need to find others to help figure out a solution. Hopefully, I can find others nearby. Chen Dalong prayed silently, but he didn't know if his luck was particularly bad today. He finally managed to return near the bus. Chen Dalong was the first to see not anyone else, but a mutated wild boar devouring a corpse. More importantly, this mutated wild boar had already noticed him. Shit, he couldn't even remember how many times he'd cursed today. He felt like his luck was extraordinarily bad. Almost without hesitation, Chen Dalong turned and fled, just like before, diving straight into the dense forest. But this time, the mutated wild boar seemed to have locked onto him, relentlessly chasing after him. At first, Chen Dalong was extremely panicked, but he quickly realized that the speed of this mutated wild boar didn't seem that fast, otherwise, he would have already been caught. When he turned his head in some confusion, he finally noticed that the mutated wild boar was covered in blood. This blood, although mostly from its killings, also included a significant amount that had flowed from its own body. After being hit by so many bullets, especially armor-piercing rounds, how could the mutated wild boar remain unscathed? In fact, it was already seriously injured, and even its movement speed had been affected. Seeing this, Chen Dalong's eyes lit up instantly. He raised the hunting rifle in his hands and fired 2 shots behind him with a bang. The previously reckless and rampaging mutated wild boar now dared not act so rashly. Upon hearing the gunshot, it quickly began to dodge. However, with its massive size, it was really hard to evade and was hit instantly. Roar! The mutated wild boar let out an angry howl and soon resumed its pursuit. Damn! Why isn't it dead yet? Chen Dalong turned around and fired 2 more shots. Next, the two engaged in a chase, and in less than a minute, the mutated wild boar had 10 more bullet wounds on its body. Its injuries worsened, and its running speed slowed down even further. But there was no trace of a smile on Chen Dalong's face. Instead, it was filled with despair, because the gun in his hand was already out of bullets. Now the only thing he could do was run like mad and see whether he collapsed from exhaustion first or the mutated wild boar gave out. Yi Feng possessed the sparrow, watching the entire scene unfold before him. The way things developed truly caught him a bit off guard. Moreover, as he watched Chen Dalong getting closer and closer to Sunset Valley, a somewhat crazy idea emerged in his mind. I might try to capture Chen Dalong and make him my subordinate, Yi Feng murmured to himself. According to the system's notes, his capture ability could be used on any creature, which naturally included humans. Of course, humans are intelligent beings, so the success rate of capturing them would likely be very low, but that didn't matter. If capturing failed once, then he would try twice, 3 times, until he succeeded. Yesterday, when Chen Dalong led his team into Sunset Valley, Yi Feng had already noticed them. He knew that the burly bald man with a face full of scars in front of him was the leader of that team. Since the other party could assemble such a team and even bring firearms in, he must have some status and influence in society. Conquering the other party would undoubtedly provide significant assistance, and most importantly, at critical moments, tasks that are inconvenient for oneself to handle can be entrusted to them. For example, stepping in to protect one's family. Of course, although the decision to capture the other party has been made, safety measures must still be in place. After all, until the other party's loyal loyalty reaches 100%, there is always the possibility of betrayal. So after some contemplation, he still decided to remain behind the scenes, at least until the other party's loyalty reached 100%. Not long after, Yifeng formulated a plan and began issuing orders. At this moment, Chen Dalong was running for his life when he suddenly slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, he reacted in time, propped himself up on the ground with his elbow, and scrambled to his feet, completely ignoring his scraped skin as he continued to run forward. At this point, many parts of his body were covered in mud, clearly indicating that this wasn't the first or second time he had fallen. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he could already feel his legs growing weak and wobbly, almost powerless. He glanced back at the rampaging, relentlessly pursuing mutant wild boar and felt a tinge of despair in his heart. He didn't know how much longer this mutated wild boar could hold on, but he was very clear that he could only run another 1 or 2 kilometers at most before he couldn't go on. But now, there were still more than 10 kilometers to the outskirts of Yang City, which made him feel utterly hopeless. He had already regretted it in his heart more than once. Why was he so greedy, insisting on taking on such a dangerous task? Stumbling and staggering, he once again passed through a dense forest, suddenly feeling that the scene before him seemed familiar. Dawn! Dawn! At this moment, heavy footsteps sounded. The forest ahead shook violently, and a figure even larger than a mutated wild boar appeared before him. It's over! Chen Dalong stumbled and fell to the ground face first like a dog eating dirt. But this time, he didn't get up immediately. Instead, he rolled over and collapsed powerlessly on the lawn, his eyes filled only with despair. On! Ow! 2 massive roars pulled Chen Dalong back from his despair. The scene he had envisioned, where he would be torn apart, did not occur. The 2 gigantic creatures before him had actually started confronting each other, while he lay in the middle. Seeing this, Chen Dalong quickly scrambled to his feet, hope once again lighting up his eyes. A ray of hope emerges amidst the shadows. This might be his only chance to escape. However, before he could take any action, he saw the mutated water buffalo move first. With just 1 step forward, Chen Dalong felt as if he were suffocating. This was the mutated water buffalo deliberately releasing its aura. For weaker creatures, this was a suppression of their very life force. For creatures of the same level, however, it was a signal of provocation and the start of a battle. Feeling the aura emanating from the mutated water buffalo, the mutated wild boar hesitated only slightly before beginning to retreat step by step. Although unwilling, the mutated wild boar could sense that the other party was in existence of the same level as itself. The other party's body was even larger than its own, and it might not have been able to win even in its prime, let alone now when it was seriously injured. Seeing the mutated wild boar slowly retreating, Chen Dalong's face showed an expression that even he couldn't quite define. However, due to yesterday's experience, he felt that facing a mutated buffalo was still better than facing a mutated wild boar. He took a deep breath and, regardless of whether the other party could understand, tried to smile as he said, "I'm sorry, I know this is your territory. I'll leave right away." As he spoke, he began to step back, 1 step at a time. He had already made up his mind, if the other party charged at him, he would lie on the ground and play dead. Judging from the situation encountered yesterday, by doing this, he has at least a 50% chance of survival. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. A voice interrupted all of Chen Dalong's thoughts. In that instant, he was stunned. How could there still be someone here? And the sound seemed to come from the sky? Just as he looked up in some confusion, he saw a giant ferocious bird descending from the sky. The creature folded its wings and stood on the ground, its height comparable to an adult human, but even more robust. Especially its beak, which was enormous and gleamed with a cold light, resembling 2 curved blades merged together. Chen Dalong, standing in front of the other party, secretly swallowed his saliva. He felt that the other party could peck him to death with just 1 bite. However, when Chen Dalong got a clear look at the other party, his expression showed a slight hint of astonishment. Although its appearance had changed a bit, it was still recognizable as a mutated parrot. Recalling the voice that had come from the sky earlier, his expression shifted from astonishment to disbelief. You can talk?" Chen Dalong asked, stammering slightly. "Don't you know that parrots can talk by nature?" the mutated parrot said, tilting its head. What Chen Dalong originally wanted to say was, "How did you become a spirit?" But when the words came out, they turned into, "Your intelligence is truly remarkable." "Alright, flattering me won't work. The king wants to see you. Follow me." The mutant parrot finished speaking and then started walking ahead, leading the way like a human. The king? These 2 words made Chen Dalong's imagination run wild, further confirming his suspicion that some mutant creatures might have truly gained sentience. But no matter what he thought, in this situation, he had no choice but to brace himself and follow along. But he had just taken 2 steps when a loud thud sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw that the mutated water buffalo had also come over. This gave Chen Dalong a fright, and he quickly said, Parrot Lord, what about the water buffalo behind us?" "Don't worry, it's also one of the king's subordinates." "Let's go," the mutated parrot replied indifferently. This made Chen Dalong's heart tremble involuntarily. If that so-called great king is simply an individual with immense strength, that's one thing. But if they possess immense strength while also having their own forces, that's an entirely different matter. The two aren't even on the same level. At this moment, Chen Daolong felt a bit parched. He knew he was probably about to uncover an earth-shattering secret, but it was precisely because of this that he became even more terrified, because he had no idea what he would have to face next. At this moment, in Sunset Valley, a bizarre scene unfolded. A mutated parrot led the way in front, a human walked in the middle, and at the rear, a giant mutated buffalo acted as a protector. If this scene were captured on camera, it would absolutely leave countless experts studying mutated creatures utterly astonished. Chen Daolong, who was being protected in the middle, gradually calmed down after his initial panic and began observing his surroundings. Soon, he was surprised to discover that the once impenetrable dense forest now seemed devoid of any danger. Of course, he also understood that it wasn't that there was no danger here, but rather that all the mutated insects had actively hidden as they approached. This scene was not the first time he had seen it. Yesterday, when the mutated buffalo went on a rampage, he had witnessed it once. Earlier, when he was being chased by the mutated wild boar, he also noticed the same situation. Previously, he couldn't find answers to these questions and had no choice but to suppress them in his heart. But now, after hesitating for a moment, Chen Daolong couldn't help but break the silence and ask, "Parrot Lord, why do those mutated insects actively avoid you? If a feasible method is discovered, it would make future wilderness exploration extremely convenient if the opportunity arises to use it. Because of the aura. The stronger the creature, the more terrifying its aura, which is also why you were trembling in fear. Those mutated insects are more sensitive to aura, so they avoided it early on," Yifeng, who was possessing the parrot, casually replied. "These things are not secrets, and he has no need to hide anything." Chen Daolong nodded in sudden realization, feeling slightly disappointed in his heart. Such an answer makes no difference to him whether he knows it or not. The group continued forward, and since there were no disturbances, their pace was quite fast. In no time, they had advanced several hundred meters. At this moment, Chen Daolong was shocked to discover a metal wall ahead. Why would there be a wall here? This thought swirled in his mind, but before he could ask, he saw the mutated parrot fly straight over. Chen Daolong could only suppress the doubts in his heart and walked over. What a strange material. What kind of metal is this? Some unknown alloy? But why build a wall here? He lightly tapped the wall with his hand and couldn't help but mutter. The wall was only 1 meter high. Just as Chen Daolong was about to climb over it, a parrot sternly scolded, "What do you intend to do to our king?" King? Chen Daolong was a bit confused, and then he was horrified to see the metal wall in front of him begin to wriggle slowly. Then, a massive head rose from the nearby bushes, a pair of icy snake eyes the size of bronze mirrors quietly staring at him. Gulp! Chen Daolong swallowed hard. His legs trembled uncontrollably, shaking as if they were about to give out. With immense willpower, he barely managed to hold back his urine. Great king, hello," Chen Daolong stammered, trembling as he greeted. Hiss! The mutated king cobra flicked its tongue, emitting a hissing sound. At this moment, the voice of the mutated parrot sounded at the right time. "The king says, considering it's your first offense, we'll let it go this time. But if it happens again..." Boom! Chen Daolong felt a shadow flash past him, and a massive boulder not far from him instantly shattered into pieces. "This is your end." Chen Daolong shuddered all over in fear, his gaze toward the mutated king cobra filled with terror. Even though he was 7 or 8 meters away from the massive rock, the gust of wind caused by the sweep of its tail stung his face painfully. If that tail had struck him directly, he probably wouldn't even have a trace left. Understood. Coming back to his senses, Chen Daolong quickly said. The mutated king cobra nodded and hissed again. The mutated parrot on the side translated in sync. "Do you know why I called you over?" I don't know." Chen Daolong quickly followed up, continuing the conversation. Hiss! The mutated parrot translated, "I'm still missing a human subordinate. Are you willing to join me?" Chen Daolong really wanted to say no, but he sensibly swallowed those words back. If he said it, he feared he might be smashed into pulp by the other party's tail in the next moment. "I do," Chen Daolong quickly said. "No matter what, getting through this first was the most important." Hiss hiss. The mutated parrot translated, "Alright, since that's the case, let's follow the ancient ritual and sign the contract. Heaven and earth as witnesses, let the contract platform appear." As the mutated parrot finished speaking, Chen Daolong felt the ground begin to tremble slightly, and then the soil in front of him parted. A contract platform made of interwoven wooden sticks slowly rose from the ground before his eyes. The scene before him struck Chen Daolong more profoundly than anything he had experienced before, especially the last words of the mutated parrot, which completely derailed Chen Daolong's train of thought. God, miracle? Chen Daolong's voice trembled again, because the scene before him was truly beyond any scientific explanation for him. My master is the reincarnation of an ancient true dragon, and is about to transform transform into a flood dragon. He can already perform some minor divine powers, the mutated parrot explained from the side. The reincarnation of an ancient true dragon? Jiao? Chen Daolong raised his head somewhat dazedly. It was only after being reminded that he suddenly noticed the two protrusions on the head of the massive king cobra before him. Although not very conspicuous, they really seemed to be the legendary dragon horns. At this moment, Chen Daolong truly felt like kneeling. There's no way around it. The status of dragons in the hearts of the people is self-evident. What are you standing there for? This is a great opportunity for you. With the revival of spiritual energy, many ancient creatures might reappear in the world in the future. Becoming a subordinate of our Dragon King will undoubtedly be the greatest foundation for your survival, the mutated parrot scolded from the side. Alright. Chen Daolong scrambled and crawled his way to the contract platform, asking curiously, Lord Parrot, what is spiritual energy revival? Spiritual energy revival refers to the reappearance of spiritual energy in the world. Spiritual energy is the source of all biological evolution, which is what you humans call mutation. With the revival of spiritual energy, increasingly powerful creatures will emerge, the mutated parrot replied. Chen Daolong was slightly stunned. So the source of mutation was this so-called spiritual energy. Then why is it that among us humans, no one undergoes mutation? Chen Daolong continued to ask in a low voice. Who said no one does? Aren't the ability users among humans essentially mutated? It's just that this path is even harder than mutation, and the probability of it happening is much smaller, the mutated parrot casually bluffed. Seeing that Chen Daolong still wanted to ask more questions, the mutated parrot snapped impatiently, alright, stop wasting time. Lord Dragon King is still waiting. Once the contract is completed, you'll be one of Lord Dragon King's subordinates. If Lord Dragon King is in a good mood, he might even reward you with an opportunity, allowing you to become an ability user too. Side panel. Sorry for being late again. Let's see if I can adjust tomorrow. If not, I'll switch to updating at noon from now on. Hearing the mutated parrot's words, Chen Daolong was first stunned, then quickly turned to joy. He never expected that after becoming the Dragon King's subordinate, there would actually be such benefits. You have to understand, even if the matter of becoming an ability user is true, it is still an extremely rare occurrence. In a city like Yangcheng with a population of 5 million, there might not even be 5 ability users. After all, he could be considered someone with a bit of status. While it's hard to say about the legitimate world, in the underworld, if something truly extraordinary happened, he would more or less catch some wind of it. But he had never heard of anything like this. This means that the number of superpowered individuals in Yangcheng is extremely small. At most, it's in the single digits, which is the only way the authorities could keep it completely under wraps. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that superpowered individuals are 1 in a million. And he, Chen Daolong, might just become one of them today. More importantly, there was a Dragon King standing behind him, which was far more impressive than other superhumans. At this thought, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. As for the initial resistance to becoming the subordinate of the other party, it had completely disappeared. Standing firmly on the contract platform, he quickly whispered, Lord Parrot, what should I do next? Kneel down, kowtow, the mutated parrot said. Only in this way could the other party unknowingly make contact with the tree roots using their skin, thereby triggering the capture ability. Yes, this so-called contract platform was actually Yifeng manipulating the tree roots, bundling them together, and then raising them up. Chen Daolong did not hesitate at all. Upon hearing this, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Bang, bang, bang. He kowtowed 3 times in a row, each time with great force. After the 3 times, blood even seeped from his forehead. Finally, his forehead pressed tightly against the contract platform to show his respect. Very well, now relax your body and mind. Lord Dragon King is about to cast a spell to establish the contract with you. The voice of the mutated parrot came from the side, and as its last word fell, Chen Daolong suddenly felt as if his soul had left his body. At this moment, he had already lost the sensation of his body. Now, he was floating in a white space in an irregular shape. The unknown situation filled him with fear. It was at this moment that he sensed a strange energy trying to enter his soul. Chen Daolong almost instinctively blocked it and actually resisted the infiltration of this energy. But in the next moment, he felt a surge of anger conveyed within this energy. At this moment, the last words of the mutated parrot appeared in Chen Daolong's mind, instantly causing him to break out in a cold sweat. It was very clear that this should be the process of establishing a contract. Although he didn't know what would happen after this energy entered his soul. But if this energy didn't enter, he would very likely be struck to death by the Dragon King's tail. Thinking of this, he dared not resist in any way, allowing this strange energy to enter his soul. And he could also feel this energy forming chain after chain within his soul, ultimately binding his soul firmly in place. This gave him an inexplicable sense of terror, as if the moment these chains tightened, his soul would scatter. Before he could think further, Chen Daolong found himself back in his body, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But he knew very clearly that everything just now was real. At the same time, he became even more afraid, because he had just resisted the establishment of the contract. So he still lay there motionless, afraid that the Dragon King might lash out with his tail. Alright, you can get up now. You did quite well. Although you resisted a bit, the contract has been successfully established. From today onwards, you are also one of the Dragon King's subordinates. The voice of the mutated parrot came from the side. Hearing that he wasn't being punished, Chendalong finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. Lord Dragon King, I wonder what you need me to do? Chendalong asked cautiously. It's very simple. Help me gather information on which powerful mutated creatures still exist around the world so I can know which of my old friends have awakened. Hearing that the task was so simple, Chendalong immediately breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. But soon, the expression on his face froze. Because it wasn't the mutated parrot speaking just now, that voice appeared directly in his mind. Calm down, this is Lord Dragon King using a voice transmission technique to talk to you, the mutated parrot helpfully explained from the side. After successfully capturing them, Yifeng could issue commands to each subordinate through a contract, and these commands would naturally transform into a language the other party could understand, resulting in this effect. Chendalong's gaze toward the mutated King Cobra grew increasingly reverent, as if he were worshipping a deity. Lord Dragon King, please rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter properly, Chendalong said hastily. After a pause, he continued to ask then, Lord Dragon King, after I gather important intelligence, how should I contact you? I will send a raven messenger to assist you. If there is anything, you can report directly to it. The voice once again echoed in Chendalong's mind. At the very moment the voice faded, Chendalong heard the sound of wings flapping. When he looked up, he immediately saw a massive mutated black crow with a wingspan of 5 meters descending from the sky. At the same time, a dozen smaller black crows surrounded it. Caw caw. After the mutated black crow landed, it immediately called out twice toward Chendalong. Chendalong naturally couldn't understand what it was saying, so he turned his head to look at the mutated parrot nearby, waiting for it to translate. The raven messenger said that it is not only your superior but also your overseer. Hope that after you return to the human city, you won't try any tricks. If you do anything detrimental to Lord Dragon King, it will personally twist your head off, said the mutated parrot. Hee hee, the raven messenger must be joking. I am utterly loyal to Lord Dragon King and would never do such a thing, Chendalong quickly declared. At the same time, he grew increasingly astonished in his heart, eager to know just how many powerful mutated creatures served under this Lord Dragon King. This is the opportunity one promised you. Hearing the Dragon King's words, Chendalong quickly turned around and looked over respectfully. However, the Dragon King did not take out anything. Just as Chendalong was feeling a bit puzzled, he suddenly noticed a glow appearing on the contract platform beneath his feet. Then, a crystal clear fruit grew out of nowhere, materializing before his eyes. Another incomprehensible event occurred, and Chendalong felt nothing but awe and reverence. I'm going into seclusion. Work hard, all of you. Hearing this, the mutant parrot and the mutant black crow both came to the contract platform and bowed. Farewell, Lord Dragon King. Chendalong hurriedly complied, and when he raised his head again, he found that Lord Dragon King was already gone. Seeing the Dragon King leave, Chendalong secretly let out a sigh of relief. Alright, let's go. This is the Dragon King's secluded cultivation site. Unless it's something important, do not disturb. The mutated parrot spoke, taking the lead to step down from the contract platform. Chendalong quickly plucked the crystal clear fruit and jogged after the mutated parrot. As soon as he left the contract platform, the ground began to tremble slightly. He watched in astonishment as the contract platform sank into the earth and disappeared. Alright, stop dawdling. Let's talk as we walk. There are some things I need to ask you, the mutated parrot urged. Oh, okay. Chendalong snapped back to reality and quickly said. He hurriedly adjusted his mindset and respectfully said, Parrot sir, feel free to ask anything you want to know. I will tell you everything without holding back. Alright, then start by telling me, what is your identity and status among humans? The mutant parrot said. Well, I run a security company. Chendalong began to explain his background in detail. The research institute explained how they found him, what tasks were assigned, and how he obtained the firearms. He revealed everything. Sounds pretty good. The mutated parrot first gave a compliment, then offered some advice. With the revival of spiritual energy, the wilderness will become increasingly chaotic. Your security company has great potential and can be developed on a large scale. If you need, I can apply to Lord Dragon King to provide you with some assistance. These words immediately made Chendalong's eyes light up. He never expected that such a good thing could happen. If he could get the Dragon King, no, even just the help of the Dragon King's subordinates, he felt he could dominate in such a dangerous wilderness. Master Parrot, I would really trouble you for this. If I could get the help of the Dragon King, I am confident that within a month, I could develop our company into one of the best security companies in the entire young city. Chendalong habitually started bragging but quickly realized who he was talking to. He quickly cleared his throat and corrected himself. Ahem, what I meant was in terms of numbers and scale, that's relatively easier to increase. He glanced at the mutated parrot and, seeing no significant reaction, cautiously said, Lord Parrot, our company is currently short on funds, and this task we've taken on is very important. Before Chindalong could finish, he was directly interrupted by the mutated parrot. Are you looking to die? I've said it before, this is Lord Dragon King's place of cultivation. Every blade of grass and tree in Sunset Valley is not something you can touch, understand? Hearing the scolding from the mutated parrot, Chindalong instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Sorry, look at my pig brain, I actually forgot such an important matter. Chindalong apologized while sneaking a glance at the mutated parrot out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that the other party was no longer angry, he cautiously continued, then, Lord Parrot, could you arrange for someone to escort me to Little Phoenix Mountain to collect some leaves from the mutated old locust tree? No way, the mutant parrot said bluntly. Chindalong's expression was somewhat confused and puzzled. Didn't they just agree to help their company's development? Both proposals were rejected. This was practically turning hostile and denying everything. Xiaofeng Mountain is the territory of another resurrected being. Don't go there looking for trouble, the mutant parrot said indifferently. Chindalong shuddered instantly, unable to help swallowing nervously, feeling that this world was too dangerous. Well, Chindalong opened his mouth but didn't know what to say for a moment. The mutated parrot's words directly declared his mission a failure. If your company wants to grow, what you're lacking is money, but there's more than one way to make money, the mutated parrot said leisurely. Chindalong's eyes lit up once again. He felt as if his emotions, stirred by the mutated parrot, were like riding a roller coaster, constantly oscillating between peaks and valleys. Lord Parrot, what do you mean? Chindalong asked with increasing humility. From the information I've gathered, the main business of your security company should be escorting cargo convoys between cities, right? The mutated parrot said. Yes, that's correct. However, only the more powerful security companies dare to take on such escort missions, Chindalong quickly replied. Logistics escort tasks between cities often require traveling hundreds of kilometers, and some even span several cities, requiring distances of several hundred kilometers. Over such long distances, the danger level is self-evident. Encountering mutated creatures is almost a certainty, and it's very likely that there will be more than one dangerous encounter. For such tasks, his Wild Dragon security company wouldn't dare to touch them. Of course, such high risks also mean extremely lucrative rewards. Escorting a trip can earn hundreds of thousands or even millions of Huaxia currency, and it doesn't take much time. If everything goes smoothly, you can even make a round trip in a single day and earn money for 2 trips. Then you all should focus on this in the future. Rest assured, I will request Lord Dragon King to dispatch stronger envoys to secretly escort your convoy. We will never let second-tier mutated creatures get close to your convoy, the mutated parrot said. These words made Chindalong's heart race. The other party had practically drawn him a road to wealth. However, unable to suppress his confusion, he quickly asked, Parrot Lord, what is a second-level mutant creature? Those are the ones with relatively strong abilities. Basically, the ones on the danger list are all second-level creatures. To put it simply, only those that have reached the second level can possibly withstand firearm bullets, the mutant parrot explained. Hearing this, Chindalong was completely relieved. Thank you, Dragon King, thank you, Parrot Lord. I shall take my leave now, Chindalong said, bowing. Don't rush, you can eat this evolution fruit first. Transforming into an ability user takes a process, and I can guard you during it, the mutated parrot said. As for whether humans could truly become ability users after eating the evolution fruit, Yifeng was actually unsure, so he also wanted to witness it firsthand. Alright, Chindalong agreed hastily. After asking the mutated parrot about the method of consuming the evolution fruit, he unhesitatingly swallowed it in just a few bites. In less than 10 seconds, he collapsed unconscious on the ground, while the aura around him began to gradually strengthen. TSK. It actually works, Yifeng, who was possessing the mutated parrot, couldn't help but exclaim. If it truly succeeds, then later he could find an opportunity to let his family members consume the evolution fruit as well, and he wouldn't have to worry so much about their safety. 10 minutes later, Chindalong woke up. He felt as if he had just had a very long dream in those 10 minutes, yet it also seemed like only a moment had passed. What happened to me? He asked, sitting up from the ground in a daze. Nothing, this is a normal phenomenon after consuming the evolution fruit. Now feel your body and see what kind of superpower you've acquired. The voice of the mutated parrot came from the side. Chindalong immediately shuddered, recalling his current situation. Alright, Lord Parrot. He quickly stood up, feeling a bit excited, and hurriedly closed his eyes to sense. But gradually, a trace of confusion and bewilderment appeared on his face. Lord Parrot, I don't feel any superpower at all. However, my body feels very comfortable, as if I've been reborn. As he said this, he was also examining his body, and a look of surprise gradually appeared on his face, because during his previous escape he had fallen multiple times, leaving numerous wounds on his hands. But at this moment, those wounds had somehow healed without him even noticing. Not only that, he also felt as if there was a surging power within his body. And I also feel that my strength seems to have increased a lot, Chindalong said as he felt it. Just give it a try and you'll know, the mutant parrot said, pointing with its its wing to the large poplar tree nearby. Chen Daolong immediately understood. He walked to the tree and took a deep breath. Ha! He exerted all his strength and threw a punch. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and a fist-shaped dent instantly appeared on the trunk of the poplar tree. Chen Daolong stared blankly at the fist mark he had made. This was something he could never have achieved before. Moreover, despite the immense power behind the punch, he didn't feel much pain in his fist, and not even the skin was broken. Not bad. The force of this punch should be around 300 pounds. More importantly, your skin, muscles, and bone density have all improved. They should only be slightly inferior to that of a mutant wild boar of the same level. However, this is quite normal. After all, considering the size of humans, they can definitely be classified as large creatures, the mutated parrot observed and said. Chen Daolong listened in confusion. Lord Parrot, does this count as a superpower? Although he felt quite strong now, there was still something odd about it. It was completely different from the superhumans he had looked up online. It probably doesn't count. The path you're taking is closer to us mutated animals. It's a purely physical enhancement route. Rather than calling you a supernatural being, it would be more accurate to call you an evolver, since you gained your powers after consuming the evolution fruit, the mutated parrot said. Evolver, Chen Daolong repeated softly, then immediately asked, so, Lord Parrot, who is stronger, a supernatural being or an evolver? How would I know? You haven't fought a supernatural being. The mutated parrot couldn't help but roll its eyes. But after pausing for a moment, it continued, but don't worry, an evolver is definitely not weak. You've just become an evolver and already possess such physical qualities. As you continue to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate, you'll grow stronger and stronger. You've experienced how powerful that mutated wild boar chasing you was. Its cultivation level was roughly at the late stage of the second tier. Once you reach that level, you'll be able to fight it barehanded. When you cultivate to the third tier, you'll even be able to withstand bullets with your bare body. Hearing the mutated parrot's analysis, especially the last sentence about being able to withstand bullets with your bare body, Chen Daolong's breathing grew heavy. The mutated parrot glanced at him and reminded, remember, your evolution path is different from other humans, so come up with a good excuse. You can say your ability is to enhance strength or improve physical fitness, something like that. Be smart, don't cause trouble for yourself, and most importantly, don't cause trouble for Lord Dragon King. Hearing the veiled warning in the mutated parrot's words, Chen Daolong quickly assured, rest assured, my lord, I will come up with a good excuse for this matter and ensure no one finds out. After giving his assurance, he immediately asked with a hint of flattery, Lord Parrot, I also want to know, how should I cultivate? Spiritual energy exists in the air. As you breathe, you'll naturally absorb it into your body, thereby strengthening yourself. You could say that you are cultivating every moment, or you could say there is no active method of cultivation. In the future, if you have the chance, you can actively reveal your strength, approach the relevant institutions, and see if humanity has any research results in this area, the mutated parrot said. Hearing this, Chen Daolong felt slightly disappointed. The mutated parrot glanced at him and continued, if you want to quickly enhance your strength, then work diligently for Lord Dragon King. As long as you achieve merit, you can come here and have Lord Dragon King directly infuse you with spiritual energy to boost your strength. If Lord Dragon King goes all out to help you enhance your strength, in just 3 days, you could possess the power of that mutated wild boar. These words left Chen Daolong a bit stunned, but he quickly realized that the other party was just painting him a rosy picture. That mutated wild boar was ranked among the top 30 on the danger list and had been active for quite some time, having made the list 2 months ago. He believed the Dragon King was powerful, but 3 days to give him the strength of a mutated wild boar? This pie chart is ridiculously unreliable. The mutant parrot seemed to see through Chen Daolong's thoughts. It raised an eyebrow. Don't believe me? Not at all. Not at all. I have absolute faith in Lord Dragon King's abilities, Chen Daolong quickly replied. Can't blame you. Hearing is believing, but seeing is the truth. Let me give you a first-hand experience. Come, bow with me, the mutant parrot said, kneeling down first. Chen Daolong hurriedly knelt down upon seeing this. Lord Dragon King, I am willing to use 10 contribution points to exchange for an opportunity for a spiritual energy infusion and gift it to Chen Daolong, the mutated parrot said respectfully. Approved. A voice echoed in Chen Daolong's mind. He knew this was the voice transmission technique of Lord Dragon King. Before Chen Daolong could react, he felt something pressing against his forehead, which was touching the ground. Just as he was about to lift his head to see what it was, he heard the mutated parrot's stern voice. Don't move. Chen Daolong's body instantly froze, and in the next moment, he felt a strange energy flowing into his body through his forehead. As this energy entered, every cell in the body greedily absorbed it, then strengthened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a wonderful feeling of the body growing stronger every second. The comfortable Chen Daolong wanted to moan out loud. Alright, get up. Once you've absorbed all this spiritual energy, you'll find yourself much stronger, said the mutant parrot. Chen Daolong stood up, somewhat reluctant. At this moment, he no longer doubted the mutant parrot's earlier words. If he could continuously receive spiritual energy infusion, strengthening every second, then in 3 days, his physical strength might really reach the level of that mutant wild boar. Alright, you've personally experienced the effects of the spiritual energy infusion. Next, focus on your work and accumulate contribution points. Once you've accumulated enough, come back and apply for 20 or 30 more spiritual energy infusions, and you'll directly break through to the second tier, the mutant parrot said. Thank you for your guidance, sir. I understand, Chendalong said, his eyes filled with excitement. Alright then, if there's nothing else, you may leave now, the mutant parrot said impatiently, flapping its wings. Alright, Master Parrot, Chendalong quickly said. Just as he turned around, preparing to leave, the voice of the mutant parrot came from behind. By the way, that mutant wild boar, I've already sent the bat emissary to take care of it. Consider it a gift for you. Also, regarding your subordinates, Lord Dragon King has already dispatched other emissaries to secretly look after them. Follow the crow emissary later, and you'll be able to find them. After saying this, the mutant parrot walked away without looking back, heading deeper into Sunset Valley. Chendalong was slightly stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. A feeling of indescribable emotion surged in his heart, and he bowed deeply toward the depths of Sunset Valley. This loyalty level is really hard to raise. These two grand gifts only managed to increase his loyalty by 2%, Yifeng muttered as he checked the system panel. Before being captured, after a series of deceptions, Chendalong was completely fooled. However, even so, after successfully capturing him, his loyalty was only at 65%. Afterward, he displayed a series of miracles, and each time the other party was shocked, the loyalty would increase just a little bit. Now, even with an additional 2%, the loyalty has only risen to 70%. Regarding this, Yifeng could only sigh and remark that humans truly deserve to be called the smartest creatures on Earth. However, he wasn't too worried about it. As long as the loyalty level didn't drop below 60% and he didn't issue orders that would send the other party to their death, there would be no betrayal. Of course, if Chendalong's loyalty didn't reach 100%, Yifeng wouldn't fully invest in cultivating him. But then again, humans are larger in size compared to most animals, so their basic talents are still quite decent. Just now, he injected a full 13 points of spiritual energy into Chendalong's body to reach the maximum value. Although it has 2 points less than the mutant water buffalo, its base attributes are still stronger compared to the king cobra, the big yellow dog, and the falcon. Of course, whether the other party can break through on their own upon reaching a major realm is another matter entirely. These matters only briefly crossed Yifeng's mind before he quickly put them aside. Chendalong's talent did not concern him, as his role in Yifeng's eyes was not that of a fighter, but rather a bridge connecting him to human society. Now that Chendalong has been subdued, it's equivalent to inserting a hand into human society. If handled well and developed into a formidable civilian organization, then even if his secret is discovered by the Mutation Management Bureau in the future, he will have an additional means of negotiation. With this in mind, he opened the memo on his phone and began adjusting the subsequent development plan. Meanwhile, Chendalong finally walked out of the Sunset Valley, but unlike the last time when he fled in a panic, this time he was full of vigor and confidence. He let out a long breath. The series of incredible events he witnessed today were more than everything he had experienced in the past 30 years combined, making him feel as if he had glimpsed the gateway to a new world. Caw caw. Just as he was overwhelmed with emotion, the cry of a black crow interrupted his high spirits and flew straight into the distance. Raven messenger, wait for me. Chendalong hurriedly jogged to catch up. Soon, he saw the corpse of a fallen mutant wild boar in a dense forest by the roadside. At this moment, a massive mutant bat king was standing on the corpse, looking down at him from above. Chendalong couldn't help but shrink his neck. Although he now knew that this mutated bat king was also a subordinate of Lord Dragon King, after all, he had injured it yesterday. He was genuinely a bit afraid that the other party might charge at him and claw him twice. But fortunately, what he feared did not happen. After seeing him approach, the mutated bat king flapped its wings and flew away. Chendalong let out a sigh of relief and quickly went over to inspect the mutated wild boar. Most of the mutated wild boar's body was covered in gunshot wounds, and there were also some bite marks on these wounds, though the bite marks were not very large. According to his guess, it was likely caused by ordinary mutated bats perching on these wounds to suck blood. This was also the main cause of its death. After carefully observing for a moment, he quickly came up with a plausible explanation in his mind. This mutated wild boar relentlessly pursued me, but I fought back, leaving it severely injured. The blood on its body attracted a swarm of mutated bats, and in the end, it died from excessive blood loss. Thinking of this, he removed the miniature camera from his body and stomped on it. The miniature camera, along with the memory card inside, was completely crushed. After finishing this, he looked respectfully at the black crow not far away and said, "Crow messenger, I wish to search for my subordinates. Please help guide the way." The black crow didn't move itself, it just cawed once at a nearby young crow, and the latter quickly took off, flying into the distance. Then, it stretched out its wing, pointed at Chendalong, and then pointed at the young crow flying away. Chendalong instantly understood this was the crow sending its subordinate to take him to find someone. Moreover, Chendalong had to admit that this method was indeed the the best. After all, the raven messenger's massive size makes it hard not to be noticed. At that point, what kind of associations his subordinates might make would be hard to predict. But these little ravens are different. Although they have also mutated and are much larger than ordinary birds, this is still the wilderness, after all, with dense trees and plenty of other mutated creatures. As long as they stay hidden, they won't be too conspicuous. Under the guidance of this little crow, the first person he found was Li Huoxing. "Boss, it's so great that you're okay," Li Huoxing said excitedly. At this moment, he was also covered in injuries. Most importantly, his lower leg showed signs of blackened, festering wounds. "What happened? You're poisoned?" Chen Dalong quickly squatted down, looking at the other's wound in shock. Hearing Chen Dalong's question, Li Huoxing's excited expression instantly froze. "Sigh, don't even mention it. I have no idea why there are so many mutant insects in these ghostly places. Just now, I was being chased by a few mutant bees, and one of them stung my calf with its tail needle. If they hadn't suddenly retreated, I fear I would have been in grave danger." As he spoke, a trace of terror appeared in Li Huoxing's eyes. Yesterday in Sunset Valley, he didn't feel much of anything, but today, walking alone in the jungle, he truly experienced the terror of these mutated insects. Hearing Li Huoxing say this, Chen Dalong's heart stirred. It must have been the Dragon King's envoy arriving just in time to intimidate those bees. "Alright, it's all in the past now. Come on, let's go find the other brothers." Chen Dalong patted the other's shoulder as he spoke. Li Huoxing listened and gave a bitter smile. "Boss, I can't. My right leg is completely numb. I can't walk." "It's fine, I'll carry you," Chen Dalong said nonchalantly, then crouched down. Seeing this, Li Huoxing's eyes were filled with emotion, but the clearer his mind became in such moments. "Boss, Li Huoxing, truly didn't follow the wrong person, but I can't be a burden to you." At this point, his gaze also became resolute. "If you take me with you, the two of us will only die together. If you can rush back to Yancheng and bring the rescue team back before tonight, then I might still have a slim chance of surviving." Chen Dalong couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Don't worry, it's fine. I can easily carry you on my back." Seeing that Li Huoxing still didn't move, he emphasized his tone and continued, "Hurry up and get on, stop dawdling. I still need to find the other brothers so we can lift the bus together. Only then can we return to Yangchen." However, what answered him was still Li Huoxing's resolute shake of the head. He had a bit of a headache. What kind of mess was this? After thinking for a moment, Chen Dalong felt that he could appropriately reveal some of his strength, which would also help him push his plan forward. "Do you know? That mutated wild boar was killed by me," Chen Dalong suddenly said. "What? Boss, you?" Li Huoxing was instantly dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. "You must have been paying attention to the news about the superhumans, right? Just now, when I was being chased by a mutated wild boar, I was on the brink of life and death. It seemed like the potential within my body was triggered, and then I gained superpowers." Chen Dalong didn't care what the other person thought. As he spoke, he walked over to a nearby longan tree and threw a punch directly at it. Boom! A dull thud echoed, leaves rustling as they fell, and on the tree trunk, a clear fist imprint about 5 centimeters deep was left behind. "My superpower can greatly enhance my physical attributes. My strength, speed, and defense are now far beyond those of an ordinary person," Chen Dalong continued. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart at the effectiveness of the spiritual energy infusion. In just a few minutes, he felt his strength had increased significantly. Li Huoxing, who was watching from the side, was already dumbfounded. "Alright, for now, the official stance on superpowered individuals is unclear. You can discuss this matter with Zhang Chenggang, Qin Fang, and Zhao Rong, but don't mention it to anyone else for the time being. Besides, now that I have this kind of power, I plan to formalize the company later. By then, we can take on some convoy escort missions. You're quite quick-witted, so when the time comes, I'll need your help to persuade others." Chen Dalong didn't care whether Li Huoxing was listening or not. He just poured out some of his thoughts all at once. After speaking, he directly hoisted the other person up and began following the Black Raven to the next location. "Sai, boss, you'd better carry me on your back. This is killing me." After a moment, Li Huoxing finally reacted and quickly shouted, "Such an important matter, you should have told me," Li Huoxing couldn't help but say. Chen Dalong chuckled upon hearing this. He simply didn't want to reveal such things too early. It's not like it was something shameful. Otherwise, why would he speak carelessly? However, when the words reached his lips, they turned into, "It's fine." Back then, the 5 of us swore brotherhood before Guangong and drank blood wine together. Li Huoxing was increasingly moved, truly feeling a sense of a warrior dies for a confidant. "Boss, don't worry. If you want to lead the brothers to go legit, that's a good thing. I'll handle their mindset work," Li Huoxing said, patting his chest. After that, the two chatted casually on and off. As for what a legitimate company needed to do, Chen Dalong only had a general understanding, with many details still unclear. And during the conversation between the two, the plan quickly took shape. Meanwhile, during this process, Chen Dalong, carrying Li Huoxing on his back, was striding swiftly, moving quickly through the forest. 5 minutes later, they found the second brother. 7 minutes later, they found the third person. It took about an hour, but under the guidance of the little crow, row, Chendalong finally gathered everyone scattered around. At this moment, those who were still alive felt a sense of having narrowly escaped death. However, there were not many smiles on their faces, as 7 brothers had lost their lives on this journey. Moreover, those who survived were all covered in injuries, especially those who had already been here yesterday. They were hurt on top of their existing wounds. "Alright, lift the bodies of these 3 brothers. Let's head back to the bus," said Chendalong. Hearing this, many people showed expressions of fear on their faces, but surprisingly, no one objected. The reason for this was that during the hour Chendalong spent searching among the group, he displayed extraordinary skills akin to those of a special forces soldier. Almost all the mutated insects or small mutated animals they encountered were dealt with single-handedly by Chendalong, especially when they encountered a 2-meter-long mutant lizard. Everyone was so frightened that they were ready to shoot it, but Chendalong stopped them, reasoning that the gunfire might attract more mutant animals. Then, with an excited look on his face, he charged forward and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the mutant lizard. The dull sounds of their clashes during the fight made the other members' scalps tingle. If the sounds alone weren't vivid enough, then after the battle ended, as they passed through the battlefield, they saw the fist marks Chendalong had left on a tree in the giant rock with cracks from his kicks. Everyone fell into a moment of silence. This is simply inhuman. However, as they returned in the distance to the bus grew closer, the fear of the mutated wild boar once again spread through everyone's hearts. Finally, one member couldn't help but quietly ask, "Boss, what if the mutated wild boar is still there?" Although Chendalong had demonstrated superhuman strength, even managing to take down a 2-meter-long mutated lizard with his bare hands, but they did not believe that Chendalong could possibly defeat that mutated wild boar. As that member asked the question, everyone's steps seemed to slow down. Clearly, none of them wanted to experience that life and death escape again. No one was confident they could survive another time. Chendalong had not yet spoken when Li Huosheng, who was being helped to walk, glared over and said, "Just do whatever the boss says. Why so much fuss?" After reprimanding him, he then said in a casual tone, "Don't worry, that mutated wild boar has already been killed by the boss. We still have to drag its corpse back later. Mutated creatures like this, which are on the danger list, can be directly exchanged for money at the Mutation Management Bureau." Li Huosheng's words were like a heavy hammer, making everyone's heads buzz. What did they hear? That terrifying mutant wild boar was actually taken down by Chendalong? Along the way, Chendalong displayed extraordinary skills, coupled with killing the mutant wild boar and the recent hotly discussed incidents of superhumans on the internet, which instantly made everyone think of a possibility. "Boss, have you become a superhuman?" another member hesitantly asked. "Are these things you should be asking?" Li Huosheng reprimanded coldly. It wasn't just him. Zhang Changgang and Zhao Rong also cast unfriendly glances over. The two of them had already learned from Li Huosheng that Chendalong had become an ability user and had also received a gag order. Being stared at by the three, the underling secretly swallowed and quickly apologized. "Brother Huosheng is right. Look at my big mouth. I really speak without thinking." Although nothing was asked, such an attitude actually already revealed something. Afterward, everyone remained silent along the way and quickly returned to the bus. There were also 4 brothers who had died tragically nearby. They first cleaned up the scene and arranged the bodies properly. If conditions allowed, these brothers would all be taken back for burial. After tidying up, everyone came to the side of the bus. At this point, the entire bus had already tipped over, and getting it upright was no easy task. Fortunately, this time they had come well prepared, bringing along items like ropes and pulleys. Even so, it still took everyone a full half-hour to get the overturned bus upright. Because they were concerned about the dangers in the wild, they had chosen a bus of exceptionally good quality. Although many of the windows were shattered, the overall structure of the vehicle remained intact, and more importantly, the engine was in good condition. They successfully started the vehicle and began their return. With the protection of the vehicle on the road ahead, they could ignore the vast majority of mutant insects, making the journey infinitely easier. Following Chendalong's guidance, they quickly arrived at the forest where the mutant wild boar had died. Next, they spent nearly an hour dragging the mutated wild boar out of the woods and placing it on top of the bus. "Boss, this mutated wild boar is too heavy. I wonder if it might cause any problems," Li Huosheng said worriedly, listening to the creaking sounds coming from the vehicle. "No matter what, we have to take the mutated wild boar back. Give the brothers some instructions to be prepared. If the vehicle really breaks down, we'll push it back no matter what." Among the top 50 dangerous mutated creatures, killing one would at least reward 5 million Huoxia coins. This mutated wild boar ranks within the top 30, so the estimated reward is between 7 to 8 million, Chendalong said seriously. His savings were almost depleted, and if he wanted the company to develop quickly, this could be considered the most crucial startup fund. However, the way things unfolded next was not as bad as they had anticipated. Although the vehicle creaked and groaned, it still pressed forward unwaveringly. As they gradually approached the outskirts of Yang City, everyone began to feel more at ease. Finally, after about half an hour of driving, when Yang City came into view, Chendalong cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "I have something to announce to everyone. He paused, glanced around at the dozen or so people present, and then continued, the company's future development plans will be adjusted. The things we used to do before, I don't intend to touch them anymore. Next, we will take on escorting transport convoys, just like other large security companies. Hearing Chen Dalong's words, the expressions of many people in the room changed. Escorting transport convoys might sound simple, but it is actually an extremely dangerous task. As the degree of animal mutations deepens, the wilderness has become increasingly perilous. Not to mention anything else, just last month, there were 2 incidents involving large convoys encountering problems. Each time, the casualties numbered in the dozens or even hundreds. It's worth noting that those large security companies not only have more personnel and firearms than them but even possess heavy weaponry, including heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. For incidents to still occur under such circumstances, one can only imagine how terrifying the mutated creatures attacking them must be. What would happen if they met? It's obvious even without thinking. Chen Dalong ignored everyone's thoughts and continued, I'm just informing everyone. If you're unwilling, that's fine too. We can part ways amicably. To put it bluntly, even if everyone leaves, it wouldn't make much of a difference to me. Boss. Li Huixing was just about to speak when Chen Dalong raised his hand to interrupt him. He continued, you might think I'm just saying this out of anger, but I'm really not. Why I've suddenly become so strong, I'm sure you all can more or less guess the reason. If I reveal the truth, I might lose some degree of freedom, but I'll definitely gain more in terms of money and power. Who knows, the next time you see me, you might have to call me officer. But since you all have been with me for so long, I can't really abandon you, so I plan to grow the company and get us on the right track. Compared to other companies, we may have fewer people and inferior firearms, but as long as we complete a few more missions, gain some achievements, and have money in hand, these issues will be easy to resolve. What's more, with me here, our Quanglong Security Company has an advantage that other security companies can't match, and this advantage will only grow stronger over time. Alright, that's all I have to say. There's no need to rush to give me an answer. You can all go back and think it over carefully, then come to the company tomorrow morning to let me know. After Chen Dalong finished speaking, he closed his eyes to rest and said no more. In fact, these words were not something he said casually to fool them. If he truly revealed his strength, the benefits he could gain would undoubtedly be much greater. Moreover, Lord Parrot has also mentioned that he can appropriately find opportunities to reveal his strength, which is permitted. However, once his strength is revealed, he will likely have to follow orders, and his freedom will be greatly restricted. Without him, the security company would struggle to develop, which would not align with Lord Parrot's expectations. Therefore, the order of things cannot be reversed. Be sure to develop the security company and get it on the right track before revealing his identity as an ability user. Of course, after slightly modifying these heartfelt words, they turned into, I stayed for your sake. As Chen Dalong finished speaking, everyone in the car fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Li Huixing followed Chen Dalong's earlier instructions and had a quiet heart-to-heart with the others. He mainly talked about the benefits everyone could gain once the security company got on the right track. In short, it was about painting a big picture. Of course, compared to the vague promises of other bosses, the picture painted by Li Huixing was much more realistic. At least if they work hard, they can achieve it. Of course, at the end of the conversation, Li Huixing would always remind them not to speak recklessly, even if they had guessed something. Everyone hastily agreed to this request. After all, for those willing to stay, Chen Dalong, this superhuman, was the very foundation of their confidence to grow and develop. For those who are ready to leave, revealing the news won't bring them any benefits. If their leaking of the news ultimately causes Chen Dalong to leave, then the brothers who want to stay will definitely vent their anger on the informant, and by that time, they might actually resort to using knives. Soon, the vehicle entered Yang City. It was 11 a.m., a particularly bustling time, and a large mutated wild boar was being transported on a bus. Such a scene would undoubtedly turn heads with a 200% return rate. Many people even took out their phones and started recording directly. Although the Mutation Management Bureau hunts down a few creatures from the danger list every few days, they usually transport them back in trucks covered with tarps, making it impossible to see the mutated creatures. While the Mutation Management Bureau's official website does release some photos, the sense of shock and impact is nothing compared to witnessing it in person. Not only passers-by, but even the nearby patrolling city guards were quickly alerted and came over. This time, the attitude of these soldiers was much more enthusiastic. Without even questioning, they directly asked Chen Dalong and his group about their destination and then helped clear the way ahead. Soon, the group arrived at the Mutation Management Bureau. For prey like the mutated wild boar, which ranks among the top 30 on the danger list, even for the Mutation Management Bureau, the difficulty of hunting it is extremely high. After all, once animals mutate, not only do they become stronger, but their intelligence also increases. If a team is sent to hunt them down, they immediately flee upon seeing a large group. Therefore, generally speaking, when mutated creatures ranked in the top 50 of the danger list are killed, it's not something an ordinary employee can handle. The news is quickly reported layer by layer. Soon, the news reached Xiaohua's desk. desk. Impressive. A team actually managed to kill a mutated wild boar. Xiao Hua pinched the bridge of his nose and called out to Li Yongming beside him. It's rare to get some good news. Come, let's go take a look at that mutated wild boar. Li Yongming, who was beside him, also rubbed his somewhat sore eyes and said helplessly, but the video isn't finished yet. There are too many videos of the sewers, and we have to start watching from at least 2 months ago to possibly find clues about the mutated king cobra. It's not something we can finish in a short time, so a little delay won't matter. Xiao Hua shrugged and said, then I'll go take a look too. But according to your data assessment, the mutated wild boar can withstand bullets from ordinary firearms. How did these unofficial personnel manage to kill it? Li Yongming asked. I want to know too, Xiao Hua said as he walked out. Moments later, the two arrived at the parking lot on the side of the Ability Management Bureau. There was a designated area here for unloading mutated creatures. Even from a distance, they could see the massive mutated wild boar. At this moment, a staff member walked over and whispered the situation into Xiao Hua's ear. Xiao Hua nodded after hearing this, gave a thumbs up to Chen Daolong, and said, impressive. Your Quanglong Security Company is the 6th security company in Yang City to have hunted down such a large mutated creature. You flatter us. We were just lucky, but we lost quite a few brothers. It was truly a narrow escape, Chen Daolong said solemnly. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback and glanced behind him. Indeed, the members were all covered in injuries. My apologies. Xiao Hua patted him on the shoulder. I'll arrange for a vehicle to take them to the field hospital. Alright, thank you. Chen Daolong didn't stand on ceremony. He also wanted his subordinates to receive the best treatment. Soon, most of the injured were sent away, leaving only a few with minor injuries to stay behind with Chen Daolong. After that, Chen Daolong began recounting the events. Of course, he omitted all the parts that needed to be concealed. Xiao Hua listened while observing the mutated wild boar. The creature had at least 100 bullet holes on its body, some of which had already damaged its internal organs. It was evident that armor-piercing rounds had been used. But even so, according to Chen Daolong's description, the creature still didn't die. In the end, it was only because the blood attracted a swarm of mutated bats that it was drained to death. After roughly understanding the situation, Xiao Hua nodded. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to accompany you through the process later. If everything goes smoothly, the bonus should be transferred to the account you specified by today. Thank you. Chen Daolong quickly expressed his gratitude, then asked, may I be so bold as to ask, approximately how much will it be? 7.5 million, Xiao Hua said. Hearing this number, Chen Daolong finally let out a long sigh of relief. Next, accompanied by a designated staff member, he began filling out various forms. He had many matters to handle today. This time, 7 brothers had died, and the compensation needed to be delivered to their families as soon as possible to avoid disheartening the other brothers. Besides that, he also needed to make a trip to the city guard department. It was only after yesterday's events that he realized whether it was submitting important information or killing these mutated creatures, both could earn him military merits, and the value of military merits was hardly any less than bonuses. While Chen Daolong was busy, Xiao Hua and Li Yongming also started heading back. What's your take on this? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. The situation he described must have some concealment, Li Yongming said directly. Xiao Hua smiled noncommittally. Why do you say that? The others are seriously injured, but he isn't hurt at all. If he was really being chased by a mutated wild boar, how could he possibly be unscathed? But when he was describing it, I observed the reactions of others. The other party probably wasn't lying. The one the mutated wild boar was chasing in the end was indeed him. Although at that time, the mutated wild boar was already severely injured in a wilderness escape, the dangers are not limited to just the mutated wild boar behind you. In such a situation, for him to remain unscathed, I can only think of one possibility: he's an ability user. Li Yongming directly gave his deduction. After listening to Li Yongming's reasoning, Xiao Hua neither agreed nor disagreed but instead asked, so what do you plan to do? Follow the procedure and report it up the chain. If it's confirmed that the person is an esper, they'll probably be taken away by a special plane to the capital for training. When they return, they'll at least be a major. At this point, Li Yongming's face was full of envy. It's practically a meteoric rise. Xiao Hua did not continue the other party's topic but instead asked, Yongming, are you a local of Yongcheng? Li Yongming didn't understand why the other party asked this but still answered, no, I'm from the neighboring Qingshui city. Xiao Hua continued to ask, now that the situation is becoming increasingly severe, why did you come to Yongcheng instead of returning to Qingshui city? That's obviously because... Li Yongming started to speak but then fell silent. He understood Xiao Hua's meaning. Since the animal mutations began, a total of 7 ability users have appeared in Yongcheng. They all went to to the capital for a 3-month special training. If you calculate the time, some of them have already completed the training. I looked into it, and it seems they all went to other first-tier cities. Yangchang is only a second-tier city. If we wait for arrangements, who knows how long it will take for an ability user to be assigned here. What's more, the fact that the other party is an ability user is purely your one-sided speculation. Taking a step back, even if Chen Daolong really is an Esper, it's clear he doesn't want to reveal it right now. If you report it, wouldn't that offend him? Xiao Hua said softly. Li Yongming realized this as well and quickly nodded, saying, "Thank you for the reminder." So, Director Xiao, should we just pretend we don't know? Of course not. Now is the perfect time to earn some goodwill, Xiao Hua said with a smile. As the two conversed, they had already returned to the office. Xiao Hua immediately picked up the landline and made a few calls. Without exception, all instructions were given to the staff to use the green channel and prioritize completing the review submitted by Chen Daolong. Li Yongming witnessed this scene, hesitated slightly, then picked up his phone and called Captain Zhang Ji, explaining in detail what had happened here. On the other side, Chen Daolong, of course, had no idea that his identity had been exposed as soon as he returned. At this moment, he only felt that the efficiency of the Mutation Management Bureau was surprisingly fast. In many places where queuing was required, he enjoyed priority, and every staff member treated him with exceptional enthusiasm. At the same time, they would intentionally or unintentionally mention Director Xiao, saying it was under their instructions to speed things up. This left Chen Daolong somewhat surprised, but regardless, he appreciated the goodwill being extended to him. In less than half an hour, with the help of the staff, he had submitted all the application materials. Moreover, the other party also stated that they would get it done for him before the end of the workday, which instantly made Chen Daolong feel like the world had become a better place. Next, he hurried off to the City Guard Department without delay. With the certification materials issued by the Mutation Management Bureau in hand, he quickly passed the review. "Hello, comrade. The review has been approved, and the military merit points have been credited to your personal account. You can log into our military district's internal network using the machine over there to check," the staff member said. "Alright, thank you." Chen Daolong expressed his gratitude and quickly jogged over. He had inquired about it before. Military merit points were extremely important. The reason other security companies were so powerful, even possessing heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, was because they had military merit points. These points allowed for the legitimate purchase of weapons. Soon, he arrived at a nearby device, performed facial recognition, logged into the system, and began checking the military merit points. Soon, it displayed that his military merit points were 100, along with detailed notes on how these merits were earned. Among them, 20 points were obtained yesterday after he submitted important video materials. As for the other 80 points, they were earned today by killing a mutated wild boar. 100 military merit points, what can I buy? Chen Daolong muttered as he returned to the main interface and opened the military merit store. There is a dazzling array of equipment above, from ordinary pistols to main battle tanks, all of which can be purchased with military merit points. The level of access is really broad. Chen Daolong was somewhat surprised. It should be noted that this is not solely for military personnel. Ordinary people who earn military merit points can also spend them here. In other words, this is practically a platform open to all citizens. He vaguely sensed that the country's policies were already encouraging civilian organizations to arm themselves, but this was not a good thing. It meant the situation was even more severe than he had imagined. Of course, what he was more concerned about now was what he could buy with these 100 military merit points. Soon, he began to examine it carefully. Various models of pistols are priced at 5 to 10 merit points. The shotguns they are currently using cost 10 merit points each. Submachine guns and automatic rifles are priced at 15 to 20 merit points. Heavy machine guns cost 100 merit points, and rocket launchers are also 100 merit points. As for the more expensive ones, he didn't even look at them. As for the cheaper ones, like tactical goggles, bulletproof vests, and military knives, things that could be bought with money, he didn't need to exchange military merit points for them. "Sigh, I want to buy everything, but 100 military merit points are far from enough," Chen Daolong said with a bit of frustration. After some comparison, Chen Daolong felt that there were 3 options that would be more useful for him. The first is to purchase 10 hunting rifles. By then, their total number of firearms will reach 20, which is perfect for creating an impressive display. The second is to buy 5 of the best performing automatic rifles. The firepower suppression that automatic rifles can unleash in an instant is simply incomparable to semi-automatic ones. For example, when they encountered the mutated wild boar before, if the 10 hunting rifles in their hands had been replaced with automatic rifles, they could have emptied all the ammunition in just a dozen seconds. Perhaps they could have directly killed the mutated wild boar. The third option, purchasing a heavy machine gun, is undoubtedly meant for dealing with large mutated creatures. However, this thing can only be used against large mutated creatures. If faced with an attack from swarms of smaller mutated creatures, such as mutated bees or mutated ants, it would become quite ineffective. It can be said said that all three options have their own advantages and disadvantages. Chen Daolong pondered while his fingers unconsciously scrolled downward. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Damn, this thing can actually be exchanged too? Honorary second lieutenant, exchange price 100 merit points. Yes, he wasn't mistaken, even military ranks could be directly exchanged with merit points. Of course, it could also be understood as a promotion. However, after carefully reading the instructions, he found that these honorary military ranks carried no real authority but did come with corresponding benefits. He wasn't too concerned about those minor benefits. What he valued was the weapon quota that came with becoming an honorary second lieutenant. Simply put, after becoming an honorary second lieutenant, he would have the right to purchase 10 more firearms. And the firearms he could purchase weren't hunting rifles but military-grade automatic rifles. And the bullet quota can also be greatly increased, allowing a direct application to purchase 1,000 rounds of ammunition. There was really nothing to hesitate about. Chen Daolong decisively chose to purchase the honorary second lieutenant rank. As Chen Daolong clicked to purchase, the military merit points in his account were quickly reduced to 0. At the same time, in the upper right corner of his interface, the original citizen identity badge instantly changed to honorary second lieutenant. That should do it, right? Chen Daolong wasn't entirely sure. With a slightly uneasy feeling, he headed to the logistics department. He had previously come here to collect firearms and ammunition, so he had been here twice and was relatively familiar with the place. After entering, he skillfully made his way to the weapon purchase window. Hello, I would like to purchase weapons, Chen Daolong said politely. Purchase weapons? You're not an officer, are you? Then please show proof, the staff member said, glancing at Chen Daolong. I'm an honorary second lieutenant. Does that mean I can purchase directly? Chen Daolong asked. The staff member's face clearly showed a hint of surprise. You can indeed purchase directly. Please input your fingerprint to confirm your identity. The identity verification was quickly completed and the staff took out a tablet, signaling Chen Daolong to make his own selection on it. The firearms listed on the tablet were the same as those on the military-industrial mall, except that the military merit points were directly converted into Huaxia currency. Chen Daolong had already decided what to purchase long ago, so there was no hesitation. He swiped through the list and went straight to the automatic rifles section. Then he selected the one at the bottom, the most expensive first-generation field automatic rifle. This is the latest developed automatic rifle, specifically designed to kill those large mutated creatures. Compared to other automatic rifles of the same type, its firepower has increased by nearly 30%. However, correspondingly, the effective range has decreased to only 150 meters. A 30% increase in power is definitely not a small number. As for the reduction in effective range, Chen Daolong doesn't care at all. With his marksmanship, forget 150 meters, even 15 meters would be enough. The first-generation field automatic rifle costs 30,000 Huaxia currency each, so 10 of them would be 300,000. However, compared to human lives, this amount of money is insignificant. If there were no restrictions, he wouldn't even bat an eye at taking out a loan to buy 100 automatic rifles. After purchasing the firearms, the next step is ammunition. There are 3 types of bullets available for him to choose from. They are ordinary bullets for 3 yuan each, armor-piercing bullets for 30 yuan each, and incendiary bullets for 50 yuan each. He had used both ordinary bullets and armor-piercing bullets before, so he briefly looked at the description of the incendiary bullets. These bullets ignite violently upon impact. Moreover, the bullet head releases chemicals that set surrounding objects on fire. A single bullet can release enough chemicals to make 1 square meter of land burn for over 10 minutes. The frontal lethality of this bullet might not be strong, but it possesses a certain area damage capability, making it highly effective against densely packed but relatively weak mutant insects. Chen Daolong only took a quick glance before deciding to buy it. Of course, the question was how many to purchase. With his honorary second lieutenant rank, he had a quota of 1,000 bullets, meaning he could choose any type of bullet as long as the total did not exceed 1,000 rounds. At first, he had no intention of purchasing regular bullets, planning to replace them all with armor-piercing rounds. However, after looking at the price, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. He now somewhat understands why they say that war is essentially burning money. If they were to use only armor-piercing rounds, a single burst of bullets would cost hundreds. If it were to fight large mutated creatures, then naturally, the more powerful the ammunition, the better. But standing behind him is the Dragon King, and Lord Parrot has also assured him that no second-tier mutated creatures would appear while they escort the convoy. Then buying all armor-piercing rounds wouldn't be very worthwhile. In the end, after some deliberation, he purchased 600 regular bullets, 600 armor-piercing rounds, and 100 incendiary rounds, a total of 1,300 bullets. The extra 300 bullets came from the ammunition quota of those 10 hunting rifles. After selecting everything, he immediately swiped his card to pay. 10 field automatic rifles for 300,000, 600 armor-piercing rounds for 18,000, 600 regular bullets for 1,800 yuan, and 100 incendiary rounds for 5,000 yuan, totaling 324,800 yuan. Having spent over 300,000, the balance in Chen Dalong's bank card was instantly drained. However, thinking about the 7.5 million that would soon be credited, he wasn't worried at all. Next, he went to the warehouse to collect equipment and made a phone call to Zhang Chenggang, who was not seriously injured, asking him to drive over and pick him up. Before long, the two of them, carrying these weapons, returned to Quanglong Security Company. What happened today was undoubtedly a major event for the employees of the security company. A single mission resulted in the death of 7 people, but in the end, they managed to bring back a mutated wild boar. According to Chen Dalong's previous promise, each person who returned alive this time would receive 100,000, while those who died would have 300,000 in compensation. Although the money hasn't been distributed yet, the mutated wild boar was sold for 7.5 million, and no one doubts that Chen Dalong can come up with the money. Undoubtedly, this kind of high-risk, high-reward endeavor gives them a feeling of restless anticipation. On one hand, they envy those who got the money. On the other hand, they were worried that if they went on a mission, they might be the ones to die. Under such circumstances, almost all the employees gathered at the company, chattering away and debating whether to go or stay. Damn, one mission pays 100,000 bucks. Even though not every mission offers such a high reward, even if it's reduced by 2 or 3 times, that's still 30,000 to 40,000. That's equivalent to a few months' salary, said a thug called Xiao Dao enviously. Not necessarily. The reason they could offer so much before was because fewer people went, and the risk was high. A proper security company sends out hundreds of people for a mission, and if each person gets 10,000, that's already pretty good, retorted a red-haired man beside him. 10,000 is fine too. Plus, with so many people going, it means safety, reduced risk, and earning a bit less is reasonable, right? Xiao Dao insisted on his point of view. Hey, you can't say it like that. Half a month ago, the incident with Obsidian Security Company, did you forget? A team of 150 people, and less than 50 came back. Now the company might even go bankrupt. Hong Mao immediately countered with an example. At that moment, Chen Dalong and Zhang Chenggang returned. 10 automatic rifles and an entire box of ammunition had a significant impact on them. Chen Dalong locked all the firearms into the safe right in front of everyone and left Zhang Chenggang to guard them. Then, without saying a word, he left the company. Whoa, what was that just now? If I'm not mistaken, those were automatic rifles. And not just any rifles, but the latest field automatic rifles. I heard they're incredibly powerful, exclaimed Xiao Dao in astonishment. Really? You can even recognize the model of the firearms? Asked Hong Mao suspiciously from the side. Hey, you can search for all kinds of firearm models online. What's so strange about recognizing them? Not talking to you anymore. I'm going to talk to the HR department and let them know I'm willing to stay, Xiao Dao said, turning around and walking away. What happened to Xiao Dao was not an isolated case. In fact, many people who were originally hesitant instantly made up their minds after seeing the weapons Chen Dalong brought back. This is also why Chen Dalong sent the weapons back immediately, to add a significant weight to the hearts of those who were still wavering. However, he still had many things to do and no time to persuade these people. After leaving the company, he headed straight to the talent market. His security company has a total of only 108 employees, and nearly 20 of them are support staff, including HR, finance, procurement, cashier, and so on. The actual enforcers, including him, only number 88. Moreover, 7 of them died on this mission, leaving just 81. Additionally, 15 of them are currently hospitalized and temporarily unable to come out. In other words, he now has only 66 people available at his disposal. Among these 66 people, I'm afraid some might leave, and whether 50 people can be gathered to carry out the mission by then remains uncertain. When the security company carries out escort missions, they usually deploy at least 100 people at a time, and he is still short by half that number. Therefore, recruiting personnel is an extremely urgent matter. Hello, is there anything I can assist you with? A reception staff member said politely. I am the general manager of Quanglong Security Company. Please help me post a recruitment announcement. Chen Dalong immediately stated his purpose. Alright, please fill out this form. Specify what kind of positions you are hiring for, the requirements, and the salary and benefits you can offer. Please make everything clear, the receptionist said, handing over a long form to Chen Dalong. Looking at the form, Chen Dalong felt a headache coming on. Just filling this out might take half an hour. He couldn't help but regret not bringing someone else along. Just as he picked up the pen to start filling out the form, he suddenly had a thought, took out his officer's ID, and asked, "Hello, my rank is honorary second lieutenant. Do I have priority service privileges?" The rights of an honorary second lieutenant are not many, but they do include priority in handling matters at state institutions. Hearing Chen Dalong's words, the female receptionist was somewhat surprised. She took the officer's ID, checked it, and found it to be genuine. She immediately called for the manager. A woman dressed in professional business attire, with a delicate and attractive face, approached Chen Dalong. She extended her hand for a gentle handshake and introduced herself with a smile. Hello, I am the manager here, Shaolin. Although the other party should already be in her 30s, her skin was still smooth and fair. The professional attire she wore perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure, resembling a ripe peach. Without a doubt, she could definitely be considered a beauty. If it were the old Chen Dalong, he might have flirted with her to get closer. But now, after a simple polite remark, he went straight to the point and said, "Hello, my name is Chen Dalong. Our company urgently needs to recruit people, so I'll have to trouble Supervisor Shao to lend us more assistance. You're fighting mutated creatures on the front lines, so it's only right for us to handle the logistics. If you have any needs, just let me know," Shaolin said as she invited Chen Dalong to a nearby coffee table, while also instructing the attendant to serve tea. "This is the situation. My Wild Dragon security company hopes to recruit 100 security personnel in a short period of time. The personnel are preferably veterans, followed by those with shooting experience or practical combat experience." Chen Dalong had just said 2 sentences when Shaolin interrupted him. "Wait a moment, you want to recruit 100 people, and all of them must be experienced? Forgive me for being blunt, but this will likely take quite some time. I understand, so I am willing to offer higher pay. Even if they lack much experience, as long as they meet the physical fitness standards, I am willing to offer 50,000 yuan per month. If you have enough experience, the salary can reach 100,000. In addition, for every task executed, bonuses will be given based on the difficulty. As for the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, I can offer them the highest standards in the industry," Chen Dalong said with an air of wealth and confidence. "In fact, as long as the security company gets on the right track, the net income for a single day can reach several million. These are just small amounts of money." After hearing Chen Dalong's explanation, Shaolin couldn't help but hold her breath. The price he offered was nearly 3 times higher than the industry average. "An experienced security guard, are you really willing to offer a salary of 100,000 a month?" Shaolin repeated the question, afraid she had misheard. "Yes, that's right. And you can tell them, the salary is secondary, the bonus is the real deal. If they are truly experienced, especially those with excellent shooting skills, earning 400 to 500,000 a month with salary and bonuses combined is not a problem." Chen Dalong nodded with certainty. Afterward, he filled out a simple form and then left the job market. Today, he still had one last place to go, and that was the Security Association. This is an association jointly applied for by security companies. At the beginning, the authority of this association was decentralized, but with changing circumstances, especially after some large security companies acquired firearms, the authority naturally had to be reclaimed. Security associations in various cities are now directly supervised by officials appointed by the government. At this point, the Security Association has completely become an official organization. What the Security Association needs to do is also very simple. It serves as a platform for receiving and distributing tasks, and guarantees fairness and justice in the name of the government. In short, major logistics companies directly post tasks here at the Security Association. Of course, aside from logistics companies, various major organizations also post tasks here. For example, the Research Institute regularly posts tasks here for hunting mutated creatures and collecting various materials from the wild. Chen Dalong now wants to take a look to see if there are any tasks suitable for his company. After all, Wild Dragon Security Company is just a startup, and more importantly, it has no experience in carrying out any tasks. In this situation, it's likely that even the basic requirements set by those large logistics companies cannot be met. So according to his plan, during the first month, he would take on those low-threshold tasks issued by the authorities to boost the task volume and success rate. Once the numbers on paper look good, it will be easier to approach those logistics companies for big contracts. With a somewhat nervous feeling, Chen Dalong arrived at the Security Association. This was a 3-story building, covering an area of about 800 square meters. Although the decor couldn't be described as luxurious, it gave off an impression of grandeur. It was also Chen Dalong's first time here. He took a deep breath and walked in. Upon entering, there was a hall of about 500 square meters. In the center of the hall, there was a massive LCD screen. Chen Dalong looked up and thought he was mistaken at first glance. After rubbing his eyes and confirming he wasn't wrong, a look of surprise and delight immediately appeared on his face. This was because, at the very top of the task panel, there was a pinned task marked in red. It was a large-scale joint mission issued by the military. If Chen Dalong were to say what kind of task he most looked forward to taking on, it would undoubtedly be those issued by the military. This is because military tasks, in addition to money, also grant military merit points. With military merit points, he can either be promoted in rank or use them directly to purchase weapons. Either choice would directly enhance the overall strength of the Mad Dragon Security Company. Such rewards are far better than just receiving money. After all, firearms are not something you can buy just because you have money. More importantly, you need authorization. The reason Chen Dalong was happy, apart from the reasons mentioned above, was that this was a large-scale joint mission. Generally speaking, large-scale joint missions are only issued when a large number of personnel are needed. Typically, the entry requirements are not very high, making making it easier for more security companies to take on the task. Chen Dalong immediately went to a nearby computer terminal where he could view the detailed information about the mission. After presenting his credentials, he promptly opened the first mission to check it out. As he investigated, he quickly discovered that this was actually a cleanup mission. The City Guard Department would dispatch a regiment of troops, in collaboration with major security companies, to conduct a large-scale sweep of the Yunyang Highway and its surrounding areas. Yunyang Highway is a vital transportation route connecting their Yang City and Yun City. Although the total length of the highway is only 130 kilometers, it cuts through the Dongling mountain range, making the cleanup effort extraordinarily challenging. Plus, it is currently the critical moment of the Eliminate the Four Pests campaign, so the City Defense Department simply cannot spare much manpower. It is probably for this reason that such a large-scale joint mission was issued. As he pondered, his gaze shifted downward, continuing to examine participation requirements. The action team must consist of at least 100 people and possess more than 10 firearms. Such requirements are honestly not high. Basically, this is the standard configuration for carrying out field operations. If they can't meet this, they generally won't even be able to take on escort missions. However, even such basic requirements made Chen Dalong furrow his brows. For other companies, the most difficult thing to acquire would be firearms, but he had that covered. The problem was the number of people. Sigh, if it really doesn't work out, I'll just have to spend more money later to hire a batch of temporary workers. Chen Dalong couldn't help but mutter. He used to be involved in the underworld, and he's more or less familiar with the nearby gangs and groups, so getting them to come over shouldn't be a big problem. However, getting ripped off is definitely inevitable. When Chen Dalong continued reading further, his eyes immediately lit up. This reward is quite generous. All security companies participating in this operation can receive 1 million Huaxia currency plus a base reward of 50 military merit points. This is just the basic reward, given simply for participating. More importantly, this reward is actually distributed in advance. Chen Dalong quickly understood that this was prepared for security companies with slightly poorer conditions. After all, as long as they receive these extra military merit points, some security companies might meet the requirements to purchase honorary military ranks. If that doesn't work, they can at least buy 5 hunting rifles. It can be said that issuing such a reward is equivalent to directly lowering the threshold by half. This is just the basic reward. What truly made Chen Dalong feel the rewards were generous was actually the following clause. By killing all mutated animals, you can earn double military merit points based on their danger level. It should be noted that under normal circumstances, military merit points can only be earned by hunting mutated creatures listed on the danger rankings. And now, this condition has been directly relaxed to include all mutated creatures, and more importantly, all military merits are calculated at double the rate. Moreover, the place they are heading to this time is the Eastern Ridge Mountains, where mutated creatures are densely populated, making it an excellent spot for earning military merits. Of course, the prerequisite is having sufficient strength, otherwise, it would just be delivering oneself as food. Chen Dalong was eager in his heart, but he did not immediately accept the mission. Because Lord Parrot had previously assigned him an escort mission, but now it was changed to a clearing mission, he wasn't sure if killing mutated creatures in the Eastern Ridge Mountains would violate any taboos. After noting down the mission details, he left the Security Association and returned to his residence. He was a local of Yang City and owned a sizable self-built house in the old district. After returning home, he began to wait. Lord Parrot had mentioned earlier that the Crow Messenger was too conspicuous during the day and would only appear at night, so all he could do was wait, and this wait lasted a full 4 hours. When he finished dinner and night had fully fallen, he finally saw the bird he had been waiting for. A half-meter-tall mutated black crow landed in front of his window. It was obvious that this was a subordinate of the Crow Messenger. He immediately stepped forward to open the window, allowing the black crow to fly in, and respectfully said, "Lord Crow, I have something to report regarding tomorrow's mission." Chen Dalong explained the mission he saw at the Security Association and shared his own thoughts. However, the more he spoke, the more he felt something was off. The black crow in front of him was looking around, seemingly not listening to a word he was saying. Suddenly, the crow's gaze shifted, and then it flapped its wings and flew straight into the kitchen. When Chen Dalong chased after it, he found the crow gnawing on the fruits in the fruit basket. "Lord Crow!" Chen Dalong tried calling out, but the crow showed no reaction. Now Chen Dalong gradually came to understand these mutated black crows. They can't understand human speech, but thinking about it, this makes sense. The intelligence of mutated creatures is only slightly higher than that of their normal counterparts. Even if the language is the same, normal communication is still difficult. Only the messengers of Lord Dragon King can communicate normally. But now, he felt a bit of a headache. That's not right. The Crow Messenger must know that its subordinates can't communicate with me, so why would it send them over? Chen Dalong stepped forward with some confusion, then looked the black crow up and down, finally noticing a small bamboo tube on its leg. He removed the small bamboo tube, and inside was a tiny note. This scene, often seen in and TV dramas, left him feeling a bit dazed. Is this considered sending messages via flying crows? Chen Daolong muttered as he unfolded the note to take a look. The content was simple, with only a single line: write the report content on the paper. Chen Daolong had nothing to say. He immediately took the note back to the study and began writing vigorously. A moment later, he stuffed the note back into the bamboo tube. The black crow had already eaten most of the fruit. Seeing Chen Daolong slip the note into the bamboo tube, it reluctantly stopped. Then it flew out again through the open window, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. In just a moment, the black crow flew back. Chen Daolong quickly opened the bamboo tube and pulled out the note inside. On it were 3 crookedly written large characters: follow me. Update first, revise later. Tomorrow I will definitely adjust my schedule. At this moment, Yifeng, who was in the Sunset Valley, had just exited the possession state. Sigh, my tree root is still more flexible. The handwriting written through possessing the black crow was really ugly, Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. In the afternoon, the first batch of mutated creatures he had captured: water buffalo, black crow, bat, rat, and 2 sparrows, all advanced to the peak of the 2nd tier. And this breakthrough not only enhanced their strength but also brought their loyalty to 100%, allowing Yifeng to directly possess them. However, the intelligence brought by Chen Daolong surprised him a little. Possessing the black crow clearly couldn't solve the problem. He still needed to send the mutated parrot over to have a private chat with the other party. As he thought about this, he opened his phone and started checking the map. Yunyang Highway is a major transportation artery, especially for Yang City, where calling it the economic lifeline is no exaggeration. The rapid development of Yang City is largely due to Yun City. Cloud City is one of the most prosperous first-tier cities in Huagua, with a permanent population of nearly 20 million. More importantly, Cloud City is home to numerous high-tech enterprises. The advanced and sophisticated equipment produced by these enterprises not only meets the needs of the country's high-end industries but is also highly sought after overseas. A city like this requires an enormous amount of basic resources, which need to be supplied by surrounding cities. And Yang City is one of them. Yangchang is surrounded by mountains and rich in mineral resources, with 2 deposits of particularly high-quality ore. Yangchang also has more than a dozen steel smelting companies, producing various high-quality steels and alloys, which form the backbone of Yangchang's industry. More than half of these high-quality steels and alloys are transported to Yunchang City. However, under normal circumstances, major security companies can handle the escort tasks. Logically, there is no need for the military to get involved. What's more, it's at this critical juncture of the Eliminate the 4 Pests campaign. This made Yifeng feel that something was a bit off. Unfortunately, there's too little information to analyze. Yifeng sighed. At this moment, he recalled the information Chen Daolong had provided. Who would have thought that military ranks could be directly exchanged for military merit points? It seems capturing him was the right decision. Moreover, the higher Chen Daolong's status and position, the more intelligence he can provide me. This cleanup mission is an excellent opportunity for Chen Daolong, so he will naturally lend a hand. Additionally, he had previously planned to get the animals out of Yangchang Zoo, and the chosen retreat route was the Dongling mountain range. This time, while helping Chen Daolong, I can conveniently go and check it out, treating it as a preliminary reconnaissance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Daolong saw the words on the note and, without any hesitation, immediately followed. Initially, he thought he would meet the crow messenger by finding a secluded spot outside, but after following for a while, he quickly realized something was off. The black crow in front of him was clearly flying toward the outskirts of the city. He immediately turned back, got in his car, and followed. Just as he thought, even after reaching the suburbs, the crow did not stop and flew straight toward the dense forest outside the city. 10 minutes later, he parked his car by the roadside and then walked into the forest alone. His behavior, if seen by others, would definitely scare them to death. After all, it's just nightfall, and many nocturnal animals are out hunting for food. Coupled with the extremely poor visibility in the wild, entering the jungle at this time is basically courting death. But Chen Daolong can be said to be bold because of his skills. As an evolver, not only is his physique strong, but his 5 senses have also undergone a certain transformation. He discovered that his ability to see in the dark had become much stronger compared to before. He casually stepped on and killed a mutated centipede crawling toward him. Then, with a backward slash of his military knife, a mutated venomous snake that had leapt down from a tree was instantly cut in half at the waist. If you keep fighting like this, you'll exhaust yourself. You should learn to release your aura to intimidate other mutated creatures. At that moment, a voice came from beside his ear. Chen Daolong looked up and saw that the mutated parrot had somehow already appeared next to him. This scene made Chen Daolong's heart tighten slightly, and the pride he had just felt about being able to easily kill mutated creatures instantly vanished. Master Parrot, your lesson is well taken. Chen Daolong bowed respectfully. However, when he raised his head, he was somewhat surprised to find that in just half a day, the mutated parrot seemed to have grown larger again. Previously, when it stood, it was the same height as him, but now it was a head taller, and its sense of oppression was even stronger. He immediately thought of a possibility and asked, "My lord, have you broken through? Yes. Staying by Lord Dragon King's side often allows me to receive spiritual energy infusions, so the progress is quite fast, the mutated parrot replied. This instantly made Chen Dalong quite envious. Alright, explain in detail what exactly happened, the mutated parrot inquired. Although Chen Dalong wrote down what happened on the note, the limited space only allowed for a brief summary. Here's what happened. Chen Dalong immediately recounted today's events in full detail. After finishing everything, Chen Dalong looked at the mutated parrot and asked nervously, Lord Parrot, may I participate in the eradication mission? You may. Do your best, as Lord Dragon King is also paying attention to this matter. More envoys will be arranged to assist you, the mutated parrot immediately reassured him. Hearing that even the Dragon King was paying attention, Chen Dalong became even more cautious and dared not be careless. He earnestly asked, Parrot Lord, is there anything I need to be mindful of during the mission? Is there any awakened presence within the Eastern Ridge Mountains? No, you can act without worry. Seize this opportunity to raise your rank by 1 or 2 levels, the mutant parrot said. These words left Chen Dalong feeling a bit embarrassed. Master Parrot, this might be quite difficult, Chen Dalong said rather tactfully. Oh, why? The mutated parrot asked. Because advancing in rank requires too much merit. To rise from 2nd lieutenant to 1st lieutenant requires 500 military merits, and to advance from 1st lieutenant to captain requires a full 1,000 points of military merit, Chen Dalong explained immediately. You should know that mutant wild boars, ranked among the top 30 on the danger list, are worth only 80 points. If the ranking is lower, the points will be even fewer. So, under normal circumstances, to advance from 2nd lieutenant to 1st lieutenant, you'd probably have to slaughter nearly 1/10 of the creatures on the danger list to make it possible. I know, which is why this opportunity is perfect. You haven't been to the Eastern Ridge Mountains, so you might not be aware, but the number of mutant creatures there is terrifying. It's nothing like these small woods. I even suspect there are quite a few second-tier mutant creatures there. Even if you're just clearing the area near Yunyang Highway, as long as you put in a bit more effort, you can quickly rack up military merits, said Yi Feng, who was possessing the mutant parrot. Previously, his subordinates were only at the 2nd tier, so they didn't dare to venture recklessly into the Eastern Ridge Mountains. But now, with the 3rd-tier mutated King Cobra, they could go in and take a look. Hearing the mutated parrot say this, Chen Dalong immediately perked up. He might not have confidence in himself, but when it comes to Lord Dragon King, he is full of confidence. Thinking about the possibility of being promoted in rank, his mood had already started to become excited. Although he stayed at home in the afternoon, he wasn't idle. He sent out Li Huixing and others to gather information everywhere. He also learned that the top 3 security companies Star Shield, Leopard, and Yanhuan all had CEOs whose military ranks had reached honorary lieutenant. That is a position with the authority to allocate 50 firearms, and coupled with the fact that they can also exchange merits for some heavy weaponry, it's no wonder the top 3 companies hold such a lofty status. If I can seize this opportunity to get promoted to honorary lieutenant, I may not surpass these 3 major security companies, but at least I would be on the same level. By then, negotiating business deals would become much easier. Master Parrot, I will definitely live up to your expectations, Chen Dalong said immediately. Very good. The mutant parrot nodded. Then, changing the subject, it asked, what do you think about today's method, similar to sending messages via carrier pigeons? Of course, it's excellent, discreet and secure, Chen Dalong praised without hesitation. Alright, no need to flatter. Just go ahead and point out the flaws, the mutant parrot said. Chen Dalong glanced up and, seeing that the mutant parrot seemed serious, mustered the courage to say, it's just the timeliness, which might be a little lacking. As he spoke, he immediately offered a suggestion. If Lord Parrot could speak to the Raven Messenger and have a black raven stationed at my house 24/7, that would be even better. That way, he wouldn't have to wait in vain for an entire afternoon. Not a bad suggestion. The mutant parrot nodded at first but then changed its tone, saying, however, even if we do as you suggest, the timeliness would still be poor. For instance, if you were to carry out a mission tomorrow, we wouldn't be able to maintain real-time communication. Yes, then. Chen Dalong's mind was racing, but he couldn't think of a good solution for the moment. His initial idea was to have the other party send a black crow to follow him, but the black crow wouldn't understand what he was saying. If there was anything to convey, it would probably have to be done through carrier pigeon messages. However, in the wilderness, such a method of communication seemed unreliable no matter how he thought about it. Just as he was stammering, unsure of what to say, the mutant parrot spoke up. I actually have a good idea. Buy me a phone, and we can stay in touch anytime. These words left Chen Dalong dumbfounded. The mutated parrot continued, when you carry out your mission, just wear a Bluetooth headset and we can achieve real-time communication. If you encounter danger, you can call for support at any time. At this moment, Chen Dalong finally snapped out of it and quickly started managing his expressions. Setting aside the fact that the other party was a parrot, this method was indeed very convenient and practical. However, when he looked up and saw the over 2-meter tall parrot in front of him, he felt a sense of cognitive dissonance. But the shock he experienced was no longer a rare occurrence, so he quickly adjusted his mindset. Still, he couldn't help but ask, "Lord Parrot, do you know how to use a phone?" "Of course I do. I really like electronic devices. Not just phones, I can use tablets, laptops, and the like. You might as well buy those for me too. By the way, buy me a projector, a surround sound system, and a screen. I plan to watch movies. Also, don't forget to get me a generator and a wireless network card. These supporting devices are essential." Yi Feng, who had transformed into a mutated parrot, made his demands without hesitation. As a modern person, being without these forms of entertainment would be unbearable. As for his phone, with his death, the SIM card could be deactivated at any moment. Now, of course, it's time to prepare for a rainy day. On the other side, Chen Daolong was listening somewhat numbly. He couldn't understand why this mutated parrot in front of him knew so much, but he didn't dare to speak or ask. Whatever the other party said, he took out a small notebook and carefully wrote it down. "Alright, Master Parrot, I'll go back and buy these things right away. Should I deliver them directly here?" Chen Daolong asked. "Yes, that's right." The mutant parrot nodded, its tone filled with anticipation. Seeing this, Chen Daolong dared not delay. As he returned, he made phone calls to have someone purchase these items. However, some things required him to handle personally, such as getting a SIM card and a wireless network card, which needed real name authentication. After finishing, he also topped up a large amount of credit on it. An hour later, Chen Daolong drove back to the small grove. "Very good, well done. After you return, I will apply for 20 contribution points for you from Lord Dragon King," the mutant parrot said with great satisfaction as it looked at the items being unloaded from the car. A look of joy immediately appeared on Chen Daolong's face. He hadn't expected that buying some items could earn him 20 contribution points. This is equivalent to 2 opportunities for spiritual energy infusion. This money was absolutely worth spending. Now that his 7.5 million has been credited, Chen Daolong feels a sense of wealth and power. If possible, he wouldn't mind spending a few million to buy contribution points. Of course, this is something he can only think about in his heart. Chen Daolong quickly expressed his gratitude and then drove back in a cheerful mood. After a bit of running around, it was already past 8 p.m., but he still immediately headed to the Security Association to take on a cleanup mission. It is worth mentioning that all government departments related to military affairs do not have the concept of closing hours. There is always someone on duty 24 hours a day to handle emergencies. After completing the last important task, Chen Daolong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but he still couldn't rest. He first went to a field hospital to visit the group of injured brothers. Then he gathered the company members and went together to the homes of the fallen brothers to offer condolences, with the main purpose of distributing compensation funds. Although these tasks were tedious, this kind of effort to win people's hearts was necessary. By the time everything was done and Chen Daolong returned home, it was already 11 p.m. He lay directly on the bed, not wanting to move at all. The body wasn't too exhausted, it was mainly the mind. Too many things happened today, and as soon as he got home, he collapsed into sleep. But just then, his phone rang. Chen Daolong didn't want to answer at all and planned to hang up directly, but his finger paused halfway, because he was afraid it might be Lord Parrot calling. However, when he picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID, a trace of surprise instantly appeared on his face. The phone displayed the name Professor Su Liang. If it weren't for this call, Chen Daolong would have almost forgotten about the task from the Yangchang Research Institute. No way, today was too busy, and besides, the mission at the Yangchang Research Institute had become dispensable for him. However, since the other party had already called, some things still needed to be clarified. Chen Daolong answered the phone, and the first thing he said was, "Professor Su, sorry, we won't be able to complete the task on your side. I'll refund the 1.5 million deposit to you in a couple of days." If it were in the past, Chen Daolong would have definitely pocketed the deposit directly, but now he wanted to keep climbing higher, especially to advance his military rank, so he couldn't afford to completely alienate these official institutions. On the other end of the phone, Su Liang fell silent for a moment before saying, "I understand. I heard that your team lost 7 members. I deeply regret that. As for the 1.5 million, I am willing to offer it as compensation to their families." This time, it was Chen Daolong's turn to be a bit surprised, but he quickly nodded and said, "Alright, on behalf of those fallen brothers, thank you. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. By the way, are you really not planning to continue the mission? I heard your team can even hunt mutated wild boars ranked in the top 30 of the danger list. How about we sign a new contract? As long as the life essence is developed, I am willing to pay you 20 million huaxia currency," Su Liang offered again. This afternoon, when he received the news, he was startled and spent the entire afternoon feeling uneasy. Based on his understanding of Chen Daolong's personality, there was a high probability that the other party would come knocking to discuss compensation issues. He had already prepared himself for a significant loss, but to his surprise, the other party never showed up. Then he used his connections and inquired through various channels to learn the details of the matter. Afterward, he began contacting other security companies, hoping someone would take on the task. But without a exception, all of them refused. Later, after asking around through acquaintances, he learned that such tasks requiring deep entry into the forest are generally not accepted by security companies because they are too dangerous. The security company carries out escort missions, and although they also encounter attacks from mutated creatures, the situation is entirely different. When they are attacked, the battlefield is on the highway, where the terrain is open, making it easier for them to shoot. Moreover, with vehicles as cover, the safety factor is significantly improved. However, once they venture deep into the forest, that becomes the territory of the mutated creatures, and the level of danger increases 2 to 3-fold. Of course, ultimately, it still comes down to Su Liang not putting up enough money. If he could come up with not just 3 million but 30 million, then hiring Starshield Security Company, ranked number 1 in Yang City, to carry out the task wouldn't be an issue. Su Liang had no choice. After going around in circles, he ended up seeking out Chen Dalong again. Based on what he had learned, the strength of Wild Dragon Security Company was not bad at all. Even mutant wild boars can be hunted. Moreover, now that Chen Dalong has been promoted to honorary second lieutenant and has purchased 10 field automatic rifles, it's not an exaggeration to say their strength has doubled. More importantly, while other security companies require cash payments, Chen Dalong's side is the only one willing to sign a betting agreement. According to his estimation, 20 million would be enough to tempt Chen Dalong. If that's not enough, he's even willing to raise the price to 30 million. But what Su Liang never expected was that Chen Dalong refused outright without any hesitation. Sorry, Professor Su, I absolutely won't take on this task. You can contact other security companies. Can you tell me the reason? Su Liang asked unwillingly. I'm someone who believes in fate. I've already stumbled there twice. It's a sign from above telling me not to go again, Chen Dalong said, making up an excuse on the spot. Su Liang really didn't know how to respond to that, so he awkwardly changed the subject. Mr. Chen, I heard your security company has taken on the task of clearing the Yunyang Highway? Professor Su, you're quite well informed, Chen Dalong teased, but didn't continue the topic. Ahem. Then the key area for your clearing operation must be the Dongling Mountains, right? There are also many mutated plants in the Dongling Mountain range. I hope you can bring some mutated plants back for me. The requirements aren't high, as long as they are over 50 meters tall. If the quantity is sufficient, I might even be able to extract the essence of life. At that time, I will also pay you 20 million Huaxia currency. How about it? Su Liang proposed his final offer. These words immediately stirred something in Chen Dalong's heart. The plants over in the Dongling Mountain range are quite tall. Forget 50 meters, even ones that are 70 or 80 meters tall should be findable. It's just that it's too dangerous there. If it's not something important, even the army won't go, and no one would bother with it. But this time, since it's on the way, it shouldn't be a big problem. The most important thing is that there are no resurrected beings inside, so it should be feasible. However, he still didn't make any absolute promises and instead said, alright, I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee anything. Alright, no problem, thank you so much. If this really works out, you'll be our research group's permanent partner. Similar tasks in the future can all be entrusted to you. Su Liang added one last incentive. The two sides exchanged a few more words, then hung up the phone. Chen Dalong pondered briefly, then picked up his phone and dialed Lord Parrot. Hello, what is it? The impatient voice of the mutated parrot came through the receiver. At this moment, Yi Feng was watching a movie, and it had just reached the climax. Being interrupted at this time was, of course, annoying. Well, it's like this. Just now, the Yangchang Research Institute called me again. Chen Dalong recounted the previous conversation in detail. Yi Feng, who had been a bit impatient, slightly narrowed his eyes after hearing this. Although he had known before that some organizations were researching mutated plants, he was not clear about the specifics of their research. But now, you just said that the function of the life essence is to heal wounds quickly. If the experiments at the Yangchang Research Institute succeed, can it be mass-produced later? Yi Feng said, squinting his eyes. Yes. According to Professor Su Liang's description, once the life essence is extracted, it can at least enhance our healing speed by tenfold, with very broad application prospects, Chen Dalong answered honestly. His words sent a chill down Yi Feng's spine. Imagine, if this life essence were truly developed, what would the result be? Without a doubt, all mutated plants would suffer, becoming the raw materials for producing the life essence. His first thought was to stop this research, but soon, he realized that this idea was not feasible. He could make Chen Dalong refuse to take this task, but the other party could still find another security company. Of course, with the strength of his subordinates, he could even prevent all security companies from obtaining the mutated plant materials. But what about later? He doesn't believe the research would just stop there. If the experiment couldn't be completed in Yang City, the other party could collaborate with research institutes in other cities. How would he stop them then? What's more, the things that the Yangchang Research Institute can develop. He doesn't believe that other research institutes, especially large ones in first-tier cities, or even the Chinese Academy of Sciences, haven't conducted research in this area. So the life essence will emerge sooner or later, and the result will be the same. If you want to protect yourself and avoid being targeted, there is only one way. Not only can he not stop it, but he also has to join in and take the initiative while the other party is at a disadvantage. As long as he gains the upper hand, there will be plenty of room for maneuvering in the subsequent steps. Thoughts on going live? I suddenly received a notification from the editor that it will go live tomorrow. Although this is not the first time it has been launched, feeling uneasy and nervous is inevitable. 1,000 words in my heart come together into one sentence. Dear readers, please subscribe and support. The performance of this book, for me personally, is not great. After all, it's about to be launched, and it only has over 4,000 favorites. Of course, it's not bad either. If it were really bad, I would have dropped it long ago. The story of the World Tree has just begun. Perhaps the initial results are average, but I still have expectations for what's to come, hoping it will build up and achieve great success. Moreover, for me personally, writing this book is a kind of breakthrough. Of course, it's not a breakthrough in terms of subject matter, but in terms of writing techniques. In the past, my novels always followed a single main storyline, but in this book, I've been constantly experimenting with switching perspectives. The supporting characters introduced are all interconnected, continuously driving the plot forward. I hope the subsequent developments will deliver a grand climax that satisfies everyone. Finally, let me repeat once more, dear bosses, please subscribe and support. Yifeng carefully considered his words and said in a deep voice, the other party's request is fine, and we can even provide unlimited materials until they complete their research. But there is one condition they must agree to, and that is we must obtain the exclusive patent authorization for producing life essence. Even if we can't secure the national one, we must obtain the exclusive patent authorization for Donghai province. At the very least, we must get the exclusive rights for Yang City. If the other party can't even agree to this, then you can stop the collaboration. Hearing the mutated parrot say this, Chen Dalong was initially stunned, but his eyes quickly lit up. Master Parrot, you are truly wise. If the effects of this life essence we develop are really that good, once we secure the exclusive authorization, it will be an endless goldmine. Alright, flattery won't work. I want to see results. I'll wait for your news. If this gets done, I'll give you 50 contribution points, Yifeng said. Got it, boss. I'll take care of it right away, Chen Dalong quickly replied. After ending the communication, Chen Dalong's expression turned serious. He had never seen Lord Parrot so invested in something, even going so far as to mention the reward in advance. Taking a deep breath, Chen Dalong pondered for a moment, then dialed Su Liang's phone number. Hello, Professor Su? Regarding our collaboration, I have a new idea. Where are you? Let's meet and talk. Chen Dalong briefly explained the idea in his mind, then drove to the Yangchang Research Institute. His conversation with the other party lasted a full 2 hours, and it was only when he came out at 1 a.m. that he let out a long sigh of relief. Unable to focus on anything else, he returned to the car, ensured no one was around, and immediately dialed Lord Parrot's number. Hello, Lord Parrot, the discussion is over. According to Professor Su, although his project isn't highly valued, it is still one of the nation's key scientific research projects. So even if there are research results, it's impossible for us to obtain exclusive national patent authorization. As for exclusive patent authorization in our Donghai province, Professor Su will try his best to secure it for us. If he can't, he will allocate 10% of the patent revenue to us as compensation. As for the exclusive patent authorization here in Yangcheng City, he said there's no problem at all. Moreover, he mentioned that after they receive subsequent national funding, they will allocate 30 million as compensation for us to build the factory. Chen Dalong finished speaking in one breath and then waited somewhat nervously. Not bad. Yifeng couldn't help but praise. In fact, as long as he obtained the exclusive patent authorization for Yangcheng City, he would have achieved his goal. At that time, let Chen Dalong build a factory to produce the life essence, and it will be up to him to decide which mutated plants to cut down. Hearing Lord Parrot's praise, Chen Dalong let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed. When Chen Dalong was finally able to rest, Yifeng was still busy, because it was only at this moment that he finally waited for the clouds above to appear, providing an opportunity to break through. This time, Yifeng chose to enhance the toughness of the tree roots. Then he entered a breakthrough state. Not only Yifeng, but the rest of his subordinates had also completed at least one breakthrough today, with some even achieving 2 breakthroughs. Now, except for the recently captured mutant porcupine, mutant hawk, and 4 mutant water buffaloes, all the others had already reached the peak of the 2nd tier. If all goes well, by tomorrow morning, he will be able to break through to the 3rd tier. However, aside from the big yellow dog, the rest of his subordinates all require him to condense 2nd tier evolution fruits to assist in their breakthroughs. A single 2nd tier evolution fruit requires a full 400 points of spiritual energy. If he lets everyone break through, it will definitely slow down his own progress. He plans to condense just 2 to 3 evolution fruits each day, allowing them to break through in batches. It is worth mentioning that the King Cobra broke through to the early stage of tier 3 last night. Now, more More than a day has passed and there are still no signs of it breaking through to the mid-stage. This also made Yifeng truly realize that the further one progresses, the harder it becomes to break through. The things Yifeng was pondering did not delay his breakthrough process in the slightest. Half an hour later, the breakthrough ended and he immediately opened the system panel to check. Host, Yifeng, World Tree, tree height, 185 meters, trunk width, 9 meters, root length, 970 meters, realm, 3rd tier peak, evolution points, 0 to 120 points, special abilities, devour, capture, evolution fruit, spiritual energy, 500/1800 points, bioenergy, 1500/1800 points. Unknowingly, the height has almost reached 200 meters, Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim. Before his rebirth, he thought the old locust tree on Xiaofeng Mountain was incredible, but now, in just a few days, he himself had already reached this height. Moreover, according to his plan, he would break through to the 4th tier tomorrow, and by then, his height would inevitably skyrocket. Hopefully, when breaking through to the 4th tier, the height increase won't be too outrageous. Although he knew it was unlikely, he still offered a silent prayer in his heart. Then he glanced at the width of the tree trunk, which wasn't worth mentioning, and his gaze quickly shifted downward, landing on the length of the tree roots. The main root is 970 meters long, just a little more, and it won't take long to reach 1000 meters. With his current territory range, he can easily harvest 500 spirit energy points in an hour. Then capturing large numbers of mutated creatures later shouldn't be too much of a concern regarding spirit energy consumption. Solving the food issue might even be more troublesome than solving the spirit energy problem. Yifeng couldn't help but complain. This afternoon alone, the king cobra ate 500 pounds of meat just to barely feel full. So now Yifeng couldn't even count on this group of subordinates to capture mutated animals to increase his spiritual energy. If they could sustain themselves through hunting, he would already be thanking the heavens. And right now, it's only the king cobra. If other carnivorous mutated animals also reached the 3rd tier, he really wouldn't know how to feed them. Maybe I could have Qin Dalong send over a few hundred pounds of meat every day, Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. But he quickly abandoned this idea. 1 or 2 days might be fine, but if it were done every day, keeping it a secret would be far too difficult. Food issues still need to be resolved on our own. Since we're heading to the Dongling Mountains tomorrow, let's send them all out to look for food. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. Yifeng habitually opened the news and started reading. Nothing major has happened. The trending topics are nothing more than superhumans and the Eliminate the 4 Pests campaign. Apart from that, he opened the danger rankings and took a glance. His rank had risen again, now reaching 60th place. At this rate, it probably won't be long before he surpasses the mutated old locust tree. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he suddenly noticed a news article whose popularity was skyrocketing. The City Guard Department and 11 security companies launched joint operation to clear the Dongling Mountains. Seeing this news, Yifeng clicked on it and took a quick look, raising his eyebrows involuntarily. Oh, it's quite popular. In fact, the residents of Yang City have always paid close attention to the Dongling mountain range, because everyone knows that there are definitely many mutated creatures in the Dongling mountain range. Some have even estimated that the mutated creatures in the Dongling mountain range account for 80% of the total around Yang City. More importantly, most of the mutant creatures on the danger list have also fled into the mountains. It is precisely because of this that they were able to evade the hunts from the Mutation Management Bureau. With these factors in play, it's no surprise that this news quickly gained traction. Yifeng clicked on the comments and saw that many people agreed. Old bull pulling the cart. Finally, the day has come. I suggested earlier that we should sweep through the Eastern Ridge Mountains, otherwise, it would definitely become an even greater threat. East Street 13th Young Master. I'm a bit looking forward to seeing how many mutated creatures will be removed from the danger list after this operation. Eliminating the 4 pests plus clearing the Eastern Ridge Mountains, our Yang City should be able to enjoy some peace for a while. Of course, there are supporters, but naturally, there are also opposing voices. Delicious sausage. Clearing the Eastern Ridge Mountains. I don't oppose it. But why now? Shouldn't we be focusing all our efforts on eliminating the 4 pests? If there's so much free time, why not clear the sewers on my street instead? Forgotten. Exactly. One thing should be done properly. Don't go swinging a hoe here and a club there. I don't oppose the clearing operation, but I oppose doing it now. Yifeng glanced at the trending comments, then closed the webpage and looked at the group of mutated creatures in the valley. Go! Target the Eastern Ridge Mountains, confront the mutated creatures there, and show them who's stronger, Yifeng ordered. Immediately, the mutated creatures in Sunset Valley split into 2 teams. The ground forces were led by the mutated king cobra, followed by a big yellow dog, 5 mutated water buffaloes, a mutated porcupine, and mutated rats. As for the aerial forces, they are led by the mutated falcon, followed by the mutated black crow, mutated bat, mutated parrot, and mutated sparrow. It is worth mentioning that the aerial forces are much larger than the ground forces, because apart from the mutated falcon and mutated black crow, the rest have already gathered a group of subordinates. Even the mutated black crow bureau has seen its subordinates increase from a dozen to over 30, and it is estimated that in a few days, it will have gathered up to 100. Of course, due to the sheer size of the team, in order to avoid drawing attention, they need to travel to the destination in batches. While Yifeng began deploying troops, Chen Dalong, who was in Yangqing City, was also quite busy. At 6 a.m., he had already arrived at the company and started counting the personnel. After a night of deliberation, many had made their decisions, and 16 people from Quanglong Security Company chose to leave. To be honest, this was a bit beyond Chen Dalong's expectations. Originally, he thought the number of people leaving would be higher. Even if 20 or 30 people left, he wouldn't have been surprised. But now, with only 16 people leaving, he felt somewhat relieved. However, with so many people gone, even adding the 5 who were discharged from the hospital, they could only gather 55 people on their side. Fortunately, he had already contacted Supervisor Shaolin early in the morning and received some good news. After an entire afternoon of emergency recruitment yesterday, a total of 30 new members were recruited. The reason for such high efficiency is partly due to the strong promotion by the talent market. However, it is mostly because Chen Dalong offered a sufficiently high salary. Looking at the 75 people in front of him, including 20 logistics staff, Chen Dalong said loudly, "Everyone must already be clear about the mission we are going to carry out today. At the same time, we have recruited 30 new colleagues who will be arriving shortly. But even so, we are still 15 people short of the basic requirement of 100. Is there anyone from the logistics department willing to step up?" Chen Dalong spoke, his gaze shifting to the 20 logistics staff members standing nearby. These employees were not thugs. They were specifically recruited when he established the security company to build a complete company framework. These people usually wouldn't even fight, let alone battle mutated creatures. At this moment, upon hearing Chen Dalong's question, some averted their gaze, some stared at their toes. None of them made eye contact with Chen Dalong, and certainly, no one dared to step forward. Seeing this scene, Chen Dalong was not surprised. He spoke first, throwing out the first bait. "Everyone knows that the tasks our company will undertake in the future will be quite dangerous, so keeping the previous salary is no longer reasonable. From now on, the official security personnel in the company will be classified as combat personnel, with a monthly salary of 50,000. For those who demonstrate particularly outstanding combat abilities, such as Li Huaxing, Zhang Chenggang, Zhao Yon, and Qin Feng, their monthly salary will be increased to 100,000. His words were like dropping a heavy bomb in the room, causing everyone's breathing to become rapid. "Boss is mighty. Long live the boss." After coming to their senses, everyone immediately shouted excitedly. This time, their flattery was truly heartfelt. Chen Dalong waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down, then looked at the 20 logistics staff and asked, "Is anyone willing to become combat personnel?" This time, after a brief silence, 5 people stepped forward one after another. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chen Dalong's lips curled into a smile. This feeling of spending money is truly exhilarating. Of course, the premise is having a sufficiently thick wallet. There are still 10 people missing, so he immediately threw out the second bait. For this cleanup mission, before departure, everyone will receive a bonus of 10,000. For this operation, logistics staff can also temporarily join. At the same time, I promise you that you only need to act as drivers, no need to fight. Is anyone willing? This is equivalent to earning 10,000 just by tagging along. Although there is some risk, it's not significant. Almost as soon as Chen Dalong finished speaking, 12 people stood up in unison. Finally, Chen Dalong eliminated 2 relatively weak employees, making up the 100 people needed for this clearance operation. "Alright, it's about time. Everyone, head down and meet our new colleagues." Chen Dalong immediately led the group outside the company. At this moment, Shaolin was also quite dedicated, personally bringing 30 people over. Since both sides had already agreed on the time, when Chen Dalong's group arrived at the gate to welcome them, Shaolin also arrived just in time on a bus. "Supervisor Shaolin, I really appreciate you coming all the way here. This time, it's truly a big favor." Chen Dalong hurriedly stepped forward to express his gratitude. Shaolin rolled her eyes in annoyance. "If it weren't for the commotion caused by the cleanup operation in the Dongling Mountains, and my concern that my subordinates might mess things up, do you think I'd actually want to come here? Ha ha, if I manage to make a contribution this time, I'll definitely host a banquet to treat you to a meal afterward," Chen Dalong said with a hearty laugh. "Alright, here's the list. Take a look and see if there are any issues. If not, just sign this agreement, and they'll officially become your employees." Shaolin didn't respond to his remark but instead pulled out some documents and spoke in a businesslike manner. Chen Dalong immediately took it and turned to the page with the new employee statistics form. From here, one can assess their experience based on their previous work history. He merely glanced at it, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Shaolin's list of 30 people surprisingly includes as many as 15 veterans. As for the other 15, 10 of them have security experience. To be precise, they switched over from other security companies. The remaining 5 individuals also meet the physical standards and have practiced combat or shooting regularly. After briefly scanning through the list, he looked at Shaolin with some surprise. "Did you initially actually screen this list yourself? Are you mocking my professionalism? You have a guaranteed salary of at least 50,000 a month. Even if time is tight and you can't find people who are a perfect match, at least they shouldn't be too far off, right? Xiao Lin said irritably. I'm just too surprised. Although there are only 30 people here, I feel that with their addition, our company's combat capabilities will at least double, especially these two sharpshooters, Chen Daolong said with some emotion as he looked at the top two names on the list. These two individuals were specially marked. Their fixed target shooting at 100 meters consistently hit the bullseye. Although mutated animals in the wild are not fixed targets, Chen Daolong doesn't expect them to shoot from 100 meters away. As long as they can hit their target with every shot within 10 meters, to him, they are sharpshooters. Chen Daolong quickly skimmed through the document, signed his name with a few swift strokes, and handed it back, saying, I'll have to trouble you, Supervisor Xiao, to pay extra attention to the upcoming recruitment work. Xiao Lin took the document and nodded. Before getting into the car, she said, let me first wish you all success in this mission. Watching her graceful figure as she got into the car, Chen Daolong finally withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the 30 people standing in front of him. Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Daolong, the owner of Quanglong Security Company. I won't talk about anything superficial. For this mission, each person will receive a base bonus of 10,000. Those who perform exceptionally will get additional rewards. Now, the veterans whose names I call, step forward and take a gun. Lu Wenhua, Xia Guanzhong. Each time Chen Daolong called out a name, one person stepped forward. He planned to distribute firearms to 15 veterans. The 5 with the best marksmanship would use field automatic rifles, while the other 10 would use shotguns. As for the remaining 5 field automatic rifles, naturally, they were for him and his 4 trusted subordinates, one for each. Sigh, the gun hasn't even warmed up, and now I have to hand it over. Red Hair reluctantly handed over the shotgun in his hand. Little Knife, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, alright, we all know each other here. You know exactly how good your shooting skills are. Didn't you hear? These are all veterans. Handing over the guns is undoubtedly the best choice. Coming back safely is what matters most. The conversation between the two was also the thought shared by most of the gang members. Upon learning that Chen Daolong had recruited so many veterans, many people felt reassured. Thus, the atmosphere in the scene quickly shifted from serious to relaxed. Chen Daolong naturally noticed this, but he understood even more clearly that if they truly encountered a mutated creature from the danger list, even with 15 veterans present, it might not be effective. Although they could most likely kill the mutated creature, how many people on their side would die was hard to say. Thinking of this, he nervously took out his phone and began editing a message. Lord Parrot, we are ready to set off. Not long after, a text message was sent back. Got it. Lord Dragon King has already dispatched 15 envoys to the Eastern Ridge Mountains. Rest assured. Chen Daolong read the text message 3 times in total, and his heart immediately settled. Truly worthy of being Lord Dragon King, having as many as 15 envoys under his command. I really want to see their grandeur. Soon, the firearms were distributed, and the equipment was fully donned. Chen Daolong said spiritedly, get in the car, let's go. Suddenly, a fleet of 10 trucks drove away from the company. These trucks were all prepared to transport mutated plants. According to Parrot Lord's instructions, the quantity must be sufficient. He planned to bring back 10 tons of wood in one go. North District, Tianhe Square. At this moment, more than 2,000 people had gathered densely in the square. Even though the crowd here was very dense, everything was orderly, divided into 2 groups. One group was naturally the city guard, all of them soldiers, whose mere presence exuded a sense of oppression. And the other part naturally consists of members from various security companies. They form individual groups and are scattered across different areas of the square. Chen Daolong's Quanglong Security Company arrived relatively late, and when they showed up, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Not for any other reason, but simply because they had driven over with a total of 10 trucks. Someone immediately laughed and said, I say, which security company are they from? Bringing 10 trucks over, isn't that hilarious? Someone else joked, maybe they're planning to handle the logistics. We hunt the mutated creatures, and they help with the transport. However, as soon as the people got out of the vehicles, the joking voices instantly diminished significantly, because they saw a total of 20 rifles, and 10 of them were field automatic rifles. Such a configuration was no longer considered weak among security companies, especially when they saw those armed individuals, standing upright after getting out of the vehicle, exuding an air of sternness and killing intent. Anyone with a bit of discernment could tell that these were very likely veterans. The effectiveness of firearms in the hands of these people is far beyond what ordinary security personnel can achieve. After getting out of the vehicle, Chen Daolong surveyed the surroundings briefly and then directly led his team to the temporary camp set up by the city's defense department to report in. When Chen Daolong arrived at the reporting station, he saw that the person sitting there was actually an officer wearing a major's insignia. His heart immediately tightened, and he quickly said respectfully, reporting, Sir, I am Chen Daolong, the owner of Quanglong Security Company, here to report. Oh, you are are Chen Dalong? Zhang Ji, who was sitting in his seat, immediately looked up and sized him up upon hearing the name. Sir, do you know me? Chen Dalong asked with some confusion. Sort of. One of my subordinates, Li Yongming, specifically called me to mention you, saying you're quite talented, Zhang Ji said with a smile. Li Yongming had said that the person in front of him was very likely an esper, so how could he not have a deep impression? Li Yongming? Chen Dalong was completely puzzled. When you submitted the mutated wild boar carcass yesterday, you saw him, Zhang Ji reminded. At this moment, Chen Dalong also remembered that yesterday, beside Director Xiao Hua, there was indeed an officer accompanying him. That must have been the person. But he had only met the man once. Why would they say he's talented? Is killing a mutant wild boar really that influential? While Chen Dalong was still pondering over this matter, Zhang Ji continued, I have high hopes for you as well. I hope to see more of your performance this time. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me directly. The next chapter is not finished yet. It will be updated later. Hearing Zhang Ji's straightforward words, Chen Dalong was a bit stunned. He couldn't understand why the other party thought so highly of him. But no matter what, this is undoubtedly a good thing for him. Chen Dalong immediately said with a beaming smile, thank you for your trust, officer. Our security company will definitely go all out in this operation to assist the city defense department in solving problems. Then I look forward to it, Zhang Jio said with interest. Chen Dalong originally intended to say a few polite words, but unexpectedly, the other party seemed to take them seriously, making him feel like slapping himself. He gave a dry laugh, exchanged a couple more pleasantries, and then left the tent. Returning to the square, he glanced around and then led his team toward the security company. This was his first time participating in such an operation, so Chen Dalong planned to find someone experienced to understand the situation. Chen Dalong's gaze swept around, and when it passed over a certain corner of the square, his eyes suddenly froze. Although he had never interacted with other peers, he had at least reviewed the information and could recognize the bosses of other companies. At this moment, several bosses were standing in that corner, whispering about something. Chen Dalong immediately signaled the others behind him to stop, and he walked over alone. Hello everyone, I am Chen Dalong, the boss of Quanglong Security Company. It's a pleasure to meet all of you seniors, Chen Dalong said with a cheerful smile as he introduced himself. However, it would have been better if he hadn't spoken. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately noticed that the majority of people here were looking at him with unfriendly eyes. This left Chen Dalong a bit puzzled. Did he say something wrong? But he had one advantage, and that was his thick skin. After glancing around, he immediately walked toward the person ranked first, Wu Koen, the boss of Starshield Security Company. Boss Wu, I have truly admired you for a long time. You are the benchmark of our security industry. Chen Dalong walked over with a cheerful smile, extending both hands. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, yet this boss Wu Koen merely snorted coldly. I wouldn't dare to be a role model. Saying this, he walked away, leaving Chen Dalong's outstretched hand slightly frozen in midair. But as always, his thick skin came to the rescue. He rubbed his hands together as if nothing had happened and walked toward the other side. Standing there were Lu Guang, the CEO of the second-ranked Leopard Security Company, and Song Yuanlin of the third-ranked Yanhuang Security Company. Hello, both bosses. Before Chen Dalong could finish his sentence, Lu Guang interrupted. Boss Chen, your company truly lives up to the name Quanglong. Companies like ours can't afford to associate with you. Please feel free. As he spoke, he turned to Song Yuanlin beside him. Old Song, let's continue our discussion over there. Cooperation is not an issue, but there are a few details I think we need to negotiate further. Watching the two leave, even if Chen Dalong were slow to react, he could still understand that something must have gone wrong. But he really couldn't understand. His Wild Dragon Security Company could strictly be considered a fledgling company, hardly a threat at all. Why would these security companies band together to boycott him? Could it really be because of the company's name? Just as Chen Dalong was racking his brains, someone quietly approached him. Hello, Boss Chen, I've heard so much about you. Seeing that someone was finally paying attention to him, Chen Dalong quickly looked over and said with a smile, hello, I've heard so much about you. As he said this, he sized up the other person and quickly recognized that the man before him could truly be considered a celebrity. He was Qin Yaowen, the owner of Obsidian Security Company. Half a month ago, Obsidian Security Company was still ranked among the top 3 security firms, but during a material transport mission, they were successively attacked by 2 creatures listed on the danger rankings. In the end, not only did the mission fail, but the death toll exceeded 50 people. There were even rumors later that Obsidian Security Company was on the verge of bankruptcy. That incident caused a sensation in Yang City, trending on social media for several consecutive days. So don't even mention these security companies. Even a few people who follow current events would probably recognize this person in front of them. Hee, are you curious why they're all targeting you? Qin Yaowen said with a smile. Yes, I kindly ask Boss Qin to enlighten me. Chen Dalong immediately nodded and inquired. Isn't it because of your big move yesterday, Boss Chen? A minimum salary of 50,000 a month. My people are all thinking about jumping ship to to your company. Xin Yaowen said with a grin. Chen Dalong suddenly realized this can't be. I'm just earning a bit more. Is it really that big of a deal? Besides, can't they just raise their pay too? Hearing Chen Dalong say this, Xin Yaowen looked him up and down before finally saying, Boss Chen, you haven't calculated the costs, have you? I have. The costs aren't that high, right? A security company with 100 people, 50,000 per person, that's just 5 million a month. Even if we recruit more people, I feel the salaries can be controlled within 10 million. That's not too much, right? It's just the matter of 2 or 3 tasks. Chen Dalong looked at the other party with some confusion. Xin Yaowen was truly speechless. You can't calculate everything based on the task going smoothly. Think about it, if you're attacked by powerful mutant creatures, causing casualties, the medical expenses cost money, right? For those who die, you have to pay compensation, and there's also the wear and tear on guns and ammunition, which you need to account for. Finally, even if you manage to fend off the mutant creatures, the damaged goods during the process are also a shared responsibility, requiring compensation to the logistics company at a certain rate. So sometimes, after completing a task, you barely make any money, and that's assuming the task is successfully completed. If the task cannot be completed, or even suffers significant losses, take my advice. Unless you can ensure that every task is successfully completed, you should still be cautious about company expenses. Chen Dalong pulled out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Brother, the things you said earlier made me feel uneasy, but hearing your last sentence instantly put me at ease. You're right, as long as the task can be successfully completed, then there's no problem. With the support of the Dragon King, he truly has plenty of confidence in this regard. Xin Yaowen, is that what he meant? Ahem. Boss Chen, what boldness. In that case, how about we collaborate on the upcoming cleanup mission? Xin Yaowen cleared his throat lightly and spoke directly without beating around the bush. Chen Dalong knew that the other party had said so much, even revealing information to curry favor, all of which was just a prelude. The real show was finally about to begin. I love doing business through cooperation the most. I just wonder what kind of cooperation you're referring to, he asked with a laugh. Xin Yaowen did not answer immediately but instead asked in return, Brother Chen, do you know why the military suddenly wants to clear out Yunyang Highway? Hearing this, Chen Dalong's spirit was instantly invigorated, and his gaze seemed to sharpen. Last night, one of the tasks entrusted to him by Lord Parrot was to figure out the military's sudden operation to clear Yunyang Highway. Seeing some comments about supporting characters having too much screen time, I thought about it and will switch perspectives in the later chapters. However, for now, Chen Dalong is the only window through which Yifeng influences human society, so this part of the storyline definitely needs to be emphasized. Only when the crisis erupts later and Yifeng collaborates with the military will his screen time decrease. Xin Yaowen felt that the Chen Dalong in front of him suddenly seemed to exude a sense of pressure. Chen Dalong quickly adjusted his mindset, restrained his aura, and his smile became a bit more sincere. Brother Qin, this matter puzzled me all night. I hope you can enlighten me. Xin Yaowen thought he was imagining things and didn't dwell on it. He directly said, Red Star Technology, you've heard of it, right? Of course, I've heard of it, Chen Dalong nodded and said. One of the top tech companies. It's said that they have quite a few collaborative projects with the military, and some of the new weaponry and equipment were developed by their company. Yes, this time it's related to them as well. In 2030, Red Star Technology had already developed exoskeleton equipment capable of carrying a ton of weight, and by 2040, they completed the research and development of powered armor. But for some reason, these pieces of equipment have never been put into production. Some speculate that they're holding back for something big, aiming to directly create mechas. Now, Red Star Technology is finally ready to begin large-scale production of military exoskeletons. If everything goes smoothly, they will also build a production line for powered armor in the future. Initially, Red Star Technology planned to construct the factory in the downtown area of Yunshi City. But you know how expensive the land prices are in the downtown area of Yunshi City. The government of Yunshi City negotiated with Red Star Technology, hoping they would build the factory in the suburbs. But you are also aware of the current environment. The suburbs are definitely not as safe as the city center. Our city leaders seized this opportunity to take the initiative and got in touch with Hongqing Technology. It's said that the deal has already been finalized. By then, both the Central Park in Yang City and the neighboring stadium will be demolished to make way for Hongqing Technology's factory construction. At the same time, Hongqing Technology's branch in Yun City will also be relocated here. To ensure safety, it's naturally necessary to thoroughly clean up the area around the Yunyang Highway. Xin Yaowen explained the situation in detail. Chen Dalong was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, astonished by Yang City's government's bold move. But there was no doubt that this was an absolutely worthwhile deal. Such a large enterprise investing in Yang City to boost the economy is secondary. The main point is that Red Star Technology's production of military-grade exoskeleton devices will allow them to take advantage of proximity and gain priority in purchasing. Brother Qin, does this matter you mentioned have anything to do with our collaboration? Chen Dalong asked after digesting the information. Of course it does. Red Star Technology plans to move its branch to Yan City. Although it's just a branch, given the scale of Red Star Technology, this is undoubtedly a major project. It won't be completed in less than a month, and they'll need a security company to escort their goods during the move, won't they? I've heard that Red Star Technology has already sent a representative to observe our current clearing operation. The purpose is to select the best security company and sign a long-term contract worth over $100 million. Although the escort tasks we usually handle range from $1 to $2 million at the low end to $4 to $5 million at the high end, it seems roughly the same. But the problem is, even the top 3 security companies don't get tasks every day. Take the top-ranked Star Shield Security Company, for example. From what I understand, their total revenue last month was about $61 million. After deducting various expenses and costs, they'd be lucky to have $30 million left. But if Red Star Technology can secure this major deal, it could easily earn $70 to $80 million in just a month. More importantly, building a good relationship with Red Star Technology might lead to acquiring some advanced weaponry and equipment from them in the future. That's why this time, all the major security companies are envious. Starshield Security Company is the most likely to get this opportunity, but that doesn't mean other companies have no chance. If we collaborate, we might be able to secure it. What do you think, Brother Chen? If our 2 companies work together, we might just make it happen. Xin Yaowen invited once again. Although the top 3 security companies basically own more than 50 automatic rifles. However, Xin Yaowen's Obsidian Security Company owns 30 firearms, and Chen Dalong also has 20 firearms. Moreover, those holding firearms are all veterans. Together, they are not at all inferior to the top 3 security companies. Chen Dalong did not answer immediately but, after a brief consideration, asked, "From what I understand, the rules don't seem to include a team-up option. The mutated creatures we hunt are counted separately, so how do we cooperate?" Xin Yaowen immediately said, "That's simple. You hand over the mutated creatures you kill to our Obsidian Security Company, and I'll handle the delivery on my end. Of course, your military merit points won't be reduced. If you plan to use the points to purchase any firearms, just let me know, and I'll get them for you directly." Chen Dalong almost laughed in exasperation after hearing this. "Sorry, I don't want firearms. What I need is to use the points to advance my military rank." Hearing this, Xin Yaowen sighed lightly in his heart, knowing the other party was also a perceptive person. To be promoted in rank, you need 500 military merit points. You're probably still far from that, right? This mission definitely won't be enough to reach it. It'd be more practical to use the points to buy firearms and enhance overall strength. Once your strength improves, it'll be easier to earn military merit points in the future, won't it? Xin Yaowen tried hard to persuade. "Really? But I don't think 500 military merit points is a lot. For this clearing mission, I'm aiming to be promoted to honorary lieutenant. For me, this is even more important than securing a long-term contract with Red Star Technology." Chen Dalong immediately stated his stance. Hearing this, Xin Yaowen was left speechless. He truly couldn't understand where the other's confidence came from. But the conversation had reached this point, so it could basically be considered as having fallen apart. "Alright then, I hope you think it over carefully. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime," Xin Yaowen said finally. Same to you," Chen Dalong replied as well. After the conversation, Chen Dalong didn't stay there any longer. He returned to the team while taking out his phone to start sending messages. On the other side, Yifeng, possessing the mutated parrot, did not follow the aerial formation but stood atop the King Cobra, moving forward leisurely. Of course, the leisurely pace here is relative, as the mutated King Cobra maintained a straight line speed of 30 km per hour. It is estimated that in a few more minutes, they will enter the range of the Dongdaling Mountains. At this moment, Yifeng felt the phone vibrate under his paw. Using a rather awkward posture, he grabbed the phone with his paw and started flipping through it. Soon, his eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. Military exoskeleton? Powered armor? It must be said, these things indeed made Yifeng somewhat vigilant. The military exoskeleton was easier to deal with, although it could significantly enhance a soldier's combat capabilities. But the drawback is also quite obvious, which is that it doesn't provide any improvement in defense. At least, his group of subordinates can easily handle it. However, power armor is different. That thing can provide all-around protection, and once heavy weapons are mounted on it, it becomes a battlefield harvesting machine. Even with a group of powerful subordinates, one must not become arrogant and complacent, Yifeng silently reminded himself. At the same time, he picked up his phone and called Chen Dalong back. After Yifeng dialed the phone, it was quickly answered after just one ring. "Lord Parrot, please let me know if you have any instructions." Chen Dalong's respectful voice came through the receiver. "How much longer until you depart?" Yifeng asked. "Almost there. A total of 15 security companies have signed up to participate in this cleanup operation. 13 have already arrived, and the last 2 are on their way. They should be ready to depart within 10 minutes, Chen Dalong immediately replied. "Alright, I'm about to reach the Dongdaling Mountains. I'll go in first to scout the area. You should ask the military about the specific specifics of how military merits are exchanged for killing mutant creatures. Once that's clarified, I can plan the cleanup route for you to maximize your acquisition of military merits, Yifeng said.
Thank you, Lord Parrot.
I'll go ask right away, Chen Dalong said eagerly.
Yifeng nodded.
As he was about to hang up the phone, Chen Dalong's somewhat apprehensive voice came through. Lord Parrot, will the production of military exoskeletons pose a threat to Lord Dragon King? Hearing this question, Yifeng's first thought was that the other party was just putting on a show, expressing some concern, much like most subordinates do toward their superiors. However, the other party's nervous and uneasy tone did not seem fake, which instantly reminded Yifeng of the effect of the captive ability. He opened the side panel and took a glance. Chen Dalong's loyalty had unknowingly been raised to 73% by him.
100% loyalty means unconditional dedication of one's life.
Based on Chen Dalong's reaction now, it can basically be determined that reaching 70% loyalty would make someone genuinely consider things from his perspective.
What are the manifestations when loyalty reaches 80% and 90%?
This inevitably sparked a bit of curiosity in Yifeng. As these things are hard to reflect in animals, they basically follow orders without question.
Yifeng was momentarily lost in thought until Chen Dalong's voice came through again. Lord Parrot, can you hear me? Is the signal bad?
Don't worry, you don't need to be concerned about the military exoskeleton. That thing still can't threaten Lord Dragon King. Just focus on your work, Yifeng said before hanging up the phone.
Soon, Chen Dalong sent a text message.
Yifeng opened it and took a glance, immediately showing an expression of just as expected. Although the military agreed that hunting mutated creatures would earn military merits,
trying to exploit loopholes by killing those weak mutated creatures to gain merits is impossible.
For example, in the wild, the most common creatures are mutated ants and mutated bees. Take mutated ants, for instance, you actually need to kill 200 of them to earn 1 point of military merit. As for mutated bees, since they are relatively harder to kill, you only need to kill 100 of them to earn 1 point of military merit. Clearly, relying on killing weak mutated creatures to farm military merit is no easy task. If the number of mutant ants is small, they are easy to kill, but the military merits are also few.
Of course, you can also look for ant nests,
but now each mutant ant is the size of a ping pong ball, and the ant nests in the wild are like small hills. If you really poke an ant nest, when thousands upon thousands of mutant ants swarm out, describing it as overwhelming would not be an exaggeration. At that point, the roles of hunter and prey might just be completely reversed. Of course, you could try firepower coverage, directly using howitzers and grenades for saturation bombing, which would certainly wipe out an ant nest, but the consumption would be terrifying. Moreover, even if you killed 10,000 mutant ants, you'd only get about 50 military merit points, and that's assuming you could recover the mutant ant corpses after the bombing.
It's completely not worth it.
Therefore, the military set such exchange conditions, clearly intending to encourage these mercenary groups to hunt truly dangerous large mutant creatures.
Here is another standard. Killing a basketball-sized mutant creature earns 1 military merit point.
The larger the size, the more military merit points are awarded.
Additionally, killing flying mutant creatures, due to the increased difficulty, will be considered for additional military merit points.
Finally, killing creatures with mutation levels far exceeding their kind can also significantly increase military merit points. When he saw the last item, Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems the military has also learned about the concept of first-tier and second-tier mutant creatures.
Mutations far exceeding those of their kind basically refer to second-tier mutant creatures.
As for third-tier mutant creatures, they are still extremely rare at this stage. According to these listed conditions, earning military merit points isn't easy at all.
Yifeng couldn't help but mutter.
Ordinary mutant insects rarely grow to the size of a basketball, so the target can only be set on those mutant animals. But even in the wild, relatively easy to find mutant snakes don't have overly exaggerated sizes at the first tier. It's likely that when coiled up, they're only about the size of 2 or 3 basketballs, and killing one only earns 2 or 3 military merit points, far too few. Yifeng's goal is to help Chen Dalong accumulate 1,500 merit points, allowing him to skip 2 ranks and be promoted directly from second lieutenant to captain.
It seems I still need to look for second-tier mutant creatures.
Of course, he actually has a way to exploit a bug.
Find an ant nest and have a third-tier mutant king cobra unleash its aura with full force to intimidate.
Under the circumstance of surpassing 2 full levels, the mutated king cobra can directly stun those mutated ants solely through intimidation.
At that time, Chen Dalong can simply go and collect the corpses.
But doing so, Chen Dalong would have no way to explain it. One thought after another flashed through Yifeng's mind, but he dismissed them. In the end, he decided to first go and see what was really happening before making a decision. Soon, Yifeng arrived at the Dongling mountain range and ordered the mutated king cobra to stay in place. Then his possession state kept switching between the mutated bat, the mutated black crow, and the 2 mutated sparrows. Very quickly, one by one, mutated creatures larger than a basketball were discovered by him. Each time he discovered one, he would switch his possession state back to the mutated mutated parrot, then opened the phone map and marked the discovered locations on it. He really didn't believe that earning some military merits could stop him. While Yifeng was making plans, the crowd at Tianhe Square had finally gathered. With a command from Captain Zhang Ji, the mighty team finally set off. At this moment, he sat in the command vehicle, pinched the bridge of his nose, and asked the adjutant beside him, "Once the headcount from the security company is completed, report immediately. Also, pass down the order for all battalion commanders to come over and discuss the battle plan." Upon hearing Zhang Ji's words, the adjutant Zhao Zhong pressed the communicator to notify the other battalion commanders to come over while picking up the file beside him.
"Commander Zhang, the statistics are ready.
15 security companies have sent a total of 1,850 people, but the number of firearms they brought only adds up to 230, and most of them are just ordinary hunting rifles.
Their combat capability."
Zhao Zhong did not continue speaking, but everyone understood what he meant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ji did not say anything, but a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting nearby couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly.
"Commander Zhang, this won't delay our subsequent relocation plans, will it?"
He is Sha Weiping, the representative of Red Star Technology, and his words carry considerable weight.
Comrade Sha, you can rest assured.
As for the personnel of these security companies, their combat effectiveness cannot simply be judged by their paper strength. I won't deny that if these 1,800 plus people were brought to the battlefield with their current equipment, they might not even match 180 regular soldiers.
But if they're here to clear out mutated creatures, that's a different story.
The heavy burden will definitely fall on our 6th Regiment. Calling them here is mainly to deal with those mutated insects.
Shooting those little gadgets, firing shots, might not be as effective as the big knives in their hands.
Sometimes, battles can also be fought using the Tianji horse racing strategy, Zhang Ji explained with a smile. At the same time, he cast a deep glance at Zhao Zhong. Zhao Zhong immediately lowered his head, knowing he had misspoken.
Upon hearing Zhang Ji's explanation, Sha Weiping's furrowed brows relaxed.
He only hoped everything would go smoothly. As the two conversed, one company commander after another arrived at the command vehicle. These captains were actually former battalion commanders with rich combat experience. Zhang Ji didn't need to say much and directly started arranging tactics.
10 minutes later, the massive convoy left Yang City and drove onto the Yunnan Highway. Now, there were basically no vehicles on the roads outside the city. Even on ordinary roads, they could achieve highway speeds.
In just 5 minutes, the Dongling mountain range was already in sight. At this moment, the military vehicle leading the convoy began to slow down and stop. Chen Dalong quickly signaled the team to stop as well.
Soon, he saw a messenger trotting over and loudly asking, "Who is the person in charge of the Quanglong Security Company?" "Hello, comrade. I am the company boss. May I ask what the matter is?"
Chen Dalong immediately got out of the car and inquired.
"Take these items. These 3 signal flares are for you to use to call for help and pinpoint your location in case of danger.
And this is a military communicator, which can be used stably even in the mountains and can directly connect to our temporary command post. Store these items properly, then come with me to the command vehicle for a brief meeting." The soldiers spoke while handing the items to Chen Dalong. Chen Dalong immediately handed the items to Li Huoxing, then followed the messenger towards the command vehicle. When he arrived, almost all the other security company bosses were already present. At this moment, the armored panel on the side of the command vehicle opened, revealing the display screen inside, showing an aerial view of the Dongling mountain range. Once Zhang Ji and the others were gathered, he directly said, "To keep it brief, the Yunyang Highway runs through this section of the Dongling mountain range, spanning a total of 30 kilometers. We only have 1 day for the cleanup operation, to be precise, about 12 hours.
Time is tight and the task is heavy, so we will directly split into 3 teams next."
At this point, Zhang Ji picked up a signal pen and drew 3 circles on the screen. Each team will be responsible for one area, roughly a 10-kilometer route. When the operation begins, our military will conduct an initial cleanup. You will follow behind, and safety should be ensured. Upon hearing this, Chen Dalong immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Report."
"What is it?" Zhang Ji stopped his explanation and asked.
"Sir, I don't want to follow behind the military personnel. I'm here for this cleanup mission to earn military merits, not to just go through the motions," Chen Dalong said bluntly. The other security company bosses looked at Chen Dalong speechlessly. Although some of them thought the same in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to say it outright in such a setting. They were all waiting to see a joke, but unexpectedly, Zhang Ji did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "This is certainly possible, but it will be very dangerous. Being far from the team means you won't be able to receive immediate assistance if you encounter danger, so just make sure you understand the consequences." Although Zhang Ji was the team leader, he had never interacted with other ability users before, and he was quite looking forward to Chen Dalong's performance. Next, Zhang Ji explained the precautions while drawing the clearing route on the map.
"Alright, that's roughly the plan.
If there are any questions, you can raise them now," Zhang Ji said. Seeing no one speak, he continued, "Alright then, in that case, everyone pick a cleanup area. There are 15 security companies in total, so each area will have 5 companies. As soon as Zhang Ji finished speaking, Chen Daolong immediately said, "I'll choose the central area." Earlier, he had already received the map sent by Lord Parrot. The central area had the most mutated creatures, and of course, it was also the most dangerous. Seeing Chen Daolong take the lead in speaking, the other bosses naturally refused to be outdone and spoke up one after another, especially those eager to make a big move. All wanted to squeeze into the central area. However, there were only 5 spots in one area. In the end, Zhang Ji, based on the strength of these companies, assigned the top 3 Star Shield, Cheetah, and Yanhuang to the central area.
The last spot was snatched by Qin Yaowen's Black Obsidian Company.
As for the remaining companies, although somewhat unwilling, they could only be assigned to the front and rear areas.
With the teams allocated, the convoy was directly split into 3.
Soon, the teams continued moving forward and before long officially entered the range of the Dongling Mountains. Upon reaching this point, the rear team stopped and prepared to begin the cleanup operation. The remaining 2 teams continued to move forward. After about 10 more minutes, when they reached the central area of the Dongling Mountains, the team led by Chen Daolong also stopped. Their team was the largest. In the front and rear areas, the military had only arranged 300-man squads. However, in the central area here, there are 400-man battalions, and even Zhang Ji, the regiment commander, is personally stationed here. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Zhang Ji's voice sounded through the communicator, "All combat battalions, proceed according to the plan. The security company can follow or act independently."
"Roger, Roger."
The communicator immediately echoed with the voices of the other team captains.
Chen Daolong quickly chimed in, "Understood."
Then, without delay, he gathered all the company's combat personnel. Before long, 85 combat personnel had gathered. As for the 15 logistics staff brought in to make up the numbers, Chen Daolong followed through on what he had said earlier, instructing them to stay in the vehicles. Later, they would serve as drivers. "Everyone, I've already said what needed to be said earlier.
As long as you achieve merit, I won't be stingy with rewards. Now, you have 3 minutes to check whether your equipment is complete, and then we set off," Chen Daolong said loudly.
"Yes," everyone responded in unison. At this moment, it wasn't just the Mad Dragon Security Company taking action. The other security companies also began to move one after another. Of course, the fastest was still the City Guard Squad. Following their pre-planned action routes, they directly entered the dense forest on both sides of the highway. Each soldier was so well trained, moving swiftly yet completely silently.
After entering the dense forest, they spread out directly.
It seemed disorganized, but in fact, everyone was able to provide mutual cover. At the same time, one rotor drone after another took to the skies, clearly adopting a coordinated combat mode. This scene made Chen Daolong envious, wondering when his group of subordinates could be trained to such a level of proficiency.
But at that moment, a large swarm of mutated bats flew out from the mountains and forests, then swept over their heads.
One by one, the drones flying in the air began to fall. "Boss, it seems like there's some trouble on the military side.
Shouldn't we wait?"
At this moment, one of the sharpshooters, Lu Wenhua, couldn't help but speak up. He felt that his boss was really a bit reckless.
Didn't he notice that the military had also stopped? This area should be the territory of that bat swarm. They attack anything that flies.
"It's nothing unusual, we've encountered this before," Chen Daolong said indifferently.
He truly didn't care. Even without much thought, it was obvious that the bat envoy had made a move.
The purpose should be to cover the whereabouts of other envoys, preventing them from being detected. And Chen Daolong's words immediately gained the approval of Li Huoxing and the others. That's indeed the case.
These mutant bats have a strong desire to attack. Yesterday, when we sent out a drone to Sunset Valley, it was instantly taken down by the mutant bats. Li Huoxing spoke to explain to the others, reassuring them.
After all, most of the employees here are facing mutated creatures for the first time.
Lu Wenhua was momentarily at a loss for words.
His previous combat experience told him that this matter didn't seem so simple. He gritted his teeth, wanting to speak up to dissuade further, but suddenly his pupils shrank sharply, and he hurriedly shouted, "Watch out!" At this moment, Chen Daolong had already reached the roadside, and from a tree just 5 meters away from him, a dark shadow leaped down at an extremely fast speed, attacking straight at Chen Daolong's face. With the speed displayed by that shadow, an ordinary person probably wouldn't be able to react even if they saw it. What's more, at that moment, Chen Daolong happened to be looking in the other direction. But in the next instant, a flash of a blade cut through, and the shadow was directly split in two.
Throughout the entire process, Chen Daolong didn't even turn his head.
Only after killing it did Chen Daolong lower his head to take a look.
TSK. Turns out it's a mutated woodpecker. That beak is really long and sharp.
I told you all to stop dawdling.
Pack this thing up and hurry up. Time is tight.
He shouted to the people behind him, then walked straight into the forest without looking back. Lu Wenhua was almost wide-eyed at the scene. This reaction speed could probably rival that of the elite members of the Special Forces. Even for members of the Special Forces, they would have to hold their breath and focus to achieve what just happened. It's absolutely impossible to do it as effortlessly as Chen Daolong did. did. Old Xia, am I seeing things? He asked the sharpshooter Xie Guanzhong beside him. The two of them used to be comrades in arms. It was Xie Guanzhong who first saw the recruitment information yesterday and then brought him along. Xie Guanzhong had not yet spoken when Li Huoxing beside him said first, "Alright, hurry up and catch up. Yesterday, our boss even killed a mutated wild boar ranked in the top 30 of the danger list. This is nothing." After saying that, he followed Zhang Chenggang and the others. In fact, for those who returned alive from Sunset Valley yesterday, the scene before them was already nothing out of the ordinary. After Qin Dalong killed the mutated wild boar, he demonstrated this ability to see in all directions and hear everything while leading them through the dense forest. What's more, they also learned about Qin Dalong's identity as an ability user, which made it even less surprising. Hearing Li Huoxing's words and then looking at the corpse of the mutated woodpecker on the ground, Lu Wenhua and the other new members instantly refreshed their impression of the boss in front of them. For Qin Dalong, this was just an insignificant little episode. At this moment, he was wearing a Bluetooth headset and talking on the phone with Lord Parrot. About 50 meters ahead in the 2 o'clock direction, there's a mutated chameleon hidden among the pile of rocks. Judging by its size, it should be worth 4 military merit points. Chen Dalong responded softly, immediately changing direction and heading toward the pile of rocks mentioned by Lord Parrot. During this process, he kept an eye on the surroundings, ready to kill any reckless mutant insects. This instinct for danger had been with him ever since he became an evolver. Unfortunately, in such a short time, he hadn't yet learned the technique Lord Parrot mentioned, releasing his own aura for intimidation, which would have made things much easier. As he advanced, one mutated insect after another appeared, leaping out to attack. Mutated crickets, mutated beetles, mutated dragonflies, mutated stick insects, mutated termites, and even many mutated insects that Qin Dalong couldn't recognize. Of course, after these mutated insects appeared, their fate was always the same, either being sliced in half by Qin Dalong or kicked to death. With him clearing the way at the front, the team's progress was incredibly fast. The people behind hardly had to worry about anything, they just needed to follow Qin Dalong and pick up the corpses. The employees of the security company were naturally excited to see their boss being so fierce. However, Lu Wenhua and the other veterans grew increasingly silent and puzzled as they watched. They could tell that Qin Dalong had not undergone any professional training. His ability to effortlessly deal with these mutated creatures relied entirely on an extraordinary physical condition that defied common sense. Just as various thoughts were surfacing in everyone's minds, Qin Dalong, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Everyone noticed that Qin Dalong had stopped and immediately became alert, quickly looking around. "Boss, what's wrong?" Li Huoxing asked in a low voice. Qin Dalong did not answer but gestured to Lu Wenhua and Xie Guanzhong on the other side, then pointed to the pile of rubble ahead. He had already spotted the mutated chameleon, whose body length reached 1 meter, lying there like a silent hunter. Although Qin Dalong is confident that he can handle it himself if he does everything on his own, what's the point of recruiting so many subordinates? Now is the best time to test them. Seeing Qin Dalong's gesture, Lu Wenhua and Xie Guanzhong immediately looked in that direction. Both of them were former snipers, with exceptionally sharp eyesight, and after being alerted, they spotted the target almost instantly. They raised their guns in perfect unison, without any visible aiming movements, and then 2 gunshots rang out. Then, the chameleon in the distance had 2 bloody holes appear on its head, dead beyond any chance of survival. From the moment they spotted the target to the moment they killed it, the entire process took no more than 1 second. Good. Qin Dalong couldn't help but clap and cheer. He felt the 100,000 yuan was well worth it. If they had these 2 people yesterday when encountering the mutant wild boar, or even just one of them, they could have killed that mutant wild boar. At this moment, the other members of the security company finally reacted and started showering flattery. "Amazing, truly worthy of being a sharpshooter. I didn't even have time to react, and that thing was already taken down. With the boss being unbeatable in close combat and 2 sharpshooters holding the fort from afar, our company is on the rise." Listening to everyone's praise, Lu Wenhua and Xie Guanzhong both felt a bit embarrassed. They were only about 15 or 16 meters away from the pile of rubble, and it was estimated that any sniper could hit the target with 100% accuracy. "Good shot, I'll credit you for this achievement," Qin Dalong said with a gentle smile. Then he arranged for someone to carry the corpse of the mutated lizard and continued moving forward. At this moment, the voice of the mutated parrot came through his Bluetooth headset once again. "At the 10 o'clock direction, move forward 70 meters, and you'll see a giant boulder. Go around it, and there are 3 mutated king cobras. Be careful when killing them. Don't get bitten, or with your physical condition, you won't withstand the
the venom. Hearing the instructions, Chen Daolong instinctively lifted his leg and turned to head in that direction. However, upon hearing that the target to be killed was mutated king cobras, he stumbled and almost fell. He quickly steadied himself, discreetly removed the Bluetooth earpiece, brought it to his mouth, and asked in an extremely soft voice, "Lord Parrot, are you asking me to kill king cobras?" "Yeah. Is there a problem?" the mutant parrot asked. "No, that Lord Dragon King, it." Chen Daolong was a bit anxious and didn't know how to express himself for a moment. The mutant parrot chuckled and asked in a slightly teasing tone, "What? When you see other mutant parrots, do you also respectfully address them as Lord Parrot?" No, it's just that." Chen Daolong was at a loss for words. Lord Dragon King is the reincarnation of a true dragon. You must not compare these ordinary king cobras to Lord Dragon King. Otherwise, if he hears this, Lord Dragon King will truly be angry. So you can rest assured and go ahead to kill them. Not just the king cobras, but even the same species of other envoys as well. With my command, you can boldly go and kill them. The mutated parrot spoke with a serious tone, showing no hint of joking. Hearing the other party's confirmation once again, Chen Daolong no longer hesitated and immediately led the group toward the location of the mutated king cobra. What happened next was almost identical to before. Chen Daolong took the lead, paving the way for the group as they quickly headed toward the target location. The team advanced in silence, which was one of Chen Daolong's requirements to make as little noise as possible to avoid startling the prey. This was a forested area, naturally filled with the calls of various animals. Mutant creatures also fought among themselves, with all kinds of roars and cries echoing incessantly. In addition, gunshots occasionally rang out in the distance. As long as they moved lightly and refrained from firing, their movements could be completely concealed. Moments later, Chen Daolong made a shooting gesture to the team behind him. At the same time, he took out the automatic rifle from his back, circled around the boulder, and sure enough, spotted 3 mutant king cobras on the other side. He decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, but to his embarrassment, of the 3 king cobras just 10 meters away, only one was hit by a bullet, and even then, it was only on the tail, causing no fatal injury. The longest of the 3 king cobras measured 7 meters, while the shortest was 5 meters. After being attacked, they were initially startled but quickly slithered toward Chen Daolong's position. Terrified, Chen Daolong kept retreating step by step. Fortunately, the others arrived just in time. Bang 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 bang. A volley of orderly gunfire erupted as the 15 veterans each fired a shot. After that round of shooting, 3 king cobras were twisted and writhing like broken ropes. Each king cobra's forehead had been hit by at least 3 bullets. Seeing this scene, Chen Daolong frowned slightly and said, "Shooting together like this is too wasteful of bullets. Later, our 20 armed members will be divided into 4 groups and take turns firing." Hearing Chen Daolong say this, the crowd who had just scrambled to shoot looked slightly embarrassed. However, Chen Daolong also understood that since the team was newly formed, during combat, roles such as who is responsible for firepower output, who provides cover, and who finishes off enemies all require going through battles to gradually coordinate and adapt. Therefore, he simply mentioned it briefly, then instructed Li Huoxing to quickly divide the teams before continuing forward. The events that followed seemed to keep repeating themselves. Everyone followed behind Chen Daolong like this, as if he knew exactly where those mutated animals were hiding, and each time he could locate them with extreme precision. As long as the target was found, not to mention the 2 sharpshooters in the team, even the other retired soldiers could easily handle it. Moreover, due to the regrouping, each team took turns firing, which also avoided the issue of competing for credit. During this process, Chen Daolong kept a low profile and did not deliberately showcase his strength. Even so, his image in everyone's mind became increasingly mysterious. There's no other way, just compare him to the others. Chen Daolong walked at the front of the team and encountered the most attacks from mutant insects. At least 10 mutant insects attacked him every minute. But even so, Chen Daolong could easily resolve it every time. Compared to Chen Daolong's ease, the performance of others was somewhat disappointing. The number of attacks encountered by the rest of the team combined was not as many as those faced by Chen Daolong alone, and there were at least 2 or 3 people watching from every direction. But under such circumstances, in just half an hour, 15 people were already injured. Fortunately, everyone had protection, and the external injuries were not fatal. With a bit of bandaging, they could continue fighting. The only troublesome issue was that one member was stung by a venomous scorpion, and the wound began to darken, clearly a sign of poisoning. Although they had brought antidotes and managed to temporarily suppress the toxicity after using them, it still cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. If it weren't for Chen Daolong's heroic performance, if it weren't for the 15 retired soldiers stabilizing morale, if it weren't for the substantial gains over the past half hour, someone would have likely quit already. Chen Daolong could naturally sense the change in everyone's mindset, but he didn't care. He knew very well that with numerous envoys secretly protecting them, there was no real danger. If someone couldn't handle even this, he wouldn't mind dismissing them and recruiting better replacements. Compared to everyone's mindset, he was more focused on the gains during this period. Although they had only been clearing for half an hour, they
they had already killed as many as 10 large mutated creatures. Chen Daolong did a quick calculation and found that these 10 mutated creatures could at least be exchanged for 40 military merit points. Adding the mutated insects killed along the way, it should amount to another dozen or 20 points, bringing the total military merit points to over 50. At this rate, they could earn 100 points in an hour, and in just 5 hours, they would have enough merit points to be promoted to honorary lieutenant. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with excitement. At this moment, the voice of the mutated parrot came through the Bluetooth headset once again. The mutated creatures in this area that can be exchanged for military merits have basically been cleared out. Now there's only one left. Head 100 meters in the 4 o'clock direction, and you'll see it. It's a big gift. Oh. Hearing this, Chen Daolong was slightly surprised. Lord Parrot, what kind of big gift is it? Hey, you'll naturally understand when you see it, said the mutant parrot. Seeing the parrot lord being mysterious, Chen Daolong inexplicably began to look forward to it. He quickly led the team to change direction, heading straight toward the direction indicated by the parrot lord. The distance of over 100 meters wasn't long. Chen Daolong walked at the front, continuously parting the bushes and casually killing the mutant insects that jumped out from within. As he passed through the 2 small banyan trees once again, he suddenly felt that the trees ahead had grown taller. Of course, the trees in the mountain forest vary in height, which is nothing unusual. But when Chen Daolong saw the scene in front of him clearly, the hairs on his body stood on end. Between these towering trees, there were more than a dozen spider webs, each spanning 20 to 30 meters in width. More importantly, numerous mutated creatures were hanging on the spider webs. Those mutated insects are not worth mentioning. There are even over a dozen mutated birds with wingspans reaching 1 or 2 meters. The most terrifying thing is that on one spider web hangs a mutated gray goose with a wingspan of 5 meters. Such large mutated birds, even if their team encountered them, would have to face them with extreme caution. One careless move could result in fatalities. Yet, all of these are merely prey. On a spider web near the center, there was a gigantic spider with a body exceeding 3 meters. Compared to other mutated creatures, such a size wasn't considered overly massive, but Chen Daolong still felt a deadly threat emanating from it. Almost instantly, he determined that the mutated spider before him had definitely reached Tier 2, a level capable of making it onto the danger list. What terrified him even more was that the mutated spider's eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Gulp! Chen Daolong swallowed hard, his legs trembling as he felt a sense of impending doom. Don't be afraid, I've already broken 3 of its legs. Now it's just bluffing to intimidate you. Hold on to that feeling and just shoot it down. The voice of the mutant parrot sounded through the Bluetooth headset. Its words seemed to have a magical effect, instantly calming Chen Daolong's uneasy heart, especially when he saw clearly that the mutated spider indeed had 3 spider legs, unnaturally bent. The fear in his heart instantly vanished. Replacing it was a feeling called excitement. Even without mentioning this second-tier mutated spider, just taking down the mutated creatures on these spider webs alone could probably earn him 20 or 30 points. Adding in this second-tier mutated spider before him, his points could easily exceed 100. This was truly a grand gift. Taking down this mutated spider could yield more rewards than the half-hour of hard work he had put in before. These thoughts flashed through Chen Daolong's mind in an instant, and the next moment he roared out loud, "Kill!" Bang! 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 The gunshot rang out instantly as Chen Daolong pulled the trigger toward the mutated spider. At this moment, the group following behind Chen Daolong finally made their way through the low forest. When they saw the situation here clearly, they were struck with shock. Chen Daolong's shout and gunfire served to pull them out of their astonishment at the fastest speed possible, prompting them to instinctively open fire. The second-tier mutated spider, with its extremely keen sense of danger, began moving swiftly with its remaining legs almost the instant Chen Daolong raised his gun. At the same time, it spat out strands of spider silk, covering Chen Daolong and the others from a distance of over 10 meters. It was also rapidly approaching, intending to come over and bite Chen Daolong and his group to death. The mutant spider's counterattack was indeed effective at first. 2 retired veterans who had just passed through the low woods were hit by the spider web almost without time to react, directly sticking them to the nearby low trees, unable to move. But as more and more people appeared, the gunfire quickly intensified, soon forming a suppression against the mutant spider. Especially when Lu Wenhua and Xie Guanzhong arrived, their extremely precise marksmanship, even if unable to hit vital points, could still mostly strike the mutated spider. As the gunshot wounds on the mutated spider increased, it began to feel the threat of death and tried to turn around and escape. But by this time, it was already too late. Having been hit by several bullets, its speed had slowed down. Not only its escape speed but even its reaction speed had diminished. Under such circumstances, everyone's hit rate instantly skyrocketed. Bang 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 bang. After another round of gunfire, the mutated spider now had more than a dozen bullet holes in its body, completely lifeless. This time, Chen Daolong didn't care about wasting bullets. With a grand gesture, he said spiritedly, "Let's go. Bring this big guy along. We'll head back and exchange it for military merits." When the battle was over, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The mutated spider
just now was truly a bit terrifying.
Among all the mutated creatures encountered before, none had such quick reflexes and movement speed. In that kind of rapid and irregular movement, even these retired soldiers found it very difficult to aim and hit. Fortunately, their team still had a sniper, and they ultimately won. And quite luckily, no one was injured. Even the two unlucky ones stuck to the tree by spider silk were merely immobilized. As everyone relaxed and began surveying the battlefield, their mood gradually turned to excitement. There was no helping it. The spoils this time were simply too abundant.
This mutated spider actually captured so many prey.
I just counted. There are at least 23 mutated birds here, and as for those mutated insects, there are even more, at least over 100.
Red Hair couldn't help but exclaim, "Hee, if the ones we deal with later are all these kinds of hunting mutated creatures, then it'll be easy.
We can go straight for the kill and harvest so many spoils."
Knife immediately chimed in. "If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. Didn't you see how dangerous it was just now?"
That mutated spider was only 4 or 5 meters away from charging into the crowd. It's just that this thing has weaker defense. If it were a mutated wild boar with thick skin and tough flesh, then who knows, there might have been casualties. Red Hair said irritably. The two of them talked as they moved through the spider webs, collecting the spoils. However, what they didn't expect was that the process of collecting the spoils turned out to be even harder than dealing with the mutant spiders. This was because the spider silk adhered to the prey so firmly that it took 3 adults working together to barely tear a single prey off the web. Moreover, these spider webs were not only highly adhesive but also extremely elastic. When you pulled the prey off, the silk would rebound sideways due to the pulling force. If you don't dodge in time, you might catch the prey, but you'll end up stuck yourself. In the end, it was Chindalong who couldn't bear to watch any longer, or perhaps grew impatient, and personally pulled the prey off the spider web. At this moment, everyone directly witnessed just how strong Chindalong really was. What required the combined effort of 3 people to barely accomplish, Chindalong could easily do with one hand. And from the other party's various behaviors, as long as one is not foolish, they would have a vague suspicion in their heart. 10 minutes later, Chindalong led the group out of the forest and back onto Yunyan Highway. At this moment, every single person in the team was either carrying a mutated animal on their shoulder or holding a mutated insect in a cloth bag. Not a single person was idle, especially Chindalong, who was at the very front of the team, carrying a mutated spider in one hand and dragging the largest mutated grey goose with the other, creating an immensely striking visual impact. At this moment, in the command vehicle, looking at the report in front of him, Zhang Ji rubbed his forehead with some frustration. The dangers in the Dongling Mountains here are clearly much higher than the analysis from the general staff.
In just over half an hour, those security companies were already starting to complain bitterly.
Star Shield, Cheetah, Yenuan, and Obsidian all returned in disgrace. Now, each of these 4 security companies has at least 10 or more seriously injured personnel. Yes, seriously injured personnel, the kind who had to be carried back. These individuals are essentially unable to participate in subsequent battles.
2 of the security companies even suffered fatalities.
A security guard from Cheetah Security Company was killed, while Black Obsidian Security Company, being weaker, lost 3 people.
As for minor injuries, there were even more.
At least half of the personnel from each security company fell into the category of minor injuries. It can be said that in just over half an hour, the previous competitive spirit of these security companies was completely crushed. Moreover, it wasn't just the security companies, even the military's dispatched cleanup teams faced considerable difficulties. Due to the drone being shot down, the difficulty of searching for mutated creatures increased by 2 to 3 times. During the search process, they were constantly under attack from those mutated insects. These insects, after mutating, became extremely aggressive and showed no fear of humans. Perhaps as you casually pass by a bush, a mutated mantis might jump out. If you don't react in time, a single swipe from it could leave a long wound on your leg. The cleanup operation has only been underway for half an hour, and the 400-man squads have already started experiencing severe injuries. Zhang Ji took a deep breath, suppressing the various irritable thoughts in his mind, and said to his adjutant Zhao Zhong beside him, "Go and do some ideological work with those security company bosses again. Also, have them change their combat style. Later, they can follow behind our troops. As for their desire for military merits, this can be negotiated. We can increase the reward for mutated insects in terms of military merits.
In any case, we won't let them work for nothing."
Zhao Zhong looked a bit troubled but still nodded. "All right, I understand."
Watching the other party leave, Zhang Ji sighed once again.
He knew that such an arrangement could only temporarily stabilize the situation, and gathering manpower also meant the cleanup would slow down.
Today's task was unlikely to be completed unless reinforcements were called in now.
But his 6th Regiment had already been stretched to the limit after lengthy discussions yesterday to barely scrape together enough personnel. After a brief silence, Zhang Ji walked over to the landline phone nearby, already prepared to face a scolding. Just as he picked up the receiver, ready to dial, a messenger rushed in hurriedly.
"Report!
Mad Dragon Security Company is back, and they've They've had a fruitful harvest, the messenger said, a bit excited. Zhang Ji's hand, which was about to dial, paused, and he turned around somewhat surprised. The staff on his side contacted each team every 10 minutes to inquire about their situation. Mad Dragon Security Company was a company he paid special attention to, so he naturally had some understanding of them. Although the other party always responded that everything was going smoothly, the definition of smoothly is quite broad, so later on, he didn't pay much attention to it. But now, seeing the excitement on the messenger's face, a ripple stirred in his heart. Let's go. Take a look. He put down the receiver and turned to step out of the command vehicle. When he looked in the direction the messenger pointed, even though he was somewhat mentally prepared, he was still slightly stunned. No way. Chen Dalong's tiny figure, carrying a mutated spider over 3 meters long in one hand and dragging a mutated giant bird over 5 meters long with the other, was truly a shocking sight. At this moment, for words inexplicably surfaced in his mind, terrifying beyond measure. As he thought about it, he quickly walked in that direction. But there was a group of people moving even faster and more excitedly than him. He glanced briefly and immediately knew that they were researchers sent by the Yangchang Research Institute. It was the military's first large-scale operation entering the Dongling mountain range to eliminate mutated creatures. It's obvious even without much thought that the number of mutated creature corpses collected during this operation would be absolutely massive. Therefore, whether it is the Yangchang Research Institute or the Mutation Management Bureau, they have specifically sent people over. The military's attitude toward this is, of course, welcoming, as it is a win-win situation. With these professionals present, the task of identifying mutated creatures can be handed over to them when the time comes. Compared to Zhang Ji, who cares more about whether the mission is completed, these accompanying researchers are only concerned with what kind of mutated creatures the others have hunted. When the 4 security companies returned earlier, Zhang Ji was distressed, but the researchers were pleasantly surprised. This was because the mutated insects brought back by the 4 security companies included many rare species for them. Therefore, they were even more eager for the return of the military team and the Quanglong Security Company. Their expectations were not in vain. When the members of the Mad Dragon Security Company returned, each carrying a mutated creature, the researchers rushed forward as if they were on a sugar high. My goodness, that's a mutated Eurasian tree sparrow, a mutated waxwing, a mutated great tit, a mutated mallard, and such a huge mutated gray goose. These mutated birds are so hard to catch. How did they manage to get so many? One researcher exclaimed, gesturing excitedly. Wow, there are so many mutated insects too. What's this? A mutated giant water bug? Incredible. The institute doesn't even have specimens like this. Another researcher cheered in excitement. At this moment, Professor Lu Ji, who was in charge of the team, paid no attention to the other mutated creatures. Accompanied by his assistant, he went straight to Chen Dalong, staring at the mutated spider in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure. What species of spider is this? Why has it mutated to such a size? Quick! The spiritual energy detector, he observed while urging the assistant beside him. The assistant promptly took a precision instrument out of the backpack and pressed it against the mutated spider. Soon, as the values appeared on the instrument, the assistant excitedly said, Professor Lu, this is truly a second-tier organism. This is the first second-tier mutated spider we've discovered. Professor Lu Ji, upon hearing this, exclaimed excitedly, then quickly contact the logistics department and have them prepare a vehicle to immediately send it back to the research institute. Use special equipment to preserve it. As long as we thoroughly study it, our research results can make significant progress again. Ahem. Chen Dalong lightly coughed, interrupting the other party. Sorry, I have no objection to you taking it away, but shouldn't we settle the military merits first? Only at this moment did Lu Ji look at Chen Dalong and say somewhat apologetically, sorry, we've truly been neglectful. On behalf of the Yangchang Research Institute, I thank you for your tremendous contribution to the field of research. Additionally, regarding the military merit points, rest assured, it's just so happens that they are jointly calculated by our research institute and the Mutation Management Bureau. I'll immediately have someone calculate them for you. Hearing this, Chen Dalong naturally had no objections. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhang Ji, the regiment commander, walking over. Upon arriving, Zhang Ji did not look at the spoils brought back by the Quanglong Security Company but instead scanned each security team member, his face showing an expression of astonishment and surprise. None of you were seriously injured this time? Zhang Ji asked while observing. Seriously injured? One person was stung by a mutated scorpion. Does that count? Chen Dalong asked. Forget it. So, that means there's only one person? Zhang Ji said with some emotion. Yes, why? Chen Dalong asked. Zhang Ji didn't answer but continued to ask. Then how many places have you cleared? Chen Dalong could hear the sense of anticipation in the other party's tone. So without keeping it a secret, he took out his phone, opened the map, and drew a circle on it. This entire area has already been cleared. There are basically no dangerous mutant creatures left, Chen Dalong said immediately. Such a large area. Even though Zhang Ji had mentally prepared himself after seeing the mutant creatures the other party brought back, he still couldn't help but exclaim, it's not that big of a deal. Chen Daolong replied modestly, it's not just good, it's excellent. The combined cleanup range of the other 4 security companies doesn't even compare to yours, Zhang Ji praised generously. If he had any doubts before about whether Chen Daolong was an ability user, now he was completely convinced. Quanlong Security Company is just a startup. Although they recruited some veterans and might not be inferior to Obsidian Security Company, they are nowhere near the top 3 security companies. And now, achieving such results, though it's unclear how they managed it, there's no doubt that all the credit belongs to Chen Daolong. Hearing Zhang Ji's words, Chen Daolong was somewhat stunned. No way, they're that bad? He almost blurted out, but quickly coughed to cover up and said, ahem. What I mean is, they're just too careless. Careless or not, the fact is their skills are lacking. Apart from you, all the other security companies suffered heavy casualties. Every time they went out, a dozen people came back lying down, and the majority were lightly injured. Really, if you don't have the skills, don't take on the job. By the end, Zhang Ji couldn't help but complain. Actually, speaking of this matter, it was Chen Daolong who started it. If he hadn't taken the lead in leaving with his team, the other security companies might not have made such an impulsive and reckless decision. But these words, Zhang Ji could only keep to himself. There was no choice. Chen Daolong and his company were just too capable, stronger than the combined strength of the other 4 security companies. Whether today's cleanup mission can be successfully completed really depends on how capable the other party is. At this moment, more and more people were coming out of the vehicles at the temporary camp. Soon, members of the Mutation Management Bureau and other security companies also arrived here, wearing expressions of shock and disbelief. Especially the members of the top 3 security companies, they were all questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them, or perhaps the place they went to wasn't the same location at all. You should know that based on the numbers on paper, the strength of the Wild Dragon Security Company is only half of theirs. But now, the mutated creatures brought back by the other side are at least 5 times theirs. All of this gives them an extremely absurd feeling. However, the course of events will not change according to anyone's will. They stared blankly as the personnel from the Mutation Management Bureau and the Yangchang Research Institute conducted the statistics together. They first counted the mutated insects, and after each bag of mutated insects was counted, a staff member would immediately announce the corresponding military merit points. After these mutated insects were counted, the accumulated military merit points of the Wild Dragon Security Company had already reached 68 points. Such a figure made the bosses of Star Shield, Cheetah, and Yanhuang Security Companies envious to the point of their eyes turning red, because the combined merit points of their 3 companies couldn't even compare to the mutated insects brought back by the other side. You must know, those mutated creatures are the main source of military merit points. Sorry for being late today, it will be adjusted tomorrow. At this moment, Wu Kuan, the boss of Star Shield Security Company, Lu Guang, the boss of Cheetah Security Company, and Song Yuanlin, the boss of Yanhuang Security Company, exchanged glances, each seeing the caution and helplessness in the other's eyes. Originally, the 3 of them thought their biggest competitors were each other. This competition had even started as early as last night, but none of them expected that an unknown company would unexpectedly take the lead. Although Chen Daolong's Wild Dragon Security Company has not yet achieved the final victory, anyone with a discerning eye can see which security company is stronger. At this moment, only Qin Yaowan of Obsidian Security Company could still maintain a calm expression. The conversation he had with Chen Daolong before setting out resurfaced in his mind. The other party did not directly reject cooperating with him but simply wanted to take the initiative. Previously, he definitely wouldn't have agreed, but the past half hour had dealt him a devastating blow. Obsidian Security Company had 150 personnel, with 15 seriously injured and 3 dead, exceeding a loss of 1/10. Even more terrifying was that despite such a heavy price, he had only earned 19 military merit points. His earlier plan to use this clearing mission to get promoted to honorary lieutenant could now be declared completely shattered. But now, there was a glimmer of hope. As long as he cooperated with Chen Daolong, he could at least get a share of the profits from Red Star Technology's long-term major order. While everyone harbored their own ulterior motives, the military merit tally continued. There weren't many mutant creatures, totaling only 28, with the majority being mutant snakes and mutant birds. Due to the small number, the counting process was quick, and the military merits were tallied in no time. A total of 83 points were earned, and adding to previous 68 points, the current military merit points had reached 151. Upon hearing the tally, Chen Daolong's breathing became somewhat rapid. More importantly, that level 2 mutant spider hasn't been accounted for yet. At this moment, Professor Lu Ji stood in front of the mutant spider and said to the staff of the Mutation Management Bureau, "This is a level 2 mutant spider. You should also be aware of the terrifying nature of level 2 mutant creatures." Moreover, I looked into the situation. The Wild Dragon Security Company has obtained a large number of mutant creatures as spoils on its territory, including the largest mutant gray goose. Clearly, based on danger level calculations, it can at least rank
rank within the top 50 on the danger list.
Under normal circumstances, this mutated spider can be exchanged for 50 military merit points.
Now that the cleanup operation is calculated at double merit points, giving 100 points shouldn't be too much, right?
Group leader Hua Rui. Lu Shi said a lot, as he was trying to secure benefits for Chen Daolong. As for the reason, it was naturally to motivate him to work harder and bring back more mutated biological samples.
As for whether issuing too many merit points would cause any problems,
that's the military's concern and has nothing to do with him.
What he said made many people present hold their breath.
Wu Koan, Lu Guang, and Song Yuanlin, the three bosses, had even redder eyes, while Qin Yaowen forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, trying to keep his expression indifferent. As for Chen Daolong, he felt a bit parched, and at this moment, he found Lu Shi surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Then his eyes locked firmly onto Hua Rui, the team leader of the Mutation Management Bureau.
Not excessive, it's only right, Hua Rui said directly.
Although he felt that this mutated creature was only worth 80 military merit points, since he didn't have to pay for it, he naturally wouldn't undermine Professor Lu Ji's reputation. Standing to the side, Zhang Ji opened his mouth, but ultimately, considering Chen Daolong's identity as an ability user and the capabilities he had demonstrated, he refrained from voicing any objections. The military merit points were tallied, totaling 251 points. The form was filled out and recorded, and finally handed to Zhang Ji for his signature. Having made up his mind, Zhang Ji no longer hesitated and promptly signed his name.
He also didn't forget to encourage Chen Daolong, saying, "You performed very well. I hope you'll continue to strive for excellence. Guaranteed to complete the task,"
Chen Daolong said loudly, as if it were a military pledge. This attitude made Zhang Ji very satisfied, and then he briefly asked which places Chen Daolong would be clearing next. There was nothing to hide about these matters, so Chen Daolong directly told him.
Soon, Zhang Ji left.
He needs to adjust the battle plan. Chen Daolong has already become his biggest card. The opposing security company can rival 200-man teams, and their casualties are even fewer. Under such circumstances, he accommodates them as much as possible. With the departure of Commander Zhang Ji, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became peculiar, especially Wu Koan, Lu Guang, and Song Yuanlin, whose gazes toward Chen Daolong flickered slightly. According to their usual practices, if a strong opponent suddenly emerged, the three families might have already joined forces to suppress them. However, the opponent before them was too powerful, and even with the three families joining forces, they had no confidence in victory. More importantly, Zhang Ji's attitude toward Chen Daolong had been exceptionally friendly from the very beginning, leaving them somewhat puzzled.
This made them hesitant to use any overt or covert tactics.
Under such circumstances, the only solution they could think of was, if you can't beat them, join them, and collaborate with Guanglong Security Company. But they still hadn't made up their minds, and Qin Yaowen, standing nearby, immediately stepped forward.
"Brother Chen, you're truly impressive. Bringing back so many mutated creatures in one go really left me dumbfounded.
Brother, I truly failed to recognize greatness.
I wonder if you could lend me a hand, Brother Chen.
Regarding the matters we discussed earlier, everything can be decided by you," Qin Yaowen said with a beaming smile. His attitude, compared to the beginning, was now countless times more respectful.
Chen Daolong frowned slightly.
Having personally experienced the powerful protection provided by the envoys, he clearly understood that there was no need for any collaborators.
Just as he was about to refuse, the voice of Lord Parrot suddenly came through the Bluetooth headset. "Agree to it." The two had been in a call the entire time, so Yifeng could hear the conversation on his end. Yifeng didn't care whether the cake would be shared or not.
Money was of no importance to him. What he needed was greater social influence.
Having one more security company working for you is undoubtedly a better choice.
Hearing the mutated parrot say this, Chen Daolong forcibly swallowed the words of refusal he was about to utter and directly changed his response to, "All right, no problem."
Qin Yaowen was slightly stunned.
He had already prepared himself to be ruthlessly taken advantage of, but to his surprise, the other party agreed so readily.
"Thank you, Brother Chen. From now on, our Obsidian Security Company will follow your lead. Whatever you need me to do, just give the order."
After coming to his senses, Qin Yaowen immediately expressed his stance.
That's easy to talk about. Let's chat over there." Chen Daolong laughed heartily, put his arm around Qin Yaowen's shoulder, and walked to the side.
Arriving at the open space, Chen Daolong listened to Parrot Lord's instructions through his earphones while speaking sincerely.
"You've seen the strength of our Guanglong Security Company. Next, we will definitely focus on rapid development.
My goal is to replace Star Shield Security Company and become the undisputed strongest security company. You know, some things are obvious. Blocking their financial path will definitely lead to them setting traps for us.
That's also why I chose to collaborate with you. You used to be one of the top 3 security companies, so your connections must still be intact, right?
My demands aren't high, just help me resolve the official troubles. As for the profits from Hongxing Technology, you won't be shortchanged.
When my Guanglong Security Company reaches the top, I'll help you return to the top 3.
Although Qin Yaowen knew Chen Daolong was making empty promises, he was still tempted. As As long as even half, no, even just 1/3 of the promises made by the other party come true, it could help him get out of his current predicament. Although the Xingyao Security Company now seems quite strong, with over 150 people and 30 firearms, it appears to be a top-tier presence no matter how you look at it. But only he knows that in order to rebuild the company, he not only sold off all his assets but also ended up deeply in debt. It can be said that participating in this clearing operation is nothing short of a high-stakes gamble. Previously, he had already lost, completely underestimating the dangers of the Dongdaling Mountains. But now that he's aboard Qin Dalong's ship, at least he can secure a fallback and perhaps even have a chance to turn things around. Words cannot express my gratitude. From now on, whatever you say, I will do. Xin Yaowen bowed deeply to Qin Dalong. Ha, no need to be so formal. Qin Dalong helped him up while saying, for now, you don't need to do anything. Later, just follow the military team and help clear out the mutated insects. I'll call on you when needed. Soon, the two finished their conversation, and Qin Dalong returned. At this moment, Wu Kuan, Lu Guang, and Song Yuanlin, who were still standing in place, approached with smiles on their faces. Boss Chen, you're truly impressive. We have a business proposal we'd like to discuss with you. Would you happen to have some time? Wu Kuan spoke on behalf of the others. As long as the collaboration was finalized, once they got acquainted with the senior management of Red Star Technology, they could kick Qin Dalong aside in no time. But what happened next was far beyond the expectations of the few people. Qin Dalong glanced at the three of them, and finally his gaze fell on Lu Guang from the Leopard Security Company. Boss Lu, I remember before we set off, you said our company truly lives up to the name Mad Dragon, and you couldn't measure up, right? My answer now is, that's right, you really can't measure up. Step aside. With that, he walked away straight toward his convoy, leaving the three with darkened expressions behind. Humph, truly shameless. Do you really think you're so great just because you have some skills? Lu Guang felt a bit embarrassed and said with a cold snort. Right now, he is indeed impressive, Wu Kuan said. Lu Guang was about to get angry upon hearing this, but then he heard the other party continue. However, I heard that this Quanglong Security Company used to be involved in shady dealings. As upstanding citizens, we have an obligation to report this to the relevant authorities. How can we allow such bad apples to remain in this industry? Lu Guang and Song Yuanlin brought it up, and their eyes immediately lit up. This move was simply a stroke of genius. Qin Dalong was unaware of the trio's scheme, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, Xin Yaowen's side was just an insurance policy. The more important factor was his identity as an ability user. However, when he returned to the convoy, he was somewhat surprised to find that Professor Lu Ji was actually waiting for him there. Professor Lu, is there something you need? Qin Dalong asked politely. His senses were still excellent when it came to the person in front of him. Just now, when the other party was estimating military merits for the mutated creatures, Qin Dalong had already noticed that the other party was intentionally favoring him. Not only with the final second-tier mutated spider, but even with the earlier mutated creatures, the other party and the group of researchers under him would intentionally or unintentionally give slightly higher prices. Although each time the increase wasn't much, just an extra 0.5 or 1 point of military merit, over time, the accumulated extra military merits added up to quite a lot, at least 20 or 30 points. Ha, I actually do have something to ask you. Lu Ji carefully took a piece of cloth out of his pocket, unfolded it, revealing some spider silk inside. I heard from the employees of your security company that there are still many such spider silks at the location where the second-tier mutant spider was killed. Could I ask you to help bring them all back? Of course, it's not for free. I'm willing to offer a price of 300,000. What do you think? Lu Shi asked expectantly. Sure, no problem. Qin Dalong agreed without hesitation. Actually, the price offered by the other party isn't high. 300,000 to have other security companies take the job. There probably wouldn't be many willing to do it. After all, setting aside those mutated creatures, just the mutated insects alone are enough to give people a headache. If someone accidentally gets seriously injured, deducting medical expenses, whether there's any profit at all becomes a question. But for Qin Dalong, these are just trivial matters. More importantly, he hoped that when the military achievements were tallied later, the other party would continue to favor him. After both sides reached an agreement, Qin Dalong allowed everyone to rest for 15 minutes before leading the team to set off again. It is worth mentioning that during this process, the 400-man squad sent out for the clearing operations also returned one after another. However, the spoils they brought back were actually less than those of the Quanglong Security Company, which instantly gave the other company bosses a deeper understanding of Quanglong Security Company. In fact, the ones most affected were not just others. The most shocked were actually the employees of the Wild Dragon Security Company. They truly hadn't expected their own company to be this impressive. So when the 15-minute break ended, there was no need for Qin Dalong to say much. Everyone had already lined up energetically, with a significant shift in their mindset. Seeing this scene, Qin Dalong couldn't help but feel a bit emotional and wistful. Set off, he shouted loudly, taking the lead at the very front. They first went to the place where the mutated spider was killed, collected the spider silk and packed it in a special white plastic bag. Then they officially launched a new round of clearing operations. Just like before, Chen Dalong seemed to have a divine insight, heading straight to places where mutated creatures were hiding. As long as they locate the mutated creatures, someone on their side has a gun, making it an effortless task to deal with them. Moreover, with prior experience, the employees of the security company are undoubtedly more vigilant, and in the subsequent operations, the number of injuries has significantly decreased. Half an hour later, everyone was either carrying mutated creatures on their shoulders or holding a bag of mutated insects. Another fruitful trip. At your 5 o'clock direction, move forward 200 meters and you'll see a lawn. There are 5 mutated antelopes there, with the leader being a second tier 1. To prevent anyone from noticing something unusual, I can't heavily injure them every time. You need to make the first move. Later, it will try to escape. You break away from the others and chase it alone, and I'll assist you in taking it down. The voice of the mutated parrot came through the Bluetooth headset. Chen Dalong cleared his throat lightly, signaling that he understood, then pretended to carefully observe for a moment before heading straight in the direction indicated by the mutated parrot. As for whether others would notice anything unusual, it didn't matter. The term ability user could explain everything. However, this time he approached with extra caution, while also instructing everyone to lower their voices as much as possible. When the group crossed a hill, they saw a grassy field below, along with 5 mutated antelopes grazing with their heads down. When witnessing this scene, many people widened their eyes and held their breath. The largest antelope, standing 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, likely weighs around 2 to 3 tons. Undoubtedly, this is yet another creature that could make it onto the danger list. Everyone, get ready. This is our target this time, Chen Dalong said in a low voice, his tone somewhat excited. This mutated antelope is much larger in size than the mutated spider. Even if calculated purely based on size, it should yield more military merits. What's more, aside from the second-tier antelope, the remaining 4 first-tier antelopes are definitely not small in size either. Although they don't weigh a ton, they are still over 1,000 pounds. However, compared to Chen Dalong's excitement, the expressions on the faces of the others were much more cautious. Boss, wouldn't it be too dangerous for us to deal with this thing? If it starts running, I estimate it will be much faster than a mutant wild boar. If it charges into our formation. Li Huoxing didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Ordinary antelopes are already fast when they run, let alone this mutant antelope. With its size, once it starts running, whoever it hits is as good as dead. Everyone present could think of this point. Whether they had experienced attacks from mutant wild boars or mutant water buffaloes, they couldn't help but show a trace of fear on their faces at this moment. Chen Dalong didn't answer directly but analyzed. Previously, when I killed a mutant wild boar, it took about 100 bullets, and only a third of those were armor-piercing rounds. The size and defense of this mutated antelope are clearly not that strong. I estimate that using 50 armor-piercing rounds would be enough to easily take it down. Here's the plan. Each of us will take out some armor-piercing rounds and hand them over to Lu Wenhuat and Xieguanzhong. Later, they'll use only armor-piercing rounds to shoot, and with our firepower support, it shouldn't be a problem to take it down. As he said this, his gaze naturally shifted toward the 2 snipers, Lu Wenhuat and Xieguanzhong. After exchanging a glance, Lu Wenhuat said, "We haven't seen its running speed, so we can't guarantee it'll work for sure. But if its speed doesn't exceed twice that of the mutant spider, we have more than a 70% chance of killing it." Alright, since that's the case, let's move out, Chen Dalong said immediately. The others began preparing one after another, each finding their shooting positions. Chen Dalong approached Lu Wenhuat and Xieguanzhong. Seeing them constantly adjusting their firearms, understanding that they were also a bit nervous, he couldn't help but go over and pat both of them on the shoulder. Relax, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Even if you make a mistake, I've got your back. You probably have some guesses about my identity, right? Chen Dalong reassured them, carrying a large machete as he moved to the front of the team. At this moment, there was an aura about him, as if he alone could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Looking at that increasingly imposing figure, everyone couldn't help but feel reassured, gaining even more confidence. But if someone could come before Chen Dalong, they would see that his face was also full of tension. Master Parrot, is this really okay? Chen Dalong asked in a tiny voice. Relax, I won't let anything happen to you. If you don't act a bit more assertive now, how will you smoothly chase them down later? The calm voice of the mutated parrot sounded. Chen Dalong stopped overthinking, took a deep breath, and slowly raised one hand. Seeing his action, everyone raised their guns to aim. Swish! In the next instant, his arm dropped. Bang 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 bang! A barrage of intense gunfire suddenly erupted within the forest. The unexpected assault caught everyone off guard. The 5 mutated antelopes grazing on the grass were all hit without exception. The 4 first-tier mutated antelopes each took 4 to 5 bullets in the first volley, collapsing into pools of blood. Even if they weren't dead, they were completely incapacitated. But the second-tier mutated antelope was a different story. Despite more than half of the shooters targeting it, after a round of fire, it had been hit only 3 times. In fact, at the moment everyone fired, the opponent seemed to sense the danger and quickly began to move. Although the mutated antelope was massive in size, its speed when moving was incredibly astonishing, at least 4 or 5 times faster than the previous mutated spider. The opponent seemed like a sports car running at full throttle, locking onto Chen Daolong and the others after just one lateral move, charging straight at them. Bang 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 bang. The gunfire continued, but the second-tier mutated antelope was too fast, and it wasn't moving in a straight line, constantly changing direction as it ran, causing most people's bullets to miss. Although the bullet holes on its body kept increasing, the distance between both sides was only about 30 to 40 meters. Under these circumstances, it was simply impossible to take it down before it charged into the formation. Sweat dripped down Chen Daolong's forehead, and his hand holding the knife trembled unconsciously. It was at this moment that Chen Daolong suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A terrifying aura emerged. However, this aura was not emanating from the mutated antelope, but from behind him. As the aura rose, the mutated antelope seemed to encounter the most horrifying thing imaginable. Its previously charging figure instantly halted, turned around, and fled desperately. Quick, catch up. Chen Daolong had no time to breathe a sigh of relief before hearing the urging voice of the mutated parrot. Without thinking much, he gripped a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, unleashing his fastest speed and disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. At the rear of the team, a massive king cobra over 50 meters long was slowly retreating, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Meanwhile, on the other side, a mutated antelope that had been frantically sprinting for over 200 meters suddenly encountered a giant mutated water buffalo charging out of a bush. Caught off guard, he was directly knocked flying over 10 meters. The mutated antelope rolled over, stood up, and fled from the other side, but due to this delay, Chen Daolong had already shaken off the crowd behind him. When Yifeng confirmed that he wouldn't be discovered, the mutated parrot he was possessing swooped down toward Chen Daolong. At the same time, he said, "Throw the knife over." Chen Daolong saw the parrot lord and unhesitatingly threw the knife over, but the mutated parrot, after catching the large knife, flung it into the bushes on the other side. Before the large knife hit the ground, a massive yellow shadow leapt out and caught the knife handle directly in its mouth. Before Chen Daolong could see clearly what it was, the figure transformed into a streak of yellow lightning and vanished from his sight in an instant. Chen Daolong was slightly stunned but still chased after it without hesitation. After charging forward another 200 meters, he witnessed a scene that shocked him. A big yellow dog held a large knife in its mouth, running around the mutated antelope at a terrifying speed. Each time it got close, the knife left a long slash on the antelope's body. When Chen Daolong arrived, the mutated antelope was already covered in knife wounds. At that moment, the big yellow dog seemed to glance at Chen Daolong. Its figure flashed once more, leaping past the mutated antelope, and the broadsword in its mouth also slashed the opponent's neck. Thud! The mutated antelope finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, dead. The next chapter might have to wait until the evening. No draft saved, so it ends up like this when busy. Sigh. The scene before him left Chen Daolong dumbfounded. He never expected that even a big yellow dog could wield knife skills. In order to help you, it's really troublesome. What could have been solved with one bite now has to be done with one slash at a time, the mutated parrot said as it flew down. Chen Daolong was just about to say something when he saw the big yellow dog holding a knife in its mouth, walking up to him. Looking at the giant dog in front of him, which was even taller than himself, Chen Daolong couldn't help but swallow nervously, even though he knew it wouldn't harm him. The big yellow dog spat the knife onto the ground and then barked woof at Chen Daolong. Chen Daolong forced a faint smile on his face, then turned somewhat stiffly to look at the mutant parrot. "Lord Parrot, could I trouble you to translate the words of the dog envoy?" Woof! Upon hearing this, the big yellow dog barked again and even bared its teeth. "It said it is very dissatisfied with the title dog envoy," the mutant parrot said. Cold sweat immediately started dripping from Chen Daolong's forehead. Then what should he call it? Grand Envoy? Yellow Envoy? Or perhaps Big Yellow Envoy? Fortunately, Chen Daolong's reaction wasn't too slow, and he respectfully called out, "Honorable Messenger." The big yellow dog finally nodded in satisfaction, and the mutated parrot continued, "Earlier, he was asking you, how is his swordsmanship?" That series of actions just now was performed by Yifeng while possessing the big yellow dog, so naturally, he wanted to hear others' evaluations. Unfortunately, the dog's paws couldn't hold a sword, otherwise, he felt he could showcase the three-sword style. "That's certainly great, simply exquisite and unparalleled in might," Chen Daolong blurted out. "Really? Then tell me specifically, what's so good about it?" the mutant parrot asked with great interest. Chen Daolong's mind went blank for a moment. How could there be follow-up questions about the details? He felt the sweat on his forehead starting to beat again. Fortunately, he had a sudden inspiration and immediately said, "The best part of this knife technique is, of course, its extreme speed. Among all martial arts, speed is invincible." Hearing this, the mutant parrot nodded in satisfaction. "Well said." Chen Daolong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say something, he looked up and saw that the big yellow dog and the mutant parrot had disappeared. Chen Daolong really wanted to sit down and process the scene he had just witnessed, but the situation didn't allow it. He still needed to to clean up before others arrived. Picking up the broadsword from the ground, he approached the already lifeless mutated antelope. First, he fired over a dozen shots into it with an automatic rifle, then stabbed its vital spots a few more times with the broadsword. Finally, he smeared some fresh blood onto his own clothes. Feels like it should be about right. Chen Dalong examined himself, confirmed there were no flaws, and then prepared to drag the mutated antelope's corpse back. But to his embarrassment, even with his current strength of over 800 gene, he simply couldn't drag it. Not rushing, he sat down on the corpse, waiting to get up. Before long, he heard sparse sounds coming from the distant jungle. Clearly someone was approaching, though slowly, almost cautiously. "I'm here," Chen Dalong called out. Li Huoxing and the others, who were cautiously moving forward, became instantly excited upon hearing this shout. "The boss is over there, hurry up." Saying this, he threw down the mutated rooster he was carrying, grabbed his gun, and rushed over at full speed. The other armed members quickly followed suit, especially Lu Wenhua and the other veterans, whose physical fitness allowed them to run the fastest. When they got close enough and there were no trees to block their view, they were instantly met with a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The strength of the mutated antelope was undeniable. Although the encounter lasted only a moment, this group of battle-hardened veterans had a very clear understanding of its power. Given the terrifying momentum of the charging mutated antelope, they had no doubt that if it hadn't turned around at the critical moment, more than half of their team would have been killed. Although they couldn't understand why the mutated antelope chose to flee at the last moment, Chen Dalong still chased after it, but everything left them feeling deeply shaken. According to their plan, the best outcome was for the mutated antelope to escape and for Chen Dalong to return safely. But at this moment, the massive mutated antelope lay sprawled on the ground, its body covered with countless slash wounds, barely a patch of intact skin to be found. And Chen Dalong, this seemingly insignificant human, was casually sitting atop it. The sheer visual impact of this scene left the veterans speechless. At this moment, Li Huoxing and the others, who were slightly behind, also caught up, but their level of shock was not as intense. After all, in their minds, since they had killed a mutated wild boar yesterday, killing a mutated antelope today seemed quite reasonable, right? Compared to how Chen Dalong managed to kill the mutated antelope, they were more concerned about whether he was injured. "Boss, are you okay?" Li Huoxing hurriedly rushed over to ask. "It's fine, this blood is all from the mutated antelope." Chen Dalong waved his hand and looked at the others, shouting, "Who has the rope? Take it out and tie this thing up. Let's drag it back together." Hearing Chen Dalong's instructions, everyone began to act with smiles on their faces, their hearts filled with ecstatic joy. Killing the mutated antelope was one thing, but what excited them the most was witnessing Chen Dalong's terrifying combat prowess. At this moment, they could all be said to be excited about their bright future. As for those retired veterans, they had also recovered from their shock by now. After a brief whispered discussion, Lu Wenhua and Xie Guanzhong stepped forward and approached Chen Dalong. "Boss, I want to ask, are you really an ability user?" This time, it was Xie Guanzhong who spoke. "Does it matter if it is or isn't?" Chen Dalong asked with a smile. Doesn't the government have policies? They would benefit you too, so why don't you go?" Xie Guanzhong asked. Chen Dalong didn't answer but instead asked in return, "You two are from Yang City, right?" "Yes, that's right." The two nodded. "I feel the same. Tell me, how long can peace last in a world like this? With these creatures constantly mutating, I reckon war is bound to break out sooner or later. When that time comes, there will be a shortage of people everywhere. I just want to stay and contribute more to my hometown. You all want your family and friends to live a safer life too, right? Besides, as long as we're fighting these mutated creatures, we're defending our homeland. Does it really matter where we are?" Every word from Chen Dalong seemed to strike directly at their hearts. The two exchanged a glance and suddenly broke into smiles. They had come to ask simply because they couldn't get past the hurdle in their hearts, but now, hearing Chen Dalong's words, they truly felt enlightened. "That's right. As long as it's about dealing with mutant creatures, isn't it defending the country no matter where you are?" While a few people were chatting, the others had already tied up the mutated antelope, and the next step was to drag it back. It must be said, this was definitely a massive undertaking. A total of 10 people, including Chen Dalong, were mobilized on their side to successfully drag the mutated antelope. Fortunately, they didn't need to return along the same path. They just had to drag the mutated antelope 400 meters away to Yunyang Road, where they could bring a truck over to transport it back. But even so, they still spent a full 20 minutes. Then they sent another team back to drive the vehicle over. After nearly another 10 minutes of effort, they finally managed to get the mutated antelope onto the truck. And when they returned to the temporary camp, unsurprisingly, it caused another sensation. The truck had just transported the corpse of the mutated antelope antelope back to the temporary camp when it was instantly surrounded by a surging crowd. At the forefront were Professor Lu Ji and his team of researchers.
My goodness, such a huge mutated antelope, and it's a specimen the institute doesn't have. What a jackpot!
He exclaimed excitedly, but then his brow furrowed. Wait, there shouldn't be any wild antelopes in our area, right?
Then are these antelopes escaped from a zoo, or have they migrated here?
If it's the former, then it's not a big problem, but if it's the latter, then the situation becomes troublesome. This would mean that these creatures, after mutating, are capable of traveling to farther regions, and humans will face even more complex challenges in the future. While Lu Ji was thinking about these things, the senior officials of the Mutation Management Bureau and the military also stepped out. Although Zhang Ji did not directly praise him, his gaze toward Chen Dalong became more approving. This time, due to the extended time spent transporting the mutated antelope, the military's 4 brigades had already returned ahead of schedule. The brigade leaders gathered around, their faces full of astonishment. Although they had previously heard that the Quanglong Security Company had killed a large number of mutated creatures, by the time they returned, those mutated creatures had already been transported away. This time, seeing it with their own eyes, the impact on them was undoubtedly greater. Even without mentioning the mutated antelope, just the mutated creatures carried on each member's back, along with the bags of mutated insects in their hands, was enough to prove the strength of this team. More importantly, despite killing so many mutated creatures, there were no seriously injured members in the team, and even minor injuries were relatively few. This made some squad leaders feel a bit embarrassed.
After taking a couple of glances, they immediately went back, ready to give their subordinates a good scolding.
As more people gathered, the rest of the security company personnel were naturally drawn over as well.
Wu Kuan, Lu Guang, and Song Yuanlin's expressions were even worse than before.
The last time, they could still console themselves by thinking the other party had simply gotten lucky. But once could be luck, twice like this, the possibility was almost zero.
This also made them increasingly wary of the Wild Dragon Security Company. Let's go!
With the strength the other side has shown, it's impossible for us to pull any tricks during this mission.
Wu Kuan sighed lightly after just a glance and said,
some minor tactics might work when both sides are evenly matched, but when the gap in strength is too large, it's just asking for trouble. The other two didn't say much either, but just as they were about to head back, they saw Sha Weiping, the representative of Red Star Technology, hurrying over in this direction.
This made their expressions even grimmer.
The cleanup mission had just begun, but the other side seemed to be about to make a decision. In fact, it was exactly as the three had speculated. Sha Weiping had all the data from the security companies. Previously, when Quanglong Security Company brought back so many mutated creature corpses, he had already felt uneasy. However, since it was just the beginning at that time, he held back. But now that the other party has gone out for a second time to clear the area and has shown such extraordinary performance, he no longer plans to wait. Such a security company is worth recruiting in advance.
Hello,
my name is Sha Weiping, and I am a representative of Red Star Technology. Approaching Chen Dalong, Sha Weiping extended his hand and said with a smile,
Hello, I've heard so much about you. Upon hearing the introduction, Chen Dalong quickly extended his hand and warmly shook hands with the other party.
I'll skip the pleasantries. Your Quanglong Security Company is truly outstanding. I wonder if you're interested in discussing a long-term cooperation agreement with us at Red Star Technology, Sha Weiping said directly.
Chen Dalong did not expect the other party to be so straightforward and immediately said, it is my honor.
Soon, the two temporarily left the place and entered the special vehicle representing Red Star Technology.
Next, their conversation went very smoothly.
The conditions from Red Star Technology had already been listed in advance, and now the only issue was choosing which company. Chen Dalong simply glanced at the conditions and benefits and agreed without hesitation.
It was similar to the situation he had previously learned from Qin Yaowen.
This was indeed a long-term contract worth over 100 million Chinese yuan. Moreover, the benefits were even better than he had expected, as 100 million Chinese yuan was just the basic salary, with additional performance bonuses on top of that. If the Quanglong Security Company ensures that no damage occurs to the goods during transportation over the next month, Hongxing Technology is willing to offer another 100 million Chinese yuan as a reward, totaling 200 million. Of course, this would be quite challenging, as a month is a long time and any unexpected situations could arise. So what Chen Dalong valued was the second condition. If the goods damage rate is below 5% within a month, he could also receive a reward of 50 million Huaxia currency. This reward is quite substantial, and Chen Dalong is very confident he can secure it. By then, it would amount to 150 million. Of course, where there are rewards, there are also penalties. If the goods damage rate exceeds 10%, Red Star Technology will unilaterally terminate the cooperation and demand that Quanglong Security Company compensate 10% of the value of the damaged goods. This point would definitely be carefully considered by other security companies, as even a 10% compensation would not be a small figure, likely amounting to tens of millions or even billions of Huaxia currency. But Chen Dalong agreed without hesitation. With the support of Lord Parrot, he had complete confidence to do so. There could even be some bolder moves, such as personally handling the first few tasks, and once the subsequent missions are on track, directly handing them over to Obsidian Security Company while they simply wait to collect the money. In this way, he could free up his hands to carry out other tasks, without being tied to Red Star Technology all the time. The two reached a preliminary consensus, but the specific contract will only take effect after being signed at the Security Association upon their return. When Chen Daolong stepped out of the other party's private car, his face was full of confidence and vigor. As soon as he came out, he saw Qin Yaowen standing nearby. "Brother Chen, how did it go? Was the discussion smooth?" Qin Yaowen quickly walked over and asked eagerly. "Didn't know, might have thought it was his security company negotiating cooperation with Red Star Technology." "Don't worry, it's already settled," Chen Daolong said. "Then Brother Chen, about the cooperation we discussed earlier," Qin Yaowen said nervously. "He hasn't even made an effort yet. The other party has already settled things with Red Star Technology and could kick him out at any moment." "Don't worry, no problem. We'll need your Obsidian Company to help more with the upcoming task of escorting Red Star Technology," Chen Daolong said, putting his arm around the other's shoulder. "Ha, Brother Chen, you must be joking. Your Wild Dragon Security Company is so strong." Qin Yaowen's words were cut off halfway by Chen Daolong. "I'm serious." After that, Chen Daolong shared his thoughts, leaving Qin Yaowen dumbfounded. "How do you feel?" "You know, under normal circumstances, if we cooperate, I can give you a 2 to 3% profit, which is already pretty good. But if the goods are escorted by you, I can directly give you 50% of the profit. I'm being generous, aren't I?" Chen Daolong said with a cheerful smile. Qin Yaowen was speechless. He had never seen someone so shameless, although Qin Yaowen had many complaints in his heart. But the key point of this matter is not about the distribution of benefits, but that it simply cannot be done. So Qin Yaowen directly said, "Brother Chen, you overestimate our Black Obsidian Security Company. If we were to transport it alone, I really wouldn't be confident about safely delivering the goods. If major losses occur, we would have to compensate." "Don't worry about that." Chen Daolong patted the other's shoulder and said, "For the first few trips, our Wild Dragon Security Company will accompany you and try to help eliminate those risks. As for later, when you're really assigned to carry out tasks alone, you'll be provided with enough weapons." Qin Yaowen hesitated slightly. "Enough weapons?" "That's right." Chen Daolong put his arm around the other's shoulder and said persuasively, "As long as I get promoted to honorary captain, I can apply for 100 automatic rifles plus 2 heavy machine guns. By then, I can lend you half of the weapons until you get promoted to honorary lieutenant. How about that? Pretty generous, right?" With the support of Lord Dragon King, he doesn't have high demands for the number of firearms when carrying out tasks. However, if you want the other party to work with peace of mind, it's definitely unrealistic not to provide more firearms. Hearing this, Qin Yaowen was somewhat stunned. What surprised him wasn't that Chen Daolong was willing to give him so many firearms, but rather, "Brother Chen, are you really confident about directly being promoted to honorary captain?" Qin Yaowen asked incredulously. For him, even being promoted to honorary lieutenant was already a luxury. Chen Daolong did not answer directly but said with a smile, "Professor Luji should be almost done counting the mutant creatures. Let's go over and see how much military merit we can get this time." The two chatted as they walked back. Before they even arrived, they heard cheers erupting from afar. Then Li Huixing came running over, shouting loudly before he even reached them, "Boss, this time it's a total of 310 points of military merit." Although Chen Daolong had anticipated that this time they would earn more military merit than the last, his heart still skipped a beat upon hearing that number. As for Qin Yaowen, who was being held by him, he was completely stunned. "Brother Qin, look, I earned 251 military merit points on the first round, and now I've gained another 310 points, which makes a total of 561 military merit points. I've already secured the rank of honorary second lieutenant. Next, as long as I earn another 939 military merit points before the cleanup mission ends, I can break through 2 ranks and directly be promoted to honorary first lieutenant," Chen Daolong said with a cheerful smile. "Even if the hunting efficiency slows down later, at most 5 or 6 more rounds will be enough to get it done." Qin Yaowen finally came to his senses at this moment. He let out a long breath and looked at Chen Daolong seriously, saying, "Alright, Brother Chen, let's do as you say. By the way, the mutated insects my company brought back this time haven't been handed over yet. We specifically waited for your return. Although the quantity might be a bit small, please don't mind. This was part of the previous cooperation agreement. The military merits obtained by the two companies would be pooled together to fully support Quanglong Security Company in its promotion. Although Quanglong Security Company no longer needs his help now, this attitude must still be demonstrated." Chen Daolong did not refuse and nodded, saying, "That's thoughtful of you." Next, Qin Yaowen immediately went to make arrangements, while Chen Daolong also sent Li Huixing over for the handover. As for himself, he went to a secluded corner. Only then did he lower his voice and say somewhat nervously, "Lord Parrot, assigning the escort mission for Red Star Technology to Obsidian Security Company was a decision I made on the spot. I didn't have time to report it to you, so I ask for your forgiveness. After speaking, Chen Daolong held his breath and focused, waiting for a response. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't had time to report, but that he did it on purpose. This was a small test of his. A test to see how much autonomy Lord Parrot would grant him. It doesn't matter, you can handle this kind of thing yourself. Soon, the voice of the mutated parrot was transmitted to his ear through the Bluetooth headset. Hearing these words, Chen Daolong excitedly clenched his fist. He was ambitious too. Although Lord Parrot treated him fairly well, the other party was merely a subordinate of the Dragon King. Chen Daolong wanted to climb higher within this group and gain greater power. Compared to other envoys, he possesses a unique advantage, his human identity. No matter what happens in the future, humanity's dominant position remains unshakable for now. As long as he is given enough autonomy, he is confident he can achieve great things. With his status and position continuously rising, he is sure to gain the Dragon King's attention. In the future, he might even stand on equal footing with the mutant parrot, or perhaps surpass it. Yi Feng naturally didn't know about Chen Daolong's ambitions. If he did, he would certainly offer his encouragement. At this moment, Yi Feng was also busy, planning the route for Chen Daolong's next clearing operation. This third clearing operation was somewhat different from the previous ones because this area contained 2 mutated trees over 100 meters tall, 1 willow tree and 1 poplar tree. Even across the entire Dongling mountain range, the degree of mutation in these 2 trees was almost in the top tier. So, unsurprisingly, they became the test subjects chosen by Yi Feng. Not long after, Chen Daolong received the message sent by Yi Feng. When he saw the content, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He only thought for a moment before heading in the direction of Qin Yaowen. Boss, they've finished tallying the mutated creatures over there, totaling 21 points of military merit, said Li Huoxing, who was in charge of the liaison. As soon as he saw Chen Daolong approaching, his tone carried a hint of disdain. This made Qin Yaowen's face slightly awkward. Compared to the gains of Quanglong Security Company, their military achievements could barely count as a bonus. Alright, got it. Chen Daolong responded casually, then turned to Qin Yaowen and said, Brother Qin, there's something later that we'll need your Black Glory Security Company to help with. Hearing this, Qin Yaowen immediately perked up and quickly said, not a problem, not a problem. Whatever it is, Brother Chen, just let me know. Alright, then I'll be direct. Later, we'll need your company to help us chop down some trees. You don't need to worry about safety issues. We'll first clean up the mutated creatures in that area as thoroughly as possible, Chen Daolong said directly. 100-meter tall giant trees are relatively easy to cut down, but transporting them is definitely a major undertaking. It might take an hour or two just to deal with one tree, and he doesn't have that much time. Of course, such tasks are handed over to Obsidian Security Company. Qin Yaowen. Upon hearing that he was asked to cut trees, Qin Yaowen quickly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, Brother Chen, is this Professor Su Liang's task from the Yangcheng Research Institute? So, Su Liang has approached you too? Chen Daolong asked casually. Yes. Qin Yaowen nodded and, after a slight hesitation, still said, Brother, honestly, I feel this deal is too unprofitable. They want to sign a betting agreement, which is fine, but it's not immediate payment. Although they say they'll provide a one-time reward of 20 million after the research is completed, it sounds tempting, but who can guarantee the research will definitely succeed? Even if the research succeeds, who knows how long it will take? Even if they claim it can be completed right away, it will probably still take 2 or 3 months. In the current situation, who can afford to wait 2 or 3 months? These mutated creatures are changing every day. If I had my current equipment 2 or 3 months ago, I could have dominated the field. Chen Daolong couldn't help but nod, knowing that Qin Yaowen's analysis was very practical. Even if the other party said it would take 2 or 3 months to figure out, they might have even used their connections to specifically inquire and come to a conclusion. But this is Lord Parrot's request. Forget 2 or 3 months, even if it takes 2 or 3 years, he has to carry it out. What's more, I understand everything you're saying, but what I want isn't money, Chen Daolong said with a smile. Not money? Qin Yaowen was somewhat surprised. Yes, I asked for the exclusive patent authorization for Donghai Province, Chen Daolong said with a smile. Qin Yaowen was initially a bit stunned, but quickly drew in a sharp breath. He had some understanding of that life essence liquid. If the final effect was really that good, then obtaining the exclusive authorization would be like owning a perpetual gold mine. Brother Chen, you truly have great spirit, Qin Yaowen remarked with admiration, then said, just tell me where you need me to chop down trees. No rush. As I mentioned earlier, to ensure your safety, I still need to clear out the mutated creatures in that area, Chen Daolong said with a smile. Hearing the other party bring up safety again, Qin Yaowen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. At least it showed that the other party was genuinely considering their well-being. After a brief conversation, both sides went back to rest. After all, the time for rest after each trip was never very long, usually just a dozen minutes at most. Not long after, the military's 4 battalions set out again, and Qin Yaowen's security company immediately followed the battalions and left. Chen Daolong was not in a hurry. He let his team members eat something something to replenish their energy and even lie down for a while. It was only after a full half hour that he officially led the team to set out. After a relatively sufficient rest, when the team set out again, their pace of progress had noticeably improved. This is not only due to the recovery of everyone's physical strength but, more importantly, the experience they have accumulated over these 2 trips. When attacked by mutant insects, they no longer panic. Although they still cannot counterattack immediately, they have learned how to evade or defend, minimizing the damage. After all, everyone is wearing bulletproof vests, along with arm and leg guards. As long as they respond carefully and use these parts to block, they can achieve no injury.
Feeling the changes in the team, Chen Daolong couldn't help but smile. After this cleanup operation is over, the entire team's combat capabilities will improve by at least 1 level. Next, everything proceeded methodically.
In this area, larger mutated creatures were identified one by one and then killed. The only difference was that Chen Daolong led the team to circle several times near the 200-meter-tall willow and poplar trees, trying to eliminate as many mutated insects as possible. After the team left, Yifeng would even have the mutated king cobra come here for a round to leave its scent. Directly turned the area near these 2 giant trees into a forbidden zone for mutant insects. This time, Chen Daolong's team took only over 40 minutes to return to the temporary camp. However, the mutant creatures they brought back were not few, including a second-tier mutant silver-ringed snake.
Amazing! How do you manage to do it?
Every time you bring back a second-tier mutant creature, Lu Ji remarked with admiration. Usually, even the Mutation Management Bureau, when dispatching specialized hunting teams, might not be able to kill a single Tier 2 mutated creature in 1 or 2 days if they're unlucky. After all, the intelligence of Tier 2 mutated creatures is already quite high.
If they can't win, they will flee. But with Chen Daolong, it's like wholesale. In just half a day, he brought back 3, and none of them are the same.
Actually, as long as you search carefully, you can basically find a Tier 2 mutated creature in every relatively stable area. A region can only stabilize gradually if a powerful mutated creature appears to exert enough deterrence, said Chen Daolong.
Boss Chen, I didn't expect you to have research on this.
We only have theoretical studies, but they haven't been confirmed yet.
Do you think if this continues to develop, it will form a new ecosystem?
Lu Shi asked. Chen Daolong hadn't expected the other party to discuss such an academic question with him. He cleared his throat and said, Professor Lu, I don't understand these things. I'm just sharing what I've observed.
By the way, could you help me settle the bill?
Lu Ji was slightly disappointed, but he quickly had his researchers get to work. Before long, the military merit points were tallied, 235 points.
Although it was the smallest gain in several missions, it still far outclassed other security companies.
This scene also made Captain Zhang Ji's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Fortunately, the highest military rank that can currently be exchanged is only up to honorary captain. Otherwise, after completing a cleanup mission, Chen Daolong achieving a rank equal to mine wouldn't be impossible. Not long after the accomplishments were tallied at the Quanglong Security Company, the military teams began returning one after another, and naturally, the other security companies followed suit. As soon as Qin Yaowen's security company returned, they were immediately pulled away by Chen Daolong's side. Leave 2 injured brothers here to assist with tallying military achievements, and take the rest with us, Chen Daolong said.
Alright.
Qin Yaowen had already mentally prepared himself and had received the others beforehand. Now that Chen Daolong spoke up, the 2 teams moved into action once again. The Quanglong Security Company is now a highly prominent entity, and the unusual actions of these 2 companies naturally attracted everyone's attention. On the Quanglong Security Company's side, in addition to bringing weapons, they even unloaded a large pile of tools from the truck. Especially seeing everyone carrying a wheel on their back, it left everyone completely baffled. The bosses of the 3 major companies gathered once again, and Lu Guang couldn't help but say, "What do you think they're up to? Could it be that they've discovered a gold mine? What are you thinking? It's been so many years since the founding of the country, how could there still be undiscovered gold mines? I think it's more likely they're going tomb raiding," Song Yuanlin speculated. Wu Kuan, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. "Can your guesses be a bit more reliable?" Lu Guang immediately felt displeased and retorted, "Then why don't you come up with 2 more reliable guesses?" Wu Kuan glanced at the 2 of them and said, "The most likely scenario is that the military has arranged some kind of special mission." Special mission? The 2 exchanged a glance, both feeling that this guess was the closest to the truth. Captain Zhang Ji is being so unfair. Do we not even have a chance for fair competition anymore? Lu Guang muttered. Tagged as unscrupulous, Zhang Ji suddenly sneezed. "Who's talking about me?" After muttering a sentence, he looked at his adjutant Zhao Zhong beside him and asked, "The 2 companies, did they really not report what they're going to do?" "I asked, and they didn't." Zhao Zhong immediately replied, then asked, "Should I send someone to catch up and inquire?" "Forget it, that's too troublesome. We'll find out later." Zhang Ji waved his hand and said with some anticipation, "Maybe he can bring me another surprise." Chen Daolong, who was being discussed by everyone, was currently cutting through thorns and brambles. This is not a metaphor, but the literal meaning. Chen Daolong took the lead, walking at the very front. Every swing of the large knife in his hand would cut down a large patch of weeds or thorns. Not only him, but the people behind him were also doing the same thing. The rest were responsible for clearing away any remaining weeds, cutting them down completely, and further widening the path. During this process, they inevitably faced attacks from mutated insects. However, since this path had already been traversed once, the number of mutated insects was at most only 1/5 of what it had been before. This is undoubtedly easier for the entire team, but for Qin Dalong, who is responsible for leading the charge, the number of mutant insects attacking him only increases. Since his actions are akin to stirring up the grass to scare the snake, some mutant insects that might have originally stayed hidden and refrained from attacking now launched their assaults without hesitation as the weeds are cleared. However, when faced with the attacks of these mutant insects, Qin Dalong either slashes, smashes, or stomps them, effortlessly killing them. This scene has long ceased to surprise the members of the Quanglong Security Company, but Qin Yaowen, who was following behind, along with the members of Black Obsidian Security Company, were utterly dumbfounded. Gulp! Qin Yaowen couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, he finally understood why Wild Dragon Security Company could always bring back so many mutated creatures. But after figuring this out, an even bigger question arose in his mind. How exactly did Qin Dalong manage to achieve this? "We're here," Qin Dalong suddenly spoke, startling everyone who was moving forward. That fast? Qin Yaowen glanced at his watch and couldn't help but say. They had just walked about 400 meters. Such a distance, if in the city, would naturally be nothing. However, here in the Dongling Mountains, there were no roads at all, and with the constant threat of mutated creature attacks, a 400-meter journey was by no means short. But they arrived in just 5 minutes, and only one member sustained a minor injury during the entire process. If Black Yao Security Company were to take this route alone, it would take at least 15 minutes, not to mention that the number of members with minor injuries would likely be no fewer than 5 or 6. Of course, the moment of amazement was fleeting, and Qin Yaowen immediately directed the company members to assist. Cutting down a giant tree over 100 meters tall is not difficult. The real challenge lies in transporting the timber out. Fortunately, Qin Dalong had been prepared in advance and brought tools for making flatbed carts. This is also why each member carried at least one wheel with them. As for other materials, they could be sourced locally. As the chainsaw started, trees around were felled one by one, then cut into planks, wooden sticks, and so on. Next, some people were responsible for cutting, while others handled assembly. With the assistance of over 200 people, the assembly work progressed at lightning speed. It is worth mentioning that even at such times, Qin Dalong can still display an unmatched level of skill. To assemble a simple flat cart, the most essential material is wooden planks. For others, even with an electric saw, it would take 20 to 30 seconds to cut out a single plank. But for Qin Dalong, it's just a matter of one stroke. Watching Qin Dalong cut wooden planks is like watching someone chop firewood. His hand rises, the blade falls, and a plank appears. Moreover, the other party had sharp eyes and steady hands, splitting the wooden boards into almost identical sizes, leaving Qin Yaowen dumbfounded on the side. By this point, even if he were slow-witted, he could tell something was off. This had already surpassed what normal humans were capable of achieving. And now, all non-humans shared the same designation, espers. After thinking about this possibility, Qin Yaowen secretly swallowed his saliva, then became excited. If previously, the big promises made by Qin Dalong seemed to him to have only a 20–30% chance of being achieved, now the chance had directly risen to 70–80%. With the concerted efforts of over 200 people, it took just half an hour to assemble 50 flatbed carts. Although the appearance of these flatbed carts was somewhat unsightly, and they might not even be properly leveled, their quality remained an unknown factor. But none of this matters, as long as they make it through today, or even just manage to transport these 2 giant trees to the highway. Next comes the felling. With over a dozen chainsaws working simultaneously, the giant trees are quickly cut down, followed by the process of segmenting and transporting. The tree trunks are relatively easy to handle, as they can be cut into sections. However, the branches and leaves require more time, first cutting them off, then bundling them together like firewood. After another 10 minutes of effort, they finally managed to fill all 50 flatbed trucks, but this was only 1/3 of the entire poplar tree. "Brother Qin, I'll leave the rest to you. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Qin Dalong asked. "No problem. The mutated insects around here have been thoroughly cleared. If we can't get things done under these circumstances, then there's really no excuse," Qin Yaowen assured, patting his chest. "Alright, then let's head back." Qin Dalong nodded and said. Soon, the large team began their journey back. Since the road had already been cleared, pushing the flatbed carts back wasn't too much of an effort. The most important thing is that this journey is not long, only a little over 400 meters. But even so, 2 flatbed carts still had issues. Fortunately, making these flatbed carts doesn't require much technical skill. As long as the wheels aren't damaged, the rest can be assembled casually. Wherever there's a problem, just hammer in a few more nails to secure it. The team quickly returned to Yunyang Highway. At this moment, Qin Dalong felt a bit dazed. Previously, he had risked his life twice for a few hundred pounds of mutated plants, and still hadn't managed to get them. But now, he could easily obtain dozens of tons of timber. The difference between then and now was truly remarkable. He quickly adjusted his emotions, then called over 10 large trucks to load the timber. The capacity of large trucks is not comparable to these flatbed trucks. The timber transported by 50 flatbed trucks only filled up 5 large trucks, so Qin Yawan and his team had to make another trip. As for Qin Dalong, he led the rest of the Quanglong Security Company team along with 5 large trucks loaded with timber back to the temporary camp. This time, they caused another sensation. In fact, the Mad Dragon Security Company repeatedly brought back a massive number of mutated creatures, significantly raising everyone's threshold. Moreover, the Mad Dragon Security Company acted mysteriously when they went out, so even if the number of mutated creatures they brought back doubled, it wouldn't elicit much reaction from the crowd. However, when they saw the company hauling back 5 large trucks full of timber, everyone began to wonder if they were hallucinating. Yang City is surrounded by mountains and forests, making it a city rich in natural resources. Timber, in particular, is abundant and relatively inexpensive. Under such circumstances, who would go all the way to the Dongling Mountains to cut down trees? That's purely unnecessary, and especially at such a critical moment. Comrade Qin Dalong, if you need timber, just let me know. I can directly have the logistics department of the military district allocate a batch for you. Right now, our priority is to eliminate the mutated creatures. Zhang Ji hurried over and said solemnly. If Qin Dalong decides to abandon the task, today's elimination mission will definitely not be completed. Qin Dalong did not expect Zhang Ji's reaction to be so intense. He cleared his throat and said, Captain Zhang Ji, this is not ordinary wood, but a mutated poplar tree that reaches a height of 100 meters. It's for Professor Su Liang's project team at the Yangchang Research Institute for research purposes. If the life essence they are studying can truly be produced, it would be a tremendous contribution to humanity. Hearing Qin Dalong unexpectedly bring up the greater good of humanity, Zhang Ji was momentarily at a loss for words. How about this? Research isn't something that can be done in a day or two. After today's cleanup work is completed, tomorrow I'll assign a battalion specifically to accompany you into the mountains to cut trees. Zhang Ji compromised. Ah, no need, Qin Dalong said. Worried that Zhang Ji might misunderstand, he specifically explained, what I mean is, our Quanglong Security Company will make one trip and the subsequent work will be handed over to Black Obsidian Security Company. Hearing this, Zhang Ji truly felt relieved. Compared to Quanglong Security Company, the other security companies seemed a bit lacking. Sending them to cut down trees wasn't a big deal. Ah, that's good. It's almost noon. How about we grab a simple meal together? Zhang Ji extended an invitation. Sure, let's have a meal and let the brothers under me relax a bit. Once they're rested, I'll lead them to clear 2 areas in one go, Qin Dalong reassured Zhang Ji. At this moment, the smile on Zhang Ji's face became even more enthusiastic. He not only brought Qin Dalong along but also invited all the combat personnel of the Quanglong Security Company over, preparing a special meal for them. In the military department, this is a privilege reserved only for squad leaders. Compared to the dry rations they brought themselves, the conditions were undoubtedly much better. As the news spread, it quickly reached the ears of the 3 major security companies. Everyone began to discuss it fervently, and even the 3 bosses shared their opinions. Lu Guang thought Qin Dalong was wasting his time. However, Song Yuanlin felt that although the other party was wasting a bit of time, they might gain 20 million afterward, which was still quite profitable. However, this matter is just something they listen to for fun. Although 20 million is quite a lot, if it's uncertain when this money can be received, then it's a different story. With the mutation speed of these creatures, in 2 or 3 months, 20 million Huaxia currency might not even be as important as 20 automatic rifles. Qin Dalong naturally knows that many people are paying attention to him, but he doesn't care at all. At this moment, he boarded the command vehicle for the first time at Zhang Ji's invitation. He immediately noticed the massive map on the command platform, where 3 areas of the Dongling mountain range were marked with green arrows, representing the regions that had been cleared. The most challenging central area was surprisingly being cleared the fastest, with half of the cleanup already completed. Based on the current progress, we should be able to finish clearing the central area by 4 p.m. By then, the team will split into 2 groups to support the front and rear areas respectively. We aim to complete all the clearing operations before sunset, otherwise, the danger level here will increase significantly at night, Zhang Ji said from the side. That shouldn't be a problem. If it's before 4 p.m., this area can be handled by our Quanglong Security Company, Qin Dalong said as he drew a circle on the map with his finger. The area he marked out occupied almost 1/3 of the remaining region, which was also the clearing zone assigned to him later by Lord Parrot. No problem? Zhang Ji asked. It should work. After a morning of coordination, my company's members have made great progress, and the speed can still be increased, Qin Dalong said confidently. This made Zhang Ji smack his lips involuntarily. If Qin Dalong were recruited into the military and paired with an elite team, how fast could the cleanup operation proceed? Of course, he was just thinking about it. Such matters were entirely beyond his decision-making authority, and even if Chen Daolong joined the military as an ability user, he wouldn't be under Zhang Ji's command. At this moment, members of the logistics department brought over the meals: 5 spice beef, kung pao chicken, chopped pepper fish head, and a plate of shredded cabbage. Such a feast in the wilderness was truly remarkable. Chen Daolong ate happily, and the conversation between both parties was very pleasant, but this cheerful atmosphere did not last long. They had just started eating for less than 5 minutes when an alarm near the central control panel suddenly went off. On the screen's map, a danger signal was marked in a certain area ahead. Immediately afterward, the communicator nearby also started ringing loudly. This sudden turn of events made Chen Daolong's heart skip a beat. It was clear that something significant was about to happen. Zhang Ji reacted extremely quickly, almost connecting the call the moment the communicator rang. He asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" After hearing just one sentence, Zhang Ji couldn't help but curse. Damn it, how could the mutant Wolf King be there, and it even dares to lead the pack to attack proactively? He merely vented with one complaint before continuing to listen to the other party's report. Alright, I understand. We'll arrange firepower support immediately on this end. Notify them to prepare for laser guidance. After finishing his words, Zhang Ji hung up the communicator, picked up the walkie-talkie, and quickly issued orders. Sitting on the side, Chen Daolong remained silent. At this moment, he was well aware that he couldn't intervene in such matters and that it was best not to get in the way. At the same time, he was organizing the information he had heard. It seemed that a team in the front area had been attacked by the mutant Wolf King, and it had caused significant losses. As for the Wolf King mentioned by the other party, based on his estimation, it was very likely the mutant Wolf King ranked second on the danger list. Ordinary mutant wild wolves couldn't possibly have such strength. An entire 100-man squad couldn't withstand it. Are the mutant creatures at the top of the danger list really this terrifying? Chen Daolong couldn't help but mutter. But his attention was quickly diverted as the armored plate on top of one of the armored vehicles in the convoy opened. Immediately afterward, a launch rack slowly rose up, carrying 2 Reaper missiles, each 3 meters long, 26 centimeters in diameter, and weighing 80 kilograms. At this moment, the walkie-talkie in Zhang Ji's hand crackled again. Missile team has locked onto the target area, requesting permission to launch. Launch! Zhang Ji immediately ordered. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 small guided missiles instantly shot out, disappearing from Chen Daolong's sight in the blink of an eye. After just a few seconds, 2 deafening explosions echoed from the distant mountains and forests. Zhang Ji approached the communicator and waited quietly. Soon, the communicator rang, and he immediately connected the call. Chen Daolong perked up his ears, focusing intently, and faintly heard the report from the other side. The target was not completely hit, injury status unknown. The wolf pack suffered heavy casualties and has temporarily retreated. Please advise. Listening to the intermittent report, Chen Daolong's eyes suddenly widened, almost blurting out a curse. Although only a small missile was launched, it was completely unexpected that the mutant Wolf King could escape. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Ji said, "Tell Captain Zhang Haifeng that if he is confident in killing the mutant Wolf King, then go after it. I can still provide 8 Reaper missiles for long-range strikes. But if you're not confident about killing the Wolf King, don't pursue the wolf pack. Retreat immediately. A lone wolf without the constraints of the pack will only be more dangerous to us." After Zhang Ji finished speaking, he waited briefly for the reply from the other side. After listening, Zhang Ji let out a soft sigh and ended the communication. "How is Captain Zhang? No luck?" Chen Daolong couldn't help but ask when he saw the other party had finished the call. "No luck. The mutant Wolf King is too fast and it has an extremely keen sense of danger. Even bullets have a hard time hitting it, let alone missiles. As long as we can't hit it precisely, with the mutant Wolf King's defensive capabilities, the shockwave from these small missiles won't cause much damage, unless we can directly deploy medium-sized or larger ones." Speaking of this, Zhang Ji couldn't help but shake his head. If we really have to use missiles of that level, it won't just be the mutant Wolf King, the entire 5th Battalion will have to be buried with it. Hearing Zhang Ji's words, Chen Daolong felt an exceptionally complex mix of emotions. He didn't know whether to be glad about the strength of the mutant creatures or to lament the decline of humanity's conventional weapons. At that moment, the voice of Lord Parrot came through his Bluetooth headset. "Go and ask in which direction the mutant Wolf King fled. It should have already reached the 3rd tier. I think Lord Dragon King might be interested in recruiting it as an envoy." Chen Daolong felt a surge of electricity rise from his tailbone, rushing straight to his brain, giving him a sensation of full body shivers. There was no helping it, such news was simply too thrilling for him. The mutated Wolf King, which couldn't even be killed by small missiles, was actually going to be recruited under the Dragon King's command. In the future, when carrying out missions, it might even be the one protecting him. Chen Daolong forcibly suppressed the various thoughts in his mind. A look of concern appeared on his face, and he asked, "Captain Zhang, which direction did the mutant Wolf King flee? Should we make some arrangements to prevent it from coming back to attack again?" Zhang Ji pondered briefly before saying, "It fled to the south. Although the mutant Wolf King isn't dead, dead, it should be injured and has retreated deep into the mountains. For now, the likelihood of it coming back for revenge is low. However, it might retaliate against passing convoys in the future. We'll still need to find a way to deal with it later. At this point, Zhang Ji also felt quite troubled. If this matter isn't handled properly, it will definitely cause big problems down the line. Lord Parrot's voice once again came through the Bluetooth headset. Next, I will lead the other envoys to pursue the mutant Wolf King. Before I return, your security company should temporarily stay put. Chen Daolong coughed lightly, indicating his understanding. The two then hastily finished their lunch, and Zhang Ji led the command vehicle along with a group of logistics personnel to the front area. He wanted to personally oversee the situation. As for here, it was commanded by the remaining adjutant Zhao Zhong. Such a major event naturally sparked discussions among various security companies. Even Qin Yaowen, who had just finished transporting the second batch of timber and returned with the convoy, immediately began inquiring about the cause of the incident. However, Chen Daolong showed no interest in discussing or speculating with the others. If you want to know, you'll naturally understand when Lord Parrot returns. So he began arranging the matter of sending the mutated poplar tree back to the Yangchang Research Institute. Although the entire highway area of the Dongling mountain range has been cleared and is now relatively safe, to be on the safe side, he still plans to arrange for someone to escort it. However, since the Quanglong Security Company already has a limited number of personnel, after discussing with Qin Yaowen, he ultimately decided to assign this task to the Black Obsidian Security Company to handle. He only assigned Li Huoxing to go over, making it easier to coordinate with Professor Su Liang. While Chen Daolong was handling these matters, Yifeng was already commanding the flight squadron, heading straight toward the battlefield from earlier. It wasn't just the flight squadron, the ground forces were also advancing rapidly under his command. Compared to the flight squad, the ground forces face a bit more trouble as they need to avoid military personnel and security company staff while advancing. Of course, these are minor issues. As long as they can locate the mutant Wolf King, there's no way it can escape. To achieve this, he directly possessed the mutant sparrow and then had the mutant sparrow stand on the back of the mutant hawk, advancing at the fastest speed. What made him feel slightly regretful was that the mutant hawk's loyalty was only 95%, so he couldn't possess it. Otherwise, things would have been much simpler. It only took a few minutes for the mutated hawk to reach the high skies above the battlefield, then it slowed down and began searching along the southern side. In addition to the aerial search, a ground search was also underway. The fastest, the big yellow dog, arrived at the battlefield just 2 minutes later than the mutated hawk. Then, sniffing the scent of blood, it quickly tracked the trail. But the mutant wolf pack ran incredibly fast, tracking them for nearly 2 kilometers before spotting their figures near a pond deep in the eastern ridge mountains. A giant wolf, nearly 5 meters tall and completely snow-white, stood by the lake, grooming its fur. At this moment, its snow-white fur was slightly scorched, clearly a result of being caught in the aftermath of a small missile explosion. But it was only the fur, there were hardly any bullet holes visible on its body, and its aura remained strong. This probably doesn't even count as a minor injury for the mutant Wolf King, truly worthy of being a Tier 3 mutant creature. If it weren't for the wolf pack, it probably wouldn't have needed to flee. Yifeng couldn't help but remark. The initial number of wolves in the pack was unclear, but at this moment, only 15 wolves remain. Among these 15 mutant wild wolves, surprisingly, 7 of them have reached Tier 2. Such a proportion is somewhat ridiculously high. Fortunately, their injuries are very severe. Otherwise, if a 3rd-tier mutant Wolf King led 7 2nd-tier mutant wild wolves, even if Yifeng could take them down, his side would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. But thinking about it, this is quite normal. 2nd-tier mutant creatures can't even withstand armor-piercing rounds, let alone small missiles. Being hit by the shockwave of the explosion, surviving is already considered lucky. As for those 1st-tier mutant wild wolves, their condition can only be described as miserable. After all, even a random shrapnel from a missile could easily take their lives. The most severely injured mutated wild wolf here had its abdomen split open, revealing its intestines. If it weren't a mutated creature, it would likely have died on the spot. But in its current state, it is merely holding on. Without a significant amount of spiritual energy for treatment, death is only a matter of time. After observing for a moment, Yifeng finally concluded taking them all down wouldn't be a problem. Yes, Yifeng didn't plan to tame just one mutated wolf king. He intended to subdue the entire wolf pack to form a sufficient fighting force. You should know that those mutated wild wolves that have reached the 2nd tier all broke through on their own, definitely belonging to the category of exceptional talent. They are quite valuable for cultivation. While thinking about this, Yifeng controlled the mutated falcon to slowly land on a tree. The mutated wolf king, who was grooming its fur, immediately sensed danger, turned to look over, and even let out a wolf howl. But the mutated hawk remained completely unmoved, and the two sides continued to confront each other. The mutated wolf king instinctively felt uneasy and wanted to lead the wolf pack away. However, seeing some severely injured mutated wolves unable to move, it had no choice but to stay and continue confronting the mutated hawk. hawk. When a source of danger is placed in plain sight and forces you to focus on it constantly, it effectively diminishes your ability to perceive other dangers. At this moment, the mutant wolf king was just like this. Normally, with its sensitivity to danger, it would be very difficult to form a surrounding circle without making a sound. However, when its attention was entirely focused on the mutant hawk, this became much easier to achieve. In the sky, the mutant hawk, mutant black crow, mutant bat, mutant parrot, and 2 mutant sparrows were the first to take their positions. On the ground, the mutant king cobra, mutant yellow dog, mutant hedgehog, mutant rat, and 5 mutant buffaloes also arrived one after another, forming an encirclement. At this moment, apart from Chen Daolong, all of Yi Feng's subordinates had already taken their positions. But even so, Yi Feng still did not launch an attack. He was still waiting for the arrival of his subordinates' troops. Moments later, 200 first-tier mutated sparrows, 100 first-tier mutated bats, and 50 first-tier mutated black crows arrived one after another. A few minutes later, 100 first-tier mutated rats finally arrived. It was only at this moment that Yi Feng issued the attack command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 200 mutated sparrows rushed out first. Seeing a large flock of mutated sparrows flying over, the mutated wild wolves were indifferent. In fact, some of them even showed a desire to feast in their eyes. Clearly, in their view, this was just a large batch of flying ingredients. But soon, they were shocked to discover that behind this flock of mutated sparrows, a group of mutated bats and mutated black crows was closely following. 3 waves of bird flocks gathered together, which is no small number, especially since both mutated bats and mutated black crows can pose a threat to them. This is particularly true for those injured first-tier mutated wild wolves. But it didn't end there. Soon, 100 mutated rats came rushing across the ground. If they encountered so many mutated rats under normal circumstances, they would certainly be delighted, as they themselves cannot fly, making it difficult for mutated birds to catch them. Mutant rats are different. To them, these are truly moving food supplies. But ordinary wild wolves are already quite intelligent, let alone this group of mutant wild wolves. This bizarre scene made them feel increasingly uneasy. The wolf pack instantly became alert. At the rear of the flock, second-tier mutant bats, mutant black crows, mutant parrots, and 2 mutant sparrows followed closely. Sensing the appearance of second-tier mutant creatures, the wolf pack became slightly unsettled. The impending crisis had already exceeded their expectations. At this moment, even the third-tier mutant wolf king had to turn its gaze over. It was ready to make a move. But at this moment, the mutated falcon that had been staring at it moved. With a flap of its wings, a fierce wind surged. It first soared into the sky and then dove straight down. Seeing this, the mutated wolf king's gaze gradually turned fierce. Previously, it hadn't gone after the mutated falcon because it was on the tree, and all it could do was watch. But now, with the opponent daring to swoop down from the sky, the situation was completely different. The body of the mutant wolf king began to crouch slightly, gathering strength. As long as the opponent dared to approach, it was fully confident it could kill them. But at this moment, the mutant wolf king once again sensed a threat, and this time it was an extremely lethal one. This forced it to shift its attention to the front. The grass was flattened, and a giant king cobra, over 50 meters long, appeared in its line of sight. At this moment, the mutant wolf king's pupils suddenly contracted. It sensed the aura emanating from the opponent, realizing they were beings of the same level. Howl, hiss. The 2 colossal creatures, after emitting their high-pitched cries of provocation, charged straight at each other. The mutant wolf king opened its bloodthirsty maw, a row of sharp teeth glinting with a chilling light under the sunlight. The king cobra similarly opened its mouth wide, with 2 venomous fangs glowing an eerie green, a power no one dared to ignore. Just as the 2 sides were about to collide and tear into each other, the mutant wolf king retreated. Perhaps it sensed the deadly threat posed by those 2 venomous fangs, or maybe it had planned all along to leverage its high mobility and adopt a guerrilla strategy. Before the 2 were about to clash, the mutated wolf king suddenly changed direction. With its incredible speed, it appeared at the side of the king cobra in the blink of an eye and bit directly at its body. Although the king cobra was very long, its body was only about a meter wide. If the mutated wolf king's bite force was strong enough, it was entirely possible to bite the snake's body in 2. The king cobra, of course, also sensed the deadly threat, but the place it attacked wasn't limited to just its fangs. Swish! At the critical moment, a thick black shadow swung over, and the sturdy snake tail unleashed a force of 10 tons, striking the side of the mutant wolf king's face. While leaving a deep blood mark, it also turned its head in another direction, preventing it from biting down. However, the mutant wolf king did not come out unscathed. As it retreated, its front paw swung out, and the sharp claws that extended from it tore through the snake's scales, leaving 3 deep gashes. In the first round of their clash, neither side gained the upper hand. However, Yi Feng had never intended to fight the opponent one-on-one. Just as the mutant wolf king's figure was still unsteady, a yellow figure darted out from the side. Before the opponent could react, he directly bit down on the opponent's thigh. Hiss! The mutated wolf king's fur and skin, which could withstand ordinary bullets, seemed as fragile as paper in front of this yellow figure. With one bite, 10 pounds of flesh were torn off. This sudden ambush filled the mutated wolf king's eyes with rage. Being ambushed was one thing, but it never expected that the one daring to ambush it would be such a tiny creature. The big yellow dog was now only slightly larger than a cheetah in size, and this miniature frame might not even compare to a newly mutated wild wolf. It unceremoniously kicked out. But this big yellow dog not only possessed speed on par with the mutated wolf king but was also more agile, constantly dodging and weaving, causing the wolf king's attacks to miss repeatedly. The king cobra on the other side wouldn't just stand by, it launched an attack as well. Facing two opponents at once, the mutant wolf king quickly fell into a disadvantage. If it were only this, the mutant wolf king wouldn't be too worried, as the king cobra was too slow, and its attack rhythm was out of sync with the big yellow dog. It could completely take the initiative and defeat them one by one. But when it glanced at the battlefield, its eyes instantly turned red with rage. At this moment, 2 of the 7 second-tier mutant wolves under its command had already fallen, and the remaining 5 were struggling to hold on. The individual combat strength of the mutant wolves was quite impressive, but unfortunately, they were now completely surrounded and under siege. 5 thick-skinned and tough mutant buffaloes stood at the forefront, directly leaving the mutant wolves with no way to attack. Meanwhile, second-tier mutant crows, mutant bats, mutant parrots, and even 2 mutant sparrows flying in the sky continuously launched harassing attacks, forcing the 5 mutant wolves to exhaust themselves in a desperate struggle. They had to fend off the frontal attacks of the mutated buffalo while also guarding against ambushes from the sky. Moreover, with injuries of varying degrees on their bodies, defeat was only a matter of time under such circumstances. However, it was clear that Yifeng couldn't afford to delay. Suddenly, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air rang out. The mutated falcon descended from the sky at an incredibly terrifying speed, and before a mutated wolf could react, its sharp talons directly clawed at the opponent. Snort! A long wound instantly appeared on the mutated wild wolf, almost splitting it open. It let out a painful howl, but the attack wasn't over yet. The robust mutated buffalo seized the opportunity and charged at it directly with its horns. Boom! This second-tier mutated wild wolf was directly knocked 5 or 6 meters away, heavily crashing to the ground, unable to get up again. In the blink of an eye, only 4 second-tier mutated wild wolves in the field were still standing. In fact, second-tier mutated wild wolves are still considered manageable. Those first-tier mutant wolves are truly pitiful, with only 1 left alone in the field. There's no way around it. In this battle, the most desperate ones are actually them, because what they have to face is the siege of a full 350 mutant creatures. Although these mutant creatures aren't very strong, even ants can bite an elephant to death when there are enough of them, let alone these are not ants. Take those mutant rats, for example. Each bite can tear through the skin and take away a small chunk of flesh. The ones causing the most damage to the wolf pack are the mutant bats. With 1 bite, they go on to wildly suck blood, especially from those already severely injured, who collapse after just a couple of attacks. This battle has only lasted a little over a minute, yet the mutant wolf pack is already showing signs of complete defeat. When the mutant wolf king saw this scene, it went completely berserk. However, it did not immediately choose to flee but instead fixed its gaze firmly on the king cobra. Swish! The mutant wolf king moved again. Perhaps due to anger triggering its potential, its speed surged once more, making it difficult even for the big yellow dog to keep up. It circled around the king cobra, performing high-speed rotational changes in direction. To protect its relatively fragile body, the king cobra had no choice but to continuously adjust its direction, always keeping its head facing the opponent, with its venomous fangs ready to strike at any moment. However, during the rapid movement of the mutant wolf king, the king cobra seemed a bit overwhelmed and slowed down slightly at one point when turning. This is the flaw the mutant wolf king had been waiting for all along. Whoosh! The mutant wolf king lunged at the opponent with its fastest speed, ready to bite. But at this moment, a large flock of mutated sparrows coincidentally appeared, swooping toward the mutated wolf king. They naturally couldn't harm the mutated wolf king, but they could block its vision. However, the mutated wolf king was determined to land this strike. Even with its vision obstructed, it bit down based on the remembered position. Crunch! The giant wolf's mouth indeed bit into a hard object. It could even feel the spikes on the opponent's body snapping one by one under its sharp fangs. Then, a painful howl erupted from the mutant wolf king's mouth. At this moment, the surrounding mutant sparrows scattered, revealing a mutant hedgehog rolling down from its wolf jaws. It never expected this scene to unfold. If its vision hadn't been blocked by that group of mutated sparrows, if this mutated hedgehog hadn't hidden itself beforehand, it definitely wouldn't have bitten down. But there are no ifs. This was a trap deliberately designed by Yifeng. Now the situation is set. The mutated wolf king's most powerful attack method has essentially been rendered useless. Relying solely on its claws, it is difficult to pose enough of a threat to the Cobra King. And after assessing the situation, the mutated wolf king turned and fled without hesitation. But Yifeng would not easily
finally let the opponent leave. Seeing the opponent retreat, the big yellow dog was the first to give chase.
The nearby flying squad also turned in unison at this moment, no longer attacking the remaining mutant wild wolves but instead pursuing the Wolf King.
With the mutant wild wolves focused solely on escaping, only the big yellow dog and these second-tier mutant birds capable of flight could keep up with the opponent.
During the chase, the only ones truly capable of injuring the mutant Wolf King were the big yellow dog and the mutant hawk.
This scene made Yifeng increasingly eager. The stronger the mutant Wolf King, the greater the help it would provide after being captured. The two sides continued their chase, with the mutant Wolf King's injuries worsening.
Each time the big yellow dog bit, it managed to tear off a piece of flesh from its opponent.
Meanwhile, the mutant falcon's talons left one scar after another on its adversary.
As for the remaining mutated birds, they serve as auxiliary attackers. Although their attack power is not high, it depends on where they attack. If they target the opponent's wounds, the situation changes entirely.
The mutated wild wolf can only endure in frustration, as the big yellow dog is too agile for it to hit.
As for the mutated birds in the sky, its mouth is still bleeding, making it unable to bite and difficult to pose a fatal threat. Finally, after a full 5-kilometer chase, the mutated Wolf King lost too much blood and finally couldn't hold on, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Only then did this pursuit come to an end. Seeing this scene, Yifeng finally let out a long sigh of relief.
Of course, it wasn't over yet.
These mutated wild wolves still needed to be transported back, and it wasn't just one. Including the mutated Wolf King, there were a total of 16. Fortunately, Yifeng had plenty of subordinates, especially the mutated water buffalo, which practically became the main force for transportation. 5 mutant water buffaloes, the strongest one went alone to lift the mutant Wolf King. The remaining 4 mutant water buffaloes, each could carry 2 second-tier mutant wild wolves. As for those first-tier mutant wild wolves, their size was only about 3 times larger than ordinary wild wolves.
The mutant hawk directly grabbed 2. The remaining mutant birds can basically grab 1 each and fly away.
The last ones are all handed over to the mutant king cobra, which wraps them with its tail to bring them back. Of course, to be on the safe side, Yifeng also instructed the king cobra to inject a certain amount of venom into their bodies, ensuring they wouldn't cause any trouble. On the way back, he informed Qindalong, telling him that everything went smoothly, but the transportation of the wolf pack was not easy and might take a little longer. This news immediately made Qindalong so excited that he paced back and forth, unable to stay calm. In his imagination, defeating the mutant Wolf King alone would already be difficult, but now they had directly brought back an entire wolf pack. This instantly gave him a deeper understanding of the strength of Lord Dragon King's forces.
Half an hour later,
the massive team returned grandly to Sunset Valley. As soon as he entered his territory, Yifeng eagerly extended his tree roots, binding all the mutant wolf packs and pulling them under his tree. He first ordered his subordinates to return to the Eastern Ridge Mountains to continue assisting Qindalong in clearing out mutant creatures. Then, it was time for the captives. A tree root bound the mutant Wolf King tightly, and the capture ability was instantly activated. Previously, when Yifeng captured other mutant creatures, although it couldn't be said to go very smoothly, he was at least successful every time. But this time, after his capture ability was activated, he could clearly feel that the special energy he injected into the opponent's body encountered extremely strong resistance. Yifeng frowned slightly and continued to activate the capture ability, injecting the special energy. The two sides engaged in a tug of war. Yifeng could feel that as he continued to use his capture ability, a sense of dizziness unexpectedly emerged. He now realized that his capture ability was actually more like a mental battle. Only by completely defeating the opponent could he imprint the mark of capture. So he could only grit his teeth and persevere. This situation lasted for 5 minutes before Yifeng had to stop, because he felt a buzzing in his mind, and if he continued, he feared he might faint at any moment. As for the mutated Wolf King, its eyes had already rolled back, and it had passed out. But what left Yifeng helpless was that even though the opponent had already fainted, its subconscious was still resisting. The same third tier, this is not easy to capture. At this moment, Yifeng also felt a bit troubled. However, when the corner of his eye caught sight of the other injured mutant wild wolves under the tree, he suddenly came up with an idea. Yifeng recalled the time when he had captured Qindalong before. If the other party desperately resisted, it wouldn't be so easy for him to successfully capture them. However, due to the various miracles he displayed, Qindalong gave up resisting.
The current situation is somewhat similar.
Of course, it's impossible to make the other party give up resisting, but it can weaken their hostility. As long as the hostility is weakened and the other party's will to resist isn't so strong, the capture should succeed.
Think and act.
Yifeng first infused some spiritual energy into the mutated Wolf King's body, allowing it to wake up quickly. Then he used tree roots to bind the 15 severely injured mutated wild wolves and place them in front of the mutated Wolf King.
Oh whoa!
The mutant Wolf King had no idea what Yifeng intended to do, but seeing the injuries on its companions, it couldn't help but let out an angry roar.
Yifeng completely ignored the other party's emotions.
He extended a tree root and touched the head of the most severely injured mutant wolf. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the rapidly declining aura of the wolf suddenly stabilized and then began to rise slowly. At the same time, the bleeding wounds on its body quickly stopped and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene made the mutant wolf king pause in surprise. It was somewhat puzzled but stopped howling. Then it watched as Yifeng's tree roots extended toward the third, fourth, fifth mutant wild wolves. Every mutant wild wolf touched on the head by the tree roots had its injuries rapidly healed. Seeing the changes in the wolves, the ferocity in the mutant wolf king's eyes diminished significantly. Finally, after Yifeng finished treating the last mutated wild wolf, that tree root moved to the top of the wolf king's head and then pointed downward. In the next moment, the mutated wolf king felt a strange energy entering its body, giving it a warm and soothing sensation all over. At the same time, the pain in its mouth was rapidly subsiding. It slightly licked its tongue and discovered that its previously riddled and nearly severed tongue was healing at an incredible speed. This miraculous scene caused the ferocity in the mutated wolf king's eyes to completely vanish. Seeing this scene, Yifeng felt a bit surprised in his heart. It was clear that his approach had worked, but how effective it would ultimately be, and whether he could capture the other party, was hard to say. Let's try again. I hope you'll cooperate this time, or else you'll just be confined here until I break through to the fourth tier and try again. Yifeng slowly exhaled a breath and then activated the capture ability once more. Buzz. Soon, Yifeng felt a buzzing sound in his mind again. The opponent was still resisting, but Yifeng could sense that this time the opponent's determination to resist was not as strong, merely a biological instinct to resist. This immediately gave Yifeng much more confidence. With his full effort, the mutated wolf king fell unconscious again in just 3 minutes. This time, after completely shattering the opponent's will, the hatred that had supported the wolf king's heart was gone. The special energy released by Yifeng finally entered the opponent's mind and then condensed into a unique imprint. Success! Yifeng felt joy in his heart. By taming this wolf pack, his overall combat capability could increase by at least half. If all the first-tier mutant wild wolves were upgraded to the second tier, it might even be possible to double their combat power. Of course, Yifeng was just thinking about it. He definitely wouldn't do so in the short term. After all, he still had a large group of mutated creatures under his command, waiting for him to condense the second-tier evolution fruit and break through to the third tier. At this moment, Yifeng was quite happy, but someone was even happier than him. Yangcheng Research Institute. Half an hour ago, Su Liang received a call from Chen Dalong and immediately brought the entire research team to the entrance to wait. No choice, without experimental materials, they could only sit idly in the lab. It was better to get everyone out. Judging by the time, they should be arriving soon. I heard they cut down a mutated plant over 100 meters tall. I wonder how much research material they can bring back, Su Liang said, glancing at his watch and muttering to himself. Professor, didn't they tell you? Someone asked. No, they said they wanted to surprise me, but the more they act like this, the more curious I get, Su Liang replied. Since it's a surprise, the quantity definitely won't be small. I estimate it could be 500 or 600 pounds, said Yue Hua, standing on the other side. Hua Ji, it can't be that much, said the person who had spoken earlier. According to their expectations, if they could get 100 or 200 pounds, they would already be thanking the heavens. Not necessarily, Su Liang couldn't help but say with a smile. He recalled the agreement he signed with Chen Dalong last night, as well as the other party's assurance, patting his chest and promising an ample supply of research materials. Under such circumstances, it was very likely for the other party to bring back 500 or 600 pounds. As he spoke, he patted Yue Hua on the shoulder. Wei Hua, you also deserve credit for this matter. If it weren't for you introducing such a reliable security company, we wouldn't know how much longer we'd have to wait to get the materials. Yue Hua quickly said, Professor Su, you're too kind. This is what I should do. Su Liang smiled and didn't bring up the topic again, but he kept this matter in mind. Everyone chatted casually while waiting, and finally, they saw the approaching truck from afar. It's here. Su Liang immediately perked up, but the smile on his face quickly faded. Turns out it's an entire convoy. Got excited for nothing. But which research team is so extravagant to bring back a whole convoy of goods? Chen Dalong had informed him over the phone that the materials would be transported by truck. In his view, at most, it would just be a small truck, so he instinctively categorized this convoy as belonging to someone else. He led the research team to move aside, but what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. The leading vehicle suddenly braked and stopped right in front of him. Then, a young man jumped out of the vehicle, his face full of enthusiasm, and said, Professor Su, hello, I'm Li Huoxing. We meet again. Su Liang carefully took another look before recalling that when Chen Dalong came to apply for a gun permit earlier, it seemed the other party was indeed by his side. Hello. It's really kind of you to deliver the materials. It seems like you've had a great harvest this time. Using so many trucks to transport the corpses of mutated creatures, Su Liang remarked with some amazement. This was the only reasonable explanation he could think of. At the same time, he felt that his assessment of the strength of the Kwanglong Security Company could be raised another level. Hearing the other party say this, Li Huoxing's expression became somewhat peculiar. It is indeed a bit tiring. After all, transporting these 10 trucks of mutated plants from the mountains to the vehicles wasn't easy. Su Liang? Upon hearing Li Huoxing's words, Su Liang's first reaction was that he had misheard, and his second reaction was that the other party was joking with him. After all, using 10 trucks to load mutated plants, how much would that bring back? That would definitely be a number he wouldn't dare to dream of. Ahem, Mr. Li really loves to joke. I wonder how much material Boss Chen has brought me. Su Liang, fearing the other party might continue joking, couldn't handle the stress and directly brought up Chen Dalong. Li Huoxing was somewhat speechless. He didn't bother wasting words to explain and simply waved to the people behind him. Soon, members of the Obsidian Security Company got out of the car and directly opened the cargo box. To give Su Liang and the others a clearer view, the driver thoughtfully adjusted the angle of the vehicle. In an instant, everyone in Su Liang's research team seemed to be frozen in place, their eyes fixed intently on the cargo box. After a long while, someone quietly swallowed and couldn't help but mutter, how could there be so many mutated plant materials? They didn't just chop down some random trees and bring them back, did they? Although the other party's voice wasn't loud, Su Liang still heard it and glared at them fiercely. But in his heart, he couldn't help but have similar thoughts. It wasn't until he saw the nearly 5-meter-thick massive tree trunk in the carriage that he finally felt relieved. Professor Su, you should call more people over. It's not easy to transport so much material, Li Huoxing said. Alright, I'll call someone right away. But how much material did you bring in total? Su Liang said, adding, once I understand clearly, it'll be easier to decide how many people to call. About 50 tons. Li Huoxing replied honestly. Su Liang's hand trembled, almost dropping the phone he had just taken out. This much? The research institute definitely can't hold it all. I need to find someone immediately and urgently rent a warehouse. Su Liang finally understood what it meant to have the sweet burden of happiness. Alright, but remember to rent a larger warehouse. This is just the first batch. There are 2 more batches coming. Altogether, there will be approximately 150 tons of mutated plant materials, Li Huoxing reminded. This. Su Liang stammered for a long time before finally blurting out, with so many research materials, we won't be able to use them all. While Li Huoxing was handling the materials, Chen Dalong, who was in the Dongling Mountains, finally set out with his team after resting for nearly half an hour. He had previously told Zhang Ji that this time he would clear out 2 areas in one go. Chen Dalong had no intention of going back on his word, and he really did just that. He led the Kwanglong Security Company in a sweep for half an hour, returned to the camp to drop off the hunted mutant creatures, and then immediately set out again with his team. Such high-intensity work efficiency left not only other security companies but even the 4 military battalions staring in astonishment, because if it were them, they wouldn't be able to achieve this either. Rest is essential to ensure sufficient physical strength to handle unexpected situations. Moreover, during rest, wounds need to be bandaged and treated. Every time they go out, they face so many dangers, and injuries are inevitable. Even though the soldiers of the military squad cooperate seamlessly, they can only manage to prevent the occurrence of severely injured personnel. However, the people from the Wild Dragon Security Company not only returned without any seriously injured personnel, but even the lightly injured were just 2 or 3 individuals. What puzzled them the most was that the Wild Dragon Security Company could always hunt down a second-tier mutant creature each time. Logically speaking, encountering mutant creatures of this level, it would be normal to have not just serious injuries but even 1 or 2 fatalities. Everyone wanted to know how the Wild Dragon Security Company managed to achieve this. Some even wanted to ask for advice, but Chen Dalong brushed them off with a laugh. Just like that, the tasks were completed one after another. By 3 p.m., Kwanglong Security Company had completed another sweep, and after calculating the military merits, Chen Dalong couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement. Because with this mission included, his accumulated military merits had already reached 1,598 points. In other words, his mission objective has already been accomplished. After returning, deducting 1,500 military merit points, he can directly be promoted to honorary captain. Of course, reaching the goal doesn't mean he can relax afterward. After all, such opportunities are too rare. Normally, killing these mutant insects wouldn't earn military merit, let alone being calculated at double the merit points. As for military merits, no one would ever think they have too many. Even if they can no longer be promoted beyond the rank of honorary second lieutenant, they can still use their military merits to directly purchase weapons. According to Chen Dalong's vision, he aims to establish the strongest security company in Yang City without dispute, which means having enough guns at hand. Brothers, take a 15-minute break, and then we'll continue, Chen Dalong shouted loudly. Yes, all the members responded in unison, full of morale. Because Chen Dalong had previously promised them that for every 100 military merit points accumulated, he would additionally take out 100,000 Huaxia coins as a bonus, distributed according to contributions. Now, 1,500 598 merit points have been earned, which means Chen Daolong will take out an additional 1.5 million huaxia coins. This motivated everyone to give it their all, as the larger the bonus pool, the more money they could receive. 15 minutes later, the team regrouped and prepared to set off. At this moment, a large military unit returned together with Starshield Security Company.
Make way, quickly make way, medics are coming to save people.
Someone carried an emergency stretcher, rushing toward the temporary logistics area.
Chen Daolong glanced over and noticed there were actually 5 stretchers.
In other words, during this trip, the other side ended up with 5 seriously injured personnel.
This is unlucky. Did we encounter some terrifying mutant creature?
Chen Daolong couldn't help but mutter, but he didn't dwell on it too much and directly ordered the departure. After all, with Lord Parrot and a group of envoys secretly protecting them, he was full of confidence and feared no danger.
However,
he had just entered the Dongling mountain range for less than 5 minutes when the smile on his face disappeared.
Everyone, stay alert and watch your step.
I don't want to see anyone else getting hurt, Chen Daolong scolded the group behind him.
In just 5 minutes, 2 people had already suffered minor injuries. Normally, they would only see 2 or 3 injuries during an entire trip.
After reprimanding them, Chen Daolong continued leading the way at the front. From time to time, he swung his large blade, slicing in half any mutated insects daring to attack him.
Damn it, why are there so many mutated insects in this area? Chen Daolong couldn't help but curse under his breath. Lots of mutated insects?
At that moment, the slightly puzzled voice of the mutated parrot came through the headset.
This immediately sent a chill down Chen Daolong's spine. This area was personally chosen by Lord Parrot. Wasn't his earlier remark indirectly mocking the others' poor judgment?
Caught a cold, feeling groggy and unwell all over. I'll check my condition tomorrow, might take a leave, just giving a heads up.
The season is changing, everyone take care of your health. Master Parrot, it seems like there are indeed a few more mutant insects here,
Chen Daolong said nervously. After speaking, he anxiously waited. If Master Parrot truly thought he was sarcastically criticizing his choice of area, then he might be facing a storm of fury next. On the other side, Yifeng didn't think much about it. He was genuinely a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, he carefully investigated each area he chose, so if there were a large number of mutant insects here, he shouldn't have failed to notice them. Thinking of this, the mutant parrot he was inhabiting jumped to the ground and walked toward the nearby bushes. However, as he approached, the surrounding mutant insects quickly jumped away. Almost forgot, Yifeng muttered to himself, beginning to restrain his aura. Before long, those mutated insects that had been avoiding him started attacking proactively. Yifeng did not fight back. The feathers on the mutated parrot were enough to withstand the attacks of these mutated insects. Thus, he observed while advancing.
Soon, his brows furrowed slightly as he noticed something amiss.
On the other side, Chen Daolong, who was anxiously waiting, suddenly heard the explanation from the mutated parrot. It's not that the number of mutated insects has increased, but their aggressiveness has become stronger. Many mutated insects that were originally considered mild are now highly aggressive.
Moreover, their range of hostility has expanded. They can even attack from 4 or 5 meters away.
While Chen Daolong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, more doubts arose in his mind.
Master Parrot, why is this happening? Is there any good way to deal with it? Chen Daolong hurriedly asked.
However, the mutated parrot fell silent again, leaving Chen Daolong to lead the team forward while waiting. Meanwhile, Yifeng had already shifted his consciousness back to his main body.
When possessing the mutated parrot, his perspective was limited. After switching back to the main body, it was completely different.
His perception could spread through any part of his body, whether in the sky or underground. He could understand everything with perfect clarity.
He began to sense everything happening within his territory.
Now, the length of his tree roots had already exceeded 1,000 meters.
Due to Yifeng's deliberate devouring, there were quite a few mutated insects within his territory. At this moment, these mutated insects were all behaving extremely violently.
They were not only attacking humans but also fighting among themselves. Yifeng saw a mutated stick insect passing by a weed when a mutated mantis suddenly pounced down from above. In just a few moves, it tore the mutated stick insect apart and then piled its corpse around, as if intimidating its enemies.
The mutated mantis then returned to the weed, quietly crouching there.
Meanwhile, the aura emanating from it was gradually growing stronger. This enhancement is very subtle, and if Yifeng were not controlling the tree roots and approaching the soil beneath the opponent, it would be difficult to detect. Yifeng quickly determined that this should be a sign of an impending breakthrough.
It is precisely because of this that the mutant mantis is eager to eliminate the dangers around it.
After all, during the breakthrough, it will be unable to move, and if enemies appear at that time, it would be at their mercy.
Originally, this wouldn't be considered anything special. With so many mutant insects, breaking through a realm is not particularly rare.
But Yifeng glanced around and found that almost half of the mutated insects in his territory had entered this state of preparing to break through.
This was extraordinary. What's going on? Why are so many mutated insects about to break through?
Yifeng frowned deeply. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He immediately withdrew the perception gathered at the tree tree roots, then spread it to the leaves, slowly sensing the changes in the wind. Sure enough, the spiritual energy concentration has increased, roughly by about 2%. But such a small increase isn't significant. Why would it trigger such a collective breakthrough event? Yi Feng was somewhat puzzled. He seemed to have noticed something. At this moment, the leaves of the entire iron birch tree moved without wind, rustling loudly, and Yi Feng's perception reached its peak. The concentration of spiritual energy is actually increasing every moment. Yi Feng was truly astonished this time. If the spiritual energy concentration had increased by 2% earlier, then in just over 10 seconds, it had risen to 2.01%, and this increase was still ongoing. This couldn't help but remind Yi Feng of a term he had mentioned when bluffing Chen Dalong earlier: spiritual energy revival. At this moment, Yi Feng once again looked at those mutated insects, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. The increase in spiritual energy concentration is just one aspect. The most important thing is that this world is undergoing changes. It's very likely that these changes have made it easier for them to break through, giving many mutated insects that were originally stuck at bottlenecks the opportunity to advance. After figuring out the reason, Yi Feng's brows furrowed tightly, as it seemed humanity was about to face significant trouble. Fortunately, I managed to subdue Chen Dalong. Otherwise, just figuring out how to take care of my family would have been enough to give me a headache. Everyone stop and rest here. Chen Dalong arrived at the designated location, killed a mutated giant white goose, and then spoke. The others were somewhat surprised to hear this command, but Chen Dalong said sternly, "Those who were injured earlier, quickly tend to your wounds. The rest of you should also think about how to reduce injuries in the upcoming situations." Everyone listened and nodded one after another, without any doubt. Meanwhile, Chen Dalong sighed inwardly. After he had asked his question earlier, there had been no response from Lord Parrot, nor any further instructions. He was also unsure which direction to head in to find the next mutated creature, so he could only wait in place. Suddenly, a voice came through the Bluetooth headset. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I wasn't sure about your question earlier, so I went to ask Lord Dragon King." Hearing this, Chen Dalong shuddered instantly. Before he could ask, the voice on the other side continued. "Lord Dragon King said that the process of spiritual energy revival has further intensified. Simply put, your cultivation speed will be faster in the future, and breaking through bottlenecks will be much easier. It's not just you, all mutated creatures are like this. Those mutated insects are so aggressive because they are about to break through, and you happen to enter their hiding place, so naturally, you were attacked." The mutated parrot's words carried a lot of information, and it took Chen Dalong a while to digest the content. Then he immediately understood what this would mean. He no longer cared whether he would be suspected and quickly took off a Bluetooth earpiece, bringing it close to his mouth to ask, "Lord Parrot, do you mean that all the mutated insects are about to break through? That would mean humanity is in big trouble, wouldn't it?" The mutant parrot said after a brief silence, "You might have misunderstood. Not all mutant insects will break through. Only those mutant insects previously stuck at a bottleneck can break through, and this proportion is roughly 1/3. Hearing this, Chen Dalong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined. However, before he could relax, he heard the voice continue through the Bluetooth headset. "Moreover, what I mentioned earlier were mutated creatures, not just mutated insects. All the mutated animals that were previously stuck at a bottleneck will also break through. By then, there will likely be a considerable number of second-tier mutated animals, the kind that can make it onto the danger rankings." Hearing this, Chen Dalong felt a wave of suffocation. The gap between the first tier and the second tier was something he had experienced firsthand today, and it couldn't have been clearer. Take the first-tier mutated giant white goose he just killed as an example. At the first tier, any one of the security guards under his command could have taken it down with an automatic rifle. But once it reaches the second tier, let alone one person, even 3 or 4 people armed with guns might end up being counter-killed by it. "Lord Parrot, what should we do?" Chen Dalong asked with some difficulty. "Do what needs to be done. This kind of grand shift in the world, neither you nor I can change it, not even Lord Dragon King. Besides, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Such major issues will naturally be handled by the higher-ups among you humans. Just take care of your own little patch of land," said the mutant parrot. Hearing this, Chen Dalong calmed down instead. Indeed, taking care of oneself is enough, and with the protection of Lord Dragon King, his personal safety is not something he needs to worry too much about. Soon, the team set off again, but to accommodate the others, Chen Dalong slowed his pace this time. At the same time, while clearing the path ahead, if he saw bushes, he would actively approach them, attract the mutated insects hidden inside, and then kill them. Under his deliberate protection, coupled with everyone else being increasingly cautious, the casualties were indeed greatly reduced. Seeing this scene, Chen Dalong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The journey ahead went quite smoothly, with the only difference being that the pace was slightly slower than before. Previously, it basically took half an hour to clear out an area, but now the time has been extended to about 45 minutes. However, seeing that only 5 people were slightly injured, Chen Dalong felt it was completely worth it. If they had maintained the previous speed, the number of injured would have at least doubled. When he returned to the temporary camp, it was already 4 o'clock. As soon as he returned, he immediately sensed that something was off about the atmosphere here. When they were fighting outside, their nerves were always tense, so upon returning to the temporary camp, they would try their best to relax. Conversations and laughter were certainly present, but at this moment, the temporary camp was filled with solemnity. Apart from the occasional muffled groans of pain, even those who spoke deliberately lowered their voices. This scene made Chen Dalong frown slightly. His gaze swept around and quickly locked onto Qin Yaowen not far away. He immediately led the team over. As soon as Chen Dalong approached, Qin Yaowen took the initiative to greet him. "Brother Chen, how is your team doing with the injuries?" Qin Yaowen asked while sizing up the members of the Quanglong Security Company, his eyes betraying an unmistakable look of surprise. "Not bad. 5 people sustained minor injuries," Chen Dalong replied, then asked, "What's going on here? The atmosphere is so tense, and no one is speaking." Upon hearing that only 5 people had suffered minor injuries, Qin Yaowen's mind was filled with a string of exclamation marks. But after hearing Chen Dalong's subsequent words, a faint bitter smile appeared on his face. What else could it be? Too many people got injured. On that last mission, our Obsidian Security Company lost 2 people, 5 were seriously injured, and the number of injured reached as high as 31. At first, I thought it was just bad luck on our side, with the mutated insects in that area being so frenzied. But later, when we returned, I realized everyone's situation was the same. I have no idea what happened. Now everyone is waiting for the military leadership to make the next move. Now my Obsidian Security Company has fewer than 100 people capable of fighting, and it's basically in a semi-crippled state. After hearing the other party's lament, Chen Dalong couldn't help but pat the other party's shoulder. He wanted to say a few comforting words, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Finally, he turned his head and said to Li Huoxing beside him, "Let the other brothers know that all the mutated creatures we harvested this time should be handed over to Obsidian Security Company." "No need, Brother Chen. What I just said wasn't to complain to you or ask for benefits," Qin Yaowen immediately clarified. "I understand, but these are what you deserve." Chen Dalong said seriously, "When you helped me gather merits before, the mutated insects you handed over were worth about 60 to 70 military merit points. These need to be repaid. Additionally, you helped us transport the mutated poplar trees, saving us a lot of time. This contribution also needs to be credited to you. This batch of mutated creatures, I estimate, can be exchanged for around 230 military merit points. The excess will be considered interest for you. Follow me, and you won't be treated unfairly." Qin Yaowen felt slightly moved. To be honest, the military credit could have been withheld entirely or delayed for some time. After all, as long as Chen Dalong held onto the cooperation with Hongxing Technology, he wouldn't dare to turn hostile. But now, the other party hadn't taken any advantage at all. Instead, they generously gave him benefits. Although it might seem like an attempt to win favor, Qin Yaowen accepted this sentiment. "Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony with you. I really need this military equipment. As I said before, if there's anything you want our Black Obsidian Security Company to do, just let me know," Qin Yaowen said solemnly. Chen Dalong was just about to make a joke when he saw a messenger soldier hurrying in his direction. "Comrade Chen, Regiment Commander Zhang has requested you to come to the command vehicle," the messenger soldier said after saluting Chen Dalong. Chen Dalong was somewhat surprised. It was only then that he realized the command vehicle had returned at some point. This was Zhang Ji's exclusive vehicle. Clearly, the other party had returned from the front line area. "Alright, I'll head over now." Chen Dalong immediately nodded and quickly followed the other party toward the command vehicle. When he arrived, the door of the command vehicle was already open, and Chen Dalong stepped directly inside. At this moment, Zhang Ji was looking at a report in his hand, his brows furrowed. Seeing Chen Dalong come in, he finally put down the report in his hand, squeezed out a smile, and said, "Boss Chen, impressive. I didn't expect you to actually clear out that large area before 4 o'clock." Hearing Zhang Ji's praise, Chen Dalong smiled sheepishly. "I think it was alright. I just completed the task as per the agreed time." Zhang Ji let out a light sigh. Yes, completing tasks on time, if only the military teams could achieve that as well. Hearing the somewhat pointed remark, Chen Dalong's heart sank. "Captain Zhang, is the current situation really that bad?" Apart from Zhang Ji, he was probably the person most eager for the cleanup mission to be successfully completed, because this was the foundation for collaborating with Red Star Technology. You can think about it, if even the mutated creatures near the roads cannot be completely cleared, how could the other party possibly feel assured enough to move the branch office here? If the other party changes their decision, then the escort mission will naturally fall through. The situation is indeed very bad. The current circumstances are too abnormal, and it's not just one specific area, it's the entire Dongling mountain range. I even contacted the monitoring team in Yang City, and they also discovered that the forests surrounding the city have seen those mutated insects become extremely aggressive. An expert group has already been organized to study this situation, but no conclusions have been reached yet. This time, I called you over because I wanted to hear your thoughts, Zhang Ji said
said directly. He knew Chen Dalong was an ability user, and the latter had just returned from the mountains as a first-hand experiencer. Regarding this matter, he might have his own unique insights. Hearing such a straightforward question from the other party, Chen Dalong hesitated slightly. Just as he was considering whether or not to answer, the voice of the mutated parrot came through the Bluetooth headset. You can tell him the situation. Chen Dalong no longer hesitated and directly said, as for my situation, Captain Zhang, you are already aware. I can indeed sense some details that others cannot perceive. Zhang Ji's spirits were immediately lifted, and his eyes burned with anticipation as he looked at Chen Dalong, waiting for him to continue. I can sense that the concentration of spiritual energy in the world is increasing, and the mutation rate of all living beings is accelerating. Speaking of this, Chen Dalong added an extra explanation. Spiritual energy is what causes biological mutations. I know that, but what's the connection between their accelerated mutation speed and becoming highly aggressive? Zhang Ji asked. The concentration of spiritual energy is increasing, which means that something special is happening in this world. This has caused the bottlenecks of those mutated creatures to weaken or even disappear. In other words, they are about to break through to a higher level. When they are about to break through, they become extremely sensitive and attack any human who enters their hiding place. Chen Dalong explained as concisely as possible what he had learned. After hearing Chen Dalong's speculation, Zhang Ji furrowed his brows tightly. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked urgently, the breakthrough you mentioned, does it refer to mutant insects or all mutant creatures? Chen Dalong couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The other party truly lived up to being the commander, immediately thinking of this matter. Just as you feared, it's all the mutated creatures. I estimate that a large number of dangerous level mutated animals will appear next. Chen Dalong sighed lightly as he spoke. Are you saying all of this is true? Zhang Ji couldn't help but stand up, unable to remain calm any longer. These are just my guesses. However, I'm about 70 to 80% sure that it's true, Chen Dalong said with a serious expression. Although he wanted to say he was completely certain, he knew the other party wouldn't believe such a claim. It was better to lower the certainty slightly to increase the likelihood of being trusted. Zhang Ji plopped back into his chair and, after a long silence, said, I understand. I will immediately report your suspicions to the higher-ups. And given the current situation, do you think our eradication operation should continue? This time, Chen Dalong responded almost without hesitation. It definitely needs to continue. Oh, then share your thoughts, Zhang Ji said. Now these mutated insects have only become more aggressive, but their strength hasn't increased. But if they complete their breakthrough and all turn into second-tier mutated insects, trying to kill them then will cost far more manpower than this, Chen Dalong immediately said. Zhang Ji nodded after hearing this. In fact, he also leaned more toward continuing the extermination mission, but he considered more factors. If the subsequent developments truly turn out as Chen Dalong predicted, then they should place even greater importance on Red Star technology. Second-order mutant creatures are about to appear on a large scale, and if humanity's combat power is to keep up, military exoskeletons are indispensable. I also plan to continue carrying out the cleanup missions, but compared to before, the difficulty has increased by at least 50%. The military side is still manageable. The casualties are within an acceptable range. However, the security companies are struggling to cope. Next, I will conduct another mobilization and improve welfare benefits, but even that won't be enough. There are some particularly tricky issues that require sufficiently strong individuals to resolve, Zhang Ji said. Chen Dalong could easily understand the meaning behind the other party's words. He immediately patted his chest and declared, Commander Zhang, rest assured, no matter what difficulties you face here, as long as the reward is sufficient, I can rise to the challenge. The corner of Zhang Ji's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. It was the first time he had seen someone talk about money with such righteous conviction. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. Take a look at this. If you handle it, how much military merit would it require? Zhang Ji handed over a document he had just received to Chen Dalong as he spoke. Chen Dalong immediately took it, but after glancing at it twice, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. A group of mutated monkeys, although there are over 100 of them, there aren't any at the second tier. The military can't handle them? Chen Dalong asked with some confusion. Zhang Ji sighed, they can't handle them. These mutated monkeys are too clever. They won't even come close to our troops, always keeping at least 50 to 60 meters away. Look at the environment of the Dongling Mountains. With such a distance and them staying in the trees, their bodies are completely obscured by the leaves. How can we shoot? And they run too fast. Our soldiers can't catch up with them. Chen Dalong nodded after hearing this, but he still had doubts in his heart and immediately asked, how do those mutant monkeys attack from 50 or 60 meters away? Rocks. Zhang Ji rubbed his forehead and said, the strength of that group of mutant monkeys is incredible. They can throw rocks the size of watermelons, weighing 30 to 40 pounds, just like that. The 7th Brigade, which went to encircle the mutant monkey group, already has 5 people with broken arms, 2 with fractured ribs, and 1 who was killed by a rock. Chen Dalong was somewhat dumbfounded upon hearing this. He could only say
that once mutant creatures learn to use tools, their combat power becomes terrifyingly enhanced. How about it? Does your wild dragon security company have the confidence to deal with the mutant monkey group? After explaining the situation, Zhang Ji immediately asked. Chen Dalong pretended to be deep in thought, but in reality, he was waiting for a response from Lord Parrot. No problem, it's just a minor issue. The voice of the mutant parrot immediately came through the Bluetooth headset. Chen Dalong steadied himself and looked up at Zhang Ji. Our Quanglong security company handling the monkey horde is definitely not a problem. But considering the difficulty of eliminating this mutated monkey horde, I think the calculation of military merit points shouldn't follow the previous standard. How about 30 military merit points for killing one mutated monkey? Chen Dalong said enthusiastically. Zhang Ji almost laughed out of exasperation. 30 military merit points? I can't believe you said that. A regular first-tier mutated creature is only worth 3 or 4 military merit points. In this way, I won't take advantage of you. How about giving you 5 military merit points for killing a mutated monkey? Chen Dalong listened and said with a bitter expression, Captain Zhang, you can't bargain like this. Although these mutated monkeys are first-tier, they're hard to deal with. You're offering too little money, and I might not even have enough for medical expenses later. How about this? Let's settle on a flat rate 20 military merit points for killing one mutated monkey. Zhang Ji shook his head. At most 6 military merit points. That's already double compared to ordinary first-tier mutated creatures. I can't offer more. 10, 100, 101000. At this moment, the mutated monkey group in Chen Dalong's eyes was nothing more than a pile of moving gold. Alright, but don't let your guard down. Be careful. If it really doesn't work out, just retreat. We still have Reaper missiles we can use, Zhang Ji earnestly reminded. He wasn't joking. As long as the location of the monkey group was locked, at most 3 Reaper missiles would be enough to wipe them all out. Of course, the cost of doing so was a bit high. A single Reaper missile, if exchanged with military merit points, would require at least 3,000 points. 3 missiles would amount to 9,000 points. Sending Chen Dalong over only requires paying 1,000 military merit points, which is clearly the more cost-effective option. At this moment, Chen Dalong was as happy as if he had earned 1 billion. After returning, he immediately gathered his team and rushed non-stop toward the front area. When Chen Dalong shared the task of dealing with the mutant monkey group with the others, everyone became excited as well. As for dealing with the mutated monkey group, whether it would be difficult or not, they hadn't even considered it. Most people had a blind confidence in Chen Dalong. Of course, there were still some who could remain rational. Boss, how should we handle those mutated monkey groups later? Lu Wenhua asked with a frown. In that situation, neither he nor Xie Guanzhong had any confidence in being able to hit those mutated monkeys. After all, without a clear view and with leaves obstructing the path, the trajectory of the bullets is bound to deviate to some extent. More importantly, those mutant monkeys aren't dead. They won't just stand there and let you shoot them. On the contrary, these mutant creatures have a keen instinct for danger. The moment you aim your gun at them, they'll instinctively start dodging. Don't worry about this. Chen Dalong patted the other person's shoulder and said with a smile. He had the same blind confidence in Lord Parrot. At this moment, the voice of the mutant parrot came through the Bluetooth headset. Dealing with these mutant monkeys isn't as hard as you think. They're also at the first tier, and your speed won't be slower than theirs. When the time comes, you won't even need to bring anyone else. Just chase them down alone, close the distance to 5 or 6 meters, and shoot them down. That's it. Hearing such a simple plan, Chen Dalong inexplicably felt a sudden unease in his heart. Letting him single-handedly take on over 100 mutant monkeys? No matter how he thought about it, it just didn't seem reliable. At this moment, Li Huoxing eagerly came over and asked, Boss, don't keep us in suspense. What's the plan? Let us know in advance so we can be mentally prepared. Chen Dalong forced a smile and said, Simple. In a moment, I'll charge forward alone and take them down. You guys just stay behind and cheer me on. If anyone else dared to say such a thing, the group would definitely think they were bragging without even drafting their story. However, with Chen Dalong's aura as an ability user, everyone felt that it all made perfect sense. The convoy quickly arrived at the area ahead, and after getting out of the car, Chen Dalong wasted no time and led the team into the forest. Although during the upcoming battle, he would be the only one needed, someone still had to collect the spoils of war. In the end, he decided to bring the entire team along. The actions of the Quanglong Security Company naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Really bold. Which security company is that? Going in at this time, and it's just one company entering alone, aren't they asking for trouble? Someone from another security company immediately remarked. It seems to be people from the Quanglong Security Company. I remember they chose the central area, didn't they? Why are they here? Someone said in confusion. While other security companies were engaged in discussions, the atmosphere in the 7th Squad, which was still present, was much more serious. What is Commander Zhang thinking, sending just one security company over? Can they really handle it? Feng Jun, the squad leader, couldn't help but mutter. Captain, didn't our commander say it already? This Quanglong Security Company
company is different.
Their combat strength is at least comparable to 2 squads, said Wang Junshine, the deputy squad leader beside him.
Isn't this nonsense?
No one would believe such a thing if it were said out loud, Feng Jun immediately retorted.
Captain, you'd better say less. Otherwise, if it gets to Commander Zhang, you'll be disciplined again.
Besides, whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know once the other side finishes this lap, Wang Junshine reminded.
Feng Jun seemed to recall some unpleasant memory and shuddered instantly.
Then he cast a stern glance at his subordinates around him, warning them with his eyes not to gossip recklessly. Chen Dalong was unaware that he had just arrived here and already become the center of attention. At this moment, he was swiftly traversing through the mountain forest. With a mutated parrot guiding the way, he didn't even need to spend time searching. In just 5 minutes of rapid progress, he had already approached the area where the monkey troop was located.
Alright, I'll go ahead first.
You guys can come over later to clean up the battlefield. Also, give me 2 more magazines, Chen Dalong said as he adjusted his gear. As Chen Dalong spoke, someone quickly handed over 2 magazines. At this moment, the number of magazines on him had already reached 6. Adding the bullets loaded in the firearm, there were a total of 210 rounds.
Dealing with over 100 mutated monkeys shouldn't be much of a problem.
After a final check of his equipment to ensure everything was in order, Chen Dalong dashed into the forest ahead without hesitation, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye.
The monkey troop is on the move. It's unclear if they've spotted you. Pick up the pace, said the mutated parrot. Understood. Chen Dalong responded with a shout, quickening his steps.
At this moment, even in the rugged terrain of the mountain forest, he was running at a speed of 15 meters per second. Wherever he passed, swarms of mutated insects were startled, and countless mutated insects launched attacks toward Chen Dalong. However, in front of the sprinting Chen Dalong, the vast majority of mutant insects missed their target, and even those that didn't were mostly knocked away directly. Only a very small number of mutant insects were lucky enough to attack Chen Dalong, but their claws and spikes could at most barely scratch his skin, causing no substantial damage.
Under such circumstances, Chen Dalong rapidly approached the group of mutant monkeys.
Take this shot. When Chen Dalong closed in to within just 10 meters of the monkey group, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, and 2 of them hit the mutated monkeys.
The armor-piercing rounds, carrying immense kinetic energy, penetrated deep into their bodies. One mutated monkey took a fist-sized through-and-through wound on its shoulder.
Though not killed instantly, without timely treatment it would inevitably bleed out and die. As for the other monkey, the bullet entered straight through its chest.
It didn't even let out a grunt before dying on the spot.
Seeing their comrade shot down, the mutated monkeys launched an immediate counterattack, hurling huge stones at Chen Dalong.
But Chen Dalong, relying on his extraordinary physical condition, dodged most of the massive rocks with agile left and right movements.
As for those he couldn't avoid, his robust physique allowed him to withstand several hits without any issue.
During this process, Chen Dalong did not stop shooting.
When approaching within a distance of 10 meters, even when facing these extremely agile mutated monkeys, he could achieve a 50% hit rate. To be honest, such a hit rate is not much worse than that of some soldiers. Chen Dalong's rapid improvement in marksmanship within just over a day was not due to extraordinary talent, but simply because his physical condition was exceptionally good. After becoming an evolver, his neural responsibility, dynamic capture ability, arm stability, and similar traits far surpassed those of ordinary people. With a significant enhancement in his physical hardware, his marksmanship naturally improved as well. In less than half a minute of pursuit and escape, the number of mutated monkeys killed by Chen Dalong exceeded 10. At this moment, Chen Dalong no longer felt the initial worry and fear. Instead, he experienced a thrilling sense of dominance and exhilaration. I didn't even know I had become so powerful, Chen Dalong roared inwardly, fighting with even greater fervor. But at that moment, the mutated monkey horde, realizing they couldn't escape, suddenly halted their frantic retreat following a sharp cry from the particularly burly Monkey King. Then, they all turned around and charged at Chen Dalong. This unexpected turn of events instantly snapped Chen Dalong out of his narcissistic state, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he immediately turned and ran back.
The stones thrown by the mutated monkey group he indeed wasn't afraid of.
But being at the same first tier, when these mutated monkeys pounced and attacked with sharp teeth and claws, they could definitely bite off a chunk of flesh.
Master Parrot, save me, Chen Dalong quickly shouted. Can you show some backbone? Sword. As the last word of the mutant parrot fell, a big yellow dog dashed out from the nearby woods.
Chen Dalong immediately understood and swiftly drew the large machete from his waist and threw it over. The big yellow dog darted forward, caught the machete in its mouth, then turned and charged toward the monkey group. Although the big yellow dog was only at the second tier, its speed was entirely on par with third-tier mutant creatures. Chen Dalong only caught glimpses of the big yellow dog's flickering figure as it pursued the mutated monkeys behind him, their heads flying off one by one. By the time he fully registered what was happening, more than a dozen mutated monkeys had already been killed.
Squeak squeak. At this moment, the mutated mutated monkey group fell into genuine panic and began to scatter in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Damn it, don't run.
Chen Dalong was getting anxious. These were all military merits.
Chase after their main force. The rest of the mutant monkeys will be taken care of by the envoy.
The voice of the mutant parrot came through just in time.
Without any hesitation, Chen Dalong immediately complied.
What followed was a relentless pursuit and slaughter.
However, it didn't last long. Just 5 minutes later, the chase was over. Alright, go and count the numbers. I killed a total of 82 here.
I'll mark the locations and send them to you later, said the mutant parrot.
Got it.
Chen Dalong carried a mutant monkey in one hand as he walked back, while continuously counting the numbers. As he made his way back, he quickly tallied the numbers and found that he had killed a total of 28. In other words, counting the ones killed by the envoy, the total number of these mutated monkeys reached 110.
When he calculated this number, Chen Dalong's breathing became rapid. This meant 1,100 merit points. Rich. I'm rich. Chen Dalong thought excitedly, wanting to jump for joy.
But he held back, because the rest of the Quanglong Security Company had also caught up by then.
Boss, how's the situation?
Li Huoxing was the first to rush over and ask. Although the piles of mutated monkey corpses already spoke for themselves, some questions weren't asked out of ignorance but to play the role of a foil. Hearing this, Chen Dalong immediately cast him an approving glance. Then he said loudly, "Of course it's resolved. There were a total of 110 mutant monkeys. Everyone, get moving, clean up the battlefield quickly, and let's try to clear out a couple more waves of mutant creatures later." Hearing Chen Dalong's words, the crowd was silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers.
An additional 1,100 merit points meant that Chen Dalong would contribute an extra 1.1 million huaxia currency to the bonus pool. How could they not be excited?
Motivated by the prospect of money, everyone seemed energized as if on adrenaline, cleaning up the battlefield at lightning speed.
When the number of mutant monkeys was finally confirmed, the team eagerly returned.
At this point, only 15 minutes had passed. In the temporary camp, the group resting there had just shifted their conversation from the Wild Dragon Security Company to discussing how to proceed with the cleanup operation. Everyone's faces were filled with gloom, especially the bosses of the security company, who were practically scratching their heads bald. Although they had just received notice that Zhang Ji was willing to increase the basic reward from 1 million huaxia currency to 3 million, and the military merit points for killing mutant insects had been raised by 50%, it was still a losing deal. And it was at this moment that the Wild Dragon Security Company returned.
I'm not sure if I can write the second chapter.
I had a cold earlier, and then started coughing these past 2 days, especially at night when the coughing gets severe. I haven't slept well these past 2 days, and my mental state is really poor.
If there's no update by 11 o'clock, everyone doesn't need to wait anymore. Consider it as me taking half a day off.
At the temporary camp of the Hunter Security Company, a young man said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Old Chen, lend me some gauze."
"What for?" Old Chen asked impatiently. "In 10 minutes, we'll be entering the forest. Wrap some extra gauze around your calves, it might come in handy."
"I definitely don't want to be carried out later," the young man said.
"You're right, kid, you're sharp."
Old Chen gave a thumbs up, took out some gauze, and said, "Here, I'll split half with you." Honestly, the boss should have just turned down this mission.
Turning it down is absolutely impossible. Otherwise, we'd be blacklisted, unable to buy firearms in the future, and the company wouldn't be able to grow, the young man sighed. "Whether the company grows or not is none of my business. I'm just here to make a living. Do you think this is something people should be doing?
Even soldiers get injured so much, and now they're sending us security guards in. Us security guards, to put it bluntly, are just..." Old Chen's rant trailed off as his voice grew quieter, and his eyes gradually widened in shock. The young man noticed the other person had stopped talking and, feeling curious, raised his head to follow the other's gaze.
He was instantly stunned.
"My goodness, as soon as I get back, I'm quitting my job," Old Chen said excitedly after snapping out of it.
"Why?"
The young man felt completely bewildered. The scene before him was truly challenging his worldview.
"Of course, to switch jobs.
Yesterday, I saw that this Wild Dragon Security Company was recruiting at the job market. As soon as I get back, I'm signing up," Old Chen said, rubbing his hands eagerly.
"Count me in."
The young man also came to his senses and immediately said. Chen Dalong had anticipated that his return would cause a stir, but he hadn't expected it to cause such a huge commotion. He had just returned to the temporary camp when he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of people.
There was no other way.
For most security companies, even a single trip might not result in the hunting of a mutated creature. They usually relied on mutated insects to make up the numbers. But the Mad Dragon Security Company brought back more than 100 in one go, and after checking, only 2 people were slightly injured. The onlookers were all dumbfounded, completely unable to understand how such an abnormal security company could exist. In fact, it wasn't just them, all the members of the 7th Squad were petrified at this moment. They could still recall the fear of being dominated by these mutated monkey groups more than half an hour ago. If we really fight to the end, we might not necessarily lose, but if it truly comes down to the last moment, the 7th Squad squad might be completely wiped out. However, this security company managed to eliminate the mutated monkey group in just 15 minutes, and there were no casualties. Those two who got scratched can't even be considered injured. Damn it, could it be that the toxins from my wound haven't been cleaned out properly, and now I'm hallucinating? Is this reasonable? Is this normal? Fongjun, the captain of the 7th squad, slapped his thigh and cursed loudly. Captain, although it's quite exaggerated, it's still reasonable. As the vice-captain, Wang Junchang said seriously, if they couldn't handle it, why would Captain Zhang send them over? Alright, let's go and see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms, Fongjun said as he stood up. Wang Junchang could only shake his head helplessly and quickly followed. At this moment, the most enthusiastic ones were Professor Lu Ji and his research team. Yes, they had also come along. As Professor Lu Ji put it, if we didn't come, should we stay there and count insects for other security companies? Boss Chun, I knew you wouldn't let me down. My goodness. Over 100 mutated monkeys. Our research team won't run out of materials for the next month, Lu Ji said excitedly. Hearing this, Chen Dalong became somewhat interested and casually asked, Professor Lu Ji, what exactly is your research project? Bioalloy. This is a new type of multi-purpose material. If it can truly be developed, it would undoubtedly push humanity's industrial revolution forward by a significant step. Of course, our research team is only responsible for one branch of it. Once we achieve results, your firearms will be able to undergo another round of upgrades, Lu Ji said with considerable pride. The branch he was researching was among the leading fields nationwide, and with the large number of mutated creatures obtained during this operation, he was at least 80% confident that his team could publish results earlier than other institutions. However, Chen Dalong wasn't particularly interested in any of this. He simply responded with a couple of perfunctory remarks and then went off to chat with others. There's no choice, the bosses of major companies still need to be given some face, as they'll inevitably cross paths in the future. Aside from that, there's Captain Fongjun of the 7th squad. His enthusiastic attitude made Chen Dalong feel a bit uncomfortable. After exchanging a few words, the two were already patting each other's shoulders, and they even agreed to go drinking together after the mission was over. Of course, such liveliness couldn't last for too long, because in the area ahead, roughly a quarter of the place still hasn't been cleared. With less than 2 hours left before sunset, the task is extremely demanding. In the following period, the Wild Dragon Security Company demonstrated what true strength really means. They could basically make a round trip every half hour, clearing out large areas, and the number of mutant creatures they brought back each time was astonishing. In fact, because Chen Dalong's team was so efficient, Zhang Ji only sent a symbolic reinforcement of 1 battalion, while the rest of the troops were dispatched to the rear areas. Finally, before the sunset, the cleanup mission was completed in a race against time. When the last batch of mutant creatures was accounted for and the military merits were tallied, Chen Dalong immediately calculated the total military merits they had earned today: 3,385 points. After deducting the 1,500 points spent on promoting to honorary captain, there were still 1,885 points remaining. These nearly 2,000 points of military merits were enough for the Mad Dragon Security Company to upgrade their equipment significantly. If it weren't for the wrong time and place, the people from the Quanglong Security Company would already be singing and dancing. Soon, the team regrouped and then marched back to Yang City in grand fashion. At this moment, compared to when they came, the moods of the bosses of the major security companies were almost completely opposite. When they set out in the morning, many were full of ambition, even brimming with wild aspirations. But now everyone is anxiously calculating whether this mission can break even. There's no choice, the number of injured is too high, and these injuries aren't something that can be treated quickly. As long as they're lying in the hospital, they can't work. When the number of injured reaches a certain level, the company doesn't dare to take on tasks, falling into a state of suspension. This kind of invisible loss is the most significant. At this moment, Zhang Ji stabbed everyone in the heart because he directly announced the military merit points each security company earned today. Mad Dragon Security Company directly claimed first place with a terrifying score of 3,385 points. Meanwhile, Star Shield Security Company, ranked second, only had 353 military merit points, which was merely a fraction of Mad Dragon Security Company's score. The third place was secured by Leopard Security Company with 330 military merit points. The fourth place is Yanhuang Security Company with 315 military merit points. It is worth mentioning that Obsidian Security Company surprisingly ranked fifth with 255 military merit points. Of course, 230 of those military merit points were contributed by Chen Dalong. As for the rankings below, there's no need to look, they're basically just slightly over 100 points. After Zhang Ji finished reading all the rankings of the security companies, the communication channel instantly fell silent. Everyone understood that the security industry was likely about to experience a major upheaval. When the Security Association determines the rankings, they evaluate based on factors like the number of tasks completed and the success rate of those tasks. However, However, the value of each type of task varies, so the weighting in the evaluation also differs. There is no doubt that military missions carry the highest value, and their scoring weight is naturally the highest. Moreover, this time the military has directly created a ranking, using the most straightforward method to evaluate the strength of each security company. At that time, the Security Association will surely revise the rankings of security companies based on the results of this mission. Everyone has no doubt that Wild Dragon Security Company has a great chance of soaring to become the #1 ranked security company. Moreover, this gap is likely to widen even further in the future. At this moment, the bosses of these security companies, whether familiar or unfamiliar, all started privately messaging Chen Daolong. They all understood that their attitude toward Quanglong Security Company needed to change, as Chen Daolong used this achievement to start building connections and expanding his influence as much as possible. Yi Feng had already ordered all the mutated creatures to return to Sunset Valley, observing the changes around him with a furrowed brow. The concentration of spiritual energy had been steadily increasing, and by now, it had risen by 5%. Moreover, as night fell, the rate of increase in spiritual energy concentration continued to accelerate. This change is too drastic. It feels like the impact this time will surpass any previous occurrence. Yi Feng frowned and investigated again. Previously, he had observed those mutant insects that were about to break through, and now a small portion of them had already started entering the breakthrough state. And it's not just the mutant insects. I'm afraid a large-scale emergence of mutant creatures is about to happen. Li Feng's gaze rested on two magpies perched on a nearby tree. They were just two ordinary magpies, having not been fortunate enough to undergo mutation before. But now Li Feng could sense the aura emanating from them, gradually growing stronger. This was a sign of imminent mutation. Moreover, they were not an isolated case. Yi Feng switched his possession state to the mutated sparrow. He flew to the eastern side of Sunset Valley, where there was a pond. He remembered that there was a group of mallards nearby. Soon, he found them on the grass not far away. Just as Yi Feng had imagined, more than half of this group of mallards were on the verge of mutation. Yi Feng flapped his wings and leaped over the grass. Not far away, there was a goat grazing with its head down. It looked no different from usual, but Yi Feng could sense that its aura was gradually rising. Perhaps within the next few hours, it would leap into becoming a mutated creature. He encountered many such scenes during his flight. Moreover, with the increase in spiritual energy concentration, it is likely that the majority of animals, like those insects, will undergo mutations. As for those that fail to seize the opportunity to mutate, they will naturally follow the law of the jungle, where the weak are eliminated. It seems my plan needs to be implemented ahead of schedule, Yi Feng said, furrowing his brows as he looked in the direction of Yangchengzhou. The scope of this mutation is by no means limited to one city or one place. The animals in Yangchengzhou are likely to undergo significant mutations in a short period of time. If he wants to take action, he must do so early, or rather, it has to be tonight. Of course, he cannot act hastily but must wait for the right opportunity. This won't take too long. During this wave of spiritual energy revival, a large number of second-level mutated creatures will emerge. This naturally also includes those mutated mosquitoes, mutated flies, mutated cockroaches, and mutated rats in the city that haven't been cleaned up in time. In addition, many households in Yang City keep cats and dogs, and it's estimated that more than half of them will undergo mutation. Previously, many people were arguing online about how to deal with them, but after tonight, there will be no need to argue anymore. Of course, he also needs to be prepared on his end. Swish! Yi Feng controlled the mutated sparrow to return. Soon, he shifted his consciousness back to his main body, extended a tree root, and plucked 6 second-tier evolution fruits from the tree. Today, almost everyone was mobilized to help Chen Daolong. Under such circumstances, Yi Feng couldn't replenish their spiritual energy on time. He was the only one adding points, and the spiritual energy was practically endless. When his body could no longer store any more spiritual energy, he happened to think of this unconventional storage method. Using the excess spiritual energy, he created and stored second-tier evolution fruits, which now happened to come in handy. At this moment, following his command, the mutated water buffalo, mutated black crow, mutated bat, mutated rat, and 2 mutated sparrows, all at the peak of the second tier, immediately gathered under Yi Feng's tree. Here, one for each of you. No need to fight or scramble. Yi Feng tossed the second-tier evolution fruits down. The second-tier evolution fruit has a much greater allure for these creatures compared to the first-tier one. Almost as soon as it was picked, the fragrance it emitted was enough to stir up all the nearby mutated creatures. As for Yi Feng's other subordinates, they were fine. Many of them had already eaten it before, and even those who hadn't were extremely loyal, without the slightest hint of improper thoughts. But the mutated wolf pack under the tree was a different story. They immediately became restless. Especially those few second-tier mutated wild wolves, their eyes glazed over, as if they were ready to pounce at any moment to fight for the evolution fruit. Even the gaze of the mutant wolf king revealed a hint of greed. But at this moment, a thick tree root stretched across in front of them. In an instant, including the mutant Wolf King, the greed in their eyes transformed into terror, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. This has to be traced back to noon. After capturing the mutant Wolf King, Yifeng discovered that its loyalty was only 60%. Under such circumstances, a friendly sparring session was naturally in order. Not only the mutant Wolf King but even its pack of wolves received the same treatment. After an afternoon of a brutal cycle of sparring healing, Yifeng had already become a nightmare in the hearts of every mutant wild wolf. Including the mutant Wolf King, they were completely subdued. After an afternoon of friendly sparring, the loyalty of the mutant Wolf King increased from 60% to 65%. It wasn't until Yifeng realized that such sparring was no longer effective in boosting loyalty that he stopped, otherwise, they would still be getting beaten up. Perform well, I never hesitate to give rewards. Yifeng used the tree root he extended to pat the mutant Wolf King's head, simultaneously conveying his thoughts through the contract. The mutant Wolf King, with its considerable intelligence, seemed to understand Yifeng's words and obediently nodded.